Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP Basis training course. In today's digital era, businesses rely heavily on technology to streamline operations. Whether you're a seasoned professional or just dipping your toes into the realm of SAP, you're in the right place. Let's dive into the fundamentals of SAP Basis. But first, let's clarify what SAP Basis is. In simple terms, SAP Basis is the underlying system administration framework that supports various SAP applications. It's like the backbone of the entire SAP landscape, ensuring smooth operation and optimal performance. Understanding SAP Basis isn't just about mastering a technical skill. It's about positioning yourself for success in a rapidly evolving job market. According to recent industry reports, the demand for SAP Basis expertise is steadily increasing, with over 80% of Fortune 500 companies relying on SAP systems for their day-to-day operations. Well, simply put, it's the foundation upon which countless businesses around the globe ready to streamline their operations, enhance productivity, and drive growth. Whether you're an aspiring ET professional or a seasoned executive, having a solid grasp of SAP Basis can open doors to exciting career opportunities and ensure you stay ahead of the curve in today's competitive landscape. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to become proficient in SAP Basis. From understanding the core concepts and architecture to mastering essential administration tasks and troubleshooting common issues, we've got you covered. By the end of this course, you'll have the knowledge and skills to confidently navigate the world of SAP Basis and make a meaningful impact in your organization.
Before we begin, I need 15 seconds of your time. Thousands of professionals watch ZaranTech videos to learn, but many are still not subscribed. If our videos have helped you solve a problem, understand a new concept, or move forward in your career, please check that subscribe button right now. It is completely free, but it helps us invest in better instructors, practical demonstrations, and more high-quality training content. In return, I promise that we will keep working harder to make technology education practical, affordable, and accessible to professionals worldwide. Subscribe and become part of the ZaranTech learning community. Do we have a deal? Thank you. Now let's begin.
We are going to talk about introduction to SAP. What is SAP? As a company and as a software or as a system. You might have heard about what is SAP system and SAP company. You might get confused about it. So we will differentiate what is an SAP company, what it is all about, and what is SAP system. Okay. So, and then we talk about briefly SAP solutions. And when I say SAP solutions, it's not the entire SAP's portfolio. And we talk about technical overview of the SAP system. Okay. And then we talk about the architecture. So, and the in generic landscapes, SAP system landscapes. Yeah. After that, the most important thing is the SAP basis administration. That is what you all would like to upskill or understand it. But to start with SAP basis administration, it is very important to understand these few basics. About the SAP and its history, so that your fundamentals or the understanding about the product is clear. Okay, so that you can relate whenever you hear some functional terms or some jargons about ERP, S4, whatsoever. Okay, so if you have this background, how SAP evolved and etc., then it is easy for you to technically work on these systems. Okay. So introduction to SAP. So if you do you really think that learning SAP is hard? And then learning SAP is not hard if you know the right way to start and what to learn. And as per your role, if you catch that basic understanding, because if you look at the entire SAP, it's ocean. Too many products, too many modules, too many domains. Okay. It's not hard if you start rightly from the basics, and it's all more or less similar. No matter whatever the domain or whatever you work, it will be very similar. So where to click? If you really want, where to start? And these are some of the questions, whoever comes to this thing. you have some confusion about what is this SAP and what I'm doing, especially if you're in a basis, right? I mean, some of you have said that you are working from last 3 months or 4 months. You might be working on day-to-day tasks, but still you have this confusion. What is exactly is? Is it a software? Is it a database? Is it, so much frustration? I mean, is it a functional? Is it coding, or is it a platform? Right? We have a lot of ABAP cloud platform and then Java NetWeaver platform. You hear a lot of these terms. So what exactly is it and where you start? Okay, all this frustration, if you follow this course carefully, I mean, with the structure which I have given and with the content, slowly I will take you to a level where you relate your current role and then the SAP in general, what it is. Okay. So in this course, introduction to SAP. Okay. So in this course, we don't focus on entirely on what is SAP and its entire portfolio. Okay. The most important thing is you have to understand is SAP. Main product for SAP is the ERP. Okay. So they have started their entire business portfolio with ERP, and most of these companies use ERP. And then they have 40 to 50 another components of the solutions which they have. But ERP is their core product. Okay. Now the question comes, why we need an ERP? Okay. So how SAP evolved starting with the ERP to what it is, and is it only an ERP solution? SAP is it? It's not. I will explain you why it's not an only ERP solution. Yes, they started with ERP, but it is not only the ERP solution. So let me quickly go through what we have discussed. So for day one, we're going to start with introduction to SAP and then overview of SAP. What is SAP? And, as a system and as a product or as a customer, SAP or a vendor, service provider. Okay. And then we talk about SAP solutions, architecture and SAP landscapes and basis administration. After that, if we have time, definitely we'll have some time. So we will do a basic exercise or a labs where we log into the system and then we will see some basics. Okay. So I'll just quickly review what we discussed before we had this technical problem. So we were talking about, most of us might think learning SAP is hard. It's very confusing and it has a lot of products, a lot of solutions. And is it a platform or, sometimes people may think that, what are these functionalities of so many modules? Okay. So if you are here, if you want to learn SAP and in that particular, you want to learn SAP Basis. Okay. So what we will do is we will going to start with the SAP as a company, complete portfolio and architecture. And then I will slowly take you to the basis administration. Okay. So again, is it a software or a database? Fine. Okay. So many of you might have these confusions or the frustrations when you start. And if you Google it or if you go to the help.sap.com, you may find it's a version of information, too much to go through. Okay. So that's always confusing, but don't worry. So we will start with the first module, Introduction to SAP. Okay. So when we say SAP, the first thing which comes to our mind is ERP. Okay. What is ERP? ERP full name, Enterprise Resource Planning. Okay. So we need to understand what is ERP, why we need it, and how SAP could able to make such a big company out of it. Okay. How it was earlier, before ERP, how the companies are doing their job, and how SAP with the ERP product revolutionized the entire industry. You see, you name any industry, okay, in the market, it's automobile or finance, banking or manufacturing. You take any industry in the world, okay, 95% of SAP financial transactions, like purchase orders, invoice, you name anything, 95%, it's a huge, okay, will touch an SAP ERP system. Okay. Then you see how they have taken the entire world's industry or how they revolutionize their software with this particular product. Okay. So it's very important. You name anything, you take banking, every transaction or the most of the transactions touch the ERP system. Okay. So SAP proudly shows it to the world that 95% of the world transactions goes through my system, or at any point they touch the ERP system. That's the criticality of this ERP, and that's how they have in last 40 years. It's a huge success that we will see. I mean, as when we talk about the history of SAP. Okay. So this we will discuss why we need ERP and how SAP has evolved to till. And is it SAP only ERP? No. Okay. So ERP is their major product, and they started with ERP, but they have evolved to multiple levels now. It's a very vast portfolio what we have now. Okay. So yeah, again, SAP solutions, which will be very confusing. If you go to the help dot, as I said, if you see the portfolio, oh God, it will be crazy. You see a lot of things and it's very confusing. Okay. So, yep. Now we will start with what is ERP. Okay. So before we get into the basis administration, right? So we need to understand what exactly the ERP do. Yes, you might be working in basis administration from last 3 months or 1 year or whatever is it, but you might not have a glimpse of functional aspect of SAP or the ERP. Yeah, we are talking about ERP now. Functional aspect, how it is going to solve the purpose for an end user. Okay, how it has changed the business. Okay, how it is improving or automating or simplifying the things what were being done by the manually earlier. Okay. So for these to understand, I mean, to get a glimpse of what ERP is, okay, we need to go through one particular example. Yeah, I'll give you one magic bookstore. Let's say we have John. Okay, he's the one guy who started a startup. It's a magic bookstore. Okay, what he's doing is he's selling the books. I mean, he's a one person. He started a startup. So he deal with the authors. I mean, when we say procurement here, he talks to the authors or the book, whoever written it or publishes it, and he will procure the books or from the printing or whatever is it. And then he will sell them to the particular area. Let's say Bangalore. So in Bangalore, John has a magic bookstore where he is deal with the many authors and get the books and procure. And then some of them he will put it in a warehouse. So he has a warehouse or his room or whatever is it, warehouse, go down. So where he keeps the most selling books and based on the sales, what he has every day. So he will procure them and then he will put it in a warehouse. Okay. And then, okay, so his sales and then purchases, right? So he's purchasing from the authors or the printing presses and then he will sell. So he has to manage that finance at certain point. So he is using like we all do, right? So what we use basically Microsoft Excel. Okay. So in Excel, he is maintaining his revenue details. I mean, sales and then purchases details. And then he is doing a simple calculation of, okay, is he making profit or is he making losses? So that he is doing simple sum and formulas using in Excel. Okay. And the controlling. Since he is the only guy who is taking care of this magic book, and yeah, some people will be there, but only for the ordering and stuff. But he is the only guy. So he has the entire control over the system or his bookstore. Okay, because he is taking care of the procurement, he is taking care of the warehouse. So he is the only guy who is taking care of this entire bookstore. Okay, now let's see. So yes, so he's making good profit, he's selling well, and he wants to expand his business. Okay, because if he wants to expand his business, what he has to do as a startup? So number one, he may have to start more bookstores. In a different region or a different city, from Bangalore to Hyderabad to Delhi or whatever. So he wants to start his bookstore because he got very popular in this particular location and he's making good profits. So for that, he has to sell more books. And then eventually he will make more money, more dollars or more money. So that's what. So he has got a thought that, okay, I'm very successful here. Let me start or let me expand my business. Okay. So what he's doing to do now is magic book chain. So guys, it's worth spending this 5 minutes on this example to get a glimpse of ERP so that most of the SAP products, okay, revolves around the ERP. So that's why you need to understand these terms also, finance, controlling, procurement, warehouse, sales. That's why I'm stressing on this aspect. So once you have this understanding, then it is easy going forward whenever these terms or the terminologies comes. Okay. So now he is expanding his business. So he has recruited 4 people, Mary, Carl, and then just Bob. Okay, so 1 to 5 or 4 people he has recruited. I mean, so 5 locations, let's say. So he has expanded his business to 5 cities, 1 to 5 cities. And from one person, so where John was controlling the everything, he has taken to the 25 people. So now 25 people working for him and 5 different cities. Okay. Now you see the problem. So each one of them, Mary, Carl, Bob, Jess, right? So even though John tells, the standards and all these things, everyone works in a different way. So Mary manages her bookstore and her procurement, her finance, or controlling sales different. Or Carl may use Excel, or he is comfortable with the book or a ledger. He will use in a physical book. Okay. Or Jess may use something else. So each one of them for procurement or warehouse or sales, they are using their different softwares or different things, even though there are standards. But again, it's a person who is working, right? So, for example, if John wants to understand in this particular week how many sales or how many purchases we made and what is my profit and loss. So let's talk about the finance. So he has to talk to all these 5 people, 5 cities, and get a glimpse of it. And some may give proper data, some may not give. So this is a big problem for him. So even though he has expanded, so he is not making money what he expected. So he has expanded his business and he is selling books, but not to the level what he was doing, and he is not getting generated the revenue what is expected. Then he started analyzing what was the problem, where exactly I am losing money. You expanded and you invested more money, 5 cities and 25 people you recruited, but he lost his control. So, and if he is running like this, then it's not good for his firm. Okay. So when he started analyze, so he understood that there is a multiple version of truth. This is a very important term which you have to understand. So this is what ERP has solved for the many industries. That's what has led them to evolve to a level where I said 95% of the world financial transactions touch an ERP system, in a particular day, which means this is the biggest problem for any industry. You have so many departments: finance, procurement, warehouse, sales. So each one of them. So this guy, Mary, looks at the system and, she documented some other way, columns or whatever is it. So then Carl documents it something. So he orders his procurement in a different way. And this lady, Bob may do a warehousing separately. So at any point in time, it's very cumbersome, and John doesn't have control over his department or the people across the cities. Okay. Which means each one of them, for example, you are selling a book called Fountainhead, okay, which is the most famous by Ayn Rand. So Mary, this it might not be a top selling book. She puts it somewhere else and she thinks that it is not useful and she rate it as a least rating one. And this guy thinks that, okay, it's the best one and he puts it. So it's a multiple versions of truth for the same product. So each one of them are organizing differently. Each one have their different opinion or different thing. So that's the problem. So then John understood the problem. So now he has done an ERP. So you see here at the beginning, he introduced the ERP system. What ERP will do? So ERP system, he implemented ERP and he has given access to Mary, Carl, Bob, Jess. Everyone is using the same. So the biggest problem was the multiple version of the truth for the same products. Now you have one product listed in the system and the same. So you have a catalog of products and which of them is selling across the regions. It's a tabular form and simply organized, and everybody has to use the same thing. And John, for reporting, he doesn't have to talk to anybody. So he can log into the ERP system at any point in time. He can see, okay, which of my city is doing properly, which of my city is not doing properly, where I am having a warehouse problem, what all things I have to procure. So all this data is available in the ERP system in a structured way, and everyone see the same data without any individual's intervention or individual structure of organizing products or the data or whatever. So he has single version of the truth. Okay. For a particular product or for a particular thing, or everybody looks into it as one system. Suppose if you look into an ERP system, anybody, whoever has the access to the ERP will see the same data. Suppose you guys working 3 to 4 months, right? You go and open one SC section and table. You get all the same purchase orders, same invoices, everything is same. So now you see such a complicated model where he has lost control of the people, products, everything, and he has brought everything under control. So what do you understand from here? ERP has solved the problem of multiple versions of truth, and it has given a very good control about his organization. Now you see, He has expanded to the 4 cities. Now he knows where exactly which of my location is not doing good. Then he can control that location and what he has to do to improve. Okay. So now the scaling up or the scale out becomes much easy. If you want to expand, so now from 5 cities to 10 cities, you can expand without any cumbersome activity or engaging a lot of people, because your ERP, you just have to give them the access to the ERP system. Okay. See, this is what has solved the problem for many industries. ERP has solved it. So anybody who started their company as a startup, if they want to expand or grow, ERP helps them. Okay, that's how the companies were able to do a lot of automation and then expand drastically. So you take examples of Tata, TCS itself. You have Tata Steel, right? So you have Tata Steel, you have consultancy services, you have many Tata hotel management, right? So now how Ratan Tata organize all these things, right? Ratan Tata, how does he gets it? So it's a conglomerate, right, in India. So how does he understand if his businesses are making right or not? So he implements an ERP system for each and everything. You see in TCS, you have human resource management, you have finance, you have procurement, everything, right? So those all things are tracked in this one. And you take Tata Steel again there, steel purchasing, right? Then the coal. So the manufacturing thing, everything has to be integrated. So they all connect to an ERP system. And as a CEO, you will get a glimpse of, okay, which of my business is doing fine and which is not doing properly. And then you can take some improvement actions. Okay. So now you understood the ERP, how it solved the problem for the industries. And this is what ERP is doing in the market now. Okay. So now you understand what is ERP, right? Enterprise resource planning. So this will simplify. Good. So whatever I already talked, so I have put it in the slide. Okay. What I've given example as the Tata Steel or the TCS. So it, as I said, he has the multiple businesses, rather than hotel management and all. It collects, manage, and share data. It's a single version of the truth, so that you can make better decisions or the better choices. And then, as I said, if one of your business is not doing properly, and then you can control those processes. Okay, where exactly you get a glimpse with the analytics, or as soon as you have the data, you can do in the market so many business analytics tools. You have SAP Analytics Cloud is there, Microsoft Business Intelligence is, that's a trend now, data science, or so many things are available to do the analysis. Okay, so but do the analysis with those tools and then control the process, where exactly you are making problem, where exactly you have the problem, identify it, and easy to control that particular. So track and measure. Again, all of your businesses, you can track in a real-time data. Okay. So earlier there was no real time. So at least, I don't know if you heard it. Even now you hear, right? Month-end reports in BW. Okay. Month-end reports, and where you don't implement any changes in the system, and you ensure that those reports are generated. But now we have this trend of real time. So that we will talk when we talk about the HANA. But yes, so you can track and measure. Earlier they used to generate weekly reports or some critical reports, daily reports, and monthly reports. Okay. And automate processes. So as I said, so once you have this picture or the integration of these departments, procurement, finance, and then sales, right? These are all integrated in ERP. So which means, for example, let's take an example of the magic chain. You have sold 100 books. Okay. One particular book, let's take Chetan Bhagat's book. Okay. It sold a huge number of copies and it's a very good success. So earlier you have to call and place an order, right? Hey, 100 books are sold. I need 100 book stock. But here, when they are integrated, the moment as soon as you release the purchase order, as soon as you sell those books, immediately you place an order for the 100 books. Okay, you know that what is your warehouse capacity? Okay, I can hold 100 top selling book as 100 books. Then immediately you will place an order. So the procurement to the sales, it's been automated. So such process, you take in a steel industry as well. Okay, the moment you generate the iron and then you sell the steel, and you have to place an order for the raw materials, right? So those number of raw materials, immediately it will place an order. So then it will generate a purchase order and it sells to the vendors, whoever provides those raw materials. That's what. So you can automate these processes. Okay. And then improve quality and efficiency. So now you have a single version of truth, and everybody or every business is following the same ERP system. So you can, if everybody is using the same, then there is a chance that very less mistakes, because you test it properly and everything is proven. And then it improves the quality, and it's a repetitive and automated task. The efficiency will increase better. Okay. So then at the end, run business better. So that's the slogan for SAP, right? So, if you look at the SAP, there's a tagline, run business better, or then there is a run simple. Okay. So run simple means because ERP is taking care of all these cumbersome activities where you used to have different department. They were taking ERP takes care of such a nice and controlled way. So that's why they say run business better and run simple. That's the current tagline. They say it's a simple run. Okay. So that's about the ERP. Okay. Now the question comes, okay, why only SAP succeeded? Don't we have another ERP solutions? What were the competitors? So we have many ERP solutions, but I will put you only the main few. SAP is there, Oracle, and then Microsoft. So SAP is the leader in ERP, and nowhere these Oracle and Microsoft come closer to SAP. Okay. So in the sense, as I said, 95 to 98% of the market is captured by the SAP. That we will talk about when we come to the customers' data. That you can find it in help.sap.com. It's open source information, which they will provide. And same is with Oracle. So they were not able to succeed. So as SAP, Microsoft, they were different regions, but it's a business. Once we have time at the end of this 40 hours of sessions, so we can discuss those things, why SAP only successful and why Oracle and Microsoft. It's a very interesting topic, how these compete each other and how they come up. But know that in ERP, the leader is SAP only. Yes, and along with those top three players, you have Siebel, you have JD Edwards, and so on, so things. Just know it, just for information. You should not think that ERP means SAP only, no other players. No, there are other players, but SAP is the leader. So, okay, as a part of this course, we'll talk only about SAP. So we'll not cover about any of these other solutions. Okay. So now you might not have got a glimpse of what is SAP, but at least you understood what is ERP, how it can simplify the business, right? How it can help you to scale out your business with the use case or the example what we have discussed. So now, as I said, then interesting question, how SAP was able to capture the 95% of the market. Okay. Now we need to see the history of SAP, how they started, and because this is also important, because when you are working on the particular solution, right, it's always good that how they evolved and just worth spending some 5 minutes of time. And here also I will try to explain about the technical things so that you get, this is what I don't give you the entire business, how they evolved and how they competed with everybody and how they earn more money. Fine. We can discuss, but the most important thing is how they evolved as a product, right? As a ERP solution, how they transform themselves once they started. That's important to understand, because you may have to work with multiple versions of these systems. Okay, suppose some customers, okay, why we have to understand this history, I'll tell you. Because now you might be working NetWeaver 740 or the latest system. Those of you who are working, I'll tell you, you might be working on the latest versions, right? There are some core industries who do not want to migrate. Okay, SAP could have introduced in 1972 one version of the system, and they want to be with that version of the system only. They don't want to upgrade. They don't want to migrate. It's not like us who will change our phones in 2 years or no. They don't want. Why? So big. That's why you may have to support those systems also. That's why you need to understand what were the SAP's earlier versions and what is the current version and what is the middle version also. So I'll give you an example of an industries or customers. For example, let's take banking. Okay, do you think banking is ready to migrate? If you go and tell them that, hey, upgrade your system, no, they'll say that, okay, no boss, please, I don't migrate. Okay, banking, the most important, whenever you are migrate or update your system, the most important part is the data. So for banking, data is the heart, right? If you go and if you make some simple table entry, for example, with your name, John has 1 lakh account in his entry. And if you make 1 0 extra, that's it, 1 crore it becomes. So data is the most important for the banking. So banking person will tell that I am happy with my solution. Whatever SAP has provided, I'm okay. As long as it runs for another 100 years also, I'm fine. Fine. On top of it, I can improve my application logic or servers, performance, etc. I can work on it. But data, I do not want to touch it. So there are customers like that, okay, who do not want to touch the data because they're scared and it's the heart for them. And if they lose the data, that's it. I mean, their entire reputation, their company, and they will go bankrupt. It's banking system. If you lose the data, that's it, you're gone. So that's why you have to support those older versions as well. Okay, that's why I'm giving you the history of these products. So it's not for just information purpose. So you need to understand what they had, SAP. So in 1972, 5 ex-IBMers, okay, IBM guys. So they have started, their product, simple software product, okay, for a different customer in IBM. So what IBM said is, hey, you close this project, it is no longer needed, okay, because they had some other software or mainframes. IBM was doing the mainframes. We don't want this product. You start, this is no longer needed, close the project. So these 5 guys thought that, no, we have developed such a good product or a good program or a good thing. So we don't want to give it up. We want to start it. So what they did, they talked to IBM. Hey, IBM, you want to close this product? Let's talk a deal. Fine. You give this product to us and then we will make a patent and we will start working on it. Then IBM said, anyway, closed product. IBM has nothing to lose. So what IBM did, you see in the world, most of the products or the startups who came up and they have grown, somewhere related to IBM, because IBM was the only guy who was then 100 years in the market that time. Even now they are there. Okay, but let's keep that way. So they took the product and they started their own company in Germany, in Waldorf. Okay. So which is the headquarters for SAP now. They started in a small bunk. This product, they took the patent and they have taken out from the IBM and they started. So in 1973, they started with R1. Okay. So that means anybody knows what stands for, because you hear this R1, R2, R3, and then there's no R4, don't worry. So R1, R2, R3. R1 is R stands for real time. Okay. As I said, in the magic book chain example, right? John has expanded his business to the 4 cities, but he is getting a real time data. What are my sales? What is my procurement? What is my warehouse data? Everything he can log into the ERP system and he's looking at it. So that's why it's called real time. So R1, 1 means 1 tire. So tire, TIER. Okay. And then 2 tire, R2, real time 2 tire. R3, real time 3 tire. So what we have in the market now is the R3. Okay. So this I will explain what is the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 architecture. So simply you can see here. So R1 means presentation, application, and the database resides on the same host or the same server. Okay, that's the R1. And then in 1979, okay, these guys thought that, okay, if your database, if your application is having the problem, because it's a bottleneck. So your GUI or everything, your application, the portal or whatever is it, the end user thing, graphical interface, and then the application and then database running on the same host. So it is becoming a problem because too many resources being used on the same host. So what they thought is, let's break here. Okay, separate the database and application. So here you see 1979. So they have come up with presentation layer separate. The GUIs you are using now and the Fiori interface or whatever interfaces you are using interacting with SAP, they have separated that section, and application and database they put together. Okay. So, application computing and then the database are on the same host and remaining part they have isolated. 1979. So that's where they came up with R2 architecture. And they have also came up with ABAP at that particular time. ABAP is a programming language used to develop these SAP products. Okay. So 1979 was the time they started with ABAP. 1992, they thought that, okay, still the industries are growing. So my application and database on the same host are also causing a problem. Let me separate it. So now you have 3-tier architecture, which is currently majority of them are using 1992 onwards. So presentation layer is different, application layer is different, and then database isolated. So all these three, this is a 3-tier architecture. Okay. So 1992, and then 2004 they came up with SAP Business One, which is for it's a ERP only, but it's for the small scale industries. This again, I will explain SAP's portfolio later. So the SAP ERP or the NetWeaver, also they have introduced in 2000. 2004 is the game changer for SAP. When they introduced this SAP NetWeaver, okay, and they also introduced ABAP plus Java. Okay, so until then they don't have this Java, so they have introduced Java also, which means they have expanded their capability or the open source thing, and many things can integrate, or they have opened up basically to the market. So 2 things, ABAP plus Java, so that anybody can come and develop on their NetWeaver. NetWeaver is their platform. Okay, so they have created a platform like you have Google Cloud Platform, or where you can do servers and then coding and anything you can do over there. So that is what the platform is. So they came up with the platform NetWeaver, and they have introduced ABAP and Java are the main players over there. So main coding things if you want to develop your application. And year after 2005, so SAP has introduced ERP piece. Okay, so they don't want to develop, ERP1, ERP2, ERP3. So they saturated with the name and they were happy with SAP ERP. So how do they release their versions? So enhancement packages. So the modifications or the functionalities they have released as enhancement packages. So you might have heard SAP ERP, EHP1, EHP2, EHP3, EHP5. So what is the latest EHP? It's EHP8. Okay, so when this slide was there, it's EHP7, but EHP8, what we have now, that's it. SAP has stopped generating or creating enhancement packages also after EHP8. That is the latest one, ERP. So, okay, so the next version is SAP S4HANA after ERP. Okay, that we will talk at the end of the session. We will talk about SAP S4HANA, okay, which they've introduced in 2015. So, yeah, 2015 SAP. So, yes, 2009, 2005, they have released this ERP. And then EHP7s, and the latest EHP is the EHP8. And in 2011, the most trending or the buzzword in SAP, right? SAP HANA. So in 2009, they have introduced HANA. So HANA is a platform. If I have to put it in a clean words, platform. But database is its main component. Okay. So what is a platform and what is a database? So database is only a database thing. To store the data and to retrieve the data, column store, row store, blah, 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 to store the data. But platform has a different functionality. Yes, database can be a service in it, but platform means you can develop applications, you can code on top of it, you can integrate with it, you can third-party applications or something. So platform has much more capable features than a simple product. So that's why SAP HANA, if I have to put, it's a platform, but mainly SAP uses it as a database. Okay. In 2011, they have introduced, it's an in-memory. When we have this HANA session in detail, I will walk you through the architecture and how HANA evolved and how it is different from other databases. But just know that 2011, they came up with SAP HANA. So in 2009 itself, there is a business suite. This is the most successful product of SAP thing. So don't worry. SAP Business Suite means something different word. So what they did is, they clubbed some 5 to 6 products together and they called it as an SAP Business Suite. Okay. For example, so far what we understood, SAP ERP. SAP ERP was developed by SAP and they have the latest one is EHP8, Enhancement Package 8. So what they thought is, okay, my ERP is doing fine. So what about the customer relationship management? What about supplier relations? What about the product life cycle management? What about the supply chain management? Right? So those are all they have separated systems, CRM, SRM, PLM, and ERP. They combine all those 5 components or the 5 products in one thing. They called it as SAP Business Suite. On which platform they developed this Business Suite? NetWeaver. Okay. When I say NetWeaver, you always relate it to as a platform, NetWeaver platform. So I will talk about this also in architecture, NetWeaver. So on top of the NetWeaver, they have introduced Business Suite, which combines 5 or 6 systems. Okay. And in 2015, they came up with SAP S4HANA. We will talk in detail when this S4HANA comes. Okay. What is S4HANA and how it is different from the ERP? Yes, it says ERP is next version, but how it is different, what they have done corrections or what they did it, that we will discuss it. So now you got the glimpse of what is SAP, right? So how SAP started in 1972 and then how they have evolved in this 40 years, that's it. So if I tell you simply, there are many products, 40, 50 product portfolio, but this is the most important thing which you have to understand as a basis guide. Okay. So they started with R1, they have an R2, they have a R3 architecture they have introduced. So these are the tier 3 architectures. And then they have an ERP. Okay. And then up to EHP8, they have released it and they stopped it after that. So they came up with SAP Business Suite. What SAP Business Suite? It is nothing but combination of the ERP, CRM, SCM, and other various products. And later they came up with S4HANA. So this is the timeline or the product line which you have to understand. So everything in SAP, revolves around these things. Okay, everything, 98, 99% of the things in SAP will revolve around it. And as a basis consultant, knowing this is more than sufficient for you to do your job in a best way, I would say, in a better and very nice way. This is the thing which you have to understand. You don't need to understand what is that, Fiori mobile thing or the cloud platform and those things. No. So even though the namings and different things are different, but at the end of the day, everything comes to you and touches the system. Because no matter what you develop, right? At the end of the day, that has to come and touch the ERP or the business suite or the S/4HANA system. You got it? So that's why it is important only for you to understand this product portfolio, how SAP has evolved. Okay. So now okay. So before I proceed with the what is SAP? So now what all we discussed? So we discussed ERP. Okay. I mean, with the magic book chain example. And then we have also gone through the history of SAP. I mean, what are the main product portfolio, how they evolved till, okay. And then what is SAP? Before I proceed, any further questions here? Okay, good. So now I come to the questions. What is SAP? Okay. So yes, you understood the history 1972, how the architecture has evolved. Now we'll see. So they have this more than 40 years of experience. Okay. So they have around more than 30,000 of employees across the globe. And you see the customers, 293K customers, which is 293,000, which is a huge customer base. That's why when I say 95% of the world financial transactions, one or the other way they touch the SAP system. Okay. That's the presence they have in the ERP domain. So they have 130 countries, they have their employees in 130 countries. Almost all countries, they have their company and then their employees working there. And they have these 190 countries, okay, in the customers basically. So which means across the globe, they have everywhere the customers, SAP customers. Okay. So yeah, I was explaining, right? When we say, let's take as an example. As I said, there are three kind of organizations, if we have to put it in a simple way. Small size organizations, I mean, who just started their startup, mid-sized organizations, and large organizations, for example, like your TCS. Okay. So now SAP has to cater their solutions to all sections, right? I mean, they also started as a small 5 people to this level. They have to cater. So, I mean, if you take the moment people say SAP implementation, oh God, this is so costly. So, I mean, that's the impression. It's a very big product. Too many resources, too much costing, and too much of efforts to be needed, right? It's like a complete project. So imagine how many TCS employees are in basis projects. Okay, how many of you work in SAP projects within SAP, right? So many thousands of employees are working on SAP. Okay, in TCS itself. Then take IBM, Accenture, and any other company who are supporting, right? So people have an impression that SAP is a very big product and it takes a lot of skill, efforts and money. Okay, that is the large industries. So what about the small scale industries? Because small can become a bigger industry later point in time. So that's why SAP has segregated its products in 3 simple things. So small means a startup who just want to implement SAP Business One. It's a simple solution. Just implement on a small server and then it will solve your problem. So as soon as you grow your business for this small guy and you will become a mid-sized, then SAP will tell that. So this is an important market strategy as well. Business all-in-one. SAP will tell that, hey, okay, SAP Business One is successful. Okay, now you have grown and you are upscaling. Okay, now take this mid-sized SAP Business all-in-one. So this guy is already using an SAP product and SAP will help him to move to the mid-size. So then he also win-win. So the client will win and then as an SAP, they're also winning a customer, right? They have grown from small to big. But that is what they did in this first 40 years. So SAP has grown along with the customers. Okay, that is their secret or the success mantra for them in this last 40 years. So they took them as a small company. They helped them to grow and give them their software. And that guy, it is easy for him to expand. Okay. And then he will become a mid-sized organization. So then the mid-sized organization will become a large organization after a couple of years. Then SAP will tell that, oh, good, very good. Let's go with business suite. Let's implement it. So now again, he's already using an SAP product. SAP will handhold him. Okay. And SAP will suggest them that, okay, product wise, I can help you. But implementations, SAP support, they don't have a bandwidth to support because it's mainly a product based company. So SAP has opened its doors to multiple partners, right? So you have TCS, SAP did not hold it to themselves that, I only support it or I only do it. So they have expanded the doors. They opened the doors to, TCS, IBM, Accenture, you name any company, Infosys, Wipro, all of them support SAP projects, right? So SAP has opened their ecosystem for the partners. They made them as partners, TCS and all. So what is happening now? So now SAP has played a very good customer. You move them from the mid-size to large size. And then for this large size support, you open the doors to the other vendors. They are supporting it. So now it's like everybody winning. Everybody is making happy. Everybody is happy. Customer is happy. He has grown to a bigger thing. SAP is happy. They have implemented their solution. Partners also happy. I mean, TCS, Wipro, IBM, everybody is happy because they got the support projects. You got it? So now you see, does any of them will lose? I mean, you see, if any one of them want to develop or a product or something, it's a loss for them only, right? They can't create an ecosystem like SAP did. Now everybody wants SAP to be sustained, right? So as a partner, suppose if you are supporting SAP projects, you think that, oh, SAP has to be survived. I mean, SAP has to be in a good condition, then you provide support because you are making money out of it. And the customer, he has grown to a bigger level. So that is how SAP has grown from 5 people to some 30,000 or 40,000 employees and 300K customers. Yeah, that is how they are surviving. It's not just SAP. Everyone in its ecosystem wants SAP to live or breathe. Okay. So customer, so partners, everybody wants SAP to live. That is the secret for them. So they have opened their doors to everybody. Everybody is making money. Everybody is winning. It's a kind of win-win-win strategy. Okay. If I have to put it in a marketing. Okay. Fine. Let's not too much get into the marketing thing. Now you understand. So small, mid-sized and large. So whatever you as a basis consultant, you always work on this SAP business suite, the right side one, large. Okay. So all your TCS projects or any project, you will be put into this business suite only, not in this business all-in-one or business one, because they are small scale and the customer can himself manage it. Okay. So now here you understand the SAPs, how they're catering their solutions. So now you will always be in the right-hand side, business suite as a basis consultant. So remaining very, very less, you will get support. I mean, okay. Now, after we understood this strategy and all these things, SAP, do you think it's only an ERP? SAP is not only an ERP. Okay. So since I've stressed it more on the ERP, yes, they started their career or the company with ERP, but it is not only an ERP solution. Okay. So SAP has analytics. So SAP Analytics Cloud. See, you have an ERP solution and you have so much of data. Where do you store that data? You need to have a BW, SAP BW system. And then you have to run some analytics on it. And again, why do you want to go to Microsoft or somebody to provide you the analytics tools? Okay, he has their analytics tools are there. In-memory computing, as I said, real-time data, HANA, in-memory computing. And then now they have this cloud computing as well, SAP Cloud Platform. So, but these are all things you might not get too deep into it, but definitely we touch this ERP, in-memory computing a little bit. I mean, we have a session for 4 hours where we talk about how HANA works and stuff. And enterprise mobility. So mobile, these days, everybody wants to do their stuff over mobile. Okay. So SAP is not only an ERP. So now it has around 40 plus products in the market portfolio. All of them are integrated towards ERP, but ERP is their core product. Okay. So as I said, yes, ERP is their core, and all these another 40 systems will complement ERP. I mean, to run businesses better. Okay. Because with the increased demand, these mobiles, everyone. So those are products also SAP has developed, and they all will integrate with ERP, and then that helps to run them better. Okay. So what all we discussed? I mean, so far. So we discussed about overview of ERP. Clearly, we understood with an example, and then we understood the history of architectures R1, R2, ERP, and then SAP Business Suite S/4HANA. Okay, and then we understood what is SAP. And what are the solutions or what are the industries SAP cater their services? Okay. So these are the 4 important things we have understood so far. So before I move to the SAP solutions, do you have any questions? I will give 1 minute before I explain about the solutions, what we are talking. So next we will go with I said, right, it's not only ERP, they have got 40 plus other solutions. I'm not going to go through all those solutions because it's relevant for you as a basis, guys. So I will try to put a platform, what are the important solutions and which you will be working or which are you already working. Okay. SAP solutions. Okay. So you see here, so many. SAP Business One for small scale, S/4HANA, SAP ERP, SAP Fiori. I'm just reading out some names. Okay. SAP SCM, SAP SRM, SAP BW, SAP Enterprise Portal, SAP Business Suite. You have so much, you go crazy if you go through all of them. That's why I was telling. It's very confusing for you if you start reading by yourself in an help.sap.com or somewhere. So that's where we have to structure and we will focus as a basis consultant what is important for you. Yes. So these are the few important areas which you have to look into it. So SAP ERP, as I said, it's the core. So SAP S/4HANA, so it is nothing but an ERP system. I will explain you at the end of the day what is SAP S/4HANA, but you treat these two as synonymous. I mean, if I ask you as a basis guy, for you all of these solutions are same. It doesn't matter what product SAP produces. That is the simplicity of basis. I mean, the best part of basis. So it doesn't matter what product it is. Your role, your responsibility, your activities, everything is same, irrespective of the product. Only the functional guys and then the ABAP people will get confused about these products and different coding thing they may need it. But as a basis guy, for you, it doesn't matter. Okay. So SAP, irrespective of the system, SAP ERP, your administration is same. SAP S/4HANA administration is 90%. So there will be some 10%, when it comes to the fees, some different transactions and all. But as a basis guy, for you, if I have to put in one-liner, for you, everything is same. As I said, in ERP is like single version of truth, right? For basis guys, it's like simple. So first you remove that entire thing. If you want to grow your career in basis, remove that thing is, these many products and these things, first get out of it. For you, everything is same. Okay, you have got an engine or a mechanical engineer, you got an automobile, it's a tractor engine or lorry engine or anything, the components are same, right? Lever you have, but it's a bigger size and then the engine size is bigger, that's it. So everything, the screws and all a little bit different, but the whole mechanical, the concept is same. Okay, the fuel combustion and then engine, it generates torque and power and then the vehicle moves. But for lorry, they have their specifications like, IoT devices and blah, 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 cars and all. But as a basis guy, just imagine this way. For you, all of them are same, but it just with some extra additional configurations or the integration scenarios. Okay. So, but we'll not talk about all of them here. So if you understand one or two products of this as a basis thing, it's very simple. So we will talk mainly SAP ERP and then BW a little to some extent, but not in detail. But as I said, basis guy, everything is same. Okay, SAP ERP. Okay. As I said, in 2011, SAP has introduced SAP Business Suite. Okay, that's what they call this word. So remember this word, SAP Business Suite. Okay, they're no longer called an SAP ERP. So SAP ERP is a part of this business suite. Okay. And then, so now slowly I am taking you to the, what is currently you have a technically SAP and then to the platform on which they have developed it. So SAP Business Suite, SAP Business Warehouse, BW, one of the product. So they all developed on the SAP NetWeaver platform. Okay, it's very important. What I said about the NetWeaver platform, I will talk later. But on top of this platform, they have developed Business Suite. Okay, so now let's talk about SAP Business Suite. So what I said in SAP Business Suite, we have ERP, SRM, CRM, Customer Relationship Management, PLM, and SCM. Okay, so these are the 5 crucial components for the business systems. I mean, all these are integrated. Okay, your customer relationship management data is integrated to the ERP, and then your SRM data is related to the ERP, SCM, supply chain management data is related. So whatever, they all will help or complement ERP basically at the end of the day. Okay, so what SAP did is, I have so many things, let's combine them and I release an SAP Business Suite so that it is easy for the customer to implement, right? So, all your modules or all your functional core supplier, customer, everything, I will integrate and I will give it as a package. If I have to put it, SAP Business Suite. Okay, in that ERP and these are all part. Okay, so yes, SAP ERP is a solution system. Business Suite is a combination or a bundled package. Okay, that's the differentiation. Now, we will talk about SAP ERP mainly. So, as given in the magic book example, right? So, you see the main business components or the processes. What are they? Financial accounting. Okay, controlling, I have explained. That's why I told you that example is very simple example where you understand these terms. Okay, warehouse management, books and all, sales and distribution. So, real estate, for example, real estate is also important, right? You need to have a land to start your company. Okay, there also how much you are spending, how much land you need it, how much you have to expand, and cash management, how much cash I have, how many assets I have. So what is my treasury? So these are all the function modules, I would say. Okay, so function modules, they were all part of the ERP. So some are the space. So these are all, financial and all, they're all common for all the industries. For example, majority of the industries, I can't put it majority of the industries, but there are certain things like oil industry, or the banking, they have their own specific requirements. Okay. For them, the most important part is for banking sector, cost and the data financial data, and oil and gas, from upstream to the downstream, from the wells to the how the oil is going. They need a separate module or separate structure of the ERP. Okay, for that, SAP has started with the industry solutions for them specifically. Okay, so now, summary. So now we are going to close up this getting started with SAP. What we understood so far, what enterprise resource planning is, right? So with the magic book example, what it will do the improve quality and efficiency by doing these things. Control processes, track and measure, and automating processes. And the most important thing is single version of the truth. Different cities or across the globe, everybody, whoever logs into the ERP system, they have the same product description, same thing. So it's a single version of the truth. Okay. As a CEO, you will get the live data, what is happening in my thing, so that you can control your thing. So what are the main competitors for SAP? Oracle, Microsoft, but mainly SAP when it comes to the ERP. Okay. Then what we discussed, history of SAP, right? How they have evolved from 1972. So what were the architectures they have? R1, R2, R3, right? This is the most recent one, and which you will work in day in and day out, in your SAP projects. And then they came up with the SAP NetWeaver platform. This is very important, guys. NetWeaver platform means majority of the systems still are on the NetWeaver platform. That I will explain you the NetWeaver architecture when go, but understand this is the most important thing. And as I said, small to the bigger ones, SAP will offer SAP Business One or Business All-in-One. You don't need to remember these two. You don't work in a day in and day out, but just know that. So the most commonly used in the industries is SAP Business Suite. Okay. And after that, SAP came up with HANA in 2011, and then SAP S/4HANA in 2015. So this SAP S/4HANA is nothing but next version of the SAP ERP. Simple, if I have to put it. So SAP ERP, they've stopped with EHP 8. I told you, right? The most recent enhancement package is the EHP 8. Okay. So yeah, and SAP, it's not only an ERP, it has more than 40 years of experience, and these employees, they have analytic solutions, in-memory computing, cloud computing, enterprise mobility. You have a lot of things, but you focus mainly on the ERP solutions. Okay. And then we talked about SAP Business Suite. What it contains? SAP Business Suite, ERP, SRM, CRM, PLM, SCM, and others, these 5 components. So it's just that. So the complemented solutions of ERP are bundled together and then given as an SAP Business Suite. And the another one, so ERP, you get transactional data, right? Too much of transactions, selling and the purchase orders and all. So that data will be moved to the warehouse, business warehouse, okay, where you can do analytics or work on those data, right? To prepare reports or revenue, losses and profits, and that's why business warehouse comes into picture, okay? So all of these things are developed on NetWeaver platform, okay? Yeah, now you got a fair idea about the architecture, all these things. Now we will slowly get into so it's worth spending this 1.5 hours so that you have a clear understanding of SAP, right? Now we will slowly deep dive into the technical things. And then from now onwards, whatever I'm going to talk, it's more relevant for your work. And it's like more or less core thing. Okay, let's start now. So as I said, the most recent architecture is the R3 architecture. Okay, so database at the bottom of this architecture, and in the middle you have application and then the presentation. Simple. Database is something which you stores the data, and then it makes the records of the data what you enter into the system. The purchase orders, sales, or procurement, or whatever is it stores the data. So nothing much to do. So it is hosted on a different host. And then application. So database application is the middle section. So where your SAP systems. So let's say example, SAP ERP. See in the middle. So you have an ERP system. Okay. And SAP ERP system connects to a particular database. Okay. Instead of hosting on the same host, they segregated logically these sections basically. Okay. And then, so system administrators, which are you or whoever working in the basis, will have access to the application and database. Okay. So who are the administrators? So this is important. So what all things you have access? You people, you will be working on application and database as well, unless you have a separate team who is taking care of the DB. But basis means we'll talk about basis roles and responsibilities after some time. It's very, very important that you understand database as well, Basis doesn't stop at this application layer, administration, ERP administration, but you have to have the database. Even though you have a database team, always try to upskill yourself in the database part. Okay, because you can't separate a basis consultant without database knowledge is not good thing. Okay, so it's a half-baked one. So always your focus should be application and database. You have to be thorough. Okay, whenever you're, and then the presentation, again, system administrators have like SAP GUI, right? Or the mobile or the Fiori or the ones which you access to the system. So that is the front end, you would say, presentation layer. So here you have web app developers, end users, business users who will maintain that data. Everybody has access to the presentation layer, but application and database, and presentation also you have the access. That's why basis guys will deal with all these three layers. And as you grow your career, please focus on all three areas. Don't restrict yourself to that. Okay, I'm a basis guy and I will restrict to the application and I will do only a presentation. No, you have to have the end-to-end scenario. End-to-end understanding of how your SAP system works. That's the complexity of basis. So it's a very complicated module. SAP basis is the very complicated or the very technically demanding module within SAP. Okay, because it has no limits. That's why you have to see in a simple thing. I am giving three layers, but it's very complicated thing. So, okay, why they have introduced this three-tier architecture in middle? So this one, application layer. So for flexibility, security, and performance. Okay, why we need flexibility? For example, your organization, the end users has increased, business has increased, or the industry has set up a new factory, right? So the data has increased. So if you have one server, so that will either you have to increase the server size. It's not easy to increase the server RAM and CPU. Instead of that, you just put in another application server or another server, So scale out, that is called. Scale up and scale out. Scale up is increasing the existing server resources. Scale out means one by one you keep adding. So that flexibility you have it. And then security. So, if you put all of them, these end users, by mistake, somebody assigns something and they can come here and they can stop the application, right? So application, you restrict the access or the OS access to only to the particular people. Only to you or the administrators. Only authorized people can log into the server so that they don't tamper with the data. As I said, if you go to the table and if you make an entry change, if you add one more zero in the end, then it will become a huge amount, right? Or you can delete. So only the authorized people can log into the particular server or the application. And then the performance, as I said, scale out. The more number of application servers you add, the more better will be the performance. The load balancing will happen. Okay, that's the reason behind introducing this three-tier architecture, and it's the most successful and most useful architecture so far in the SAP. Okay, so now you have got the overview of the three-tier architecture.
See, we have been working on the three architecture only. So sometimes when we are asked to provide connections to it, so what exactly does it mean?
Connections to it means? Can you elaborate more?
When we are asked to open a connection for someone, for a client or someone. So what exactly does it mean?
No.
That we have to provide a support for R3 connection, then what?
RFC connection, you mean?
No, R3 connection only.
R3 connection. So you mean to open the connection for the product support or for what purpose?
Yeah, for the product support.
Okay, good question. Let me come to this one back. Okay, you see the architecture, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is suppose some company, some expanded company, or the TCS implemented an SAP solution. Okay, or we'll name some company. Let's put BP or HP. Okay, on HP means oil. Reliance. Okay, Reliance has implemented this SAP, and TCS is supporting, which is you guys. Okay, you guys are supporting this SAP R3 structure. Yeah. Now there is a problem. As an admin, you cannot able to open you cannot able to solve the issue, and you have raised a ticket to the product support. Okay, what do you mean by SAP product support? SAP. You have raised a ticket to the SAP that, hey, as an admin, I think this is a bug in the product and there is a problem in the code or the functionality of the given thing. Okay, now you raised a ticket to the SAP product support. Okay, SAP will tell you, okay, I can't understand from your from your description or whatever it is. I would like to log into the system and understand it. You got it? They would like to, SAP will ask you to log into this system. That is when they place a request for opening the client or, log into the system. R3 connection open. Okay, now you have to assess. For SAP product support guy to check, does he need only the presentation layer? Does it solve the purpose? That depends on the issue. For example, it's a code bug. He just needs an web access, right? I mean, just log into the SAP GUI and you give him the required authorization. And if he still say that I am not authorized, just run some SU54, there's a transaction, or he will let you know what authorizations are needed. Okay, we'll talk about how authorizations are assigned to that particular user. So he logs into this and he will check it. Oh, that is the, when I say connection opening means that is the meaning. So the product support, you are opening a connection to the product support guy to log into this particular system. Did it answer my question? Okay. Yeah. So opening connection not only on SAP level always, SAP GUI level. Suppose if it is a problem in the server level, they will ask you to open the connection to server as well. Okay. But in very, very rare scenarios. Okay. But sometimes it could be a problem with the database. They also ask you to open to the database. That's why you as an admin, you have to assess, with the experience and with the sense, oh, this could be a reason, this could be an application issue. Let me open to the SAP application. And if that guy will be expert, okay, the product support SAP, the moment they look into it, oh, hey guys, this is not an application issue, put it to the server. Then they'll ask you to open server. So then you have to open the connection to server, then database. Okay. Clear?
Yeah. Thank you.
So perfect. Now we will go with the SAP system landscape. Okay. Again, most important thing for the basis, guys. So as important as the 3-tier architecture, what I've explained. So you have, I think you might have heard it. I mean, you might have working in development, quality, and production. Okay. This is the 3-system landscape we call. Okay. Some customers will implement 4-system landscape. Some customers will implement 5-system landscape. I will explain you what are these things. So these are the majorly used things. 70% of the customers use this 3-system landscape only. Remaining 20% you will go for 4-system landscape. Remaining will go with the 5-system landscape. But 5-system landscape is the very expensive one. Okay. First, let's understand this thing. So, okay, good. So you have 3 systems. So development, any SAP customer, for example, as I've given this magic book chain, if he is wanted to implement the SAP ERP. So whenever I talk about this thing, you always connect to the ERP because the concepts as the basis case, the work is similar for everybody. I mean, any other component or any other product. Okay, that's why I always give an example of ERP only. So he's implemented an ERP system. Okay, so but if he has to fix something or if he has to develop something, right? Suppose if he has only one system, he will go and make the changes, and that time it has an impact for the end users, and his business is in a halt situation, right? That he don't want to do. So his business has to always up and running fine. For example, banking, always your banking is up and running. Your industry has to run. Everything has to run always. So you don't want to trouble your production system. That's why SAP has introduced 3: development, quality or the test system, production. And for example, I'm doing the training or you have got the access to the test system, right? So even though you have access to your customer systems, right? Why we are not asking you to go and do these exercises over there? Because they are the production systems. If something you do, that will cause a business impact, right? So the end user will suffer or there is a revenue loss if your SAP system is not running. So that is why we don't want you to do your testing and you don't want to do your trainings in the production or the live systems. Live, that is also again, one live is a term once it goes live. Okay, production system. That's why SAP has developed a 3-system always proposes to the customer minimum this landscape. So development system. So if you want to do a customizing, if you want to do some tweaking of a table, tweaking of certain thing, so that customizing you develop in the development system. Don't touch the production. So once you do the development, you move it to the test system. Okay. So in test system, you test the functionality. So this test system is almost a replica of the production system, most of the cases. So test system do have the functional data of the production. Okay. Because that's why I'm not sure if you guys heard of it, a system refresh. Some people will do every 3 months once refresh. Some people will do every 6 months. Some people will do yearly once. What is the system refresh? You get the production data and you put it in the test system. Reason? Because whatever you are testing, it has to be a production-like system, right? Suppose if you are testing it in a different system, what is the use? That functionality that may not work in the production. That's why your production and quality or the test system always have to be majorly in sync in terms of the data, at least functional data. So your development will go to the test. Okay, let me go to the next slide. So your development will go to the test system. So you see this truck through transports that we will talk how this transport will be moved. And then once you test it, this functional data, so you do a testing. So let's say SAP ERP example, as I said, this test system will have the functional data of the production. Okay, you test it and then you move it to the production. So since you have tested it in product and test has the data similar to the production, then your code most likely to work properly in the production. You got it? So this is the 3 system landscape. So what do I mean by the 5 system landscape or the 4 system landscape? Okay. Some of the customers, okay, like for example, Nestle or BP, British Petroleum. So they're big customers. They have oil and BP is oil, and then Nestle is like chocolates, and they have a huge retail. So this manufacturing factories and everything. So what they think is, oh God, no matter whatever it is, my production should not get impacted. Whatever the bug fix you have taken to the production, my production system should not get impacted. I need extra layers of landscape. Okay. So for them, spending on the infrastructure is nothing. I mean, because as you know, for one system, you are keeping 3 landscape, right? Development, one system, test system, it's an extra cost for setting up this landscape. But for those guys, it doesn't matter, because if their production system is impacted for 1 hour, they have $1 million of loss. Because they don't want to get into that situation. So what they do is they will put one more system here. So left-hand side, sandbox. I think you might have heard it, sandbox. And then here, before production, they will put pre-production. Okay, that is a 5 system landscape. So whatever you want to try, first you try in the sandbox. That's like a playground. You do it, then you take me to the development, then you move me to the test, and then you move to the pre-production. Here, one more system. So where you test again, and then you move to the production. So it's a 5 system landscape, but which you rarely encounter. But 3 system landscape is the SAP minimum recommends to anybody. So 99% of the customers will have this 3 system landscape. Okay. I mean, 5 system landscape also has these 3 systems. I mean, 3 systems, but minimum SAP recommends. So good. So this is the 3 system landscape. So good. So now let's summarize this. So 3-tier client server architecture. So this is how it looks. So database, application, presentation, and then you have, it's there. So why do you need this minimum application layer? Flexibility, security, and performance. And then you have presentation layer, SAP GUI. So now you understood the development, quality, production, and why do you need a 3 system landscape? And apart from 3 systems, some customers implement 5 systems. That's it depends on their budget. Okay. Standard or customizing or the web thing, whatever you have developed will move to the test, and then it goes to the production. Okay. So all these systems, you administrators have the access. That's why that is the whole purpose of this slide. Okay. So development, you have to work, quality, you have to work, production, you have to work. So for others like business users and end users, there might be a limitation, but for you guys, as I said, any system, your work is same. I mean, irrespective. So that is the simplicity of the basis, but it is also very complicated technically. So simplicity is you have access everywhere. I mean, you development, for example, developers, ABAP developers, they only have access to development. Okay, because they can't touch the test system, and the quality guys will be there, functional testing guys. And then production, no, expected to be no issues. Even though there is an issue, basis guy has to import here. And then if there is an issue, again, he has to import to the development guys only. Hey guys, this transport is causing a problem, or this change is causing a problem. And then that guy has to fix in development only. So which means he's not, first of all, developers are not supposed to change anything in the production. Sorry, this one. Yeah. So that's why you have access to everything, and you are the guy who has to intimate to the respective people. Okay. So you have access everywhere. I mean, you will be responsible for administering all this. Okay. But architecture and all, wherever is most relevant for the basis, right? So I will automatically stress it over there. Okay. For example, in business suite, where I've stressed it. So wherever it is of more relevant and needs a special this thing, I will always stress it. Okay. Now, after discussing about what is SAP, what is ERP, history of SAP, and what are the SAP solutions, and what is their landscape, now it is important for us to understand the SAP architecture and some of the slides which I've already explained in this one. But I will slowly take you to the NetWeaver. Okay. After that, I will hope you are getting the flow, right? So what I am going to do now is SAP Business Suite I have introduced you. On top of it, on which platform it has developed? NetWeaver, right? On NetWeaver, okay. So see, overview of SAP, you understand ERP, SAP Business Suite. Now I will take you to the NetWeaver. And from here, your core thing will start. So on a SAP NetWeaver, everything is developed. Your business suite, product portfolio, ERP, everything is developed. So now we understand SAP NetWeaver's architecture. After understanding the SAP NetWeaver's architecture, we will understand the architecture of SAP system. Okay. What all, ABAP-based systems or Java-based systems, and then we will slowly log into the SAP system. Okay. That's the flow I'm following now. Now, this we have explained, founded in 1972. What is SAP? So key features, SAP ERP is the main product for just recapping before I go to this thing. So SAP history I've explained. So what are the products they have developed, and just in a more representative or the technical facts, some of them for your reference purposes, documentation purposes. So they have started in 1976, 72, and then slowly they have evolved R1 to R2, R3, and so on, so things. So technical solutions, I just explained. So business suite is the key, or the in business suite, ERP, CRM, SRM, and apart from that, there are 40 plus solutions they have. So as a basis, guys, for you, R1 to R3 architecture, and then business suite applications are more than sufficient. But anything is a similar, same way for you guys. Okay. So ERP packages, as explained, ERP 6.0, EHP 8 is the latest one. And these are the component, PeopleSoft from Oracle and JD Edwards, and these parts also I have covered. Okay. So this is in a different way of representation. So business one for the small scale or the basic functions, I explained you, right? Small, mid, and large scale. So by business by design, so software and design, it's a small size only, this also. So business all in one for a mid size, and SAP business suite. This is the most important. All of you will work on this SAP business suite for a large scale enterprise. Okay. And then, so some of the industry solutions, as I said, aerospace, there are specific industries, automotive, oil. So for them, SAP they tweak the ERP and provide some solutions. For a table, structures, and everything. So that's why they call it as an industry solutions. Okay. So this is a simple portfolio. So basic elements of SAP solution, as I said, business suite. SAP solution will be developed on the SAP NetWeaver, majority of them. Okay. I'm not restricting to this, but don't take otherwise. Everything is developed on SAP NetWeaver. No. So there are in-memory platform like HANA. There is SAP Cloud Platform, but 90% of the solutions, whatever they're in the market, are on the SAP NetWeaver, and this is where basis guys are working so far. So that's why it is important. Any SAP solution, majority of them are on the SAP NetWeaver. This we will discuss in detail. And then you have SAP Business Suite. As I said, it's a combination of ERP, CRM, and other, or NetWeaver-based solutions. Okay, whatever they developed on NetWeaver, they packaged it and they sold it. Sold it. So these my SAP and these are small scale industries. They have already business all in one and all. There we don't work regularly, but just for your information, this part. Okay. So business suite, just explained in the other. So these are all components are combined in that: CRM, SRM, SCM, and PLM. And then very good. Now we are slowly getting to the NetWeaver. So SAP NetWeaver, good. So key features. SAP is support, as I said, SAP Business Suite applications. ERP, SRM, CRM, PLM, everything is developed on the SAP NetWeaver. Okay. So as I said, what is SAP NetWeaver? It's a platform. When I say platform, what all things it can do? You can develop SAP products. Okay. And suppose you have developed an SAP system, you want to integrate with a non-SAP system. Okay. Or sometimes you may get request to make an RFC connection, ABAP connection or TCP/IP connection, or your mobile application. You develop something and you want to integrate with SAP. That is possible if you have NetWeaver. That's why platform means it is much more than an SAP system. So you can integrate non-SAP solutions to this solution, and you can develop the features using the ABAP or Java. So, and you can bundle components. Okay. So it has a lot more features. So these are the few key features. So you can develop applications, you can integrate and you can also develop the industry solutions. What I mentioned, aerospace, banking, oil and gas, which has a specific requirements. So those things you can develop. So that is possible with the platform. Okay. So these are the key features of SAP NetWeaver. Okay. So see this slide, in future when you are, so why I put these slides is in future when you are applying for certification or something. So, in a nutshell, I can explain you, but it is important that the terminologies, doing a job is different practically and writing exam is different. So in automobile, a car can be repaired by a guy who has not done an engineering, he with the practice, he will do that. But if he wants to write an engineering automobile exam, then he has to prepare for this one. So If you want to go for certification, but you have to understand this, technical terms. I mean, use case. If you want to build, as I said, so if you understand the term platform, then NetWeaver becomes much easier for you. I mean, it is very easy to understand. SAP NetWeaver is a platform. Suppose if you want to build composite applications, I mean, SAP and non-SAP applications. So NetWeaver can provide this feature, SAP composite environment, that environment name. I mean, in a certification, you may get a case. Let's say if you want to develop a non-composite, build different applications, what module or what part of the SAP NetWeaver you will use. So, which is SAP composition environment. Data warehousing. As I said, if you want to store the data, what do you use? SAP BW. This part of the solution you use. So, integrating and self-servicing content with the NetWeaver portal. For example, end user. So, he will launch an URL and he will see the data. I mean, he will place orders over there. That is the NetWeaver portal. So that is provided by the enterprise portal. It's again a different product. I mean, see, these are the things. Building integration scenarios. Okay. Your ERP to the external world scenarios. How do you do? PO, process integration. Now they call it as PO. So SAP PI is the thing you use. And mobility, SAP NetWeaver mobile. So, sorry, this is automatically moving. 1 second. Huh? So this is the theoretical part. What corresponding capability of SAP NetWeaver can provide this particular use case. This is the part. Okay, now you understand. So NetWeaver is a platform. So it can provide these many capabilities or these many features. Okay. So now hope you get some glimpse of NetWeaver. Okay. So if I have to put it in a clean slide, this is how I do. So SAP NetWeaver, it's a platform. It has security and identity management. So, security and identity management, earlier as Microsoft has this LDAP and others, security. This is also an important identity. Who has to log into the system and who should access it. So that also NetWeaver provides it, a provision to provide control the security. Okay. And then lifecycle management. So, I mean, for example, ERP. How do I upgrade? When do I have to upgrade? What is my latest releases? So that lifecycle management is possible. And application foundation. So if you're developing some particular application, where do you start? How do you do that? So that part is covered in this one. And then integration, processes, people, so composition, as I explained, these key features. So these are all in a pictorial way I have put. Okay, good. Now you understood the NetWeaver. Now the most important part. Okay, so SAP NetWeaver application server. Okay, this is where the basis guys comes into picture, right? So you might have heard dialog instance, application instance, right? Or central instance. Have you heard of these terms? Okay. It's an ABAP system. It's a Java system, right? Yes. So these terms, you might be confused. So now I will try to slowly, I will get into that level. So, sorry, I just had what? Okay, good. SAP NetWeaver. Now we are slowly getting into the application server. Okay. So you have a presentation layer, SAP GUI browser. This is the least bothered about it. Leave it. So this component, we are least bothered going forward. I mean, it's just an interface, how you log into the system. What part is important? What part is important? Application level. So NetWeaver, as I said, you can provide an ABAP system. I mean, ERP on ABAP. There is no ERP on Java. Some of them Java system, enterprise portal. It's a Java-based system. In process integration, PI, right? PI, you have this ABAP plus Java systems. Okay. So earlier they used to call the dual stack systems. I mean, ABAP plus Java, BW also ABAP plus Java. But SAP no longer recommends these dual stack systems. Okay, so there's no point in learning it now. 5 years back, they discontinued it. So don't worry about the dual. Some customers may have it, but if you understand Java and ABAP independently, that should be more than sufficient for you to troubleshoot the dual stack system problems. Got it? So there are 2 levels of SAP systems developed in application: SAP ABAP system, SAP Java system. Okay, on Java-based systems. Database, doesn't matter. Whether it is a Java system or a ABAP system, they all connect to the database. For a database, just understand that it has nothing. I mean, it will store the data from anybody. Okay. So now in NetWeaver, as I said, it's a platform, right? On the platform, you have to develop something, right? How do you develop? You need a coding language, right? So there are two coding languages, ABAP. So ABAP is an SAP's coding language that we all know. Right? So it's their code. ERP is developed on ABAP, or SCM, ARM, anybody thing is developed in ABAP. But when you say SAP NetWeaver is a platform, so that anybody non-SAP applications also should be integrated. How do you do that? So what is the other coding language? Majority of the applications use Java. So that's why On a platform only, these runtime environments comes into picture, guys. That's you try to understand. Whenever somebody says it's a platform, so there should be a runtime environment to run. I mean, code has to run, Python or whatever is it. So in this case, NetWeaver platform has two runtime environments, ABAP and Java. When you say SAP system, ABAP system, so it's an ABAP-based coding. So when you say SAP Java system, it's a Java-based coding. So these two things can enable the integrations to non-ABAP. Non-ABAP means majority of them are in Java. So that will facilitate these integration scenarios. So we are not talking about the other things as well. NetWeaver has those capabilities, but 95% of the things comes into these two categories, ABAP and Java runtime environment. Okay. So now ABAP runtime. So, that just for your theory understanding thing, ABAP is a programming language developed by SAP that we all know. So many business applications in the SAP system, they are written in the ABAP. Okay. So ABAP has been optimized in such a way, high scalable business applications. If you want to scale out and customers can also use their ABAP workbench, they can develop their customize or develop their applications, modify the standard applications as well. Okay. There's a lot of facilities. So this about the basics of ABAP runtime environment. Now let's come to the Java. So Java also is another mostly used enterprise edition, Java. So currently Java is taken by Oracle. Okay. So earlier, first understand the Java, then I'll give you the background. Java is a simple object-oriented platform independent. I mean, irrespective of the platform, NetWeaver or cloud or anything, whatever platform, you can use the Java over there. It's independent, platform independent programming language. Okay, so it enables you to write the browsers, web pages, and these are all development related things. So you don't have to worry about it. But know that Java is this, and on top of it, also people will develop their applications, browsers or whatever it is. So NetWeaver facilitate both Java and ABAP. Okay, so future. If you ask me the future of SAP, so slowly the Java will phase out. SAP would like to kick out Java. You know why? Okay. I'll give you just 1 minute time. I will tell you why. Because so that you remember this. That in future, okay, I don't have to support these Java systems or they get rid of, SAP get rid of them. Okay, I'll give you a simple example. Why? See, earlier Java is open source. Okay, I mean anybody can use, like Linux. It's an open source. Anybody can go to Google and so nobody owns it. You develop your product, you work on it, that's it. Java was an open source. Then SAP thought, okay, it's an open source, anybody can use it, fine. Let me, my NetWeaver also, people also develop there. But the problem is, Java slowly acquired by the Oracle. Why Oracle? As I said in the initial, Oracle is a competitor to SAP, right? So, I mean, they both are competing each other in a ERP module. In terms of the database also, SAP came up with the HANA because to counter Oracle's DB, Oracle DB. So they both are competing from last 10, 15 years. So what Oracle did is, okay, I'm not able to compete with SAP directly on the ERP front. Okay, let me do one thing. So all these components like Java, all these parties, third-party modules or small things, let me acquire. So Oracle has started this backbeating. I mean, they have acquired all these Oracle and Java, everything. Now what Oracle did, they started charging SAP. So if you want to use this Java runtime environment, you have to pay me. You pay me the license and you take it. And then they started charging exorbitantly. I mean, too much of money, too much of price, those licenses. That's where the problem. So that's why SAP started, okay, I don't want your database, Oracle. Please, I will migrate to my HANA. You see, majority of the databases are migrated already in last 4 or 5 years. Now you see HANA database or the SAPBasis. SAPBasis is also acquired by the SAP. So it's an SAP's database, right? So now you get a glimpse. Now you understand. So SAP will phase out this Java in future. So what is the counter? Fiori. So that is also in your course curriculum. One day we will talk about the Fiori. Fiori is going to counter the Java. So that's the marketing strategies, but understand this. But still, majority of the components, okay, majority of them are with the SAP. I mean, systems of both are with ABAP and Java, supported by NetWeaver systems. Okay, still there, but slowly in future, after 5 years, we don't see any Java systems, or SAP will come up with a complete Fiori gateway-based systems like that. Okay, so good. Now you understood that NetWeaver, two kinds of systems, ABAP and Java systems will be available, SAP systems, whatever you hear. So good. This slide is not important for you right now. So mainly client server architecture. This is again useful for you when you go for a certification. So hardware oriented view means you are a client and then you have a server. So they both are connected through LAN or wire. So then that is the hardware oriented view. I am a client and I will connect you to the server. That's it. That is in hardware. But in SAP, the terminology of client and server is different. So client is somebody who requests for a service, and server is somebody what is happening? Server is somebody who provision of a service. That's it. It's a software oriented. So don't get confused when you hear the client and server and this terminology. Client means the one which you request the service, and the server is something which will provide the service. It can be interchangeable. So it is a more like a process-based architecture. So it's a process one. So leave about this client and server separately. So process one will request for the service. So that time you will call it as a client, and process two will provide the service. That time you will call it server. So okay. So that is the software oriented view. So it's a process-based architecture. Just remember this term. In certifications, sometimes they will use this one. So SAP is architecture is mainly based on the process-based. So process one will request for the service. Process two will request for the provide the service. So three-tier architecture I've already explained. So presentation layer. So just a recap. So because I'm going to slowly to the instance level, that's why I'm recapping again here. Presentation, application, and database. Explain presentation layer or the client layer, information purpose. If you want to read it theoretically later. So, and then database servers you have, good. So three-tier architecture is done. Now, what is an SAP instance? Okay, what is it? So what is an SAP instance? So you heard the term, right? SAP system. Okay, what is SAP? You understood as a company or as a product level. Okay, leave about it. Keep it aside. Now, we are slowly getting into the technical details. What is an SAP instance? Okay. Or if I have to put it, what is SAP system and what is SAP instance? What is the difference between these two? Okay. And in SAP instance, what are the varieties of instances? Okay. Don't get confused. I'll clarify all of them in a clean way. Okay. So fine. This is the most important, guys. As a basis, guys, please pay attention on this slide. I'm going to explain very cleanly on this topic. As I said, presentation layer, we don't bother. So it's just a SAP GUI, the way you log into the system, web browser, you don't bother. And this is the application level. Okay. And bottom, three-tier architecture, database level. Database level also, database is separate, leave it aside. So here is the complexity or the important part. Application means we are talking about SAP application. Okay, let's take ERP. Okay. So you have computer A. Whenever we say computer A, computer B, computer C, what does it mean? It's a server. Let's, for the simplicity purpose, I have put it as a computer. So it's a server A, server B, or computer C. Simple understanding. So you in an instance, so SAP system is comprises of all these components. That's an SAP system. Okay. So SAP system, you connect through the SAP GUI and then to one of these instances, and then SAP system connects to the database. It's a package. I mean, it's a combination of all these three interconnected SAP system. It's when I say ERP system. Okay. When I say instance, okay. So you might have heard log instance, primary application server, or secondary application server. Now that is the terminology I will explain next. But instance is nothing but So application level, this comes into play. What is central instance? What is central services instance? What is dialog instance? Okay. Central instance is something which contains your message server and enqueue in ABAP case. Okay. That's the central instance. Central services instance, it is in the Java case. They call it as a Java process, central services instance. What is the dialog instance? Let's say you have a CI, central instance, and then you want to scale out. You want to install the another servers to do the computing and logical thing. So you can scale out. So you can install another dialog instance, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can scale out. So some SAP systems has 10 application instances. So application instances, dialog instances, they called synonymous. Don't get confused. So they have, or application servers also. So the dialog instance and these instances are nothing but application servers. Okay, you can have up to 10 or 15 or whatever is it based on your load and thing. So that's the difference between SAP system is the connectivity of all these things, SAP system. And then instance is central instance has specific services like enqueue. Sorry, somebody is speaking. Okay. And then we have the scale out scenarios, dialog instances and others. Okay. That's the difference. So what I will do is now you understood the difference between SAP system and SAP instance. Okay. In the next, I will talk about only this SAP application servers architecture. That time you will get much more clarity on what is going to happen in this particular application level. Okay, what is the central instances, what services it has. But now you just understand that, okay, in my application level, I am going to have a central instance, central service instance. Okay, so this part is just try to understand for now. So now, yeah, sample system landscape, this I've explained. Okay, now we understood what is NetWeaver, what is the landscape. I mean, in NetWeaver, SAP system, SAP instance and things. What is the SAP S/4HANA? Okay, I told you, I'll explain, right? What is SAP S/4HANA? Okay, so it is the next version of the ERP. There were a lot of modifications done. So ERP can be installed on any database. Okay, you might have, so you can install it on a Sybase database, you can install on Oracle, you can install it on DB2. Okay, various databases are there. So ERP can be installed in any database. But SAP, what they did in 2011, I told you, right? They have introduced HANA. So SAP S/4HANA, what does mean by S and what is fourth and what is this S4 mean? Anybody knows? Anyone? What does this S/4 means? HANA, fine. It is on HANA. That's all right. I mean, a HANA database. What does this?
Is for business 4.0.
Yeah, you almost nearly done. S for? Yes. So 4.0 or fourth generation, some people call it. Very good. So what I said is business suite I've explained, right? Business suite has what? ERP, SRM, PLM or SCM. So it's a next generation business suite they're calling, which means it's not a next version of the ERP, next generation business suite. Okay. So S stands for simplified suite for HANA, they call exact terminology. SAP simplified suite for HANA. So that word is very, very important when somebody asks you in a nutshell, what is SAP S/4HANA? That simplified term is the most important thing. Okay. Why? Because you will easily understand what is this S/4HANA. So what they did is in ERP, there is too much of coding. Unnecessary coding and earlier coding, too many lines or the rows. The bigger the code and the expensive is your statement to fetch something. So what they did is they simplified it, the coding. They have removed the number of lines. Okay. So, and then they have changed it is on the HANA database, right? It is powered by the HANA real time. So HANA is much more capable in terms of the RAM, resources, everything. So what they did is column-based store. Right? So the select can happen faster in a column store. When we talk about the HANA, I will explain what is this column. But now just understand that using the capabilities of HANA and the user experience of the Fiori, what they did is they have simplified the code. If I have to put it in a very crude way. So they have simplified the code in such a way that it is much faster, excellent performance, and real time you can generate the reports and stuff. That's what they did with this HANA. That is why it's very important when you say simplified suite for HANA. So earlier we had SAP Business Suite, which had ERP and all. What they did is they have simplified it by adjusting the code, by removing the number of lines, by making it much more simpler and easily accessible and using the capabilities of HANA. Okay. So when I say SAP HANA, so this is the thing. It's very simple. So, I mean, you don't have to bother about anything. So it's just an ERP with reduction of the code and optimization has been done. That's it. If as a basis administration, if you want to understand it, if you keep this in mind and read SAP S/4HANA, you will understand the whole thing, whole scenario. So in this SAP S/4HANA, what all we have? On-premise edition and cloud edition. Forget about cloud edition. So that only SAP provides. On-premise edition, some of the customers have implemented it. So cloud edition, no support vendors like TCS and others won't support this S/4HANA cloud unless you are part of the SAP's cloud team. Okay. And then SAP HANA platform, as I said, it's also a platform. So it will run on the HANA as a database. You can do application extensions like integration with non-SAP application or stuff. And as I said, right, you pay attention. I told Java's history, right? What Oracle did to Java. They have acquired and they started charging. So what SAP is doing with SAP HANA, remove. You see, there is no Java here, Fiori. So Fiori is an HTML based and it's open source. So SAP is using the Fiori. That's where you hear a lot of terms of Fiori and, Fiori interface and all these things. So that it's in a nutshell, replacing or countering the Java. Okay, countering the Oracle. So they have stopped supporting those things. So this is the SAP's. So now you understood SAP's architecture, business suite, and then NetWeaver, and what is SAP system, what is this thing, and SAP S/4HANA architecture. Okay. So now we are going to talk about the NetWeaver architecture of the SAP NetWeaver application server. Okay. So we are going to talk about the NetWeaver application server's architecture, ABAP and Java processes we talk. And identify the different types of the NetWeaver systems, which is like Java and ABAP only. Fine. So as I explained clearly, NetWeaver is a platform where you can develop in Java, and it also has the integration capabilities where you can integrate the non-SAP applications. Okay. So NetWeaver systems means, so this business suite systems, right? All those systems can be installed on what all databases. So here you see, okay, this one will technically explain you. So user interfaces. So Java GUI, Web GUI. Okay. And then Windows GUI. For example, SAP GUI, the one which you, and you also have a Java GUI. For example, people who are using the Mac, right? For example, I'm using a Mac and I always have a Java GUI. And then you also have a web-based GUI. So these are the presentation things. So NetWeaver provides these facilities. Languages, ABAP, Java, you see the screen, the mouse pointer, Java. And relational databases. So, okay, what all databases these NetWeaver systems support? So NetWeaver systems means ERP, SCM, CRM, this thing. So they can be installed on Oracle, SQL Server, which is a Microsoft SQL-based thing. But Microsoft is one of the SQL Server providers, but others also. MongoDB and other DBs also. Whoever is on SQL Server-based concept, they can use. So and then DB2, which is IBM-based database. So you still find some systems with the DB2. Some of the customers are still using. For example, banking. As I said, they don't want to migrate. So they don't want to touch their data. That's why they still continue and they will leave it for another 20, 30 years also. Okay, but still SAP has to support DB2. So the latest version of the DB2 is the DB6. Okay, and then MaxDB. MaxDB is the SAP's database. So SAPBasis has not listed here. SAPBasis is also one of the SAP's database. And the important thing, operating system. So that's why basis is very complicated. So you have to work on any of these database based on the customer what database he has installed. And operating system, again, different permutations and combinations. So Oracle and AEX, Oracle HPUX, you see. So you always get 30 to 40 flavors of combinations. As a basis, you have to work. So operating systems, AEX, it's an IBM, HPUX, HP-based Linux, but anything with Unix flavor, right? Those are all similar. I mean, Solaris, OS 400, ZOS, Windows is the only one. So SAP has stopped Windows also. I mean, they will stop it slowly. But the most important thing is you always try to excel in the Linux or the Unix operating system. Both are same. Okay. If you know AIX or HPUX or Solaris or Linux, anything, SUSE. SUSE is the most favorite one. So all upcoming S/4HANA, all the systems, or if you really want to learn Linux, you focus on the SUSE Linux, SUSE Linux. That is most important. And the hardware platforms, okay, these servers. So Fujitsu, HP, IBM, Sun, Dell. And in addition to that, now we have the cloud providers, right? Infrastructure providers like Azure, Microsoft, Google. So there also that we have a 1 2-hour session at the end. Okay. We will talk about these cloud platforms also. So these are the hardware providers. Okay. So NetWeaver or the NetWeaver based systems have these many combinations or customers can implement in with this, any of these following options, given options. Okay. So yeah, this is the most important thing, guys, the terminology, what you use. So 7.1 NetWeaver applications, NetWeaver 7.1 and higher. So there were some changes. So I think you still call CICA, right? Central instance, but central instance is renamed to primary application servers. So, but again, these terms are important, but traditionally when we are supporting the systems, you can use any name, what you want, central instance, you'll still people call, but when you are writing a certification, you will get wrong mark. Okay. So 7.1. So currently they call it as the central instance, the PAS, primary application servers. So all the dialog instances, or the scale out or the extra additional application servers, AAS. So this is very specific. You will get a question on this for sure in certification if you are writing. Okay. So the Java dispatcher. So Java dispatcher in the earlier Java systems, they are replaced by the ICM process. So the SDM, software deployment manager, what was using earlier, it's been discontinued. So the Java central service comprises a gateway process. So these are the key important areas changes. What happened with the 7.1 in 2015 with the latest architecture. Okay. So you always know about the latest architecture only. Don't go with the old, because the latest, if you know the old one, easily you can sync. Because if you know the old one, then latest syncing is very difficult. Okay. So go in reverse, latest to the or back, because the concepts are same. Only thing is the naming convention they might have changed. Okay. Good. So when we say in ABAP applications, or I'm going to see, I've explained the flow. I keep reminding you this. We understood SAP Business Suite, ERP, CRM, and other systems. They are developed on the NetWeaver. Okay. NetWeaver has an ABAP application server and Java application server. Now we are talking about the ABAP application server. Okay. So see, these are the processes you have in an ABAP application server. Okay. So gateway, ICM, ABAP dispatcher. ABAP dispatcher is the work process. Dialog, D for dialog, V for update, B for background, S for spool. Okay. So the scalability you can do additional application servers. AAS. Okay. As I said, correct term. Additional application servers. So you see 1, 2, 3 here. So 3 is scalability. You can increase them. So central services instance, again, certification, these questions are very important. Central services, even in supporting also. So what does it has? Message server and NQ server. So if you stop this central services, that's it. Your system is completely down. Okay. So when you are working on, but if you stop one of these applications, see, you have 3 application servers here. If you stop one application servers, still the system is up and there is no end user impact. So ABAP, other 2 application servers can serve the purpose. But if you start the ABAP central services instance, you're done. I mean, your system goes down. So why this NQ server is so important, guys? Anybody? Why this NQ is separated? See, you have dialog thing, but why you have only one NQ server in this system? Why? Why this is put it in the central services instance? One instance is specifically called as a central services, and why we have put it NQ over there? Anybody? Okay. So good. So fine, I'll explain you. So NQ is something which will take care of the locking mechanism. Okay. So which means you logged into the SAP system and you logged into the SAP system and then you are making some changes. So while you are making the change, you don't want somebody to go and update something else over there, right? So you place a lock mechanism. The system will place a lock, the process make a lock mechanism over there. So NQ is mainly takes care of that locking mechanism so that only one person can make change at one particular point. That's the NQ server. Very, very important thing. So if you mess up with that locking thing, then system will lose the track of what is happening in the system. That's why they kept this NQ server separately. And that instance where this NQ is residing, they called it as a central services instance. Okay. So this is very important. It is a high availability cases also. You might have heard cluster scenarios. So where you have an ERS server, NQ replication server. Okay. So why do you need only for NQ replication server? Because remember the term single point of failure. Why do you need one? For what systems you need? See, here application servers, they are not single point of failures. Here you see. So even though if your one application server goes down, you have 2 more application servers, as I said. But if your central instance goes down, your entire system is down. So if somebody asks you to put a cluster or a high availability, what do? You mainly pick this central service instance because your message server is one server in the system and NQ is also one. So you need a high availability for that. Single point of failures. Okay. Now you got this concept, right? So NQ is single process in the system and then message server. Message server, what it will do? So when you do log into the SAP GUI, it will do the load balancing. So which of my application servers are free? Which of my application servers has some processes free? Okay. And waiting for the worker. Okay. For that, this will do the central instance will do the load balancing. Okay. So once the message server decides, okay, where my request has to go, and it has passed to the ABAP AS. Let's say take this one. You take this one. For example, the first one here in this one. So 3-layer, right? First service. So my message server passes the request to the dispatcher. Okay. Hey, ABAP, you first one, you are free. Take this. Then it will assign the dialog and update and background and the spool, whatever based on the request. If it is just a user transaction dialog, and if it is a database update process and background process, and spool means printing. Okay. So this is the first point. So SAP GUI, the moment you log in, the request goes to the message server. Message server will look for which application is free, and then it will pass your request over there, and then your dispatcher will take care of based on the activity. You understand now? Okay. Now you have some descriptions here. Message server, what it will do. See, communication between the distributors. This is a technical definition, but simplified things I've understood. Message server will do the load balancing. Dialog work process will do the requests, based on the user transactions or simple updates or checks or things. So it will do the dialog. And then NQ, as I said, it's a locking mechanism. And then gateway service between SAP systems. One system to system A to system B communication, this gateway. So ICM mainly takes care of in Java. So web-based request comes to the system, right? So the ICM Internet Communication Manager. So it checks those things and then it will assign for that particular task, Java process. Okay. So these are the definitions of these processes, but just try to understand this basic architecture. So as I explained, components of the SAP NetWeaver, ABAP dispatcher. Once you receives the request from the message server, dispatcher will pass it to the, based on the work, to the dialog, spool, or update, or enqueue. Okay, these are the main components of the NetWeaver application server. So this is the Java architecture. Okay, so you have in Java, as I said, there is no dialog, update, spool, and things. It's a simple server 1, server 2, server 0, like that. So, you see, yes, like this. So it's a simple, I would say, but you may not have too many Java systems. I don't know based on your product or the customer, but just know that. So Java primary application server, Java central services. As I said, here also same concept. So central services instance have the Java message server and Java enqueue server. So wherever there is a message server and enqueue server, you just call it as an central services instance. So all other instances are the primary application or the secondary application. So ICM, as I said, right? What will ICM do? All the web-based requests, whatever comes to the system, ICM will receive those requests and it will assign the task to the Java server nodes. Okay. So ICM is more or less equivalent to the what? Dispatcher. If you want to compare with ABAP. ABAP dispatcher will assign to the dialog, update on that, but ICM here will assign to the Java server node. Okay. So Java-based systems, yeah, this is fine. So this is the same thing. Java environment, Java dispatcher. So Java server process just explained here. So you have an ICM, that this is the old description, but here this is the latest. So you have a host, Java primary application server, ICM, and then server nodes. It's a very simple Java architecture. Okay. So ABAP services. Okay. These are the information purposes. So, if you want to go through whatever I have explained so far, to refresh it, ABAP runtime system, it provides ABAP application servers for an internal and external communications. So message server, what it will do? Communication between the distributed dispatches in the ABAP stack, load balancing, if I have to put it. So as soon as you log into the SAP GUI, request goes to the message server. Message server will communicate. It's a theoretical explanation here. So same thing happens. Communication between distributed dispatchers means you have application server 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 applications. So each one has their own dispatcher and it will communicate to those dispatchers. So which of you are free so that I can pass my request to you. That's what. So gateway communicate between the different SAP systems. So system A to system B to system C, like that. Okay. So this is again a theoretical explanation. So about whatever I explained so far, what is the central instance and how do you distinguish between central instance to this? Simple, message server and enqueue. Wherever there is a message server and enqueue, it's a central services instance. Even in the Java also, wherever there is a Java message server and Java enqueue, it's a central service, and rest all are like additional application server. The correct term is additional application servers. So it's a Java basics. So Sun Microsystems in 1995, they have developed it. In case if you're interested in the Java. So basic Java applications and applets. So it's not important for you. So same thing. So 3-tier architecture here also. Presentation layer, application layer, and the database layer. So Java application layer, whatever I've explained, Java architecture. You have an CI, a central instance, and then additional application servers. And then DB is fine. Java and ABAP, anybody can go to this one. So then, yeah, these are all the theoretical guys. So this is not so important. I have explained already. So central server communication synchronized Java cluster. So central services instance have the what it has. So a message server. So message server, as I said, again, communication. So here instead of dispatcher, it will communicate to the Java cluster. So this part I will explain here. So exactly. So this slide will explain what does all the theory is. So you have a request, web. So Java systems, all the requests comes from the web only, guys. There's no SAP GUI. Web request, so portal is the one example. So web request. So it comes to the Java dispatcher. So, for simplicity purpose, Java dispatcher. Now what it is Java dispatcher? To compare with ABAP. So here it is now ICM. So in old system, they used to call it as Java dispatcher ICM. So ICM will pass it to the Java cluster node, server 0, server 1, server 2, like that. So in Java, server nodes will be there. So passes to the request. So central services instance is simply, I said, wherever there is an enqueue and message server, that's a central service, both in ABAP and Java. Okay. So same thing, whatever I was explaining you theoretically in that architecture in a more graphical or pictorial way. So yeah, in case if you are interested in the dual stack systems, which no longer available, okay, this is how the dual stack system looks. Okay. So the SAP GUI and then the Java here. Okay. So traffic comes in two flows, two ways. SAP GUI for the ABAP system. See here, you see an ABAP system and then Java system, and then web-based traffic comes to the ICM first. ICM will pass to the Java. But in SAP GUI, it's a straightforward. But dual stack system, we no longer have it. I mean, very rarely, because SAP already requested the customer to split them. So whenever you look into these systems, you look into as a two independent systems. One is ABAP runtime environment, ABAP system, or Java system. So you don't have any dual stack systems. Okay. So okay, now what all combinations of the systems which we have? So SAP Web Application Server, ABAP system, ABAP based, I explained, and then two Java system you can have, and ABAP plus Java. We used to have it, but now we removed it. So these are all like just for your, in case you are working with any old customer or the old one who are using, this is helpful, or else you just understand 1 and 2. That is more than sufficient, and you can easily relate to the other systems. So ABAP and Java. Okay.
Can you please explain me on this dual stack systems? Like how do you identify that dual stack and all? In the same server, we have Java and ABAP.
Okay. So, I mean, yes. So you have the same server, you have ABAP and Java. Okay. So you see the screen?
Yeah. I'm able to see the screen.
Okay. So dual stack systems, you have only one database. Okay. So
okay.
if I have to put, so the ABAP has its SID and Java also has its own SID. Okay. But on the same server, you have these two systems. For example, ABC, XYZ. ABC is the ABAP system, or ABA. Okay. Let's call ABA as ABAP system, JAV as a. So if you go to the server, so you will find these two folders. So, I mean, USR SAP ABA, USR SAP Java. And if you see PS minus EAF and grep of this process, you will find this thing also. So,
but otherwise, can we go to CD profile, and in profile also the same will be maintained, right? ASCS and JSCS.
Yes. You see, but the most catchiest part here is the most tricky part here is the bottom one, database.
Okay, database.
In dual stack, you need to understand this particular thing. Okay, this is the most important thing. So why? Can you see the terms ABAP schema?
ABAP schema and Java schema.
Exactly. So this is where the dual stack, and it's full messy. SAP realized it. Okay. This kind of architecture is one of the messiest architecture SAP has introduced so far. That's why they have simply removed it. So what he is trying to do is all the logic, what is happening in the application layer, that's perfect, absolutely fine. That is a superb idea. Okay. One server can do the two things. It's a superb idea. But you are sending the data. ABAP is also writing on the same database, and Java is also writing on the same database. And it is right. How do you differentiate the data? It is writing in a different schema. So one is ABAP schema and Java schema. For example, schema user, right? Databases, SAP ERP or SAP schema user. So all data writes under that particular schema user. When you are installing database, it will ask schema. Schema is the keyword or the key user under which all your tables, all your data is stored in. Okay. So now, under ABAP schema, you are writing the data. Under Java schema, you are writing the data. Then you are simply hitting the database like anything. It's very bad. Okay. So, and if your ABAP has a problem, your web traffic also, because entire system is down. Simple. You understand, right? So suppose if your Java has the problem, your ABAP problem, ABAP also gone. So it's like complete messy, and all these processes got stuck in between. Okay. So that's why SAP has discontinued this architecture, dual stack. Okay. So then they've completely segregated. So Java is different, ABAP is different. Okay, fine. If the ABAP is not working fine, your at least Java web traffic will work fine, right? On a Java database. Okay. So, and if your Java has problem and ABAP can work it. So there's no point in troubling each of them. Suppose now what happens? So if one of these has the problem, then your entire system is down. So that's why this is the biggest problem in this architecture. So yes, it is a cost saving, it's a cost effective, but if you look at the drawbacks or the end user impact, so this is not a good architecture. That's why they have discontinued this dual stack. Okay. So even though it's a dual stack, this is the only thing. So the data which is being written in the database under two different schemas, that's it. That's the key thing which you need to understand when it comes to a dual stack. That is the problematic. And that also can create a bottleneck. Okay, what do you mean by bottleneck? So your ABAP and Java both are trying to hit the same server. Okay, so then your database performance is slow. So these guys, maybe for SAP, ABAP guys might not feel that impact is not so bad. but web guys will complain. For example, if you're launching an HTTP or HTTPS session, if it is even though you have an excellent internet connection and all, if your server, if it is not opening the page, you'll get frustrated, right? So this is not caused by this Java thing. It is caused by the web thing. So that is intensive and it causes bottlenecks and it's a complete messy architecture. So they removed it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Initially, they thought that, okay, this can solve it if you put some good thing and easy to operate, but this has caused complications like anything. Okay. I worked on dual stacks. Okay. So mainly BW systems, they put it on dual stacks.
And I think PO is also.
Yes, PO also. PO also dual stack. PI and PO is also used.
PO and PO. Yeah.
Okay. Now, slowly they are removing it. So they've split it. So there is an activity for basis guys. Okay. So they will split the ABAP and Java part separately, and they create each system has a different databases, and each of them will run as their own. Okay. So and they have defined some sequence of actions when PI case when you are stopping and starting, right? So first you have to stop Java and then ABAP, and when you are starting also first start ABAP and then Java. So that kind of that kind of mechanism they have implemented. So we will dual stack. I don't see anything now. From last 3 years at least, I have never come across. Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
What is it then? J.co in that between Java and ABAP?
JCO, Java connector. So for example, if there is a request comes to the ABAP and then this ABAP thinks that, okay, it's a Java has to do that task. Okay. So what it will do is that Java based task, it will pass this dispatcher passes it to the through JCO, Java connector. Okay. So this Java thing and Java will do that job and then it will give to the internet communication manager and then it will pass to the web browser or whoever needs that access. Whoever needs it. Okay. Got it? JCO is a connector between these two stacks within the dual stack. Okay. So here in GUI, okay, you have these options. Okay. So theme settings. So I always prefer this SAP signature theme. Even the old versions or everybody can use this one. Or you can go with the default Podge theme or anything. I'm just showing you if there is an option to change fonts and the brands, color settings, and all these things. So most important one is the theme settings. So if based on the theme settings, that's how your SAP screen will appear. Okay. So let's say apply. So I've applied it. Okay. And the another thing is adding the system properties. So this is already added. Okay. So Major, do you know how do you connect to the SAP system? So here I have explained you the 3-tier architecture. So we are talking about the lab 1 guys, but in this one we are going to talk about presentation layer, how we are logging in. So now you just understood how do you change the theme, font, and everything from the SAP GUI. 770 is the latest version. This SAP logon. So as a basis guy, why am I stressing on this particular GUI part is even though it looks very simple. So some of the customers or the end users, sometimes they complain you that, hey, no, I'm not able to log into the system. I am not able to log into the system. You log into the system and you check that the SAP system is up and running, all good. But the problem was they will be working on an older version of this one. So 720, 710, the SAP GUIs are discontinued. Okay. So they may work, they may not work. So they say that until it was working, it's not working. So as a basis guy, you always have to tell them that, which instead of you wasting time in analyzing so much, first ask them which GUI version. So this problem happens, for the people who are working on the WTS servers and remotely they're accessing, right? For them, they are using old this GUI versions. So I've seen cases where the problem was with the GUI. So you always check them. So see, any SAP version, the recommended version is the N-1. I don't know if you have heard the term N-1. So which means, so 770 is the latest one. Always go with the 760. That's the best. Okay, and you use the latest, that's fine, it's up to you. But always the best is the N-1. As a safe side, you recommend for anybody to N-1 version. For example, if you are applying a kernel, always suppose the N-1 version. Because latest version might not have been implemented by many customers and SAP also may not have tested properly. But the best part is go with N-1 so that many could have been migrated and in Google or help.sap.com, you will find the solutions for the issues. Okay, so it's important you are in the right this one. Suppose if you want to connect to an SAP system. So when I say system ID here, SAP system. So I've explained you the difference between SAP system and an instance. So instance or the application servers, they both are synonyms. They both are, you can call anything. But let's put this way. So system ID is the E68 in this particular system. So application server, you can give the server host or the IP. Both should be fine. You are connecting to one of the SAP systems, one particular application server. So here, he has selected as a connection type custom application server. So when you take the custom application server, so it will take you to this particular IP application server. If you take the message server, group server or selection server, I think he has not configured this SMLG in this one. Group server, you need to give the logon group. That is the message server group. So then it will do the load balancing. So this is what I was talking. The request will go to the message server. Message server will allocate the free application server. Okay. But in this case, we are directly connecting to the custom application server. So if you have a load balancing, always use the group server selection and then give the, let's select it. See, so here you have to give the message server details. This is what I'm saying. So you see, when you select the group server, when you put the message server, it will take you to the message server, and then message server will take care of the load balancing, which applications. But the custom application server, you can give directly. Okay. So now let's go to the network. So sometimes you have to activate the secure network communication. So once they install the certificate, they will give you the thing what you have to maintain here. So P/something. So that data you have to activate and maintain that here. Then only the access will go single sign-on. I mean to say, you don't have to give the user ID or password when you are logging in. So single sign-on purposes, you always come here and activate secure sign network, and they will provide you the string what you have to maintain here. Okay. Code page, ignore language default, and encoding is ANSI for all the unique. So Unicode systems. So default ANSI for Unicode systems, and you have so many this thing. So I will explain you about what is this Unicode and what is this ANSI. So 99% of the SAP systems have the Unicode systems and this ANSI encoding. And SAP got rid of the non-Unicode systems, and they were migrated all the non-Unicode to Unicode also. Okay. But still some customers, as I said, banking kind of guys, they don't want to migrate. So they were still on the old versions of the non-Unicode system. That's why here there is an option, but here you don't have to do anything over here. Simple, clear. Now let's connect to the system. Simple. So it is asking for the client. So it's an EHP8 system. You see here, IDES ECC 6.0 or EHP8. So let me open this one. Labs. So log on to the system and run your transaction. Log on to the system and run your transaction. Okay. So here you don't go with these things. Descriptions. You already got the application server, instance number, everything. So just with the user ID and password, this was the earlier system. So log into that. So I want you to execute these basic transactions. So SM04 and stuff. Okay. So log into the 800 only for client. For me, I'm logging into the admin client. So, okay. So simple SM04. We talked about all these architectures and stuff, right, guys? From onwards, I want you to focus more on the hands-on. That is more important. So it doesn't matter how much theory you know, and you can go through Google also. Theory you will get anywhere. But the thing is starting in the right direction and then doing the hands-on. Because the more you work on the system, practical knowledge, I mean to say, the more you work on it, the better you will be able to troubleshoot the issues. Okay. So focus on the hands-on, and moreover, during the session also, whenever I'm spending time 1 hour, 1.5 hours for hands-on for onwards, okay, theory, I will give you the glimpse and then understanding of the topic, but hands-on is the most important thing, because utilize the system, what is given to you for the next 14, 15 days. So during the hands-on, I also give you some live troubleshooting scenarios. For example, if some user logs out or some user get killed or SM37 bag got failed, how do you troubleshoot it? When there were dumps, how do you check it? So I will improvise the hands-on also, and based on your level of understanding, and I will increase the difficulty as well. Okay. So this is most important, guys. Please, I will ask Hema to share you this hands-on thing. There's login credentials. I think she already shared it. I will follow up with her. Okay. That part, just log in and check the SM04 and few transaction codes, ST22 or whatever is it. But anyway, we have some more this thing. Okay. GUI front end, just now I explained. Okay. So, and then logon group, I explained you. So access to the help there in the system itself, there is an option I will show you. So, and then the important administrative task. So can any one of you explain what is SAP Basis? SAP Basis, what do you know about it? Anything?
Administration, like server administration and...
No, server administration is a different thing. So here you see my screen. Server administrator is a different guy who will take care of the... And then network administrator. Then you have a database administrator. Then you have a OS administrator. Okay. So if I have to put it in a simple thing, basis guy is a doctor, okay, or a general surgeon, general physician, okay. So, but basis guys can become experts, subject matter expertise, okay, SMEs they call, okay, in that particular area or the particular domain they can become. But basis guy is like a general physician. So first you go to the hospital, whom do you meet? First you have a problem, whom do you meet? General physician. Then he will assess your condition and he will suggest you to the right specialist, right? Like so in this case, I mean, sometimes it will be frustrating for you also. All the problems will come to you. I mean, this is something you have to live in day in and day out. Okay. If you are growing in a basis guy, I mean, I'm trying to put it in a very simple things, guys. So if you want to grow as a basis consultant, you should not live with the troubles. A doctor cannot sleep with the patient's problems. Okay. He can't get sleep if he keeps thinking about patient condition. I mean, his aim is to improve it, but he can't worry or he can't think of it, and then it will cause a. So basis guys life is like this. So I have spent 10 years of experience in basis. I'm an SME now. Still you can't live or you can't sleep on a problem. Okay, that you have to understand very clearly. I mean, as a person, I'm telling you. So all the problems in an SAP will come and land in your queue, basis guy. Okay, so every time all the problems looks to you that oh my god, this problem, that problem, this is thing. So sometimes from the front end, sometimes from the application layer, sometimes from the DB, but at any point in time, all the problems lands into you. So you have to assess the situation. You have to assess the problem, do the basic troubleshooting. And if you think that it is a database, and if you have a L3 database, pass it to the L3 database after doing things. If you don't have DB, then you have to upskill yourself in DB. So if you think that it's an OS issue, then you pass it to the OS guy. If it is a hardware issue, pass it to the server. If it is a network issue, pass it to the network. Right? Sometimes network restrictions. What examples? Firewall. If your firewall doesn't allow a RFC connection or the connection to the SAP GUI, what do? Nothing. So you have to request your network guy to open the connection or the ports, right? So at any point in time, the end users doesn't know anybody. They will pass the ticket to your. So you have to identify that problem and you have to pass it to. So if you keep worrying about that problem and you don't get sleep in the evening, believe me. So if you think that you had a big issue, oh my God, I'm not sleeping. No, you have to give it up. Office is office. You leave it and go. So because basis is like this, every day, the moment you log into the shift, you find 1 or 2 tickets in your queue, which you don't have any clue. I mean, sometimes it will be repeated. Repetitive issues won't happen. So if the issue is repetitive, then they will fix it, right? I mean, they will fix it. They will create a problem and then they will address it, put the change in the system, and they won't be. So always you keep getting the new issues as a basis guy. So that's in a customer project at least. So internal projects are fine. Know that. So basis consultant is SAP architect, system architect. So I mean, he is the best guy to design a system for a customer based on his requirement. You know, what application, what servers, Linux or which operating system to choose, what database to be picked based on the customer's requirement, what is the database size, and all these things. He can become an excellent system architect. Transport administrator. As I said, developers will develop the transport. I go and put it in the test system. Okay, test system, you have to put it. And then you put it in the production system. So the moment you import, the transport system is down. Who has to troubleshoot? Basis. So you have to bring up the system first to avoid the end user, and then you tell the developer, hey guy, your transport has got so and so problem, or I have to restore the system. You know, backup management. So backups, you have to take care of it. So it's like SAP DBA. So and then security specialist. So you have to restrict the authorizations to the specific people. And batch means job monitoring. So these are all interface analysts. This is the most important. This is the most painful task. So these non-SAP interfaces or the non-SAP systems want to communicate to your system, RFC connection or TCP/IP connection. So these connections, you have to take care of these integrations, and then system administration simple. So these are your day-to-day job as a basis consultant. But once you grow, I mean, 5 years, 6 years of your thing, then you have the regular activities like upgrade of these systems, EHP 6 to EHP 7, SAP ERP to the SAP S/4HANA conversion. Okay. And then OSDB migration. Some guy wants to change the operating system Windows to Linux, right? And somebody wants to Oracle to HANA. So that migration. So those are the big activities. So that will come as once you grow as a consultant and become a senior level. But as a day-to-day life, this will be your life. I mean, problems are always with you. You know, a doctor will never be free. It's like this. General physician, you will be sitting in a hospital or monitoring the queue. You will be dumped with the issues. You know, functional issues, this issue, that issue. But you should get the understanding or the glimpse of what was the problems. Okay. So this is the simple this thing. So what is the system architect will do? What is the transport admin will do? Batch admin, what you will do? Create, manage, and job things. So the most important sizing of SAP system, designing of the SAP landscape system architect. I mean, in your future, when you grow, you will grow as an, if you like this basis thing, you grow as an SAP architect. Okay, that's the point. So, layers. So first you work as an admin, and then you will be like a consultant who will execute the things. And then you have SME, subject matter expertise. So in this also you can pick these specializations. So installation specialization, migration specialization, or the some things. So you will be called as an SAP basis SME for that particular area. ERP SME or Java SME, ABAP SME. You can pick that specific topics, which means you'll deep dive into those topics. But as an admin consultant, you have to have a basic understanding of all these things. Okay. So a system administrator, what you do, currently might be you majority of them are working. Maintain system health, monitor the performance, and tune the system performance, setting some parameters that we will talk when we have this session. So these are your roles under administration. So once you have this access, before you come to the session, you execute all these transactions. Okay. I think you have this LMS access, right? SM04, AL0, execute it. Just see. I mean, we will talk in detail when the topic comes. But for now, you just execute it. So module takeaways, simple. SAP Basis is like a doctor, and all problems are with you. You have to segregate which specialization it has to go. And then you will be responsible for the administration of the system. For example, the monitoring the health, performance, and then the troubleshooting of the issues, so and so things. And you can go to the help, raise an SAP product support ticket if you think that it's a product bug, like somebody asked in the morning. There was a question, right? So the customer is asking to open a client to the product support. You have to open this, give it the system access to them so that they can log into the system and then check in the system. Okay. Operations in a particular SAP system. How do we do the transports and how the delivery follows from the dev to the test systems, dev test to production. Okay. So we have this agenda. So we are going to talk about concept of transports, import process, and then the non-transports in a brief way. This is also a very important topic, transport thing. So which you may do as a basis consultant day in and day out. So based on your customer projects, first, let's say if you are in an SAP, within SAP is your client. So this transport process might have been automated completely. But if you are working in a client projects, BP or any other client projects, there definitely you have to work on this transports, importing of the transports and changes. You have to take it to the production. Okay. So it's a very, very important topic. So at times you may stuck in this process. So understanding the basics is very important. Okay. And also importing and taking these changes to the production is not so difficult. Okay. Most of the times it's been tested, and if it gives an error, so you can always reach out to the developers. That is fine. That part is clear. But what is important is the basics of how do you configure this in a particular system. Let's say if I give you the development system, okay, I'm setting the context, guys. Don't think that I'm giving too much theory. Setting the context in the practical world. Suppose if I ask you as a customer, or if there is a new implementation, right? They're setting up their development, test, and production landscape. Okay. Hey, can you please configure my STMS? Right. So what do you do? What are the questions you may have to ask or clarify with the customer or yourself? How do you design that TMS configuration for that particular landscape? Okay. So what are the things you have to consider to set up such a thing? Okay. All those questions will be clarified in this session when we walk through this thing. Okay. So it's very important, this thing. And I will give you, this theory and understanding this, you get it anywhere, but the real time where you have to check when there is a problem. Okay. What you have to, the sense or the common sense where by looking at the error, what exactly on what location you may have to check. That common sense you will build after completing this particular module. Okay. Especially in terms of the TMS configuration. So sometimes people call it as a STMS configuration or the TMS configuration. So all of them are same, but just stick to this. Okay. So let me present my screen. So presenter view. Okay. So there are some I'm going with the presenter view. So the reason is there are some important terminologies. Okay. in this particular definitions kind of thing, which will help you. It is important for you to know exact definition of those words or these things, so that you will talk or whenever you are explaining in your client meetings or somewhere, use those terms in a proper way. Okay, so let's start with the transport system. Okay, the first thing whenever you are doing this transport, right? So you see this slide. As I said, majority of the customers will have this dev, QAS, and prod. QAS is nothing but quality assurance, and some people, I don't know if you have heard RTE system. Some will call as a just test system. Some will call as an RTE. RTE means regression testing. So it is the customer's definition. So based on, if it is more of like a too much testing, they do RTE. Some will use a QAS. Okay. So the naming convention for the QAS system will vary based on the customer. Okay. It's up to them how they define, but the whole purpose is for the testing only. So this middle one. Okay. So the first one is the development and prod. So this is the landscape path. Many of the customers will follow 3 system landscape. This is. So if I tell you 5 system landscape, on top of this dev, there is a sandbox. Okay. Here sandbox will be there. And sandbox, development, QAS or RTE, or the 4th one, pre-production. Before going to the prod, they will have one more thing, pre-production. So if time permits, I will show you 5 system landscape, the STMS configuration in one of the projects which I'm working. So, that will give you a better picture. Okay. So since we are just taking a 3 system landscape, so transport directory. So what is this transport directory? Okay. So what all things it contains? For example, if you are working on any project or in your customer thing, right? In your customer project now, you have these systems. So after this session, you go and see them, okay, in your regular domain thing, right? In your regular work. So log into the system, because you're not touching anything. Don't worry about it. I don't think you will have access also to do that. So what you do is you go and check this directory, trans directory. So then you will get a feel of what I have explained, and this transport concept will be completely clear for you. 100% you will understand how your client or your project has configured this particular thing. So if you take the trans directory, so you will have a trans directory which is common for all these 3 systems: dev, QAS, and production. Okay. So all of them have the same trans directory. You log into the dev system and see USR SAP trans, and then QAS USR SAP trans, production USR SAP trans. You check the directory. So all of the 3 they have common directory, and in most of the cases it is a common mount. Okay. So NFS or the export of the block device or whatever is it, that directory will be common for all these 3 systems. Okay. So that you can make a note of these things, guys, what to be checked. So one thing in the sandbox system, what I'm going to provide, you can check there, but anyway, it's a single system one. But it is also important for you to understand the projects where you are working. What is the configuration they have done over there? Okay. Just check it out. So when I said this trans directory is common, right? So as a basis consultant, if somebody asks you to configure this TMS configuration in a particular landscape, so your first thing should be what? Network consideration, right? What is the network consideration? So all 3 systems are in the same network. So then only you will be able to mount the directory, the common mount or NFS. So that part has to be clear for you. So you have to place a request for this network team or server management team to configure a common trans directory, but the requirement has to go from you. Okay, clear? So, and how do you define the sizing of this trans directory? How do you define what size do I have to do? That thing depends on, you have to check with the customer. Hey, how frequently the transports you generate the transport? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Or some customers will do weekly basis also. Okay. How many transports? And what will be the expected size? This analysis you have to do with the functional consultants, functional or the ABAPers. So if you generally take a 3 system landscape, 50 to 100 GB is more than sufficient. Again, if this trans also full, then it also leads to a system hung situation, or it won't lead to any further imports to happen. So you don't want to get into that situation, right? So discuss with them, they say that, hey, every week I do 10 transports and each of them of size of 10 MB or 20 MB, then you calculate accordingly. And most of the customers, so the best suggestion which you, as a basis consultant, you can give is ask them to use the NFS. Okay. I mean, network file system. So which means that can be extended whenever you need. Okay, easily. Suppose 50 GB and you already exceeded 40 GB, and then you add the 10 GB extra for that. Okay. So that way you have to first check with the trans, and then you put them in the mount it on all the three systems, dev, QAS and prod system, and ensure that you have the right amount of space defined for that. And you also keep increasing it as and when it is required. That is your regular task. Okay. So how do you know that where is my trans directory path? Okay. So I'm just telling you that USR SAP trans. In most of the cases you use it, but some customers may use differently. So there is a profile parameter which we will check, which is called dir underscore trans. So if you go to the default profile, I mean profile directory that we will see. So just check for the parameter dir underscore trans. That will have the default path, which is this USR trans, and Windows ignore it. So very, very less number of systems these days on Windows, and it's waste of time you focusing on this Windows. So whenever you have working on a Windows, just you concepts are same. It's just that the way you operate is different. I mean, instead of this Linux, this thing, but the concepts are same. So there it is like a SAP MNT trans. But irrespective of your operating system and stuff, always check for the dir underscore trans. So that you can also check in your landscapes. Just go to the RJ11 or RJ12. So just check for this parameter in this display mode, dir underscore trans, what has been defined. Then you will understand what is the trans directory has been defined over there. Okay. So now, what does this trans directory contains? So now we will focus more on this black, this one, highlighted ones. So remaining things also important, but I will give a brief thing about them. So what is this bin directory? What is this buffer? What is this data? What is this cofiles? So at least you need to understand data and cofiles part very clearly. And then bin, it's a simple. Bin is nothing but in any way, in server management or anywhere. Bin is kind of more like configuration related or buffer. The configuration or the executables or the runtime related things or the ENVs related stuff will be in the bin directory. So just remember like this, each TP, like we have a default profile and then the instance profiles, right? I mean, for AAS1 or AAS2 additional application servers, each application server has its own instance profile. Okay. Like that, transport also has a profile. Okay, so that PFL that we will see in the system, TP, that naming convention is TP underscore domain name dot PFL. Okay, so this profile will exist on the particular thing. So in this profile, what you can see, like any other instance profile, you see the parameters. Okay, here also you see certain things like timeouts or import related parameters. What is my transport route? What is my this thing? So that configuration PFL will contain those details. So we can open one PFL file and we will see today. Okay, so then buffer. So what is this buffer? So here you see this buffer directory. So buffer is for each system. So it contains the, suppose there are transports which lies in the queue, which are ready to be imported. Okay, which you have not imported, but you have just added them in the queue and then which are ready to be imported. So those transports will be available in the buffer. So the name itself says buffer, which is like the transports which contains the ready to be imported. So data files. Okay. So data. So this is the important thing. Sometimes, okay, let me explain the definition and then we will get into when it is important to data and cofiles thing. Data part of the exported transport requests. Okay. For example, you have done some change in the development system. Okay. So those changes will be where they have been tracked. Obviously, the changes will go and sit in the database of the development system, right? So when you export that as a transport, okay, so those database changes will be calculated or created in a particular data file. Okay, so you can go and check in your landscape also in the data directory. You find a lot of files with, it starts with R. Okay, that's the naming convention for all the data files. It's a standard naming convention. So at the end of this PPT, we have one slide where I'm going to show you this R and data files and cofiles, how they look. So R stands for the data file. It's very important. R files, all of them. So the data file contains the actual change or the functionality which you have introduced in that particular, or the customizing which you have done in the development system. Okay. And then co-files. So what is this co-files? So this contains the transport request information. What kind of transport type it is. What are the object classes? What are the required import steps? What it has to do? What are the exit codes it has to generate once the import? It's more like an information, or what we call like a structure kind of thing. Okay, this is my transport, and these are the object classes it's a definition of that particular thing, a catalog or whatever is it. You call it as a catalog kind of thing, definition of those things. Okay, so that it's just a definition, and these co-files starts with the word letter K, capital K. Okay, you can check that. So co-files are very small size. I mean, it's in KBs, but the data files sometimes they are of size 5 MB to I have seen the biggest transport is 1 GB size. That's a huge transport. But in general, your transport request definitely not that much of size. Okay, so it is strongly recommended to have the customizing or these things in chunks or a sequence of transports. So sometimes you may get a request to follow the exact sequence, 10 transports or 15 transports, like that. So that time it is very important you follow the sequence, or else it will lead to a lot of inconsistencies and it starts throwing the dumps in the system. Okay. Now, for example, if a customer, now the next question comes to you. Okay, as a basis guy, transport directory setup, you understood what all the two things to be done. Number one, first thing you have to consider is the three systems should have access to this transport network requirements, and then mount this transport directory in all three. Okay. Number two, how do you do the STMS configuration and then it will read it. Sometimes you may get a request, right? So the transport are not developed in this particular development system. Okay. So they have developed in some other projects or some other development system within the company. Okay, how do you get those transports to this particular landscape? Okay, so that times what do they do? So that time they will say that, hey, I have a system I have developed in this particular development system. I want all these development to go to this particular landscape, whatever we see here. How do you do that? So as a basis consultant, they ask you to do that. So what do you do? I mean, what do you ask for, first of all? Anybody knows? How do you get the development? So in this landscape, it's fine. If you develop in a development system, you track them in a transport request and then move it to QAS and then move it to the production. So now the question is, the developers do not want to develop here. They already developed already. So they don't want to repeat the same work again. Okay. So somewhere, some other development system they already developed, and they ask you as a basis consultant, hey, I want all these changes to go to this particular landscape. Okay. So first of thing is you have to bring them to this particular development system, right? So how do you bring them? So bring them to this development and then you import to QAS and production. So anybody knows? Any clue?
With the data file and co-file and place it in the existing trans directory.
Exactly. That is where I am coming. That is where it is important to understand. So the first thing is you ask them, hey, how many transports are there? Okay. So is it 10, 20, 30, 40? So sometimes it is a huge thing, right? I mean, if it is a huge development, if you take SAP as an example, SAP's development is a huge, within SAP. So because it's a development organization, it's a production company. So they develop, their core is development. For them, there is no production systems. Okay. For end users or the customers outside, production is the most critical one. For within SAP, development is the most critical one because they do development. So yes, that is one thing. Okay, if it is 2 transports or 3 transports, what you can do is you can simply get those, ask them for a data file and co-file. You can copy this to the development systems data and co-files directory. So this is where you have to place the files in data directory and co-files in the co-files directory, or else it gives an error. That's where you have to copy properly to the right directory. Okay, that is one thing. Suppose if it is a huge, so some 10,000, 20,000 transports. So you think that it is not possible to do that. So that approach is different. It's like a client copy thing. So you ask them that, hey, you do one thing, you put all of them in one particular client in your development system. Okay. From that client in this particular dev system, you create one more client here. Okay. So create one more client and do a remote client copy. Then you get all the customizing, whatever they have done here. So, and then you ask them to verify in this development system, your coding and everything. Once this is ready, then you can export them as workbenches or the cross-client customizing transports, and then you import to the QAS and production. That is the secondary approach. Let's keep it aside. So when we have this client copy and other stuff, so I will get to that thing. That is another approach. I mean, when you have thousands of transports like SAP, where the development is their core and too many things, so that's when you can you can do a remote client copy, and then you can do that tweaking here in the development system. But in general, in the production thing, you just have to copy the data file and co-file and put them in the right directory. Okay. So then another thing, a log, the grade one also, I'll give a brief thing. So this log directory is something the name itself says. So whenever you see some issues with the import or some errors in the configuration, you always go to this log directory and look for the files, so you get some clue what is the problem. So sometimes the RFC connection might not be working, and sometimes authorization is missing for this data and co-files. Sometimes it says co-files missing. So it can lead to the, this all has to be with the SID ADM password. Sometimes it misses the authorization, right? Authorizations when you copy the files. Okay. That kind of errors, it will throw in the log directory. Temp is nothing, temporary data and log files. I mean, during the import, whatever the logs or the temporary files it generates, it keeps in the temp. So generally, we don't touch this temp directory. And as a basis consultant, you don't have to check this one. So EPS. Okay. EPS is the important directory. So anyone knows this directory? So this is important when you are doing the support package upgrades. Okay. So for example, EHP1 to EHP2 or EHP, or you are upgrading from SP update of this basis component or SAP APPL or these components one patch to the another patches. So you always have to keep those patches in EPS directory. It's a download directory. Okay. So SAP support packages, you always keep it over here. That is in an advanced level when you are doing these patches. Okay. So SAP names, just for namesake, information belong to the as per SAP EPS. So this is also comes when during the patching. Okay. What are the download packages you have downloaded, and those details will be captured in this SAP names. So the most important directories are the data files. So which is in during the runtime or the importing. And bin is important if you want to look into the configuration of how your profiles define and stuff, you can check that. Okay. So any questions on this slide before I move to the other slide? Okay, good. So transport sequence. So
hello, sorry.
Yeah. Hi.
When you decompress this one SAR files, so that when you patch upgrade, right? Wherever you do that, the target will be like after decompress one, it will come into this EPS folder only, right? If you have a package.
No. So generally it may or it may not come, but I would strongly recommend always to you is first you download the car files, SCAR or SAR files, okay, in the EPS directory. Okay, so you bring them. So then you do a SAP car minus XVF, right? Uncompress. You are doing an uncompress, and there it's that is why it will in the present working directory is the EPS, and it will uncar over there. You got it. So suppose in the SAP car command itself, if you have mentioned that, okay, define the target directory, right? SAP car minus XVF file name, and then you give the target directory. I mean, USR, SAP or whatever, it will go and uncar there. You understand? So, but if you download in the EPS directory only, and if you don't mention anything SAP car minus XVF and then the file name, then it will uncar there only because it's the present working directory. Clear?
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, thanks. No problem. So now again, transport sequence. So, I mean, there are two things. Logically, anybody can explain with the whatever we discussed. Hey, development, you do it, and then this is the logical. So development to QAS and then QAS to the production. Okay, that is fine. So, but yes, you have a transport directory common for all these three systems, Dev and QAS and production. So what exactly physically, how the transport sequence follows? Okay, when a developer customizations, once he changes, he tracked under a transport, how does it goes to the QAS? Okay, that is important. So this is the sequence. Physical objects, three system landscape transport in the following three steps. Okay. So all the objects in a transport that are to be released or exported by being of database. Okay. For example, this is a development system. Okay. So they have to be exported and then they have to copy it to the database, right? Whatever the changes you do, they will be tracked, in any system. Once you do the changes, then that has to be saved in the database. Okay. So whenever you release the transport or in a dev system, release, okay, or when exactly the transport creates the data file and profiles. So it's not when you capture the changes in a transport. Okay. So you develop something in the development system, you have tracked them under the transport request. Those changes are written to the database for sure. Whenever you say that I am good, this transport is perfect, and then when you release it, then it starts creating data file and profile. Where does it create? In the transport directory. Okay. Data file and profile will be created in the transport directory, in the data directory and profiles directory. Okay. That happens only when you release the transport. Okay. Sometimes the customer, one of the issues. So the developers will say that, hey, please go and import this transport in the test system. Okay. But you don't see the moment you try to import it, you don't find the transport at all. The reason is it doesn't have the data file and profile in the transport reception. What could be the reason? That guy has not released the transport. Simple. So then you have to tell him that, boss, first you release the transport. Okay. You release the transport. It's his ownership. And if he is confident, and there are also some approval processes. There are authorizations defined who can approve the transport. Development lead mostly. So the development project has a developer architect or a chief developer. So who will approve the transport, verifying the changes, whatever it has done. Because if anybody releases the transport, then that causes problem, right? So that guy has to review whether that particular developer has followed these development guidelines or the SAP's recommendations, and they have tools also to do that. Okay. So those things anyway, not part of you, but you just have a glimpse of what exactly they do, those guys, developers. So so they approve it, and then the data and profiles created to the transport directory. So now if you want to import to the QAS, yes, this is a shared directory. You can add that transport in the QAS system, in STMS, and add it to the queue. And then you just click on the import and then it gets imported. So what happens when you import it? So transport, I'll ask you the next question. Let me come to this. What happens when you import? You understand in a physically, okay? Import means where does it go and write the changes? It has to write it in the database, right? So I'm stressing on the part database, guys. There is one important thing you have to understand after this. So it go and writes in the database, the change, whatever it has happened. So that is what happens exactly physically when you import the transport. So, and then fine. So your testing is done. So what the testers will do? They will test it in the test system. Okay, perfect. Everything is good. Then once the testing team approves the transport, they will ask you on a predefined timelines to import it in the production system. Again, when you import into the production, it will write the changes to the database. So I will ask you a question now. Is the transport is reversible? So once you import a transport, can you revert the change? Anybody? So you got my question? Suppose if you have imported
we can revert the change, but we can overwrite it.
Yes, that's why I am stressing on the part database. Okay, transport is one of the most powerful thing. It can spoil your entire system. Okay, so once you import a transport, there is no way going back. Okay, the override is nothing but, I don't know who has answered it. Override is nothing but they will send the correction. Okay, so they will send because when you import, the change is going to be written to the database. Okay, once it is written to the database, you have to manually go there and delete that entry or something. Then it will lead to complete inconsistency. There's no way you can revert it. Okay, so the most important part is transport is not reversible once it is written to the database. So they can correct the code. They have to do manually, they have to correct it, and they can send the fix in the next transport. Okay, so whatever it has messed up, so they can send a next transport and then they correct it. That's it. But there is no way that once you import it and you take it back. Okay, and as a basis consultant, you may face severe cases, at least in quality. So suppose they give you some 20 transports to be imported into the test system. Okay, after import, then there is a severe scenario that a lot of inconsistencies. When I say inconsistencies, how do you know that there are inconsistencies? Anybody? How do you know that system is inconsistent?
Maybe the errors we get during the transport because of that.
No. So that's fine. That you will have the error. So when I say system is completely messed up after importing transport, how do you get to know that that has been messed up? Okay. Well, so once you import the transport, so what is the transport? These guys have done some changes, right, to the correct code. Okay, custom code or the modifications, or they have changed the table structure or whatever is it. What is going? So they changed the SAP's code. So what is going to happen when I say inconsistencies in the system? System starts throwing dumps. I mean ST22. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of the transaction code. We will check in the troubleshooting analysis, but have this context. When I say system is completely tossed up, so ST22, it keeps throwing errors like anything, dumps. Those are the above dumps. So then it says DBSQL error, it says syntax error, it says so many things. Okay. So which are all related to the corrections. We can check it in the system later point in time. But when your system is completely led to inconsistent, that is what I mean. So which means your system is not functioning as expected because you have changed the structure of the code, or you have changed the ABAP code, and these transports are not proper. Okay. So I've seen one scenario. So when I've imported around 150 transport, the system led to a completely inconsistent. I mean, it is unusable. It started throwing dumps no matter whatever you execute, and the jobs failing, SM21 errors, so many things. So then obviously you are the doctor, I said, right? They will ask you to do something. What do you do in such case? So yes, you have imported a 100 transport to your system. System has led to the completely inconsistent state. What do you do after that? How do you fix it? Yes, basis guy has to fix it here. Okay. And only basis guy can do, because developers cannot develop those many corrections, 100, 200 corrections, and send it to them. So which means they realize that, okay, test system has completely gone. So now we have to do something to bring it back. So the most basic thing, backup restore. Okay. So that is why most important thing, whenever you are importing something, you always have to check for the latest backup. Okay. So these are all the practical scenarios, guys. So they look too much theoretical, but you try to understand these scenarios. They're very, very important. Theory, I can explain you so much, but these cases, how do you approach with common sense is the most important thing. So whenever somebody asks you to import some transport, right? So the first thing as a basis consultant, what you have to do is, that once you import this change is going to hit the database, and that it will spoil the database. So, I mean, it could be that they have tested everything, but as a basis guy, you have to see whether do I have my latest backup in the system, right? So do I have my latest logs available to do a point in time recovery in case if the never underestimate a transport. One single transport can spoil your entire system. Okay. So one single transport, suppose that guy by mistake has put, instead of defining a field name or the column name, if you put a star, right? You don't know that command, what he has incorporated. By mistake, if he has put a star, some table, and then star thing, you can't read that 10 pages of code also in that file, in the transport file. You don't understand. So by mistake, somewhere, if that guy put a star over there by typo or something, it will delete the entire particular table's column, right? So that's it. System leads to inconsistent. So then you have only one option, basis guy. Please restore the test system, right? Test system back to the previous latest backup, and then you ensure that you do a point in time recovery. So there is an option. So, okay, so and so time I have imported this transport, exactly to that time, you can restore it. That we will discuss how do you do this backup restore and all, but you know this. Okay. So transport, never, that's why I'm stressing so much on these practical cases. So in most of the cases, systems are screwed because of the transports only. Okay. Wrong transports, or sometimes by mistake, I will talk to you, transport routes and then the transport layers. By mistake, they divert the traffic from one direction to the another direction, and then the accident happens. So that system will go for a toss. Then they have to do a restore and recovery. Okay. So just try to understand. So here, this is the transport sequence. So physical, dev, QAS, and then production is the logical sequence. What exactly happens is, every time when you export in development system, what happens? It will copy the changes from your development database to the data file and co-file, and it creates them in the transport directory. When you import in QAS, it will pick the data file and co-file from the QAS transport directory, because it is common, and then it imports. When I said import, actually what it is doing, it is writing it to the database. So same thing happens in the production. Okay, this is important to understand, guys. So what exactly happened when you import it? or export it. Okay, good. So that's the sequence. Good. So now, yeah, sorry. Please go ahead.
Is this the backup catalog which we are supposed to check on the daily basis that in the DB02 system that is for the transports only?
Not only for transports, for many, because transports you don't do regularly, right? So DB02, so there are various reasons. Okay. So DB02 backups, you check the backups, right? Daily monitoring. Okay. Whether there is a latest backup is there or not every day. But again, that is a frequency also defined by the customer based on the thing. If it is a development system, they say, alternative days also fine for backup, or weekly ones also fine, because it's cost saving. Because backup, again, the unit is space and thing. If it is a quality system, weekly twice or daily, some people will define daily also. For production, daily for sure, there should be a daily backup, successful backup for production. Okay. So this is one of the reasons, because you don't import the transport in a day in and day out, but you will import weekly once or twice to the quality. So this backup can be used in multiple scenarios. For example, somebody went to the database and deleted something as a basis guy who has a DB access. That time also there is only one option. If you delete a table, you have to restore the system, right? For example, if there is a hardware failure, okay, so then database doesn't know the status of it and it has led to an inconsistent state. Okay, that time also you may have to restore and recover. Okay, and this changes also. For example, in development also they recommend to have you daily backup, because suppose if that developer is working on a development and he knows that okay, something is went bad, then he has to revert it to the previous day backup. So that is why backups are mainly for the restoring the system back to the normal state, whatever is the possible scenario. What I'm trying to say is, but for the transport, when you are doing, it is important for you to check if there is a backup. So sometimes what happens is backups won't run because of network issues or because of the backup configuration or so on. So reason there are, we do see, right? Sometimes we don't see backups are not running for 2 days or 3 days. So, but when you're doing the transport, ensure that there is a backup for sure. Okay, that's what I mean to say. You got it? What you got the question? Answer? Did I answer my question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, backups, forget about whether they are configuring it or for what purpose. For multiple purposes, backups are defined to restore and recover the systems. But when you are doing a transport, please ensure that there is a backup. So if you don't have a backup, you better wait. Okay. You tell the developers that, hey guys, I don't have a backup and there is a problem and I am working with so-and-so backup team and I have raised a ticket. It is the same case during the upgrades also. Okay. And another use case is, why do you need a backup, successful backup? During upgrades, right? When you are doing an SP patching. So when you are doing a support package or node implementation also, it is very important. Yeah, node implementation can be reverted. There is an option to de-implement, but transport, there is no option. But whenever you are doing such activities, it is always recommended to have a latest backup. Okay, as a basis guy, that is your core, this thing. What is your task is to bring back this system to the state where, anybody can spoil the system, functional guy or the developer or tester or whoever it is. But as a basis guy, you always have to, this is one of the roles and responsibility, your roles and responsibility as an admin or as a consultant or as an architect when you grow, right, as an SME. So what is your role? Troubleshooting is fine, one aspect, and safeguarding the system is your most important task as well. Safeguarding the system is in this kind of unexpected things. So you always have to ensure, no matter what these guys do, what these guys do in the system, you always design the landscape in such a way that you can bring back to this particular moment. For example, if that guy say that my system has gone into a toss after so and so time, so please, you have to restore or recover it. So as a basis guy, you should have already defined an architecture that there is a possibility that you could restore to that particular point in time. Okay, that will be like a backup and restore configurations. We will talk in an advanced thing. Okay, how do you configure that? What are the scenarios? How do you define such an architecture? But it is your roles and responsibility. Okay, clear? So any questions before I move to the next slide? Good. So next, transport system. So there are a few terminologies which you will come across when you are working on this TMS or the transport configuration. So number one is the transport domain. Then you hear about the transport group, and then transport domain controller. So the system which I have provided also, when we log into the system, it will tell you that it is a domain controller and what exactly is it. Okay, so good. So a transport domain. So here, if you see in this screen, let me explain you this screen. Okay, so I have this transport domain 1. Okay. And in this, I have a transport directory. You see the term transport group. And then there is a thing called TDC, which is transport domain controller. So these are the three important things which you have to understand. Okay. So TDC, let's say dev or test or production. And then you have transport domain 2. Again, here you have a one transport directory and then TDC, and then you have a transport group 2 and then transport directory 2. Okay. So the transport domain is nothing but it contains all the systems, SAP systems that you plan to manage centrally. Okay. From this particular transport domain, you can manage those systems. For example, you have dev, test, and quality. You can manage from the domain. And if you have other region systems, 3 more systems of the same landscape, but they're in a different trans directory or a different thing. Okay. They may have a different trans directory. Those also can be controlled from the transport domain. Okay. See, you take the transport domain 2 example. Here this explains. I have the here transport group 1, transport group 2, or the transport DIR 1, transport. So transport group is nothing but the ones which are sharing the same transport directory. Simple, if I tell you. So all the systems, whoever are sharing the same transport directory or belongs to one transport group. So here you see the transport DIR 1, and then you have transport group 1, transport directory 2, transport. So why I am giving this domain 2 example is, for example, take an example of Asian Paints or whatever company, one customer. So he has systems across the regions. Okay. Few systems are in APJ, which is our region. I mean, Asia, Pacific, Japan. Few systems are in Europe. Few systems are in America. Okay. But they all belongs to the same landscape. So they all have each one has the different transport directories. Why? I'll tell you the reason. So APJ, they have a data center in Singapore. Okay. AMS or America, they have a data center in America. Europe, they have data center in Germany. Okay. So, and it is not recommended or it is not ideal to create a direct network. So what I told, when you are configuring the first requirement is network, right? You should have a common trans directory. Let's say you have three systems in each region: dev, test, and production. Dev, test, production in Germany. Dev, test, production in wherever America. All 9 systems belongs to the same landscape, but catering to the different region different region factories or customers. Okay. So now the question is, one configuration you can do is you create one transport directory here. So the first one, the transport directory, and then you define all of them 9 systems you connect to this transport directory. Okay. But what would be the prerequisite? You need to have a common trans directory network, allow. So this trans NFS or whatever is it to allow in between this. See, one data center in Singapore and one in Europe and one in is, so your latency will be screwed. I mean, your very bad latency, latency in the sense, response times will be higher to copy or to do that thing. And moreover, it is not recommendable. It's a security breach. Okay. From one data center to the another data center, it is not recommended to open connections. I mean, share the files or this thing. That is bad. And moreover, if your trans directory, that NFS file has gone, then your entire 9 systems are going for a toss, right? So to avoid that, so that is when this transport group configuration comes into picture, or the transport directory is different transport directories comes into picture. So what they will do is simply, okay, I have 3 systems in my APJ. You define a trans directory over here, DIR1. So, okay, APJ. The trans APJ, you define one. And then Europe, trans Europe, you define. Trans AMS, all 6 are fine. So each development system, you ensure that there is a path for these transports to move over there. Via application or RFC connection, whatever it is, you can define such things. So you get them here and then you sync all these 3 development systems, and then you do the transports from those respective trans directories. Okay, that is the best thing. So that is why you have this transport group or the transport directory, this thing, to cater such big landscapes where you have regional wise data centers and where you have regional wise landscapes which are catering to their respective regions. Okay. So that is where you have to understand this thing, but it is very rare. I mean, only I've seen such things in an Nestle, which is a huge thing. They have this regional wise thing. And then I've seen it in Unilever. So such kind of complicated transport things. Okay. But in general, this 3 system landscape and then the trans directory is the mostly you see it in your landscapes. Okay. Any questions here before I move to the next slide? Good. So initialization of the TMS. Okay. So what will be the, okay. So you see this triangle. First, you create a transport domain with the transport domain controller, define systems of the transport domain. So these are the three things when you start with the TMS. Okay, STMS, the moment, if suppose initially, for example, you built a development system and first time you executed the transport STMS configuration, it asks. So what it will do first? So it will create the transport domain. Okay, what is the domain which I have to do? And then it creates the domain controller. It will ask you, okay, is this system is a domain controller? You will define it as a domain controller. So what are the systems? What is my development system? What is your test system? What is your production system? That you have to define here. And then it will define the transport routes. Okay. What is my delivery route? What is my consolidation route? I will tell you what is the consolidation route and delivery route. And then QA procedure configuration, which means who has to approve. Okay. I told you, right? So not all people will have authorization to approve. So only the validated function. So quality assurance approval means, see, developer releasing the transport, development architects has the authorization. They are the guys who are experts and they will validate for their entire team's development and release it. But in QA also, you have a functional lead who will validate the testing lead, who will validate all the changes implemented in the system, and then he will approve it for the production. Okay. So these are the three main important things when you are configuring the STMS configuration. Okay. So good. Now the important question, where do you configure this domain controller or this transport group or transport domain? What are the requirements? Anyone? So domain controller is the one. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay. So the transport domain controller I've told, right? What is the transport domain controller? So it is the one where all the TMS related controlling happens. Okay. So if you want to delete the test system and add a new system, you can do. If you want to change the transport route, you can do. You can want to change anything. You want to change some parameter, you can do. So transport domain controller is the most critical one. So that is where your entire TMS configuration, okay, is defined over there. Okay. So which system you use as a transport domain controller? Is it a development system or quality system or production system? Anyone? Which system can be used as the domain controller? Dev or test or production? Anyone? No? Okay. So see, when I said transport domain controller has all the TMS related control, right? So adding, deletion of the systems and import, everything. So then it has to be the high available. Okay. And high security precautions and high levels of maintenance. These are the two important things it should have. Okay. So then if you take it, production could be the best for the domain controller. Okay. So, but production nobody uses. Production systems always have the high availability and high security precautions and a high level of maintenance. Everything will be there, production. But no one uses the production as the domain controller because, it's very risky. Okay. You don't want to do such R&D and then deletion, additions and everything from the production. No, auditing also, there will be a problem because production, you always have to go with the approvals and then the change implementations, and there is too much of complexity to do anything in the production. So to avoid that, and moreover, nobody wants you to touch US or SAP directory frequently until unless you are doing a patching and when there is a change request approved and everybody is agrees. Okay. So you don't want to do these kind of things from the production. So even though your production is high availability, high security and a very good system, a suitable candidate for this one, but in general, in any landscape, development system is the domain controller. You can check it. So you log into your development systems in your landscapes, wherever you are working, just execute the transaction code STMS. So then you will find a pop-up that, for example, let me open this system. So it's a sandbox system. So that's a sandbox or development system. See, here it says, you are logged into an domain controller at the bottom. Can you see? So this is the transport management system. So this is what I'm talking. So this is the EH8 system. And what is the transport domain? It's domain underscore EH8. So it is the naming convention will be like this. So this you can check it in your respective landscape, wherever you know. So, and if you want to know what all systems it has in this thing, just click on systems. So user profile, services, my objects, or you can check the import overview, work list, transport, system overview. Yeah, here you can click. For example, in this, it's a single system landscape. I mean, there is no other system. So if you have an test and production, it will show here EH8 and other system, and then it will also display the role of that particular system. Okay. So, or display transport domain. So these things, display things you can do in your this thing also. So this is the domain and short description of this domain, and then management. Let's see. And then workflow engine. Okay. So this is the workflow engine is like a local domain only. It's an automatic user assignment. Let's see why this. Yeah, it's a little slow. Wait, QA. Yeah, good. So when I was explaining this slide, right? QA approval procedure. Let me go back. Yeah, this one. So configure transport routes. So transport domain controller. You have different transport domain. What you have seen. QA procedure configuration means this is what I was referring to here. So who can approve this transport? Approved by system administration, to be approved by department, or to be approved by the request owner. So these are the three people have to approve if you want to take it to the next system. Okay, they always have to approve. So this you can modify, or the functional guys or developers will update this approval procedure. Okay, so and then go back. So you can do a quick connection display configuration. You can do that. Yeah. So you can see the status system is active, that green light whenever you see the before also. I mean, if we just go back. Yeah. So if it says status active, this one is the active symbol, and then this green. Whenever you have this, which means the system configuration looks good, which means the RFC connections and the mount directory, the trans directory, everything is accessible. Okay. So, or you just click on the display configuration. Oh, let me select it. Okay. So you see last changed by, so for example, somebody has changed some program or something in this configuration. You can see who has changed it, SAP start. So which means first time when this system was built on 27th August, whoever has built it, yes. So I was telling you this profile, right? TP domain profile. So like you have instance profile and the default profile. So each transport configuration has this profile. You can check it in the USR SAP/bin directory. If you go there, you will find, or you can see the directories also here. So this is the domain group, and the transport group I was telling, right? This is the group _EHP8. Okay. So and then RFC addresses, and user is the TMS ADM. It's the standard user. For all the TMS related, it will do it is the user which they use. So trans directory, dir_trans. So you don't have to go to the instance directory to see this parameter. So you can see here, USR SAP trans is this one. Okay. So TP version is nothing but the TP is the program which will do this transport thing. So it is the 266 version. Okay. So just you exercise also, I mean, labs also, I have given this what we call similar exercise, where you go and check the thing. I mean, these kind of basic things, so that you will understand how in your landscapes or in this thing, or you just click on transport groups. Yeah. So you have domain _EHP, and within that you have a group EH8. As I said, there could be multiple groups for each region, APJ, America and Europe. So that time you have APJ_AMS_EH8 or UR_EH8, 3 transport groups. That definitions you can see over there. And then go back. Good. So yeah, you sometimes if you add or delete the system, you can update configuration, but don't do this anywhere. So you can simply do the connection test. If you want, you can do that. See at the bottom, it says connection to the system EH8 is okay, which means this is able to communicate to the system. For example, you have a test system and then production system. There also you can just simply check it and do a connection test. If that connection is not working, then there is a problem. I mean, you have to do something. So what RFC connection? So it basically, so you may ask, how does it communicate to the other dev or test system, right? How does it communicate? So the simple thing is RFC connections. Whenever you initialize the TMS configuration for the first time, it creates an RFC connection to the dev test system and then the production system. And that you can see in the SM59. So there, that will take care. The TMS configuration will take care of it. So then ABAP. So if you go down, so okay, here you see my screen, right? So these are the TMS ADM using the domain EH. So this kind of TMS RFC connections will be defined to those particular target systems, test systems or production system. So this also could be a reason. Sometimes this RFCs doesn't work and there is a problem. Then you have to click here. You can do connection test here also. So it says, yeah. So log on is 51 milliseconds and this is perfectly working fine. Okay. So Okay. In real time, do you modify this TMS, ADM, this RFC connections? Suppose if it is not working, what do you do? Anyone? Yes, am I audible? Please respond.
We need to check the HTTP ports and HTTPS ports in ICM, same ICM.
That is okay. Good. There could be some network break, connection doesn't work. Okay. So what else you could do? Can you modify these RFC connections?
Yeah, we can do that. Double click on the RFC, their login ID. If it is going through the login ID, we need to check the login ID. ID is logged or not.
User is a TMS ID. Okay. But in general, we don't touch these RFC connections. We can modify. Okay. So, but in general, we should not touch, or even though it is an error, so there will be other ways to troubleshoot it. Okay. I'll tell you why. That's why I asked this question. Like any other RFC connections, right? These above connections. This test 000, T9, these connections you can modify always. Okay. I mean, those are fine. But these connections are automatically created when you do a TMS configuration. You got it? They are the auto-generated STMS, auto-generated RFC connection. So the best would be, yeah, you can try modifying it if it works fine. But the best would be you always delete the existing transport domain, transport configuration and redo the configuration. You got it? So it will, so you delete the transport configuration. That you can do, but you don't do it in any other systems. So STMS, in mostly these things will never fail. I mean, these RFCs, most of the cases, that issue you may not get it. So most of the times you get issues like data file and co-files do not have authorization, or they are not with SID ADM, and they are corrupted sometimes, because when you copy from other landscape to here, right, they're corrupted. So those things happens. But we generally do not do this. I mean, touch these RFC connections. So never ever try to do something over there. That's why I'm saying. So other RFC connections, fine. You can change something and then you can revert it. But these RFC connections are auto-generated. That's why you have to be a little cautious whenever you're touching this TMS related stuff. Okay. So anything in this TMS is critical, guys. So these transport routes, if you change it, that's it, gone. I mean, instead of one system, the transports will go to the other landscape and hit the other landscape. Okay. So that is the risk we have when we are working with the transports. I mean, this part TMS, but the display part, you can check it in your landscapes also and try to understand what exactly, how it is. Okay. So configuring UP. So this is what I was referring. Who is this? So just now I said, right, RFC communication error with system destination. Okay. So sometimes you may get this kind of errors. That is when you have to check the communication. But I don't think this error will be very misleading. Okay. So that's why I ask this question. Whenever this RFC, you get such an error, what do you do? So yeah, exactly. You check your SMICM and stuff, whether the other target systems, test system and the production system, are they accessible? Okay. So if they're accessible, then you have to come and check this RFC if the connection test is fine or not, or if there is any restriction at the port level or something. Or you can see, do a telnet quickly to the port of the target system or a ping to the target systems. Okay, if there is any network breakage, that you have to do. But this is a very generic error. So, I mean, never ever think that, okay, because of this RFC connection, this is failing. Sometimes if you don't have the authorization also, it will give you the same error. Okay, that is why you have to check multiple things when such a thing it happens, whether it has the right authorization, this data structure has been defined properly. There is a program, RDD IMPDP or RSTP INST test. Okay, that we will do, that we can do testing thing. So that will verify the configuration. I mean, whether your TMS configuration is, I'll tell you after this. That program STP test that program. Let me do that. So C38 STP INST, let's see, or let's do, okay, this is the back C38 30 STP test. Okay, I will let you know that program. So there is one program, I'll let you know. So that program will tell you that the TMS configuration is completely fine. Yeah. While doing the recap, I will execute that and I will show you that. So, I mean, you can't go to each section and do this, right? Whether my TMS configuration is perfectly or not. Okay. So that is a time consuming. So if you run that program, so it will tell you that exactly where exactly the problem. Okay. If it is authorization missing, it will tell you that authorization is missed. And if it has some TM connections are not working, it will tell you RFC connection not working. And if the systems are not defined properly, it will tell you the systems are not defined. I'll show you, okay, that report. It's very important, very good report. As a basis guy, you always by heart it. Somehow I forgot this one. Or in this system, it doesn't exist. So I'll try to import that report to this system. Okay. In general, whenever somebody is building the system, that report will be imported as a post check. During after you do a system copy or system build, right? There are post checks. Those reports will come automatically. Some of the reports. Okay. So now we'll have what all things. Okay. Good. Creating the routes, transport routes. So as I said, it's like a traffic signals. These transport routes. So you have dev, quality, and production. So there is a development route, and then sometimes it's a consolidation route, and then delivery routes. Okay, let's understand about development routes. Okay, the development is most important. As I told you one example, right? SAP kind of company whose main landscapes are the development landscape. I mean, they have this consolidation and test, but for them, the most critical is the development because they do a lot of changes and product development. So in one system they develop and they want to take it to the other development systems. Okay, then they will develop this particular development route. Okay, so in that particular route, all the development systems are developed. So one single development system, they do the development and they will pass those changes to all the development system via a transport route of development route. Okay, and then testing also from all these development systems. So you don't have to have 100 test systems. Define 2-3 test systems and then you define a route to that. Okay, these are it is like traffic signals, my test system. And then production also, you have a production system, which of them have to be, so that route has to be defined carefully when the STMS is configured. Then only from so and so system, source and target, through that route will go to the exact systems what you have defined. Okay, by mistake, if you change the route, that's it. The systems will go and deploy in another system and that will be problematic. Okay, so that is very important. And these routes you can modify, but never ever do that in any landscape. So it's very, very critical. Okay, that will spoil wrong transports will go and they will import in a wrong system. Okay, then again you have to restore and revert the system. So can you assume in SAP? Okay, let me do one thing. So this STMS or the import of the transport, can we automate or is it we have to do manually? Anyone? Okay, you have defined the routes, you have development to other developments, defined delivery route, and then you have a quality route and then production delivery route. So can you automate the import of these transports or you have to do always manually?
Manually.
Okay. Let me give you, because these concepts are very important, guys. Try to understand. So you may work on automated also. I have SAP, right? SAP has thousands of development systems. Okay. So thousands of development system, assume daily in those development system, how many transport they create daily. So they will generate minimum 10,000 to 50,000 transport in a particular day. So there will be around 30,000 developers working on those development systems. 30,000 developers. Assume one guy creates one transport also. So which means 30,000 transports for a day. Okay, can you do these things manually? You got it? What I'm trying to ask. So these transport routes are the very, very important and nobody should mess up with them. So it is like if you see, if you are working on an SAP project, TCS, I think TCS is vendor for many SAP projects. So you might have SAP system, development systems access. So you go to a development system and do an STMS, you go crazy. Okay. There will be so many routes defined. That yellow line, green line, red line, blue line, you name any line. So that STMS screen itself is like you go crazy. So those routes are like veins, like blood supply, right? What we have from the heart. So there will be a central development system where the developers develop, and these all transports will have to go to the multiple development landscapes. Okay. So 30 to 40,000 transports in a day. It is not a small amount. So if you have to do manually, then you have to recruit at least some 5,000 basis guys. So it is not possible to do manually. So they do automatically. Okay. That is where this transport route concept is very critical. Okay. You define the systems. What is my source? What is my target? What is the path this transport have to go? That's it. You establish it and then you define they write a program in the system that you keep going. So that's it. As soon as they release back, they will come to so you can schedule also in STMS. Okay. As soon as you can schedule and they will schedule the times. and they don't schedule everything at one time because again it causes latency and the network problems. Okay, your system might have a less number of CPU RAM and then it will go for a toss. So they will do every 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the transports will be scheduled. So they keep going, keep on going. Okay. But if you take, so that's why you have to understand both the things. If you take a customer landscape, okay, where customers like Nestle, BP, or Asian Paints or whatever is it, there you don't have these many number of changes or these many transport. Where the most important thing is, in those cases, controlling of these transports. By any chance or by mistake also automatically the transport should not go and hit their production. That is what their control is most important. That is when they ask basis guys to import. They don't automate, even though there is a scope for automation, they don't do it. So they want control in every phase. Okay, when a developer gives a transport, they want to control in test system, validate it, and then release it. Then basis guy will go and import it. So they want to have that feel, because anyway there will be some 50 to 100 transport in a quarter. So they don't want to take that risk of automation where there is no control and nobody monitors. Okay. Hope this is clear for you guys now, right? So yes, you can automate the transports and you can schedule them to import, but within SAP, I mean, as a development organization, they have this automated. But when you are working in customer projects, where they always go with this manual thing. Okay. So now you got the glimpse of how important these transport routes. Okay, where their use cases. Okay, so creating routes. So simple. When you click on this, you have consolidation and the delivery route. So it's just that from which system you are taking and what is the transport layer, consolidation system to which it has to go. And the delivery system also, source system, delivery system is nothing but a production system. Okay, so you can take this consolidation system as a test system here. Okay, you can assume that. So delivery route is just another import route. The target is the delivery system for the delivery route. It is just a naming convention, guys. I mean, source to the production through this route. I mean, like through this road, it will go. That is what it is trying to say, this explanation. Okay. So transport process. So release and export, first thing. So as I said, in a development system, as soon as you have, okay. So guys, take a 5 minutes break quickly. Okay. So then we will reassemble and then I will recap this transport thing. Okay. And also we will try to do the assessment here itself. Okay. And then I will walk you through the labs. Is that clear, guys? And then we will see, and be ready with your laptops. 5 to 10 minutes break. Okay. Be ready with your laptops and the credentials which I pinged you, please try to log in. Okay, good. So I just show you one, landscape. I mean, the system which we have as training purpose is a sandbox IDA system. I mean, it's not possible to create multiple. I mean, it's not possible to create a production kind of environment. That's why you don't see too much of this STMS thing. So I'll give you, so that for your understanding purpose, one system where multiple things. Okay, I logged into this particular RDQ PI system. You see domain PIS and it's a domain controller. Follow me, guys. Okay. So if I want to see the systems, right? Systems overview. See so many systems. All of them are green. Okay. Which means all of them are active. So you see system SID is this. And then you see the type TMS system type. You click here, non-ABAP system. It's a Java system. You see here. Can you please acknowledge, guys?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, yeah.
So that's why I took one PI so that you see development and ABAP and non-ABAP also. You get a clear picture. So, and then you put a place here, it's a controller. So, which means domain controller. So, and then you see backup domain controller. So, in such kind of critical systems, right, where you have an option to create a backup domain controller also, but not many of them do it. So, I mean, in case you or the development system is down, so then the RRQ will act as a domain controller, backup domain controller. It's just that while you are doing a DMS configuration, you just have to tick which system you want to configure as a backup domain controller. You can give another system. So what this guy did is, here, development is the primary domain controller, and test system is the backup domain controller, RRQ. Okay, that's how they differ. You got it? So, and then this one, it's a virtual system. What do you mean by the virtual systems? Which means these systems are not yet live. So they will come in future. Okay. So they have created the configuration and be ready with the everything. So once these systems are ready, they will go and update the instance number and those details in these systems. Let me not touch it. It's a production landscape. So they will update it and then these virtuals will become the actual systems. Okay. So production systems, they are yet to build. So for now, they have created the virtually. Okay. Just understand that aspect. That should be fine for now. So these are the groups. So here, see, he has multiple groups, group A1Q, group ABQ, group RDQ. That's what. So that is fine. Each group has its own trans directory. Okay. So now the another thing is what you have to is might be interesting for you is the transport routes. Yeah. So this is important for you. Okay. So if you guys understand this one, it is very easy, guys. So development, but don't try change anything anywhere. Just you can see it always. So this is the development, and via this transport route, so they will come to this particular system. Okay. And then 001 client. Okay. From this client to test system. This is a test. Okay. They call it as RTE. Some people will call it as an RTE, I told you, right? Regression testing or QAS. So RRQ is the development, RDQ is the sandbox. It's a 5 system landscape, guys. So it's very interesting to see this. So now if you understand this, then you will understand 3 system easily. So it's a sandbox. Okay, RDQ. So and then you have this development only. Development. Development. So it's a development. From development to the RTE system. RQ is the RTE system. Okay. So delivery route. This is a delivery route, and it comes to the which client? 001 client. They will come. And from RRQ, they will go to the pre-production. You see here, PP means pre-production. Pre-production UR, pre-production AMS. So they have multiple regions. So all go to the 001 client and hit there. Pre-production. 5 system landscape. Sandbox is removed from it. But 4 systems you can see. Dev, RTE, and then pre-production. You see this one. This yellow ones. Pre-production. And from this pre-production, it goes to the production through this 001 client. And these are all virtual targets because they have not yet built these systems. Okay, once they built, and they will replace this one. So this is how your transport routes and then the transport layers looks. Okay. And then the other report I was talking, right, where you can check if you go to the SC38. So how do you assess that first thing you have to do whenever there is a TMS related issue, run this report, RSTP test. So this report I executed correctly only. In that system, this report doesn't exist over there, but in most of the things, it will execute. So you see here, it will check TP interface. Everything is, so it will tell you where exactly the problem is. This is very important. By heart it or you note it down somewhere. RSTP test is the program, SC38. So it will tell you the transport directory is this, logging, everything looks good. And then it will also check the transport profile. So the path of this is this, profile is this, version is this, everything is green. Okay. And then RFC destination. So see, this thing, if you want to check it manually, you assume that at least it takes 2 hours and you may or may not check properly. Okay. Always run this report whenever there is an STMS or TMS related issues. Okay. Please, very, very important report for troubleshooting. Destination, all good. TP path, good. Executables path, good. Ping, everything good. TP calls, all good. So TP test, TP connect, whatever you are saying that I'm going to check this HTTP, SMICM, all these things. So these destinations and connections works fine, right? So which means everything is fine. You don't have to check anything manually. So this report is very good, and it always has to be green, guys. Okay. So good. So now I have shown you this. Let me disconnect it from here. Yeah. Okay. So transport process. So it is the first thing in dev system. Developers have to release, and then they export. Whenever they export it, the data file and co-files release. Whenever they release, the data file and co-files creates in the transport directory, and those data files and co-files will be available for all 3 systems via their trans directory. Okay, and then import into the quality assurance, which you can do manually, basis guide, and then quality assurance, the functional leads or the quality people will validate the change, whether it is proper or not. Then they will define into the production. Okay. So one important thing, guys. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware. Can you make these changes to the production as and when you wish, anytime? What will be the process? So in your projects, what process you follow whenever you want to import a transport to the production? Can anybody?
We need to get the approvals first from the approvers.
Who are the
then
approvers?
Only so don't have the idea about that.
No, yes. So see, why I'm stressing is sometimes these developers and these test people, right? They will push you. Hey, please go and improve. My lead has approved. My manager has approved. Please go import it into production. That pressure will be there. But
yes,
as a basis consultant, you know the consequences, right? If any wrong TR goes to the system, you have to restore and recover. It's a very bad thing. So in most of the customer projects, guys, there is a change management process. Okay, it is important for you to know this change management process, which means irrespective of whoever approves, manager or not, those approvals are invalid. Okay, I don't know in your project this change management process is there, it will be there. So this change management process means, so these developers or the testers, developers mainly, they will explain about these changes, so and so changes, and these are the implications, and we have tested in the test system. Okay, and then they will give the justification to the change management team. They will approve it. There is an approval team. Okay, CR, change request. So most of the transports, whenever you are importing to the systems, right, there should be a change request. Okay, have you guys heard of this incident, service request, and change request at least?
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. So for a patch upgrades or patch things and all, you need a change request, right? For an installation or something. So this transport comes into the change category. So never ever do the import of the transport with just an incident or service request. Okay. Please validate the process with your whoever has defined these processes, right, in your projects. So it's better to understand and import rather than in a hurry just import and cause a problem for this. Okay. Because these are very important. Most of the times, these transports goes to the system via change management process. Okay, ensure that you always have an approved change. I mean, by the authorized people. Then you validate it and then you import it. So that after that, you are just an executor, and you will tell that, hey, I have gone through this change management process, and then I have imported it as per this so and so approvals. So you are always safe. If you don't follow that and then you just import it and then later people will ask whether have you followed the process or not. So that is very important. So whenever you are importing into the production, you always follow the change management process. Okay, especially for the transports, you have to be a little bit careful. Okay, now import and export history. Yeah, in your landscapes, you can simply check it. It's straightforward. So follow the screen, STMS overview and imports. Go to history and export history. I mean, what were the transports imported or exported? This data you can check it in the system. Just for your understanding purpose, these screens have been created. And exploring export in SE01, if you just give the transport number, then it will give you the details of the transports. So it's in a similar way. So who is the person who has imported it and what are the details of that change? Okay, and then exported operating system. Okay, this is important. Sorry. Okay, so I told you, right, data file always start with the co-file, always starts with the K. So either you byte it or whatever is it, you know this thing. So the moment you see it, you have to identify, okay, it's a co-file. So co-K, just remember like that. I do that, co-K. So it starts with K, data file is remaining one is so that you don't get confused. So in data directory, these files will be there. In co-file directory, these files will be there. Okay. And then, yeah, it's an STMS tool. Okay, it's simple. So RDT, IMPDP, you don't use it. I mean, it's very rare, but no need to do anything over there. So only the SME or experts will try to troubleshoot it after if there is some issue with that. Okay, just know that there is a program RDT, DMPDP. Whenever there is a program import errors or something, then we execute this particular report. Okay, so yeah, this is just to let you know that there is automation. So there is an option in STMS. I mean, you should not do that. We always do it manually, even though majority of the people do manually. But there is a time and date of the import. So we can do that periodically, when and what time we can import it, this thing. Okay. So these are all for your exercise purpose. I mean, how do you import it? Suppose if somebody asks you to import it, you just follow these sections. Okay. So import request and select the request. So I'll explain here. I mean, but because we don't have this transport request to import into the system, but you note this down, this slide number or somewhere. In future, if somebody asks you to import it, you follow this sequence. So here you go there and then import. So you transport number you give here. Okay. And then target system. It's a test system. Suppose if it is a test system. So in this case, it is FT3. And as I said, target client 001 or this one. So start date, immediate. Just see these options, guys. Just try to understand these things. So it's very simple. STMS import. And immediate means if you click on execute, it will immediately execute. And then I said start date, right? Planning you can do. At start time, what time you want to start, and planned start and no start after. And sometimes you want to exclude during the peak hours. Okay. For example, APJ system. So morning 6 a.m. to afternoon 2:30 a.m. they will be very busy. So which means you mention this time, and apart from that time you import it anyway. So that you can do. So after an event, this is also important. So sometimes these developers will create an events. Okay. So which means after so and so code corrections have come to the system, you proceed with importing so and so things. Or after completing so and so job in the system, you proceed with importing of this system transfer. That you can do that. Okay. So, I mean, maybe in certification, these questions may come. So what are the options where you transports can be imported? Immediately you can import at start time, planned start time, and then after an event. So after an event, many people do not know. So just know this as well. But very rarely we use it. Planned start with SAP landscape, they use it, but immediate is the when you are doing it manually. Okay. So screenshots of the import process. Okay. So yes. So here when we do this, right, so it will give you these statuses. Okay. So right hand side, this legend I'm talking. So green status means request awaiting to be imported, which means you have to click on the import. I mean, these are the statuses you find. Suppose, okay. So let me put a left hand screen, this one. Is there any zoom option? So you see here, green. Green means this is ready to be imported. Tick mark means, so this screen talking, guys. So tick mark means it is successfully imported, this transport. So what is this truck button? Whenever there is a truck button, which means the transport is running. Okay. Whenever something is running, don't bother it. So you always wait for it to complete. Okay. As I told you, these will go and write in the database, and it's very problematic. Okay. So, and then what we have, so there are other statuses here. Request must be still approved. Request was rejected. So these kind of symbols. So, and there is a red button here, third button, request will not be imported. So if you see that thing, which means that it cannot be imported, then you have to inform to this report. Inform to the developer. Workflow control set by default by DMS. So queue controlled mass transports. So this is what something SAP follows. When they have 10,000, 3,000 transports, 30,000 transports to be go, and then single transports, and one by one we do. Workflow control is set by defaultly set by our HTMS. These are the strategies what people will follow. Okay. This one, TP program, RSTP test. Okay. Let me ping you in the chat or in the discussion. I will do RSTP test. In your landscapes, you can execute this. RSTP test. This is the program, SC38. Go there and then execute that particular program. So, okay. So I have showed you, right, in the existing landscape. So it will check many things. So your transport directory and your R3 trans is working fine or not. So your RFC connections working fine or not. And then a web communication. So you don't have to, and your profiles are defined correctly or not. And operating system level, if you have the right permissions or not. So this is a TP program. So what we are doing is TP. TP is the program, transport control program. And then we are testing. That is the report. Okay. So that will take care of your entire TMS configurations check. So it's very important. So you will definitely have questions on NetWeaver certification. If you go for it, they will ask you, what is the program you use to check for the entire TMS configuration? RSTP test. Okay. Or TP program. You have to transport control program is the program which you use. Okay. It checks for buffer also. Then release and export calls TP. Good. Why change and transport system? Okay. So any questions on ABAP transports, guys, so far, before I move to the non-ABAP? Any questions? Please free to ask. Let's try to make the sessions from onwards more interactive, guys. So try to isolate yourself and then have your phones or whatever is it, unmute and ask. And there's no point, there's no good question or bad question. So you please free to ask any question. So in terms of the basis, it could be technical or non-technical, then I'll try to solve it, because it's very important in this 40 hours, after this, you should feel confident about approaching SAP. Okay. Or you read or go through it in a right direction so that you frame your career in basis domain, and then you will become an SME or architect. Okay. So that you don't want to go in the version of these SAP projects and then you will get lost. Okay. So far, what we discussed before I move to the non-ABAP transports. Anybody? Could you please summarize what we have discussed so far? So no one has remembered anything. Everybody lost.
we have discussed about the transport management and what is a TP transport route and TDS, transport domain controllers, and how we configure this transport management system and routes and all. And we have discussed about the groups also, like what are the groups, and we discussed about the data file co-files, like what are the directories present in USR SAP trans directory.
Very good. So guys, so all of you have followed this. You have covered the majority of the things. Okay. So all of you are comfortable with these terms at least. I mean, where to check, what to check and stuff. So you can build on top of it. All of you. Anyone has any questions? Good.
We are keeping up with it.
Very good. So that's important. See, overview, and then now you got a glimpse of it. Then you read anything, you'll understand. You go to Google or help.sap.com or anywhere, then you will connect it. And you go to your systems in your own landscapes, in your projects, open development system. It's not risky also. I mean, you're not logging in production. Go to your development system and see what is your TMS configuration, how it is defined. Can you see those directories, what I've said in OS level? If you have OS level access, okay, open the TP profile, just do some 1 hour of exercise, so that next time when there is an issue with the TMS, then you will be the pakka, you will solve it. I am damn sure of it. Okay. But after this, you go through these things and then you come up with some questions on it. Okay. So so far what we have discussed, okay, are all ABAP related. Okay. Transports. So these transports, everything is developed in the ABAP system, and then they were captured in a transport, and that transport we are taking it to the production. I told you NetWeaver platform, right? So it has a capability for non-ABAP as well, right? And you have Java systems also, Java runtime. Okay, how do you manage? I mean, we don't have any such systems now because we do see very rarely this kind of configuration. But theoretically, I will cover you so that if you find a system, then you get some background of it. Okay. So there is a CTS, change and transport management system. Okay. So SAP has enhanced the existing transport system for the non-ABAP objects. Okay. So non-ABAP objects can be attached to a transport orders. So in portal use case deployment takes place using no. Good. So what happens is these non-ABAP transports in a particular order, they will arrange it and then they will give us the files to deploy. Okay. There is a specific deployment option in NWA. So you have to log into the NWA and then we have an option to transport those XI objects or J2E developments. Okay. Or sometimes they will give the deployment files. Okay. So either you use this CTS plus or we will also do a telnet, the customizations or there is deployment files. Okay. I don't know if you heard of telnet. So with that also we can do that. So this change and transport system CTS is an enhanced version of the transport thing, which can enable or which has the capability to import non-ABAP J2E development or the XI object transports. Okay. So this is the tricky part. So here you need a Java stack and an ABAP stack if you want. And then here also most of the concepts are similar. You have a domain controller, So I will see if I find any Java system where this CTS is configured. So if I show you that, then you will understand it. We are going to talk mainly about the users and user groups. Okay. So let me put it. So this is also an important topic. Users, user groups, authorizations, roles, profiles, many things. So it's a very important topic. Even though you may feel it's like a security topic, but still it's very relevant for the basis guys. Okay. So nowadays, if you see SAP, they are no longer separating security and basis separately. So earlier, we used to have a security team, separate team who takes care of these users, authorizations and stuff, and basis separate. Okay. But if you see last 3 or 4 years onwards, there is no separation of basis and security. And they both club together and they expect everybody to comfortable with this kind of authorization concept. And moreover, it's very important for you. Some of the users, like for the background jobs or the admin users and something, you need to understand what it is actually. So that's why this is also very theoretically and practically in both ways. This is very important. We do some hands-on creation of these users. I know you may feel very comfortable and you may feel easy, but still I would encourage or request you to do that exercise, because it is very important to have you a clear understanding of these concepts. Okay, let's start with the user administration and fundamentals. So when we say user administration, okay, so let's check the diagram first. Okay, so what all users you can think of? Yeah, can you please tell me what all users you came across so far? Anybody? Have you? So some of you have already logged into the SAP system, right? So what SAP users you are using in your day-to-day work?
Service.
Communication.
So, okay, these are the application users or the front-end users. Front-end users. So it's a 3-tier architecture, right? I said, okay. So, I mean, what users you are talking about is the SAP GUI or where you do on the front end. So what about the application server users? Have you ever logged into the server?
Yes.
So in the login, so which user you mostly use on the server to do any admin activities on the server?
SID ADM.
What else? That is one user. Obviously, that's the most powerful user. So where you do the entire administration. So have you heard of the
root?
Yeah, root is absolutely fine. I mean, that is for the entire server. Okay. So that is for if you have a root access, then you can do anything on the server. But with the root, can you stop the system, SAP system? With root?
No.
Yes. So root is there. It's very powerful. You can create an SID ADM user. So all the application administration happens with SID ADM. Okay. So good. So on the server level and the database, have you heard of the database users? Any database user you logged in?
SID.
Exactly. Okay. One user, SID. And have you heard of the schema user? So, and then you have this system user. So that is again for the system admin. Okay, good. So you have some understanding of these users. So let me elaborate. So SAP GUI, which is front-end users. Okay. So who are all these guys, front-end users? So the guys like developers, testers, and you as admins, and then end users. Okay. So there are many users. We call them, let's put it as SAP users. Okay. So let's take that as a front-end users, all of them. And then you have the operating system users. So operating system is only you as a basis consultant have the access. Okay. So no one else will have that server access. So that is where I told in the initial days that all 3 layers in a 3-tier architecture, a basis guy have the complete picture. So that is why there's no limit for you to learn. I mean, you can learn anything and you can become an SME in any of these areas. Okay, from the application side or this one. So in the server side, yes, SID ADM is the most powerful user, and along with that, there are some other users. Okay, for example, administrator user in Java case. Okay, where you do the patching and stuff. And then the other user is like DAA user. I mean, or the Solman related. Okay. So if you want to do the fetching of the server, DAA ADM, they call. Okay. But currently they call the DAA ADM. Earlier we used to call them as SMD ADM. Okay. So that has been gone. Now we call DAA ADM. So which will collect the data from your server through host control, and it will pass it to the solution manager system, which solution manager is nothing but, if you don't know, it's a monitoring system. I mean, mainly you use the solution manager to do the diagnosis of the problems or the root cause analysis and to fetch the data, how the system is performing, how it is performance. So to provide such a data to the solution manager, there is a different agent which we installs with the DAA ADM. So once after this, we will see in the system how many system users we have configured. Or you can just go to the server and give a more/etc password, PASSWD. You can see the users what are listed over here, application server users. But for you, it is important to understand only the SID ADM, okay, and it's how capable it is, okay, and then database server. So in the database layer, you have so many DB users, but as a basis admin for you, the most important one is the system user. I don't know if you ever logged into HANA Studio, and then this mainly in HANA. So system user is the one of the powerful user. So with which you can stop the system DB. I mean to say, you can stop the DB, you can take a backup of the system, you can look at the logs, you can change parameters. For example, HANA parameters. from memory increment or decrement, or tuning those INI files, where you want to change the backup directory structure, etc. So those parameters, change, backups, and then stopping and starting. So you can do with the system user in database server. So along with the system user, there are so many other users as well. For example, schema. Schema user is the most powerful user in database. So don't try to log in with that. I mean, if you have a system access, use system user, but avoid schema. So schema is the more powerful than system. Okay. So you can completely wipe out the entire database using the schema. Okay. Schema user is something which will write the data or to the tables. Okay. So you may say that I have 100 users. Okay. I mean, front end. Okay. And then those requests comes to the application server, and application server basically process those requests. So does it mean that all these 100 users, whoever logs into the SAP GUI, will go and write in the database? No. So all these processes, all these users request will be handled by the work processes, dialog, background, update, and so on. So only one user will write it to the database, that is schema. Okay, that's why I say don't. So these all 100, 200 users who are doing the application logic will not go and sit in write on the database. So all their requests will be collected by this work process. From work process, that data, one particular user, schema or in different databases, different users are there. I will talk when we have these database concepts in day 12 or day 13. I will give you a clear picture of what is that user and how it is going to pick the data from these work processes and then write it to the database. That I will explain over. But here, what you need to understand is not all the front-end users, 100 or 200, will go and access the database. Okay. So from application, that work process will cater the service to these users. That's it. So as an end user, the work process will take care of his work. And one user collects all this information and writes it to the database. Okay. Hope this is clear now. The concept of these users. Okay. So, now let's try to exactly meaning of this user. Okay. The term user usually means user ID. Okay. So what is the user ID? User ID means the ID which I have provided you. TCS user 1, TCS user 2, TCS user 3, like that. So up to you, if we have 12 users. So usually means that particular user ID. So people log on to the operating system or a database or SAP system using a user or password combination. Obviously, you need to have a user and password combination. Okay. So as I said, operating systems, which is operating system users, SID ADM and then DA ADM, and these users have a different authorization concept. Okay. Databases also has a different authorization concept. For example, schema, system, and then backup users also there. And there are different in HANA. If you see, there are 30 to 40 schema users. Whoever is working on that particular domain, they create one particular schema and they will put all the tables under this thing. And there is an XSA admin. So in database, XSA admin means the guys, so the developers can directly access the database. So without coming from the SAP GUI. So in HANA, as I said, it's a platform. And sometimes the HANA developers may need access to the HANA database directly without going through the application, because they develop some functionalities on the HANA platform. For example, reporting or models preparation and so on, so things. Okay. So at that time, they directly access to the database using that particular user, whatever is in. So what you need to understand here is, so the front-end users, which goes through SAP GUI, and the operating system users, which SID ADM, and the database users. So they all have a different authorization concepts. Okay. So the front-end users has this, TCS user 1, if you go roles and authorizations are different. And then the SID ADM has a different authorization concept at OS level, that is. Okay. That concept and how do you put permissions and what authorizations you have to give there. That is more relevant to the operating system, like 777 permissions or 755. I will show you. Okay, those authorization concepts. Even for the DB also, it is different. So DB also, what is this? Read access, write access, or update access. If I have to put it in a simple thing. So in database, what all things people can do? Mainly three things, right? Either you read with a select query. Okay, some users, suppose you are fetching the data from the HANA database and then you are preparing some reports in a third party application. So that time I don't want to give you the complete update and write access, right? So that time you just give him the read access. So he will do some select commands on the HANA, and then he will fetch the data and his application populates the reports, third party applications. So that way, that authorization concept is a little different. And then so some guys will keep pushing the data from their mobile or some application where people more like media. So where they will snap or they will track something and immediately they want to put it in the database so that it will be available for everybody. Okay. Such cases, only write access is more relevant for them. So like that. So all these three layers have a different authorization concept. Okay. So as I said, if the third one, if a user or password combination is created in a SAP system, so this does not mean that you can possibly log into the operating system, right? With that user and password combination. I told you, all the thousands of end users or the users who are in the front end GUI are not logged into the application server or server level or database level, because that has a different user and different combination of users and passwords. So it is possible that identical user, so same user like TMS ADM, SID ADM user I can provide in the front end also. I can provide in the application server. That is possible. It's a minor comment. That's what definition purpose. So we got it. All three layers have different authorization concepts or the different way of handling the user request. So as I said, the user requests are processed by the work process. That is what here mentioned. User requests are SAP work process. These work process all use a common user. So that's what I mentioned, right? Not all these users go and hit the database. Common user to access the database. Okay. So exactly. Now the next important question. Okay. Now for this topic, so let's remove for now, application server and database. So we are not covering the bottom two layers. Okay. So in this class, we are only talking about the front end or the SAP GUI through which you log in. So this application server related ones, when we have this OS concepts, operating system concept, that time I will explain you in detail what all the users, how the directory structures and what permissions you have to set and how the authorizations you can segregate there. And same when we are talking about Sybase database or the HANA database, I will explain you in detail the user authorization or user management concepts over there. So for now class, so you just understand the basic concept of this user administration, and then we will focus only on the first part, front end. Okay. Now you may ask the question. So in any system, you have clients, right? 000 client, and then you have 001 production client, and client numbers varies from customer to customer. 001, 002, 003, or 100, 200, or 800 client which you are logging in, right? So different clients you have in a system. Okay. So again, what is client and how these clients are segregated? Which client to use and what are those roles and responsibilities of that particular client? So I will explain you, I think in day 5 or day 6, we have a session, a dedicated session on the client. Okay. For example, now you try to understand that we have only 800 client in our test demo system, which we have given you. So that is the production client. Just imagine like that. It's a production client. Where you work. 000 is the admin client. So just know that. So only the admin related works you can do from the 000, for example, license installations, and then yesterday TMS configuration, which we did, right? So those things you always do from the 000. Okay. You don't do it from the. So client dependent means, so the users, what you create, TCS user 1, TCS user 2, TCS user 3, you can try. So I create, you try to log into the 000. You see if it works or not. Has anybody tried? So with the same user, even though I created in the same system, but if you change the client number to the 000, for example, LMS system. So, EH8 system. See, I am logging into the client. So I created all your users, TCS user 1 or TCS user 2 in the 800 client. Let's suppose I change it to 000 and then I use my user EST user 1. This is the one. So if I try to log in, it doesn't work. Client name or password wrong. So what I'm trying to say here is, so all these users, what you create in the front end are client dependent. Okay. So if you create them in 000, they work in 000 only. If you create them in 100, they work in 100 only. Okay. So that is very important thing. For your practical purpose and this one. So the entire front end user concepts, okay, they're all client dependent. Okay, so in one client you created the users and you created the authorization concept, roles, profile, etc., and you cannot expect them to work in the other client. Okay, I mean the 800 client in 000 or something. Okay, so but you may ask a question. So hey, I have a 3 clients. Okay, you have a three clients in a system. For example, in this system we only have 800. Let's suppose you have one more client, 900 client. So you have done an excellent work. I mean, the clients, roles, every roles or users, everything you created in this particular client, and you want to take them to the other client, 900. So do you have to redo the whole thing? I mean, in 900, or how do you take this thing? How do you take the configuration or the roles which you have created in the 800 client to the other client? Anyone knows? How do you take it to the new client? All the roles, authorizations which you have created in the first client.
SCC1.
Sorry?
SCC1 client copy.
Yes. So you can do a client copy to the new client. That also we will explain over there, but just to get a glimpse. So, I mean, I'm trying to say these users and these concepts are client dependent, and only in that particular client you will be able to log into that. And if you want to take it to the other clients or copy, you do a client copy, or you have another possibility. That is also important. You can record these roles in a transports and you can import it to the other system, or you can make this. Sometimes you can have an option to make them cross-client customizing. Okay, which means for all clients, those roles or something, those roles or profiles will be available for all the clients. But users, you have to create in each client. It depends on your use case, or you do a client copy with there is an option where you copy only user master data. Okay, I mean users and then this part. Clear? Now with this slide, what you understand? Front end application and database users are there, and our focus is more on the front end users. Okay. So these front-end users are the client dependent. Okay, that is the most important thing you have to do. All the user requests, what comes to the system, I mean, you log in with TCS user, right? So that will be processed by the dialog, I mean, work processes based on your request. If it is a background request, background process will take care, update will take care, and then spool will take care, like that. Okay, that you understand now. So now let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, very good. So now, okay, I have created you a particular user, okay, TCS user 1. So how do you put the protection methods? How do you put a protection? Whether that particular person, okay, the TCS user will be able to do the action or not. Okay, so let's take this example. You have user master record. So user master record, nothing but if you go to the SU01, I will show you after this one. I will explain you. So if you go to the SU01, and you give the username, then you will find multiple tabs. That is the user master record. I will show you. Or let me explain you this user master record first, and then we will get back to the previous slide, users and authorizations. Okay. So what is the user master record? So let me go to the SU01. It is this one. So let me go to the EH8 system. Okay. So let me log into my user SU01. So then you can easily correlate to what I'm going to explain. So let's do a display of this user. Okay. So this is the user master record. So this is last changed by the Naveen for this user, my user, on 6th of so and so. So here you see documentation, and then address, logon data. So and then SNC, defaults, parameters. What parameters? So I will explain you in details what all these things. Roles, profiles, groups, personalization, and license data. So this is the user master record. Okay, for this particular user, you get the entire details of this particular user. Who is he? What is going to do in your system? Okay, so now, okay, how do I minimize this? Okay, good. Minimizing option. Why is it appearing always? Okay, good. So this is what I was explaining. So you see user master record, and let me explain you this way. Good. So these are the sections I have shown you, right? In SU01, address, logon data, SNC, defaults, parameters, groups, personalization, license data, profiles, roles, and so on so things. Now let's see the each and every one's definition. What are these things? So address. So address, it's a, the name itself will tell that what does it contains? Address data. So logon data, so password and validity. So I mentioned some of these notes also. I mean, if you want to get a clear understanding of more details of how this logon data and the rules and regulations, what passwords to be used and how you can configuration, that you will be in the logon data, and validity of the user from how long to that details will be available. And then SNC. This is the important thing, guys. Secure network communications. So this is used to do an SNC. This is what I'm referring to, this section. Okay. So see, SNC is not active on these application servers. Unsecured is logon is permitted for specific users. So if you enable this one, so there is a parameter called SNC/enable. You just check it in the system, or you see, let's say that SNC/RZ11 SNC/enable. Okay, see this parameter SNC enable. So this parameter I'm talking. So this parameter is 0, which means this has not been set in the system. That is what the SU01 is telling. Okay. So as a basis consultant, this is important for you. SNC configurations, you will get it day in and day out. Okay. So SNC is not active on this server because SNC parameter is disabled. And so this SNC name, okay. So secure network communication, if they define you the SNC particular, there will be one string they will give you. Okay, when you are configuring the SNC, you will understand there is a string you have to generate. So that string you have to place it over here, and SNC parameter has to be enabled, and this SNC configuration needs a restart. Why? Because you are changing the parameter. SNC enable parameter from 0 to 1 you have to set. So first you have to set that parameter, and then you have to copy some crypto files. So there is a procedure I have given in the note. So where it explains what exactly you have to do if there is an SNC needs to be configured. So most of the customers will configure this because it's a sandbox, it's a test system. So you don't have this configured, but most of the customers will configure it, and they will provide you the SNC string, what has to be configured over there. So that only those particular people will be able to access through single sign-on. So I think you might have heard single sign-on. Anybody using in your project, single sign-on, SSO. I mean, without user and password, you log into the system, SAP system. Have you tried? Yeah. Did anyone using? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So what I'm telling you is, for example, we are logging into the system using my TCS user 1, TCS user 2, right? So you don't have to give the password again and again. So the moment you are with the company laptop, so obviously your company will give you the laptop, not to the client laptop, or from the client WTS or client network. They all has to be in the one network. Client network, there is a single sign-on configuration just to avoid this giving password, and or else there is a problem. You know, you can share your user to anybody, right? For example, the user I gave you, TCS user 1, you can give it to your friends, or you can give it to somebody else. Or somebody can hack that user ID and password. Somebody can, so for example, I gave you only SAP 123. I mean, if you set such a loose password, somebody can try it and then log into the system. Okay. So, I mean, I'm elaborating the use cases also in SNC because it's very important for you. I mean, remaining things are very straightforward explanations. So anybody can log into the system, right? So with that user ID and password, or you can share, or I mean, they can guess the password and log in. So that's a high risk for the customer. So once you log into the system, then you can do anything. I mean, of course, there is an authorization concept. Okay, I'll tell you how that will be also restricted. But yeah, he can do certain things at least, whatever he has the authorization. So to avoid that, what the companies will do, or the clients or the customers will do is in their systems, they will enable this SNC. So which means single sign-on they configure. So there is a certificate. That certificate is installed in the your laptop, I mean their laptop, and that laptop is issued by the company. So which means that SAP system access is possible only from that particular SAP laptop or from a remote desktop. For example, you use for some customers, you log into the remote desktop, right? Windows. So from there only the servers are accessible. If you come out, they will not be accessible. So in that particular remote desktop or in that particular laptop, they will configure that, okay, this is my certificate, and check for this certificate in that particular laptop. And in system also that certificate will be available. And they both will do a handshake. Oh, this guy using this string, okay, this guy matches to my this thing, fine, let me allow him. Fine. So you don't have to give any user ID password. Just click on the system in SAP GUI. It will take you to the system, and then it will give you the authorization as per the roles and profiles, whatever given. So now you understood SNC. So SNC is a secure network communication. So if you want to configure SSO, or for example, if you want to establish a communication bit from system A to system B, Okay. Instead of using the user ID and password, you can also use this to communicate using the secure connection. Okay. So any questions on this SNC part? Yes. Okay. So some older versions, this SNC tab doesn't appear. Okay. Don't worry about it because they are older and that is not supported. But recently, every SAP system in 740 onwards, at least from 2011, it's almost 10 years. So after 2011 systems, in all systems, this SNC is by default enabled. Okay. So for more information using the security network products, you can always check this particular note 66687. So up to date, this will give you the latest security information on this one. So defaults, there is a section called defaults, right? So defaults is nothing but some of the default sections. Suppose you as an user, TCS user one, if you give a print, right? Print, you always want to, you are printing an invoice. So you may think that why would I need that print always go in a A4 size, right? But so if you are a customer you are doing a petrol bunk and then you are giving a receipt, right? So that receipt has a standard format. Some 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters or some standard format. So those defaults you can define here. Okay. So when that particular user gives a print and then it always goes and in the language also. For example, that's why this flexibility in SAP system, that's why they are very much successful, guys. So it's such a simple. For example, in India, I'm in Bangalore. So it's simple. And the receipt, you can just, for this user, you select Bangalore user. Okay. You always give the print with that Bangalore user. You set the defaults like, okay, this is the printer and this is the long language. Kannada language or whatever is it. But here it's a country wise. So, and then simple. So whenever from that user Bangalore, if you print it, it will print in the Kannada language only. So the receipts like that. So that flexibility is there. So that is the defaults. Okay. So, and then the parameters. There is a section called parameters you see in the middle here. So user specific fields for these SAP systems. Okay. So let's go to there. Let's see what it contains. Okay. So let's see the parameters. Okay. So there are certain things. You can set that particular user, maximum, you need to have a minimum in these many digits or this user should be able to do it. I'll fetch you some use case when we are doing the exercise. We will do one thing. So there you can, for this particular user, you can set those values. Okay. You can give the extra kind of authentication kind of thing using this setting. A functionality. It's not an authentication. So you can give some more lenience for this particular guys by giving these parameters values. So roles, these roles. So it is just that what authorization this particular person has it, and then with which you can log. And then profiles. Profiles is nothing but a combination of these roles. They will create it as a profile. SAP All is the most powerful profile. All SAP system authorizations you have, so that you also have it. And then groups is like, groups I will explain. After this slide, there is a slide where we talk about this groups thing. Okay. And then personalization. So personalization is nothing but when you log into the system, right? At the moment you see, so this particular thing. So easy access menu, personalization. So here. So see, as a basis admin or a basis consultant, you are comfortable with the transaction ports because it's your day-to-day life, like ST22, SM66, SM54. So these transactions, you will remember it. Whether you like it or not, because you do it in day in and day out, so you remember it. But this has to be monitored, or the administrator, who will work on this system. So at the end of the day, the factories or the end users, right? The human resource people or the employees, end users, basically the petrol bunk, whoever is giving the receipt or the inform account sections. So these people are using this thing. So for them, if you ask them, remember this transaction code, they go crazy. Okay. For them, it just go and they click on this and then they do this. So this is called the personalization, or you can put it as a favorites. So, so if you do that personalization, developers will do that personalization. So for this accounting guys, so for example, for a material related thing, manufacturing related personalization, if you give it to the accounting guy, he will go crazy. So that's why developers, according to the manufacturing or the industry they are working, so they will do the personalization of the user screens. Giving more web related stuff over here or something. Okay. So that kind of personalization, only the developers can be able to do that. Okay. So in some transactions, see, personal settings are required, which have effect on the appearance. So it is more of like an appearance, if I have to put it in a word. Okay, so that is the personalization. Like, in our desktop, right? Once you log into the laptop, you can change your screen, right? I mean, log on screen, and you can arrange the folders in the way you like it. And some products will give you the thing, I mean, how to change the color of those folders also. Okay, so this is a kind of personalization. So this is decided by the, as I said, the developer. Okay, decides whether when the personalization functions are available or not. So there is no special customizing switches or anything which you have to do. So the developers will provide you, facilitate you whether you can change the personalization or not. For example, logging into the SAP GUI, you have a lot of themes, right? I explained you. So Quads theme or the SAP signature theme or Web GUI theme is different, like that. So we know they will put you very limited options in SAP, but it will be suitable for the particular user. So that personalization, if it is available in the system, you can always assign to that user so that he can see the appearance, his appearance will appear. So license data is nothing but, where is this one? SU01 again. So for example, if there are contractors where you have to define their license related stuff, because I mean, you may think that in my organization, how do I need to know? But you just think of the organization. So SAP, as I said, they are very, very big industries, right? You need to control. So who are the licensed people and whether the user who has created is licensed or not, that license data will be displayed in the license data. So you see here, so contractual user type. So what kind of a contractual user type and that thing you can define over here. So any questions here? So now, okay. Now this is the user master record. So the name itself says for this user, so EST user 1, this is the complete data. So what this guy is, who he is, and what authorizations he has, and what personalizations he has, and how he licensed he. This entire thing is called the user master record. Okay, now let me go back to the slide. Fine. So you have created a user. Okay, let me put it. You have created a user. So in what layers, I mean, how many levels you can check the authorization? I mean, restrict the authorization. You see here. So this is the user master record for one user. User master record, just now I explained. It's nothing but the user ID and what all the data available in the system. And then you have a user master record thing. So two levels of protection you can establish. Number one, first of all, whether the transaction has to be called or not. Okay. So if you execute let's say SM66. So you know all of you this transaction code, right? Let's say SM66. Okay. So I called this SM66. So it will show you all the work processes in all the instances in the system. Okay. So you see many of them are waiting. Fine. So now one layer of protection, whether I can call the transaction. So first somebody complained, I'm not able to execute these transactions. It is giving an error for me, right? That is the first level. So you can block the entire access to the transaction. Number two. So second level is, okay, you can you can access the transaction, but you will not be able to do anything. Okay. So changing or the updating, or suppose if you want to delete this particular row, so that thing is not possible. That is the second layer of protection. So may a transaction called? Yes. So if it is called, authorization for actions and data during the transaction. So that is the second level of protection. So here this diagram explains. So let's do this thing. Okay, let me put it in big screen. So as I said, first of all, allowing the transaction, and the second option, whether he can execute the particular, I mean, whether he can read the data or if he can work anything on that is another important thing. Okay. So now once he logs in, so first thing, authorization checks. So this has to be done. So please try to understand, guys. So this is easy topic, but it is important to have a clear picture. So a user comes to the system. So two levels of this thing, transaction permitted, or number one, it checks. As I said, if it is not permitted, it will directly throw you an error. I will tell you, if it gives such an error, how do you troubleshoot? I mean, what roles, what authorizations you have to assign. Okay, you don't have to assign SAP all to everybody. So there is a transaction called SU53. Immediately in that memory, it is stored. That I will explain you later. So you will know that which authorization is missing for the transaction. Then immediately what you can do is you can assign that transaction to you. Okay? Or we can create a user and we can try that. So authorizations assigned. And then to read the data or to change anything, whether the right authorizations assigned or not. That is important. So these are the two checks, authorization checks it will do. So then examples of objects which are requiring. So these are the just authorization checks which will do when a user try to do. So customer master record or the user master record. So these are very, very important things. I mean, you don't want to give this access to anybody. Okay. So which needs more protection. Examples. So for example, if you have an SAP all access, you can do anything. I mean, you can delete my user. I can delete your user and you can delete my user. So that you want to restrict only to the basis guys or the admins, that authorization. I mean, modifying the user master record, which I mean the user IDs, and then the customer master record also, customer data. I mean, what all factories I have and how many regions it has there. So such data, you don't want to give access to anybody. And then lock entries also. So lock entries, if you delete, then it will lead to an inconsistency. And then the company code, company data in the system. So these are the very, very important aspects. I mean, where you need a lot of protection. And maybe in the SAP internal systems and SAP systems, you may not find such a critical level of authentication, but in customers, these authorizations are very, very important. Okay. I mean, you cannot simply give an SAP all access to anybody. Okay. So it is very, very risky. Okay. So before I move to this dialogue, now we'll go to the user types. Okay. So to add here, how important is to give the right authorizations and the segregation of these users. So you may think very silly or simple. Hey, just a user, just create it and give it. But this is very, very powerful. I'll tell you one example. I was working in one of the client, BP, British Petroleum. It's a very big client. Okay. So what happened? One guy, by mistake, has assigned SAP all to one user. Okay. That user did not do anything. Just assigned. Okay. He just assigned. I mean, he did not touch the data, or he did not do anything. By mistake, it happened. I mean, he is a basis guy. Happened. So, but after a day, somebody got to know. I mean, I will tell you how they got to know. They have a mechanisms, how they get to know. When there is an SAP all is allocated to any user, then they will get to know. Okay. I mean, there will be a mechanism in the customer projects. I mean, immediately as soon as SAP all is assigned, it triggers a mail to your CEO of the company. Okay. So it escalates to the managers. It send a mail. Hey, so-and-so user has been allocated SAP all access. Okay. So it's very, very critical. I'll tell you. So he has assigned one SAP all access. That's it. The whole project or almost 50 to 60 people got fired because of that action. You may think it's a simple SAP all access and then immediately he removed it. You may think it's such an easy way, 1 minute task. Oh, he assigned by mistake and then he removed it. That's it. But, and he didn't do anything in the system. So, but why? Why such a serious action? Can anybody explain why it is a very, very serious offense, assigning a wrong role or a powerful authorization to a particular user? Can you guess? Can you explain?
User will have the power to change the data, which might be very crucial for the company.
Yes. Yeah. So, I just said, whether you do it or not, right? Every SAP system has a legal auditing contract. Okay. Every production system. That's why I said there is a change management process. You have to be very, very careful when you are SAP. So why I am telling you this example is you are the basis guys. You have a very powerful access. So with the powerful access and you will have a powerful powerful responsibility. Okay. So don't ever, by silly or by, it's just a simple thing. Don't ever do. Nothing is silly in basis. Simple. Try to understand that. I'll tell you why. Why that's a serious offense. So it's a production system, number one. In production system, there is a SOX auditing. Auditing means, so every day or every alternative days, there is a report runs. Okay, what are the authorizations? And that will go to the government, not to you, not to me. So the company, British Petroleum, you see your TCS also, Tata Steel, whoever is implementing the SAP products, right? SAP implementation, ERP systems are the productive, they have to go through the auditing and they have to represent to the legal courts. Okay, stating that our systems are compliant and we are not doing anything illegal. Why Satyam Computers went bankrupt? Okay, why Satyam Computers CEO got arrested? Okay, you heard right? Financial fraud. How do they do the financial fraud? They log into the system and they change the data. Simple. As I said, 10, you add one more zero. So your revenue is 1 lakh per day, and you just add one more, your revenue increases to 10 lakh. So in the share market, your revenue is growing. So then people invest. Then you are frauding the people, right? So that's why every production system has to go through an auditing. I mean, SOX auditing. There are companies to do that auditing. I'm telling you, KPMG, EY, PwC. There are companies who will do the auditing in these SAP systems. Okay, there are protocols they will follow, and they have to present to the government that my SAP system. Or how do you trust a banking, HDFC and Infosys? They can anytime delete the data and tell that, hey, your data is not there, you have not deposited. How they are compliant? So this is the thing. So we are talking about the matter of money. So fine, you did not do anything, but I see you have put an SAP all. I don't know what you did, but your system is non-compliant, which means something is happening in your system. You have assigned SAP all, because that user has a very powerful, he can do anything in the system. You may tweak the data here and there, but I can't do the whole checkup of your system. But you have violated the government norm or the government policy, and the BP will get penalized for that some million euros. Okay, because it's a simple 1 minute task where the guy just assigned and then deleted that role, but it was caught in the auditing by a third party. Those third parties also recruited by, in some countries, government, or in some countries, before the government knows, the company only recruits dedicated guys. Okay, because if it goes to the government, then it's like a reputational impact. You just imagine, hey, in BP, somebody modified the data, that's it. Their share market will collapse. These are the very, very silly things. So that I'm giving you the very important practical, the importance of these authorizations. So by mistake or by any chance, never ever giving less authorization is always better than the, getting delayed or whatever it is, than giving a more authorization. So understand the important. So then BP gets penalized by so KPMG has quoted BP that, hey, there is a change. You have assigned an SAP all, here is it, data. So every user data modification will be tracked. Don't ever think that it will not be tracked. SAP itself, in the system itself, there is a table. Okay, there are tables where your activity will be tracked. What changes you have made, what have you touched, and everything. So it is simple for these auditing teams just to check the table. Okay, they'll say, oh, so-and-so TCS user has assigned SAP all and removed the SAP all. Fine, no matter whatever it is. This is not as per the terms and agreements of this company. Fine, that's it. They will fine. So for that assessment, so if you change something, then the fine will be more. If you change nothing, then there will be a fine. So some million euros. It's not 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. They'll charge a hefty amount because your system is not compliant as per the government rules and regulations or the financial rules and regulations. Right? Every stock market, every company has the rules and regulations. So everybody has to obey. So the Satya computers, and they all did what? Same thing. So they logged in with some user and then they changed the data and they have shown the wrong data. Financially, if I have to put it in a very nutshell. So almost 5 to 6 years, they have shown the wrong revenues, wrong taxes. So then at one particular point in time, somebody has identified, they have seen this and then they caught it, and they are managed internally. They saw auditing teams and all. Without those things will be revealed outside. Okay. So understand it. So even though you are assigning just, but it has very severe and serious implications in production systems. So whenever you are doing something in the production system, be very, 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 very cautious. Okay. It's not only this. So when you are importing, that every activity, what we are going to talk next 15 days, right? Everything is critical. Okay. Never ever, and stop. Don't do any multiple activities when you are working on a production system. So these are the best. Some recommendations I give you with my experience. I've seen a lot of cases, I'm telling you, where I've worked on sleepless nights for 10 days, 15 days for fixing one issue. Okay, in the customer location. So they ask you to stay there. Okay, and they will provide you food, bed, everything. They will throw on our face in the meeting room. Okay, in the client location. So in 2014, I was there in London for this client. So, there was an issue. That's it. Their legal team and they were after them. And then we were in a meeting room and you will be supplied with everything and you address it. That's it. You fix it and then go home. 14 days it took for us and everything over there only. We were in the office. 14 days, we didn't even come out of the building. So until we figured out who has caused it and what was done and what is done in the system and all the legal reports and everything is submitted, then we will relieved. It's like lockdown of the building. So we almost 30 to 40 people who are working on that project were relieved only after 14 days, after doing so much scrutiny. So this is very important. Understand these real life problems. So you may starting your career in basis, but don't get scared. Over a period of time, I mean, with these examples and stuff, over a period of time, you will get to know where you have to put a break and where you have to be controlled, and understand that you are the very powerful guy. Okay. So basis guy is the most powerful in the entire SAP landscape. So, that manager said, or this security guy said, that user said, this user said, never ever do anything. So developers, functional, anybody, they have their limitation. They have that thing. But as an admin, it's you who can put a full stop over there. Stop it. Get the right approval. I don't approve. I don't import it without your so-and-so approval. So following the process is also your most responsible task. Okay. Whenever somebody asks you to assign a user ID or password, I mean, some authentication, extra authentication, forget about it, whether he is a friend or close friend or buddy, or it doesn't matter. Okay. So there should not be any kind of affectionate or friendly thing. You can help him troubleshoot. You can help him do whatever you want, but don't assign him the unauthorized authorization. Okay. Even though you think that he didn't do anything, he just want to see it as a said example, right? You just assigned and you removed it, but there was a serious implication because your system violated the norms defined by the government or the financial organizations. Okay. That is very, very important, guys. So keep this in mind. So that's why I'm stressing these authorization objects. It's not only knowing how to do and how to think, you will be able to do it for sure, but understand the criticality of these assigning wrong these things. So now you understand the importance of these authorizations. And then we discussed about the users in 3-layer architecture. I mean, but we are only focusing on the front end or the SAP GUI related users. Okay. So the next important question is, so like I ask you, what are the users? You guys are already aware of it. User types. So we have around 5 types, but 4 are the most frequently, not most frequently, 4 types we use little bit frequently. But out of that, 2 are very, very frequently we use. Okay. So yeah, the screen and theory is fine, but I will try to simplify it in a way. At least you guys are comfortable with the terminologies and these users, what they do and stuff. But believe me, only when you work and when you create something with that particular user, then only you feel the real importance, and you don't have to by heart whatever I'm explaining. I mean, you don't have to remember, but you will by intuition or by thing, you will remember that. Okay. So the first and user types. So let me go here on this diagram. First thing, dialogue. And then we have system, communication data, reference, and then service. So mostly we use dialogue, system only, these 2 mostly. We don't, in very rare cases we use. I will give you examples, where you use the service user and where you use the communication user, where you use communication. Reference, in my last 10 years of experience, I never used it, believe me. So I may not be able to give you an example, but the remaining 4, definitely I will give you examples and their perfect use cases, where exactly you use them. Okay. So now I'll ask you simple question. I mean, if you have worked on it. So with the dialogue user, the users which I provided you, what type of users they are? Anyone? So what type of these TCS users, what type of users they are?
Dialogue.
Good. We have talked about the user TMS ADM. What type of user? TMS ADM. So
System user. System of service.
See, if we have this user, so TMS ADM doesn't exist in 800 client. The reason is it's a client dependent user. This exists only in the 000 client. Okay, clear? So now let's see a TCS USER1. Let's check this out. Okay, address data. Yeah. So you see here you can see the user type. So what type of user it is? A dialogue or a service or a system or communication user. Okay. For any user, so that's how you check the what type of user you are using in the system. Okay, so dialogue user is mainly to do the day-to-day tasks. Okay, so normal dialogue user is used by one person. For example, TCS user, whatever I have provided you only one person has to use, but you can share the password. But the thing is, you generally you should not share that. Okay, during a dialogue logon, the system checks for the expired or the initial passwords. Okay, so see, first thing what it checks when you are logging with TCS user one. So what it will do is, what is my validity date? So it will check this particular thing. Okay, validity from and to. You see here, this user is valid to 10th. So this TCS user one. So then you have a problem after this thing. Okay, so this user, you will not be able to access it after 10th. So let me increase your validity up to September 30. Okay, there's nothing we lose. Save. So what it will do is, I will extend for all of you, don't worry. So display, so log on data. So it will check the first thing is validity. So as soon as it doesn't meet the validity condition, immediately it will throw an error. Hey, the user has expired. Okay. So now the second check it will do is, suppose the first time when I created this user, you set an initial password like SAP123, I gave you password, right? And then it asks you to prompt for changing the password. So that it will ask the second check. So see, the dialog user behavior is this. Just remember this. So, I mean, you get again, this level I am explaining, these terminologies in a clean way that they will ask you in certification. So what does dialog user do? So because these are all more like intuitive questions. What does dialog user, when you try to log in, first things, number one, it checks for the expired or the initial password, whether it is expiration or an initial password. And the user has the opportunity to change his or her own password that you did. So multiple dialog logons are checked and logged. Okay. For example, TCS user one. Okay. If you share to somebody, 3 or 4 people logs into the same user. So as I said, there are tables who will track that. So there is a table USR 41 MLD. So which will track the how many times that user has logged in and what is he doing. So I mean, so if you go to the SE16, so for most of the critical things, guys, believe me, SAP will track the logs. I mean, will put a change. So let's say the execute. So you see here, so B name is nothing but the username, and mandate is, these are the database terms. MANDT, wherever you see MANDT, which is a client. So in 800 client, you see ACM demo. So peak 2 times, and concurrently they logged in 2 times. I mean, immediately. So this is the kind of thing they will have the data, how much last date, last time, peak date, peak time, first time, first day, everything is tracked, I'm telling you. So especially when anything with relevant to the authorization and role changes and everything will be tracked, don't say that nobody is monitoring. It is just matter of time, people like me just logs in and then open this report table. That's it. They will get to know the history of what exactly the consultant has done. Okay. So that is why, and especially for all the basis, never ever underestimate that, and nobody is tracking for the basis. So it might not be a case for developers. So developers, they may not track and they can't track also because those developments and stuff. But for basis, they know this guy is a very super user and they know that you have the access and this will be tracked by default. SAP will track it. Forget about the customer and others. SAP will track it in the system. Okay. Just for root cause analysis and then problem analysis. So be careful. That's just an example I'm showing. Yes, USR 41 MLD table will track how many dialog users and how many times they logged in. Okay. So then the next important user, system user. So system user is of type dialogue-free communication. Okay. So for example, background processing. Okay. The work process which suppose a job collecting the statistics of the database or collecting the data of the certain table. Okay, those jobs are the background jobs. They don't run in the what we call on a dialog processing. So for example, if you put it on a dialog, so which means your screen keep on rotating, that hourglass, right? Rotating, and you have to wait for hours to complete that thing. So that job will run for 1 hour to, 1 day, 2 days, like that. So then you would schedule it as a background job. So in such cases, you always use the system user. Okay. So system user, can you log in with system user to the system? System user, can you log in? As anybody with the TMS ADM, will you be able to log in? Or with batch underscore RFC or batch underscore some user, will you be able to log into the SAP system?
No.
Yes. So you will not be able to log into the system with the background user. So here you see not SAP GUI capable. Okay. So only 2 users, forget about reference, only 2 users you can log into the system. One is a dialog user, which you all are having, and the another user is a service user. So to make your life very simple or the understanding very simple, dialog and service are the same, both. Okay. So this service user. So, but what is the difference? Why you need a service user? Okay. So, I mean, when the dialogue and service is same, why do you need both? You can log in with SAP GUI. Why do you need service? Exactly. So the reason is service users, there are use cases for service. For example, a developer or app developer, he always wants to access to the SAP system. Okay. But he is not communicating with the SAP GUI. He has defined some kind of API, application plugin. So, but he wants to log in every 1 hour and he wants to fetch some data and see it, and then he will update his code and something like that. But that guy, he can't give the dialog user password again and again. You got it? So it's very frustrating for him. And sometimes he forget his password also, or his code, he will change it sometimes. So for that purpose, the most important thing is, irrespective of how many times he hit the system, so his user should not get logged. So, but dialog, there is a restriction, right? So 3 to 4 times if you log into the system, then the user get logged, and then you have to contact the admin, to reset the password. So that guy don't want to do that. So service user is mainly used for the integration scenarios where a dialog kind of user is used. So this service user will never expire. Okay, number one. And then it will never has this one, what we call password. Password locking thing. So it won't get logged. You hit them as many times as possible, so it won't get logged. So this is the explanation here. A user of service is a dialog user, okay, that is available to a larger and anonymous group of users. So, for example, there are 30, 40 developers who wants to integrate or they create the applications, talks to the one SAP system. And you giving 30 users to them, imagine it, dialog users. Okay, giving them 30 like TCS user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a very painful thing. Okay. So, or I could have given all you 10 people, right? One user, TCS, simple. TCS, and then create it as a service user and given you. Okay. Why I didn't give you? Because I want to know who is doing what in the system. You understand? So that's why I given you dialog users with TCS 1 and 2 instead of a service user. But know that there are thousands of people who are developing or integrating with only one application, and giving them 1,000 users is very irritating. Okay. And in an admin, imagine to reset their password, those guys will log their users and it's too much of admin work. So such cases, you create a service user of type and you give them all one user. That's it. Hey guys, okay, what is your organization and you are working on your product? This is them. Okay, fine, use this user. And in your applications, whenever you are communicating to my system, use this user and password. So that is the difference between dialog and service. You got it right? So only the user administrator can change the password of this service user. Okay. So as I said, the system does not check for the expired or the initial passwords during the logon. Okay, that is the beauty of service user. So service user, so it won't check whether it is expired or not. No, the service user ID and password, that's it. And it won't ask you to change the password also, because you are the admin and you set a password of strong password, 13 digits, 40 digits, and give them. That's it. Or else again, they change the password and they won't share to anybody. So that is the service user. So service user is a dialog user, and you use it when you want to give it to a group of people, one user, okay, or the project one user, and then one password with no control for them. Only you as an SAP BASIS guy has the control over this one. Okay. Service user, will you be able to log into the SAP GUI? Yes, I said. So yes, you see this screen, middle screen, SAP GUI capable, dialog and service users, you can log into the SAP GUI. But the difference is, service user will not ask you to change the password and it will not check for the expiration. Okay. And this password only is changed by the developer. Okay. So that's why left side you see password change. Dialog, yes, it will ask you to change. Password change, service user, no. Any questions, guys, on dialog and service before I move to the next set of users? They both are different category. Okay, these two are one category. So is it clear the difference between dialog and service? So can anyone explain what is the difference between dialog and service? What I've explained. Now, okay, fine. So am I audible? At least, guys, please.
Yeah.
So good. So it is important. So you are following me, right? You are understanding. So I'm trying to make things simpler, but I'm not getting whether you are understanding or not. So you getting clear difference between these two? Please do let me know, or if you need further explanation. Okay. So then the second set of users. So system and communication user. Somebody speaking? Okay. System, I've already explained. It's a dialogue-free communication. You don't want to log into it. So within the system or from system A to B. So most of the RFCs, have you heard of the RFC connections, SM59? Okay. So if you go to the SM59, so you see, so these ABAP connections. So these users, what they use here, right? They're all like technical login, technical settings, logon and security. Yeah, IW user. So let's go and check it out. So they can use the other user. So dialogue free communication means, so like SU0. Okay. IW user. Let's check this one. So display. This doesn't exist. I think this is a system 000 client related one. So I will check you. Anyway, it will tell you that if you go to the user, it will tell you it's a system user. So my question is SM59. Let's check this one. So this is the connection from this EH8 system to some AAO system. Okay. So in the logon and security, let me open this. Come on. Or this one. Yeah. GW admin. So they're using this particular user. Okay. So this is a system user. Okay. You connect to that particular system using this particular user. So can anybody tell me what happens if I give a type of user, dialog user here?
If password expires, right? So the RFC will get failed.
Okay, number one, exactly. That is fine. Number two, one more important thing, the behavior. Please, I want you to catch the behavior.
Oh.
Number two. So, I want to explain you the dialogue-free communication. What exactly does that mean? So putting the theory is fine for me. I can close and I can move ahead. So see, definition, dialogue-free communication with a system for background processing. Okay, this term you see, it's a beautiful line. But I can simply skip this and proceed. But I want you to get a feel of what does it exactly mean, dialogue-free communication. Okay, practically. Suppose if you define this GW admin as a dialogue user in SU01, right? Whenever our system tries to communicate to this gateway system or this ABAP system, okay, what is going to happen? So what happens when you first try to log in with the dialogue user? It will ask you for user ID and password, right? So when you logged into the password, what it will say? It said, please input me the password. Now also it will tell you input me the password, right? So what happens is it will establish the connection, but it will ask you to type in the password. So you don't have this password status. You got it? That is the problem. You got it what I'm trying to say? And somebody can lock it and the expiration is the another reason. So dialogue-free communication dialogue means it will prompt you to ask a password. It should not ask for the password. So it will take the password saved and then you proceed and always ensure that my connection works. That is what I mean by the dialogue-free communication. You understand? That is why the system user comes into picture. When you define the system user here, then it will not ask for any user or password. It will not check for the expiration. Simply it will go and it will always, the connection will be working unless someone go and change the password of this GW admin. Okay. If you change the password, you come to the connection and you update the password. Simple. So that is what I mean by the dialogue-free communication. Okay. When you are establishing a communication with other systems, so it should not ask for the, changing passwords or expiry passwords or this stuff. Okay. That is the important. So that is what I mean. It can also be used. RFCs use various applications. Its main use case is the RFC connection, remote function call. I will explain in the RFC session exactly what are these connections and stuff. But just know that such kind of connections, when you are making from system A to system B connection, that times you use this background, which are dialogue-free communication. And then TMS ADM also. So TMS ADM also, it's a dialogue-free communication. So it will by default, it configures when you insert the TMS. Okay. So it is not possible to use this type of user for a dialogue login. As I said, not GUI possible in the screen. Okay. So system user, you will not be able to log into the SAP system with SAP GUI. Okay. So and then we have the communication user. So again, communication user is also same like system user. Okay. So it is not possible to log into the system. The usual setting for the validity for your apply user system. Okay. So the only thing is the difference, you can put a validity type here, validity. So system user, it won't check for the validity period. Okay. So system user doesn't have an expiry date. Okay. So, it will not ask for this. So that's what users of this type are accepted. System user is accepted from the validity period or the password change, passwords. But suppose you want to, there is a system B, you want to establish particular connection for only 2 days. Okay. And you may forget it after that time. So that guy may abuse it. So if you want to avoid such a scenario, what you do, you define simply communication data and establish it. 2 days it works and then it stops. That's it. So it's very simple. Now let's make a quick recap. I mean, this table, from this table, we'll try to understand. Okay, good. So mainly we have the 4 types of user: dialogue, service. So they both are same. So service user, the only thing is it won't ask you to change the password and it won't have an validity time. Okay, it will be infinitely available. Simple. And they both can be used to log into this system. Service user, when do you use the service user? When you have to give access to the group of people. I mean, when there is a project, the developers whom you want to give it to this. And then communication and system, dialogue-free communication. So you don't want to give it to whenever you are connecting, you don't want to punch in the password again and again. For example, background jobs, RFC connections. So dialogue-free communications, you can use these two. So the only difference between communication and this system is communications thing. You can set a validity and it will ask you to change the password also. Okay, good. So any further questions, guys? So most important ones are dialogue and system, guys. That's it. Apart from this service, I think service you understood it. So when to use it. Is it clear, this concept?
For system, what did you highlight now in the last slide? Okay. For the system thing, what did you highlight in this table?
Okay.
I missed
it. Okay. So the system user is what you want me to explain the criticality of the system user? Hello?
Yes.
Fine. So I'll explain it. So let me go here. So then wait. Why is this behaving like this? Okay. So system user is used for the RFC connections when you are connecting from system A to system B. Okay. So why you cannot use a dialogue user is if you use a dialogue user instead of a system user, so the behavior of the dialogue user is simple, right? So it will ask you to punch in the password, type the password. Okay. And it will also 3 times if the connection doesn't happen, or it may fail. If the password has some change. So system A to system B, when you try to connect with the dialogue user, it will prompt you to change, okay, punch in my password. That is not, that is very irritating for you. You don't know when that system connection is used, right? The background connection. So that's why you put a system user there, so that it won't ask you to change the password, or if you don't ask you to put in the password first of all in the first place. Update the password, ask for the password prompt. Okay. Because it's just a communication and you never know that which application uses that RFC connection. And whenever it uses, it will, using the system user, it will try to establish the connection. Okay. So what are the examples where you use for system? RFC connections and then background jobs. When you are running the jobs, and then TMS ADM is one of the examples. Okay. So system user do not expire. Okay. It won't have an expiry date. As long as that system user exists in the system, it works. Okay. So, it won't ask you to change the password also. As an admin, if you set the password, then it will be there. Okay. Clear? System. The only difference between communication and system is communication user has an expiry date. That's it. So for example, and that use case is, when you are working on a project, system A to system B connection only for 2 days. So you don't want, the contract is up to 2 days only. You set a validity date. Okay, then you leave the user. So it will act as a system user, but with a validity date, most importantly. That is the most important communication use case. Okay, clear?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's clear.
Okay, very good. So now the next one, good. So yes, so now we understand what is the authorization concept, and then we understand what are the types of users we have in this thing. And then we will talk about the security policy. So this security policy, you will understand more when you do an use case. Okay. When you do the assessment or the lab exercise, which I have given you, we will do it after this session. So security policy is nothing but, for example, I'll give you an example. So you are logging in with the dialogue user, right? In a nutshell, I don't want to stress it too much. So when you are logging into the user, so I gave you a password, SAP123, but that password is very easy one. Okay. 6 digits only. So I want to restrict the password. Okay. Sometimes when you're logging to the Google also, it will ask, hey, minimum you have to give 8 characters. And in that 2 digits has to be there. And in that 1 alphabetical has to be there. You understand? So such kind of password restrictions can be created and then assigned to a role. Simple. If I have to put, so that is about the security policy. Okay. But for the reference purpose, I will read all these things. But If you understand it, that is the security policy. Simple. Every day you use in any account when you're logging, even Facebook, Google, anything, it will. There are certain security rules they will put for the password. That is what it is, the security policy. Okay, so that you can do from the transaction code SECPOL, SECPOL, security policy. So I'll just execute it. So anyway, I have designed one, this one for you guys. So security policy, okay, how to create and stuff and assign to your user. So that you will try after this session. Okay, so then good. So you got it, security policy. It's a simple one. So there's nothing to, it's just that you should know how to do it. That I've explained in the labs. Okay, how to do it from the system, you do it. Then you will get a clear picture of it. It is just restricting or setting up certain kind of guidelines for the passwords and then the users. Okay, so then let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the another important thing is the user groups. Okay, so what are these user groups? So SU, okay, now how many transactions I've executed so far from morning? Only 2. One is the SU01, which is the user master update. I mean, the user address, data, password, setting expiry date, and so on. So user master record, that's the technical term for the user. And the second one I used is the SECPOL, okay, security policy just before. That is used to create the security policies. I mean, what password the user can have and how do you restrict that one, and which you can apply to the many users. Okay, that is the security policy. Then the third one, the important thing is the user groups. And I'm going to introduce you to the another transaction code here, which is SU10. Okay. So user groups in the sense, for example, you have an organization. So I have a finance guys, SD guys, a material management guy, purchase procurement guys, so many FICO guys and SD guys, so many people are there. So, I mean, each, because according to their group, I mean, according to their functionality, the authorizations and the roles are different, right? Suppose if you want to add a new role to the financial guys. So, and going with one user, user by user, it's going to be very tedious. Okay. So what you do, you create a group and you add 100 users in it. Okay. Simple. 100 financial guys are there. So mass maintenance is possible with the user groups. Okay, so that's the only easiest way of understanding this thing. So, but if you go to the SU10, you will understand better. So SU10, sorry, so SU10, okay. Or for example, TCS user 1, 2, 3, all 10 of you, I want to assign one role or an extra authorization. So I will give all the users in this user data. So that's it, change and then apply. So mass maintenance is possible for us. So if you click on this authorization data, so see here user group. So you can pick the user group here. I mean, whom all you want to see here. Ariba user demo, user of demo systems. Let's see this one. Okay. So for all these things, if you want to lock all of them, we can all lock. So if you, their validity, if you want to increase, you can increase from, so it's like a mass maintenance. Okay. So mass maintenance of these people is possible with the groups. It's just simple. You are grouping them together. So that's about the groups. So for example, I think we have labs. So you please do the labs, then you will understand it. And then let's do this thing. So for example, there's a group called IDES. Okay. So and then execute. Okay. In this IDES, there is only one guy. So let's take some other user group. Okay. Authorization data. And then user group. Let's take super. Okay. So then execute. Anybody here? Yeah. Here many people. So you see here, so user group, I mean, they all belong to the super group. You can define FI group, MD group, MM group, like that. You can TCS group, you can create all the TCS users. So if you want to give them you can select all of them from the group itself. So then assign or do or mass maintenance is possible. It's also very important when you are working in big projects where you want to change for 100 users, 200 users. No, doing one by one is going to be very tedious. So just come here, give their user group and then assign the role. That's it. So you see here. So how do you assign the role? Let's go back. So again, authorization data. So user group, suppose you want to give authorization to the, which of these guys, which one we selected? Super. Where are you, super? Yeah, something. So here, suppose if you want to assign a new role, you assign something. Okay, language, you want to change anything, change it and then execute it. Then all the things will be applicable for them. Okay, good. So any questions, guys? On these user groups, is it clear? The second important thing, where do you create these user groups? I mean, the super and all, where do you create? So there is another fourth transaction I'm going to introduce you, SUGR. See, you don't have to remember these things, guys. So you can create a new group. So if I want to create a TCS, so here you do a TCS, specify a user group. Okay. So let me create TCS. Okay. So I want to add the users. You see, the clipboard also I can copy, or I can take from all of you from here. So let me do TCS. So TCS user. So this is the user, right? So am I in the user one?
Actually, it is showing only 500 and
TCS user. Yeah, it is there. So TCS user 1, TCS user 2. Okay, I'm adding all of you. TCS user 3. So let's do this thing. Yeah, 3 users, fine. Now save. So later you can add it. Somebody you can use. I mean, this is just for demonstration purposes. Users for TCS training. Okay, let me save it. Fine. That's the group is created. So now what I'm going to do. So, or if in SUGR, if you want to display, you can do that. So if you want to see how many users are display user group TCS, you can see how many users are there. Now, if you want to change, you can change it. Now, if we go here, SU10. Okay. Before that, let's see, we will change something for all these users. So TCS user 1, what we are going to change is, let me display it. So logon data. Yeah, let me change the validity from 30/09 to 2021. See, you see this is with the 2021, right? I will change it to the October. Okay, for all the users. So you can. So now let's go to the SU10, all of them. So I want to change to all those groups, whoever has belongs to the TCS groups. So let me put TCS here, and for all of them. So I mean, changing it to one by one, it's very difficult for me. So what I will do is I will validate validity. So let's say September 1st to validity. So just for the understanding purpose, I will give the October 2nd. Okay. So now let me execute. So what happened to this is authorization data, user group, TCS. Okay. And then selection by logs, all users with admission, users without logs. Okay. That's fine. You can select, whom you want to change. And then validity from display email address. Okay. Validity from 1st of September to 2nd of October. Then execute. Okay. So for this user group, somehow those users are not added, TCS user group. So, I mean, I think I just have to go and add them one more time again. TCS user 1 and user 2. Here you see, so TCS user 1 is Paka added to this TCS group. So it has been changed. So if you want to see, so SU01 again, TCS user 1, just to display it. So logon data, it's not changed. Okay. SU10. Okay, I'll create it. Okay, we will check it during the labs. Okay, I'll create this one. So somehow this system is not accepting, but that's how you do this. Okay, I will create it and I will show you. Somehow it's not saved it. Let's not waste time. So that is the user group concept. So because it's in a sandbox system, sometimes there might be some restrictions. Okay, I'll do that. I will give you the demo. Don't worry. So this FI, CO, SD, MM, and PP, they are the different modules. I mean, each module you can create a group and you can do the mass administration using this particular SU10 tree code. I will show you later how to do that. So then what we have one more PPT. So let's start with this. Good. So now what you understand, so total 4 transactions I have introduced. What is user master record? And then what level of authorization you can provide them. I mean, permit the protection. Either he can log in or he cannot log into the system, or execution level we can put. And the third thing is, I have explained about the users. So what are the users? System user and dialog users, communication, and then the service user. Okay. So now the important part is, what is the roles? Okay. How do you maintain user roles and assignments? Okay. So here we are going to talk mainly on the, I think you might have heard, authorization object, authorization profile, authorization check, and role. Okay. And then user master comparison. So these are the most important. Creating user is one part of the story. So then assigning the right authorization is the another part. And most of the cases you will get issues in the second part. I mean, the users do not have a right authorization. So the other day somebody is telling that I don't have authorization, right? So what do you do? If a customer if a customer or the end user complains that I don't have authorization, so on, so execute, how do you troubleshoot it? Okay, that we will see. So how we are going to check this one? What is authorization object? What is authorization profile? And what is authorization check? Okay. So to understand, what is this authorization concept? And you need to understand what is the role and what are these profiles and what are these basically. Okay. So you look at this diagram. We are going to explain one S_user group authorization. Okay. So now you try to understand it in a theoretical basis. Okay. When I log into the system, then you will understand in a easier or the better way. First thing. So, we have again, so groups, fine, keep it aside. User groups for the mass maintenance. So, you can group mass maintenance. That is one part. So the second thing is for those mass maintenance, for example, I have a group of 100 basis guys. Okay. So for all of them, you cannot give SAP all. First of all, SAP all is completely restricted. Okay. It's a training system. You all got the SAP all. Nobody gets SAP all in anywhere until unless, as I told you, how critical it is. Okay. No one has an SAP all access. Okay. So just know that basis guys. So what all authorizations basis guys should have, or I am creating a group for the basis guys. So this is the object class. Okay. I define it as a basis administration. And then in that there is an authorization object. Okay. So user master maintenance or the user groups. And then the activity, what activity those guys can do. Okay. And then user group in the master record. So what group they belong to, kind of thing. So there are any object class, if you open any authorization objects, we are going to open it soon. We'll open it as a part of it. Any authorization object will have three main fields. So, hey, this guy belongs to which object class? He's a basis guy, functional guy, or guy, or whatever is it. So it is in terms of, it's not user group. Don't get confused. We are talking about authorizations. Okay. Oh, this guy belongs to the basis class. Okay. What all things I have to, what activities he can do, that will be listed here. Okay. Like monitoring or using the tools or a database, DB2, DB02, DB key. So those activities will, and then the authorization here, what in this particular activity, for example, you are a basis guy, DB02, let's say the activity name is the monitoring. So monitoring, what activity is the monitoring? Monitoring means all the transactions at ST03, ST22, ST01, whatever is the transaction, you need only display access, right? So the authorization is nothing but what access in that particular activity this particular guy in this authorization object needs, only display. Fine. So for that monitoring activity, you assign only display. And then you have an activity where you have to update or create users. Create. So then you assign that, okay, SU01, SU10, so and so transactions, I will create. You have to create access and then change certain table or certain SC16, some entries he has to change. So then you will provide for those transactions change activity. So like that. So these are the three concepts or the three critical things. Any authorization object. Okay. Which object class that guy belongs to? Okay. It's a basis guy. What all activities that basis guy do? Monitoring and then updating and then checking certain things. Okay. So those are the activities. In those activities, what are the transaction codes this guy needs? That is where they mention this authorization and provide this simple, clear. I simplified it in a way that it is very easy for you to understand. That is the authorization object, nothing. So that is the authorization object or the concept of authorization, what we are going to assign. Okay. And then authorization check. So again, it's a very important interview question or certification also, it's very important. What happens when a user logs into the SAP system? Okay. So SAP system, what all users can log into the SAP system? Only dialog and service user. Fine. So dialog and service user logs into the system. Then screen. So the first thing is authority check. So or the user context. Oh, as I said, okay, it doesn't matter. So it will log into dialog user. It will first check the what? So it's validity of the user. Okay. Oh, this user is valid or not? Or is the password has been already changed? Fine. If it's already changed, then type in the password, it will come. That's it. That is already done as soon as you get into the system. Then authorization check. Oh, this guy, it's a basis guy. Okay. What all things he needs? So does he has authorization to execute this transaction? Okay. He has an authorization to execute that ST22 transaction. Then yes, then process it. Or else, if you don't get this one, if you don't have an authorization, if your transaction is not defined over there for authorization object, then it will say no. And then it will give an error message that you are not authorized to log into the system. Simple. This is the authorization check process. Okay. So, okay, the moment you log in, you got a not authorized to access this. What do you do? How do you know which all authorizations you not? Just execute the SU53 transaction. Then you will get to know what all authorizations missing. I will give you a demo. Okay. If a user is not able to authorization check and you want to know what authorization this guy is missing, that also it is very simple to identify. Okay. So now authorization check. Any questions? Okay. And then another important term. Okay. So in this one, fine. We are defining what all activities a guy can do in the system, right? But can you define what all he cannot do? For example, he is a basis guy. I want him to give the access, except debug access, everything please provide. It's a simple, right? Coming in reverse direction. Instead of providing 100 transaction codes and 100 activities defining, can you do like, okay, except debug access, can I give him everything? Can you do that? Anybody? You understand? Except debug access, give him everything. So that kind of thing, can we do that in a reverse way? Yes, are you following with me?
Yeah.
So you cannot do that. Okay, so that's why there is a word. Everything that is not explicitly allowed is forbidden. That's it. This can be described as a positive authorization concept. There are authorization concept. So this is a positive authorization concept, which means if you have not defined for him that these are the activities and these are the authorization transaction codes he can access, if you don't mention, that's it. He cannot access anything at all. So even though if he has 1,000 activities, that has to be explicitly defined in that authorization object, and that will be allocated to a role, and that has to be assigned to that particular user. You got it? But anyway, that is one-time activity. Once you create the role or the authorization object, that's it. So they will be available. So it's very important, guys. Again, it's a true or false question during certification. So same question which I have asked you. So in your customer client, if a customer asks you to provide access apart from this particular, accepting this particular transaction code, is it possible? No. So everything that is not mentioned or clearly defined in the SU PFCG, so which will not be user. Okay. So now we will do the user roles and assigning roles to the users. Okay. So I'm going to introduce you another transaction code, which is PFC. Now we are going to the concept of role. So the user assignment and the role creations and the user comparisons can be done from the PFCG. Okay. So this is also a very important thing. You can create a role and you can assign the authorization objects, extra authorizations. And it is simple. You assign that role to the multiple people, basis guys or FICO guys or something. Whoever is it belongs to them. Okay. So you can assign a same role to the multiple people. Okay. But a user can only access whatever the roles he has been assigned and what are the authorizations he has given to him. Okay. A role can be assigned to the multiple users, both the ways. You create a role and you create to the all the users. That I will show you how to assign that. Okay, that is possible. So role is nothing but it's a group of authorization objects. So you can define it and then you can assign to a particular user. Then we have authorization profile. So yeah, here this is very important, guys. PFCG, authorization user comparison. Okay, what I'm going to do now is So let me show you that screen. Then you will get it. What is the importance of this PFCG? PFCG. Okay. So let me open some role star. Provided there is one role. So we have so many roles. Or let me take this one, SAP to one thing underscore, then do a display, then find it out. So see, any roles which starts with this SAP, right? They are the standard roles. SAP provides them by default, but you always better not to use these roles. So, by taking a copy of these roles, you can create your own roles. Okay. So let me take one particular SAP underscore BPC and let me take this single role. So changes the role administration for web channels. So I'm trying for basis one. Okay, fine, take it, any role. So you see this, so you just display this one. It's very important, guys. So menu, you can define what are these guys can do. Display, delete logs, data browser, call view, transaction, system log, web dump analysis. So because it's a developer role. So ST22 analysis is important. So you put all the things menu you can define here, or there's some web related stuff also you can define. So this next thing is authorizations. So guys, this authorizations and then user, it always has to be green color. Remember. So this role, even though you assign this role to some user, he may be able to log into the system, but he will not be able to do anything in the system. Okay, that is a problem. So the reason you have not done the authorizations properly and your user master comparison did not do. So the importance of user master comparison is why SAP has put complicated this. Simply you create it and you assign the authorizations and you give it to the person. I mean, simple, assign it works. No, SAP intentionally put here, you have to generate an authorization object. Okay. So here you see there is no profile, which means it is useless, no matter whether you assign. So first of all, you have to generate the profile for this one, and then you have to assign to the users and then do an user master comparison. That is very, very important, guys. So, I mean, in most of the cases, you get issues because of these two things. So these two has to be green color, and you should know what all users it has assigned, and you have to do an user master comparison. First, what we do is, let's try to do I'll give you a demo. We will copy it to a different one. So now I am going to do a copy role. So, I mean, it won't allow you to use the SAPs. It's not recommended. You always take a copy. So, for example, I'm doing a TCS _ copy. So copy all. Let me copy it. Okay, I have copied. Now let me do this thing. Or let me go back and then let me change it. Okay, I'm going to assign ABAP roles to all of you. How I am going to do this role? So I can give it to anybody, whomever. Authorization LO, which means some problem. What is the problem? You come here, there is no profile here. And then users, you have not assigned. So now first you fix the authorization issue, this one. So you click on this. So it has generated. So which means you just generated the authorization profile for him. Okay. So and then save. Good. So now you come here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign this to the TCS user 1, TCS user 2. Let's do this. Okay. Users have come and these are the validities for you guys. Oh, this validity has changed, guys. So I mean, it has changed to 1999. So that user, it took time to reflect. So now I'm going to do the user master comparison. You must save the role first. Yes. I want to save the role. So profile comparison, user attempted profile comparison. Update the profile first, then see. So which means your authorization still has some problem. So that is why it is not doing the. So here at the bottom. So which means the profile has not generated properly. Okay, status current version not generated. You see here. So these are the important things you need to check, guys. So now what I'm going to do is change authorization data. So it will give you a disclaimer what you are doing. Okay. So sometimes based on the role, it takes time. So let's do that. Good. So I told you a few things. Object class. So this is the object class, SAP role for administration of the ABAP channels. One diagram I told. And these are the activities. He can do course application objects. Activities, what he can do. Basis administration he can do. Basis development environment he can do. And if you scroll down, you will find what all things he can do as a part of this, activity. So I told you activity, right? What all activities he can do? He can change, display, delete, execute, activate, administer, copy, download, everything. So whenever there is a start, then in which clients, everywhere he can do. In name of the system, any, star, which means, so these are the activities he can do. So as I said, it's a positive role concept, which means whatever is assigned only he can do. Rest all he cannot do. Rest all activities forbidden. So these are all activities he can do as a part of this one. And then administration of the internet communication again here. So again, add, create, everything is given. Star. Okay. So like this, you can add one more also if you want to add something else. You add it and basis administration. Let's go to the basis administration. So you can check the system authorizations. Let's see. So SICF. Yes, you have the SICF access and then system administration functions. So these are all things. Okay. So this is what I was explaining about the object class and the activities. What all this is an authorization, how this works. Now, whatever you're going to do, you have to generate, guys. So this is important, guys. Generate. There are open authorizations still. Okay. Generate. Profile is created. Okay. Then save. Okay. Then back. So not generated. Again, this click on this generation button. Generate. Okay. Profile created. Authorization profile is current. You see this? Earlier the status was different. And then this authorization has become green. You got it, guys? So you always have to generate the profile and it will tell you that this authorization profile is correct. Okay. SAP want introduce this to do this for every role. I mean, at least once, whenever you make a change, it's a double layer protection. So even though somebody created a role and assigned to the users, it will not work until that guy comes here and do the authorization. I mean, this one. And they can restrict this, whoever can change this also. And only the authorized people can generate these profiles. That also they can restrict it. So that, anybody can simply go and change these things. They will not do. It should not be possible. So SAP wanted to introduce an extra layer of authorization, and a team lead or somebody can generate these profiles. Then only this role works. Even though you have an access to create a role and you create it, but you will not be generate this authorization unless you generate this profile current. It will not work. Okay. Now the second thing, user. So who is this user? So TCS user 1, TCS user 2 I assigned. Now you do the user comparison. Okay. So complete the comparison. Let's do this. See, now it has assigned this to the comparison user master completed. So now this part also becomes green. Clear? So then this role works for sure. Now you go to the SU01. So TCS user, display, and then roles. Perfect. This TCS has assigned and it is in green color, which means you have given some ABAP authorizations and you have assigned to this user, and then this user will be able to work properly with these authorizations. Any questions, guys? Is it clear?
If you want to assign any one T code, any single T code to this role, so we need to generate the profile, right?
Yes. If you want to add anything to this one, you definitely have to generate the profile. For example, let's try that one. So this one, let me display it. So now I want to, let's click on the menu. They're already. So you just click on the transaction. What transaction you want to add? SM04. Let's do that. Yeah, SM04, assign transactions. Hope it will not say that it's already there. Okay. So now this has been assigned to the menu. Now save it. Authorizations. So yes, I think it's already there. That's why it did not turn it to green. If it is not there, that's how you do. You add the transaction over there, then again come here, generate. Okay. So you have to do. Anytime when you add in transaction code, definitely you have to do. So for example, here, authorization objects, and then go back. Yep. So then save it. Fine. It's already there. So that's how you do. I mean, whenever you do a transaction, right? You come here, menu, add the transaction. So yes, it's already there actually. So I think it's already there. Transaction, it's a basis administration as a part of it. But yes, whenever you change any authorization object or transaction, you always have to ensure that this is in green color. Authorization, you have to generate profile. That's mandatory. Okay, good. So any question, guys? Before I move to this demo I have given already. PFCG I created. I mean, it's a different use case. I mean, monitoring and this one, but I used TCS user and I've assigned to the users and I've given this one. Okay. So what I will do now is I will explain you the assessment lab activity and then you go through the assessment at home and we will see this one. But lab activity, let me explain. And the next 30 minutes, you can access the system and try it. I will be available. So I will be available over the call. So you please let me know if you have any issues or concerns on this one. Let me explain first. First, do it, guys. So take time and do these activities so that you feel very comfortable. So what you do is create users and user group. So as an administrator, your job is to create users and user groups. Okay. So log on to the client. So in your case, it is 800. Forget about it. Okay. With the name admin underscore. For example, I have given you each of you 01 TCS user 1, user 2, user 3, right? So you do whoever is doing admin 01, admin 02, admin 03. Okay. If TCS user 2 is doing this one, so you give as an admin 02. I mean, same numbering. Or 02 or just give admin 2, similar to your TCS user 2. So maintain the first and last names of the user. You create it and ensure that the correct appear on the lowercase and all these things. Follow this. Okay. It's just that only the system is different. Follow this. And create user group. Create your own user group with the name admin team. Okay. Again, you create 1 or 2 or whatever is it with your username and descriptive text. And then you create a security policy. Okay. So sec poll I've shown you, follow, you try it out. If you are not getting, then I will help you out. So you follow in the assign the value. So, okay, let me explain the security policy. Security policy is we are trying to set a condition. So minimum password digits in the password, what they are going to do is 2 and minimum, either SAP 1, 2 or 2 digits has to be there minimum in the password. That policy we want to assure. And then we want to assign that password policy to this guy admin, whatever the user you have created. Okay. Now you got the clarity, right? So please log into the system and start doing this activity. So I will be in the call, okay? And then let me know if you have any questions. So once you are done with this one, then we will check the mass user maintenance. Okay.
Yeah, you actually mentioned about the validity of the user got extended, but that was for only the role. The role which was assigned is up to the infinity, like 31, 12, 19, 9999, and not the actual validity of the user.
201 TCS user. You're asking this one mass maintenance, right? Mass maintenance did not happen.
Yes.
Let me do that. So login data. Yeah. It's not extended. Let me do that. So /n SUGR. So let me do this one. Create your change user group. So TCS user 2, TCS user 3 has been assigned full name. Yes. So you guys continue with that exercise. I'm doing it. I will explain you once this is fixed. So and then save. So TCS user has been changed. Display user group. Okay. So for TCS, we go to the PFCG SU10. So users first name and then the company title group. No. Back. Yes. Okay. So we have this. Let me select it out. Okay. All users. So and then validity from 8th to the, let's do the October 1st, so that we remember that it has been changed. So validity also starting from September 1st. So first 1 month. So display all emails. So then that's it. Now execute. No matching user spawn. So this is the range one. Yes, user 1, user 2. So this is the group TCS. So SU10 authorization data, user group TCS. All users with administrator password selection by logs, users logs to only users without logs. So let me put this one from validity from first, and then we have this one. Let's select this and execute it. Second. Validity from only users without logs and then valid until this one. Okay, so basically it shows it has been executed. So the validity has been changed, TCS. So then apply. Let's go to the /NSU01. It is not happening. SU10 user 1, then TCS user 2. Let's do this.
Nishan, sorry to interrupt. This is just you're displaying the user from this. You are just inputting the condition, and the user who meets that condition is displayed.
Yeah. So, but still, all all TCS user 1 and these guys already unlocked status. Or TCS user 2, user 3 logged or what?
No. But I guess this is the same screen that SUIM shows. You're just selecting inputting the condition and selecting the user based on these conditions. So it will show you the list of users that meet. You can see that user group TCS and user without logs.
Yes. So, no. So the thing is, what I'm trying to do is why this is not assigning these, to all these user groups, right? Okay. So for this user,
maybe you have to click on change first so that.
Let's go back. Change.
You have to change, and then maybe it will allow you to change in.
Yes. Correct.
Whatever you want to do.
Yes. I was just displaying it. So see, I'm not habituated for this screen. This kind of web GUI. That's why I was struggling. Sorry. Thanks for that. So good. So now you see change, and then you can assign the security policy also for all these users. But you have to take the change, guys. So and then user group also, what I will do is I will assign to this guys. Okay, TCS user group. For these 2 users, and then save. Good.
But this was for only specific user, right? If you want to change all the users inside a user group.
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that. I will do that. 1 second. We will do that. So save log. So that's fine. So this has been happened. Now let's go to the again SU10. So let's assign few more user to the SUGR. Okay. So TCS group, change user group. So TCS user. Okay, this is also added. Let's see this. So display user group. Yeah, it shows display or change. Fine, we have added. Go back. Now let's go to the SU10. So now user. So here it's like individual user. So let's select the TCS. Okay, execute. Okay. Now you see all users, you got it, right? Oh, who is asking this question? Hello, can you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Vignesh.
Hi, Vignesh. So suppose if you want to change something for this entire guys, right? So go back, let me show you beginning. So you come here, so go to the authorization data. You first in SUGR, you have to define this. So I'm giving you TCS, 5 users I have added. Now you execute it. So you will get all the users which are part of this one. Okay, now you select all of them. Select all. I mean, here also you have an option. We change display entry, apply. Okay, yes. When you apply, these all will come here. Okay. Good. So this is the part we were missing. So now you select them, all of them. Or here you. Okay. So now you change. Now you will get an option here. So what do you want to change? So validity. So validity from September, October 1st. But again, if you don't tick the October 1st and then change, you have to click this one. So user group also, it's not assigned. So we'll assign this one, just fine. And if you want to change the password also, you can do it. Generate password, you can do that, but let's not do it for now. Okay. So now save. See, TCS user 1, 4, 5, 6, everything is clean. So let's check the 5 now. So sorry, SU01. So TCS user 5. So we just did it. So then display. So login data. Now it's changed. Can you see this one? This is how you do it, Vignesh. Okay.
Yes.
For the entire group. So you can assign the roles, you can assign the profiles, you can assign to that. Okay. So you guys are doing the exercise. Good. Fine. We were able to figure out in this session only. Okay. Yeah. And see, the problem with SAP is the GUI screens also vary based on the theme. So I am more habituated to the signature theme. Okay. So in this web GUI, that signature theme is not possible, but it is good you guys, you understand this way also, because this is the SAP's way forward. You got it right. So they're coming up with this Fieri. So Fieri screens looks like this. I don't like it, but somehow they are pushing Fieri because they want to get rid of this Java. So you will find the screens like this, but try to be comfortable with the screens also, but any kind of screens. So if you go with the but little bit changes here and there, but you have to struggle for the first 2 times. But later you'll get habituated for this. Okay. If you look at the signature theme, that is a different. You have icons and stuff. Good. So in the lab activity, please do. And yeah, create admin group and something. So TCS group we use for the further activities. So assessment, guys, I try to get the questions, some critical questions. Important questions. This is how your certification questions will be. Okay. In case if you opt in future, okay. Little tough only, guys. Basic certification. I told you I'm certified, but I wrote in 2015. NetWeaver 740 I wrote. So currently 750 is there, but not major difference between 740 and 750. But still, it's a very tough certification. 5 books. No other certification has these many books to read. Even a HANA certification also hardly 2 books to read. But this one is very crazy one. And minimum 60% was the pass percentage for this certification. So many concepts. Yeah. And this assessment also you try to answer the questions. Try to read them and we will discuss the answers. Like a recap kind of thing. 8 to 9, 10, so many questions. Oh God. 11, 12, 13. I directly took from the book these questions. So if you still need one more lab activity for generating the authorizations and stuff, I can create one. Okay. If you want the lab activity for the creation of, I showed you, right? Create generation of the profile and user comparison. So this one, PFCG one. I think we have done in the class itself. If you need an activity, same thing which you do, you copy one thing and then assign to the groups. So let's do one thing, this one. Anyway, you continue with the Excel. Be comfortable. So most of the times you get a lot of tickets with this authorization. One more important thing, guys. I wanted to show you troubleshooting. SU50. This is very, very important thing. So am I audible, guys? Yeah. So I'll show you one. Suppose if a user, do you know SU53 transaction? Have you heard of it?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to explain or you know? So suppose if a user complains that you don't have an authorization, what you do immediately? So you log in. So for example, TCS user 1 has complained me that, hey, I'm not able to access so-and-so transaction code. What I will do is simply, how do you replicate the scenario? You can't ask that user come for a call and all this. It's a time waste. So what you do is copy it to a different user. So authorizations, everything. So I'm doing a copy to TCS user 1 underscore test, so that you by yourself you can test it. Okay. So I'm testing it. So now what I will do is, so welcome SAP 123. So let me do SAP 123. So save. So let me display it again. So this is how you troubleshoot. When a user complains, make a copy of that user. So that you can log in with this user and yourself. So remove this thing. So delete the role. I mean, I'm just for the, don't delete the roles for him, but for now, for this purpose, for the demonstration purpose, I'm doing it a user. So in general, you have to copy the user to a test user and then execute the transaction code, what he is not able to execute. So now, where is the button to log out? This one. Oh God. Yep. System log off. Okay. Yes. So you copy the user and then EH8. Oh, sorry. What it again went to? Oh, let me do it in the Mozilla. Yep. So TCS user underscore TES. So I've set the password SAP 123. Okay, user 1. Yeah. So it is asking SAP 123. Okay, continue. Okay, you logged into the system now. So now ST22. See, you are not authorized to the ST22. You see my screen, guys. Follow me. You copied the user and you just executed and log into that system with that user and troubleshoot it. So ST22. Simple. So or you can ask the user to provide the SU53 screenshot. Simple. So now you do SU53. So I removed everything. So that's why it is giving this thing. Do I do that? So when you do the SU53, it will SU53 basically, I'll show you. Okay, I will assign some authorization to this. So let's not waste time. So SU53 basically it will save the user authentication. It's also an important certification question, guys. What does SU53 will do? SU53 will save the authorization context in the memory. Remember this. So which means immediate transaction. So you execute the transaction. As soon as you get authorization error, immediately execute the SU53. It will tell you what was the last transaction, failed transaction, and what are the authorizations you need. You understand? That is where it saves the context of the user authorization just happened. So in memory. So that is the important SU53. That's that. So you ask the end user, give me the SU53 T code. I mean SU53 this thing. Then you will get to know, okay, what authorizations are missing, and you assign those authorizations to that user upon getting the approvals. Okay, don't just simply assign it. Upon checking with your team lead or the architect, hey, so and so user is asking for these passwords, and this is the SU53 screenshot. Can I assign or get approval and assign it?
Before we continue, I want to ask you for one small favor. Since 2009, our mission at ZaranTech has been simple: make high-quality technology education accessible to anyone who wants to grow. If you believe education can change careers, families, and futures, please subscribe to this channel. Your subscription costs nothing, but it helps us continue creating free and career-focused content for professionals around the world. Every new subscriber helps this knowledge reach someone who may genuinely need it. We promise to keep bringing you practical learning, experienced instructors, and real-world knowledge that can move your career forward. Please check that you are subscribed. Let's continue learning and growing together.
We will start with this SAP background process. There are total 3 topics. One is about this background processing, and then we have a system start and stop activity, which is also very critical. And then we have SAP Note implementation. So that is also important, but I mean, you don't do so frequently SAP Note implementation. But first 2 activities are very critical, and you have to understand the background and the basics of these activities, especially the second topic. Okay. So now let's start with this activity. So again, so I don't want you to just slow the slide and then speak about the theory. So I want to show you the both. So you see the both notes also, right? Speaker notes. Okay. So as I said, I will keep the exact definitions like this RDIS max work process run and so on, so things, so that it is easy for you to get the theory. And in case if you go for certification or if you're writing something as a project description, this theory will help whenever you are working on a certain particular issue, when you are explaining to some customer or RCA, root cause analysis. It's not good just to put the random words. It's always good to put the actual or the exact definitions. Okay. So now let's start. So now before I start, as I always do, I ask questions. I mean, why? I mean, it is always important, as a basis consultant. So you have to, it's not only the theory part and then, you understand the concept and stuff. As a basis consultant, you always have to ask yourself whenever you are facing an issue. So why this issue has happened? What could have led to this situation? So this is the mindset you always have to ask, okay, this was working until and this has failed. What could lead to such a situation? What are my errors? Okay. I mean, do I get some from logs? Do I get some issues? Do I get some hints? So it is always like you have to ask these questions and you have to proceed in that way. That mindset, that common sense or the mindset you always have to develop. So that's why whenever I am preparing these slides, instead of just giving the theory, I always ask you the questions. Okay. Why do we need background processing? First question. And what is the job in a system? And what can be performed in the background? Okay. You are all logging into the TCS user one, into the system dialog user. Okay. But however, you can do the job. You can run any report or anything you can do with that. So why we have to have specifically, we need to have a background one. And what can be performed in the background? Okay. Okay. If there is a background jobs, what is the strat criteria for them? Okay. That will come at the later point. Okay. Okay. Jobs have been finalized. And what is the strat criteria? So how these jobs are scheduled or monitored in the system. Okay. And what are the statuses of those jobs? Okay. The last three questions keep aside now. So, I mean, once we get well into the topic, then I will cover what are they? So first thing, three questions you need to understand is what do you need in background processing? Okay. So what is a job? What can be performed in the background? These are the three questions you need to understand basically. So as you can see the definitions, these are the exact SAP definitions. Okay. That's why I put it over here. So background processing should separate long running or periodic tasks from user interaction. Okay. Long running tasks which could occupy a work process for a long time in dialog can sequentially processed in the background without affecting the dialog performance. Okay. So I'll explain what does it mean. An important prerequisite is an appropriate sizing of the system. That is, too many background processes could end up competing with the dialog work process for shared resources. For example, main memories. Okay, good. So once you log into the system, okay, you can check. Just go there and do an SM66. Okay, let me do that. So how do I do this? Yeah, let me do this one. So EH8. So I'm just logging to the Steve. So one log. Okay. So now SM66. Okay. You see this thing? You can see the system. So there are dialog. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dialog processes are there. And then you have two updates, UPD and update 2. Okay, you can have dialogues, minimum one dialogue and maximum you can have any one. And then background also you need to have at least 1 or 2. So BTC, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 are there. Spool, minimum you have to have 1 in the system. Okay. Now the question comes. Suppose if there is a long running job, okay, suppose you have run some statistics report. Okay, I mean, you are hitting on SC16 and you open one particular table which has got 1 lakh entries. So that report will run for at least 5 to 10 minutes or sometimes half an hour or 1 hour. Yeah, 1 million entries, it just takes 5 to 10 minutes, but still it is a long running. So if you execute it with your TCS user logging in and execute, now the problem is this dialog work process. So one dialog work process will be allocated to it. And then it is always in the status on hold. Okay, you see the status because now they are all waiting. So waiting status is nothing but they're waiting for the work to be done. So which is good thing. So running means it is running. So this is the running. So who is this one? So EST user. You can see at the end here called user ID column. So let me put my cursor over there. So this one. So this EST user one is me logged into the system. That's why it says running. But it doesn't mean that one dialog process, each user has one dialog process, then system cannot able. So system will do the multi-processing. One dialog process can do multi-processing, okay, which is called work process multiplexing. Okay. So, but for now, just try to understand. So this process will be running as long as you have that long running report or the activity completed. So what happens? All the dialog users. So for example, TCS user 2. So let's say you have scheduled nine people are doing such an activity. Okay. 9 of them. So on the regular jobs or whatever is it, they are running 9 of the people. So which means there is no dialog work process is available in the system, right? So then if TCS user 10 tries to log into the system, it says that, hey, I don't have the resources and you wait. So that's the problem. So which means the system will not able to allow the other users once the dialog process is completed. That is the problem. So this is what is the meaning of this. Background process should separate long running, as I said, statistic report or opening a table or big tables. Okay. Periodic task from user interaction. Periodic task, I will explain you, but for now, understand the long running thing. Okay. So as I said, long running task which could occupy a work process. So I've shown you if that work process occupies the long running work process, dialog work process for a long time. So it will be processed only sequentially, and it will not let other users to allow. So that's why. So if you schedule it in the background in a sequential way, then dialog work process won't be occupied, and then the other users will be able to log in. So the reason number one, why do we need background processing? Background processing is needed for the long running jobs. Okay, and also the periodic tasks. For example, daily there is a statistic report you have to fill in the morning. Okay. So, I mean, you are a factory owner and you're using an ERP. Every day you have to, or evening at 5 o'clock when you are shutting down the factory. So that guy has to generate a report, a physical report, and lodge it. Okay. So he has to log into the system and again it runs. Number one, it could be a long running, or even though it can be a 5 minutes job also. Okay. It cannot take 5 minutes. He can do it in a dialog mode. But that is again, every day he has to log in and just you see the effort. So what he can do, such a periodic task, so he can put it in a background job. So, and he can schedule the job at daily 5 o'clock or whatever it is in the factory shutdown time. 5 o'clock, schedule it, pull me the so-and-so report. He can define what all has to be. I will explain you. So what all things can be done in a job. So he can put it, and then he can also define which printer or where it has to go and print. So he doesn't have to do anything. So at 5 o'clock sharp, before he shut down his company or the factory, so immediately the printer will print his report. Okay, so he can collect it. Simple as that. So that's why, this is again, this kind of situations or the facilities had led to SAP's most successful in terms of the ERP, as I said, controlling automation. So you can't call it as an automation, but you see, you assume, take an example of Nestle, who has around 1 lakh factories, small, big, and you name anything, small to medium and big size, 1 lakh factories across the globe. They manufacture chocolates and so on, kids products and so many things, F&M. Okay. So the beauty products, there's so many, Nestle has so much portfolio. So 1 lakh factories. So even though it's a small thing, imagine 1 lakh factories, the reports will be generated 5 o'clock in immediate, without any manual intervention. Imagine the 1 lakh minutes have been saved. Even though one person, so you calculate like hourly, right? The efforts. So as a company for Nestle, they have saved 1 lakh minutes. So without doing anything. So that's a huge gain, for them, that time. So they can reduce the resources, or that 1 lakh minutes they can put somebody else. I mean, somewhere productive tasks they can use. So that is where SAP has successful in automation. I mean, automating these business processes or helping this. So background is one of them, one of the feature what they've provided. So background can do excellent things without impacting the system or without increasing RAM and CPUs. Okay, that I will explain you. But fine. So how do we define and how do we, there is a concept of operation modes. Okay, you can trigger this system in a night mode like we have in laptops, right? Recently, there is a mode, night mode, and then sleep mode. And then what we have, day mode. Day mode, your phone screen will appear better. Night mode, it will be like dark, or it will save some battery. So that kind of modes we have in SAP also. I will discuss it later. But for now, you understand long running or periodic tasks. So I know it is always recommended or suggested to do in the background processing. Okay. So again, then if you may think that, then I can schedule a lot of things in the background. Okay. But the problem is if you schedule too many background processes, it can eat up more memory and then it can take more CPU. So that will lead to another problems. The dialog users or the end users, whoever logs into the system, they may face latency and connectivity issues. Okay. So as I explained, so dialog work process should be quickly available for the processing of the end user requests. That, it should be, because nobody wants to wait for somebody to complete and then logs into the system, right? As soon as you log in, you want to do your job. So dialog resources should therefore be used for short running requests. So the process become quickly available again for the other tasks. Okay. So now you understand what you can use dialog work process and what is it needed. I mean, where you use this background concept comes. Okay. So dialog work process, what they do is, how do you define? I mean, how long the dialog process can run? Okay. So I'm not sure if you have experienced it. So if you just log into the system and wait for 5 minutes, so then your 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever it is, so it will close your session automatically. So you can't let the user wait, without doing in the system for longer time in the system. So that's why there is a parameter, this max work process runtime. So this is the maximum runtime. So if you go to RZ11, or let's see this system, what is this has been defined. So let's go to the RZ11. Okay. So this is how much? 600 seconds. So which is 10 minutes. Okay. So in this particular system, okay. So if it's a kernel default value, they have not said anything. So if you're not doing anything more than 10 minutes, then your work process will get free. Okay. So what I mean, so SM66 again. Yeah. You see here, there is a process allocated to me, process number 5, running with my EST user 1. So if I don't do anything 10 minutes, then this dialog work process, my session will be killed and this dialog work process will get free. Okay, that is what I mean to say. So that is the parameter, important parameter. You check it, because sometimes if you set it too short, right, you see these kind of issues also when you set a new systems at least. Okay, when you install a new system for a customer. So by default now SAP is giving 10 minutes. I mean, that's a kernel default, which means with SAP, you will get that one. But some people, over smart people, they will reduce that to 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes. So what happens 2 minutes or 3 minutes? So by now my session could have been ended like that. So people will get intermittent, frequent disconnections. Okay. So then you have to think this perspective. Oh, so how do you troubleshoot such a situation? Simple. Okay, the user is able to log into the system. Perfect. So which means there's no problem with the user ID or the password or the connecting parameters in SAP GUI, right? So, or at least you can establish that to a certain extent that what we call login is possible to the system, or network is okay. I mean, I can't say the network thing perfect, but it's okay. He's able to system, but it is getting disconnected frequently. Okay. So multiple people are reporting it. Then definitely it's a problem of the time, maximum runtime for the dialog work process, what is defined in the system is a problem. So then what you have to do, you have to correct the parameter, check the parameter and increase it to some 2 minutes to 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and don't increase it to 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Again, if you increase it to 30 minutes or 40 minutes, what happens? Again, the problem. So that guy will be there in the system for long run, then others don't have a process. So set it to a certain logical value. Okay, so some 10 minutes or 15 minutes max. I don't recommend more than that. So now you understand. So that is how you have to troubleshoot that day. So if a guy comes and if you notice that the other problem, other people are another situation, other people are not at all getting a login. Okay, as long as some people are running using the system, then again problem. You come here and set the other way around. Oh, what is the parameter set? They have set it to 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Okay, these guys are not getting out of the system. And you can also see what they are running here. Executed program. You can see here, right? Executed program or executed, what is they doing? You can find it. So this guy is running such a heavy report. Then you can ask him, hey, why are you running with the dialog user? Okay, let me schedule it in the background. You can help them. Okay, or you can suggest them, don't do such tasks in the foreground or using the dialog thing. You always do in the background. Or so please do let us know if you are doing it in a regular basis. So we can also schedule a job. It's just that you have to go there in one particular transaction. I will tell you later. Just see if your job is finished. And if you need a printing, so do let us know. We will configure accordingly. So it's a one-time activity. So then the problem will be solved. You got it? So 2 problems. So if you have a too short also, there is a problem. Users get frequently. And if you define long also, there is a problem. But each one has a solution. Okay. So now I think you have got some background of this whole thing. Now you understood, right? What is the dialog mode? What is the background mode? And when do we need? So did I answer all these 3 questions? Why do you need background process? Okay. Good. So what is a job? Job is nothing but the repetitive task can be scheduled in a job, and what can be performed in the background? As I said, long running or periodic tasks can be put in the background. So first three questions, now I think you got a clear understanding of what were there. So now next go to the next slide. Okay. Again, the same question, which I already answered, but in a more technical terms, I will explain you in a diagram pictorial way so that you will remember it. Why background processing needed? First question. Okay. So use background processing for the following reason. These are the exact terms. So reduce the load on the dialog resources. As I said, reduce the load on the dialog resources means if it is a 30 minutes, if that person works on it, so until that 30 minutes the work is completed, the process is not available, then others have to wait. And then schedule regular tasks. Okay. So same explanation what I have provided you. So here, so reduce the dialog. So in this diagram, you can see reduce the load on the dialog, and then you use the background. It is like, dialog is like cycle. Quickly you can do it, but car is like a long running. I mean, if you want, you can't go cycling for 100, 200 kilometers. You use the car, right? Same kind of thing. For shorter distances, cycle is the best option. So parking and everything is easy. But longer distances, car is always a recommended one. And the other reason is scheduling. So repetitive task. For example, month-end report. One example I've shown when the factory is shutting down and the guy wants a report. The other example in BW system especially. So BW, it's a more of a data loaded system. Okay, as I explained to you, right? In a business suite. Business suite consists of ERP, BW, and CRM, SRM, and other systems. So BW is like more of a data ocean. So it has a lot of data. So there, monthly reports has to be scheduled. Monthly reports, generally, they will fetch the data from long, big tables and then put it as a report. So that runs longer time. So what they do, month end, 29th or 30th of the month. So every month they will schedule a job and they will let the job finish. And as I said, there is an output where they have to send output. That option is also available in the background job. Okay. So these are the two main reasons. Okay. Background processing is needed. Okay. So now let's go to the next slide. Good. So this again. So before I show you in the system, you just get the basics of what I'm explaining. Okay. Then it is very easy for you to relate and troubleshoot. Okay. If you have this understanding. So then now comes to the question. What is a background job? Okay, technical terms. Now, okay, we got the overview, why we need and what we do. But, what is a background job? Technically, okay. So, a job contains one or more steps. Okay. So, a step, I will explain you the term step and then I will show you also. A step can be an web program, an external command, or an external program. Okay, so logically you understood. So what can be done logically, long running or periodic tasks. But technically, what are those tasks? Okay, so steps can be an web program. So possibly with variant, I will tell you what is variant. So indirectly that job or that long running task is at the end of the day, it could be a program or an external command. I mean, you want to run something on the operating system. Okay, so let me operating system or a database. For example, this is DB13 backups you schedule, right? Backups you schedule. I don't know if you heard of update statistics. Okay, whenever you do too much of inserts or transports, imports into the system, you do update these statistics. So, or they will schedule every monthly, twice or thrice. There is a schedule defined for those things on database. So, like an external command, I mean, they want to run that particular updates command, I mean, SQL command on a database. So such kind of commands you can execute. And an external program. So a program which you want to run, which is not part of, it's not an SAP specified program, but still you want to customize the program. For example, you go to an OS level and you want to see all the files ls minus lt or whatever is it. So you want to see some query you have to send. Okay, find me the files of so and so date to so and so date at file system level. So such kind of things you can put it in the job. So basically, the job contains one or more steps. That particular step, you can have an web program or an external command or external program. Okay. I will explain in detail what of things an web program is, what is an external command, what is in the next slide. But for now, you understand this. In job, you can keep a step. Step can be any of these three things. Okay. In addition to the planned start time, you can differentiate between 6 other job priorities. Okay. Let's say you have, start time. So every day 5 p.m. that guy has scheduled. Okay. The factory guy, as I said, to send a report. So now there are priorities. Okay. So now these 1 lakh factories I told, 1 lakh people executing at the same time on the system. Okay. Then it can cause a system to go a little hang or performance issues or whatever is it. So let's suppose 1 lakh people, all of them are trying to get the report at the same time. So how does but whereas you have only 100 or a 200 work process background, let's say you have only 100 background process. Okay. How does the system understands out of these 1 lakh entries or 1 lakh reports which people have requested, how many of them I have to process and which of them I have to pick as on priority? You understand what I'm trying to say? Which of these 1 lakh reports I have to first pick and complete, and then I proceed with the next ones. So background job will never tell you that, I'm not able to do it, but it will tell you if it crosses certain thing, it crashes the system. That's a different story. But background job always has some conditions or the priorities defined, when you're defining the job. So out of those 1 lakh jobs, I will show you what is this, where you can define this class A, class B, class C. Okay. So class A job with target server group always takes the priority. Okay. So first understand the priorities. You have class A, class B, and class C. So class A is the topmost priority one. So you have this 1 lakh jobs, and out of them, so it will pick the class A and it will complete. Okay. So in that class A also there is another section of people. Okay. With the target server, without target server. Okay. That I will explain. But for now, you understand it will pick you only the class A jobs, and then it will process. Once the class A completes, then it will pick the class B jobs. Once the class B completes, then it will pick the class C jobs. This is the sequence. Okay. So target server specified or not, this we will discuss. I will come to this point and explain you in more detail when we are in the SM36. Okay. So it's certain time, but jobs are good jobs. Okay. Yeah, this I will explain. Don't worry. I'll come back again to this one. Okay. So now let's go to the next. So now it is clear, guys. So what can be done in a step? An ABAP program, external command. There will be a question in certification on this topic. That's why I put the slide exactly as it is. Okay. So class A, class B, class C. So understanding that would be more than sufficient for now. Now let's proceed. What can be performed in the background? So as I said, you can define a program, a ABAP program, or an external program, or an external command in a particular job step. Okay. So this is what I have put here, both these things. Okay. Background job priorities I've explained. At the moment, you have class A, highest priority, class B, medium priority, if you want to put it in terms. Class C is the normal priority. Okay. So now comes the next question. Okay, fine. You can do these 3 things through the background job. Most of your jobs, okay, how do you define? Class C, we define most of them with the normal priority. I mean, if you don't want to spoil your system's performance, don't use this high priority or medium priority. But however, high priority also very important when, let's say during the month end, you need a report, okay, for a BW system, from a BW system. So then you want to have those reports on that particular day because you have to close month-end closer. I'm not sure if you have heard this term. So they will close that month-end and they will forecast or they will report it, this month. So you see these car sales, right? Every month. Okay, this month, Creta has done so and so excellent sales, and then they compared to the last year. This month, the percentage of increase in sales or reduction in sales, 20% increase and 20% decrease in sales. Those are nothing but the month-end reports. So almost every company will do that month-end report. Okay. This also you need to understand because these are the functional terms. But however, the functional guys comes and tell you that, hey, my jobs are failing, but it's good to have this background. So these month-end reports. So these month-end reports will have that sales report or the revenue what we generated or profit and loss details. Okay. Now on the 30th of every month, okay, I mean, you want that job to be finished, no matter whatever happened in this system, right? So you have this DB13 update statistics, and there are many people who have these jobs, but you want that job to be prioritized and you want it to run for sure, no matter what happens. Okay. irrespective of the performance issue, no matter your end users are not working or anything. No, 30th, you need that report because you have to legally and you have to forecast it and you have to announce to the world or the shareholders, right? If you don't announce to the shareholders, then they will get panic. Your shares will fall down. So they have to announce it. So such kind of critical reports, okay, which are absolutely needed. So those things you put it on the class A, high priority. Okay, you want it to be run no matter. And if you still want to put some more priority, you define. So load balancing, I've explained you, right? So let me, I come to that point of server point also. Load balancing, I've explained you. What happens load balancing when you log into the group server? I mean, from the GUI. So message server first checks which application server has the less work or which is free, and then it will process that request to additional application server 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever is it to that particular application. So same way, background also can do. If you define the background, the group server, so I will show you what it will show, background processing group. So once you define it, so what happens is you do a load balancing again. Okay, it will pick the whichever additional, so similar concept, whichever server has the less load, then it will pass the request. So now class A with single, so two ways you logged into the SAP GUI system. One way is using the custom application server, like I showed you. I mean, the ones which you are using. So you directly log in with one application server without using load balancing directly because it's a single node system. So there is only one server. There is no point in talking about load balancing. You got it right. Suppose if you have the two servers, two application servers, then you need to have the load balancing for sure. Okay. So same concept. So load balancing, how it happens, same way. If you define a job with, you take only application server 1. Okay. Class A, application server 1. And there is another job which is defined as a class A, and then you have defined the logon group or the load balancing group. So which one takes the priority? You got my question, guys? Clear? If you understand this, then it is very clear. So you have a top priority class. There is a job 1, job 2. Okay. Job 1 is with the class A priority. Job 2 also class A priority. But for job 1, you have defined directly which application to use. You go and execute on the application server 1. That's it. And job B, you put a group server. I mean, wherever you have to execute. So now which one will take priority? Which job will start first? So the answer is a class A job. So wherever there is a server defined, okay, you go and execute on my server, app 1 or 2 or app 3 or application 3. So if you define, you execute me on my application server, that will take the priority. So group server or the load balancing thing will take the second priority. So that is what this previous slide is explaining. Okay. So you see the screen, a class A job with target server group will take the first priority, and then class A job without target server group. So it's, I mean, you come in a different way. So different way. So which means you have not defined anything for the job. I mean, you didn't mention that where you want to execute this job, but so either server or server group you have defined for the class A job. I mean, I think I have not explained you properly the question. Class A job with target server group. Okay. You go and execute me on this particular, you can mention app 1 or app 2 also. I mean, the server or group. That's why it has kept in, I explained group basically. So server or group, whatever you have mentioned, that particular job will take priority over the job with the same priority without mentioning anything. Okay. This I will show you in the system after some time. But for now, you understand that where we have defined this, that will take the priority. Or let me show you this thing quickly. SM36. So I'm going to introduce you to two main transactions. So SM36, which is used to schedule the jobs. Okay. This will come. And I mean, if you want to create a new job. So then you have SM37, where you monitor this job status, etc. So now execute. So you see, I see 3 jobs which has been in a release status. I will explain you what is this release status and all. So now this is the job. So let's say the start condition. Periodic values, nothing. Schedule start. So this is the start conditions, nothing but schedule start. So no start after. I mean, you can put that as well. Operation mode, day or night mode will be there. That I will introduce you later in next sessions, I think. So after an event or after a job. Okay. So for now, successful job selection. Now this is the one. Okay. So here you see target. So this is what I am referring. So there is no target defined over here. I mean, where this job has to execute. Suppose if you define a target here, okay, see here, SAP ECC HP8. So if you define a target, then the job with this target group defined will take the priority. This is what I mean to say. So in this case, this guy thought, I mean, this job is absolutely very least prior system. That's why he has not defined any targets. If you think a job with the top priority, what you do, job class, you will schedule A. So here you can see A, high priority, B, middle priority, C, low priority. You set it to high priority and you also define the target. Okay. What is the target group? Where you want to execute that? Then it takes the priority over anything else because it knows where to execute, what is its priority, then it will proceed and it will execute in the first priority thing. So here you see the job frequency daily, that we will come when we come to this case. So now you hope you got the background of what I'm trying to explain. Okay, this thing. Now, good. So what can be performed in the background? Okay. So as I said, each job step can contain a web program, external command, or an external program. So now let's see the job step. Okay. So where a step. So if you just go, so how do you check this one back? I mean, first I will give you some glimpse of how it is, then I'll go in theory so that you know what I'm talking in the system. So let's click a step. Okay. See, this is what I mean step. When you click on the step, you see a program, SAP PR, SAP ABAP program. This is what I mean. So here you can find either an ABAP program. This job will actually run an ABAP program. Okay. Or external command or an external program. So just click on this step, go to the job and check the step. Then you will find what is that particular job exactly doing. Okay. That is what I am talking. So in a job, you can the activities are done by a step. That is the correct word. Step. And then in the step, you will do program command. And this is also an interview question or a certification question. What are the things a job can do under what? So a job can have a steps, multiple steps the job can have. Okay, not only one, but a step can do only these things. An ABAP program or external command or external program. Okay. So ABAP program is straightforward. So anything you want to do in this system, okay, in an SAP system, you run an ABAP program indirectly. No matter you execute SC16 or SC22, whatever the transactions you execute, right? SU01, SU10, whatever explained, anything indirectly calls for an ABAP program. Okay, because it's an ABAP, it's the coding language and this one. So it's straightforward. Okay, and then you can define a variant. Okay, so here in ABAP program, you have two options: without selection screen and with selection screen variant. Okay, so variant. What is the variant? Okay, so let's take the same example as this guy, who our factory guy who executes the report. So a variant is nothing but is the predefined conditions. Okay, I mean you take so and so table and you read me only up to 100 entries or the sorting or filtering, right? You take me only these 100 entries. I don't want the entire 1 lakh of table. Okay, so you try to follow me, guys. What I'm trying to explain. Okay, that guy pulls a report and he pulls a report from 10 tables. Okay, 10 tables, I want to pull the report. And in the 10 tables also, I don't want the whole history of 1 month. I want only particular day, morning 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. what happened. So which means, and the latest or the 1 day filter. Okay, I want these entries only. Fine. He has put that condition. Now, as I said, it has 1 lakh factories. Okay, so and then each of them have to go and put that condition. You pull me only 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and so steps, and you define that program. So it's a tedious job, right, for all of them. So which means you have to define 1 lakh different things and each one is doing. So what you can do is, I have my all 1 lakh factories, and any organization has a standard purchase order or standard invoice, right? Suppose if you purchase in a big basket or anywhere, you get a standard invoice. For example, Flipkart invoice. So no matter whatever you purchase, the entries will vary, but you will get a standard format. There is a logo and so on. So same thing here also. So those are nothing but certain conditions or the filterings what you put. So this guy also, one guy can define a variant. Okay, what you can define a variant? It's my daily report as a variant. And in that particular job, all of them can use the same variant because they all want the report in the same structured or the same filtering. Clear, guys? Variant you understood? And in the variant, you can also mention that whenever somebody pulled it, you can also, so as I said, so the value stored in the variant can be executed during the program. So whenever that guy calls for that job runs, it will find that ABAP program and then it will run the variant and the conditions or the filtering what you have set over there. So if the ABAP program has a screen output as a result, okay, so what do? As I said, the report is an output, right? Screen output. So you can send it to this spool. Okay. Spool is nothing but a printing mechanism. We will talk about it, I think, in sessions. What is it, spool, and how it works. So you can send it to the spool, and spool will process it to the printer if you have a printer connector, or you can simply email. So, you want to send it to your boss, that report, you can simply email. So this is all automated. The job runs. So variant, you have defined all these 1 lakh people, 1 lakh reports has the same variant. So one variant is sufficient. All the jobs will run with the variant. And that particular factory's report will go to the boss, CEO. Or there is an option to consolidate all these 1 lakh reports and send one report also. It's like a background job, another background job. So which will pull all these things. And that's what multiple steps means. You can define multiple steps. First you generate these reports in chunks so that there won't be performance issue. And then you collate all of them together and send one consolidated report. That is also possible. You got it? So that is the ABAP program and then variant. And you can send it to email or you can define it to this one also. So external command. So these two you don't use so frequently, but this one you use very, 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 very frequently. Most of the jobs in the system, okay? Most of the jobs in the system use the ABAP program. So external command. So external command is nothing but if you want to do something on the operating system level. If you want to run some script or program or something, so you have to define an external command. And these external commands are nothing but these are the SAP scripted commands. Okay. So for example, collecting the logs, OS logs. Okay. For example, if you are running update statistics on the database, or DB13 also falls into this kind of category where predefined scripts, it will go to the OS and it will call that and then it will provide it. So, or ST03 performance statistics, right? When you click on ST03 or ST06, so performance related statistics or the buffer related OS data. So such things, if you want to collect them so frequently, if you want to collect them for a day or 2 days or 3 days, so then it comes under the category of external commands, anything to be done on the OS. So external program is nothing but it is more related to the external command, but this is not an SAP specified one. So it is like a customized program. Okay. So if you want to run some customized apart from the SAP, tweak something. Okay. Like find from so-and-so date to so-and-so thing and find me so-and-so log at that particular location and fetch me kind of thing, customization. So like skill scripting or whatever it is, certain things also can be possible, but you use for it an external program. Under the category of external program. So it's just a differentiation, but more or less it all works on the way you define. But an external command is segregated in such a way that these are all SAP defined OS scripts or the commands. Okay. So for you, this is what predefined in SAP external command. This is the keyword you have to remember. So it's nothing. So this is something which SAP provides you. An external program is something which both of them you can execute at the OS level. So OS level, but it's a customized or the specified by yourself. Okay. So these things clear, guys. In a step, these are the 3 things which you can do. Okay. So a job can be triggered. How you can trigger the job? So at a particular time, yes, you can trigger a particular time, you can schedule it, and then you can start immediately also. So if you are scheduled one job and if you want to run immediately, you can run this thing. Or like I told you, one example, 1 lakh reports with variant. So I'm slowly enhancing that one. 1 lakh reports, 1 lakh factories with variant, with same logo, same thing they have executed. And you want to complete report from completed report of all these guys, all this combined report. Okay, that time what you do? So event, you schedule an event and you don't want to run the job until these 1 lakh jobs are completed. So you schedule another job with an event stating that after the completion of these 1 lakh jobs, you prepare a report combining all those 1 lakh reports. Okay, that is an event. Okay. Or after completion of certain tasks or after completion of backup completion, you update my statistics, database statistics, so that I will get a clear picture of what is my data after completing the database backup. I mean, what is my database size? The statistics means nothing here. So what is my database size? Or what is the free space? What is my CPU consumption? These are the statistics. I mean, you want to know, right? How is your database is performing? So you can say that, okay, complete my database backup. After completion of backup, you update my database statistics. Because why backup? Because it is always during the backup, there is some compression and some corrections happen. So it is always good to take after the backup. And moreover, update statistics and backup, if they run both together, and it will lead to a database performance issues, right? Both are like select queries on the database. They both need high RAM, high CPUs. That's why you don't want to do them together. Are you guys following, guys? Example, this database example. So you don't want to do both the things together because they both are database extensive activities. So what you want to do, definitely you have to define a condition that you start the database update statistics, only my DB13 or whatever my database is completed, database backup is completed. Okay. So such kind of activities are event based. Okay. So because you don't know when the database backup completes, right? So in the sense, you know that maybe 1 hour, 2 hours it may take, but you don't know the exact time. I mean, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes, don't know. And that depends on the network, and that day network might be little slow, little more. So there are so many variables. So that's why you can't define the exact timing. So event-based triggers. So these are all called. So that's why you can trigger time controlled and event control. These are two important terminologies, guys. Try to understand. Hope you understood it with the examples. Okay. So now we go with the scheduling and monitoring. Okay. So here these screenshots are little old, but still, I mean, no matter whichever screen, you will find the same kind of thing. So in transaction SM36, you define the new jobs. Okay. So first let's understand. So this is you see my screenshot, we will execute in the system. SM36. Yeah. So job name, this is the job name, Z underscore. So apart from the standard jobs, you always use the Z. G stands for customized. So anywhere in SAP terminology, so wherever you see is Z, right, with role or anywhere customizations, people starts with Z, and that is the standard terminology. So this Z, and it's a customized job, I mean, which means somebody is creating it. So it's a job class. What I explained, priority C, and the status is scheduled. I will explain you what is the status and execution target. Okay, as I said, this is also plays crucial role. If you define this target, then suppose if you have a job class C and then with target and without target. So with target one will always take the priority. Okay, that is why priority purposes. So you define the target group where you want to execute this one. Okay. So, and then you have an option immediate start, and then you have an option job frequency. Let's go to the system now. So SM36, I don't define it, but hopefully maybe in the exercise I have covered it. We'll see later, but we will try to understand this one. SM36. So you define the Z underscore. So test, and then like class C, and I am going to define this target host. Okay. And then what you have, so job steps, and then you have job frequency also. Okay. So you have to click one by one. So start condition, you see, so you have immediate, or if you want to schedule at a particular date and time, this one, or after job, I told you, after backup completion job, you do this, or after an event, I mean, a certain program executed in the system, or an operation mode. Operation mode is nothing but day and time. So this I will explain you later. Operation mode is nothing but, see, you know, your business hours are morning 8 to 9. Let me explain you so that you will get this understanding also. You know, your business runs from morning 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay. So morning 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you don't want to run these stupid reports and stuff because your end users logs into the system, and that is very important for you. So what you do is during the daytime, I mean, your shift time, you define an operation mode day, and you put a lot of work process over the day log. You can logically define, you know, which means if you have 100 work process in the system, all of them works as a day log. Okay. So only hardly 2 or 3 will be in the background, which means you are not letting any background jobs running this time, so that all your work processes are available for your end users. Night time, once your shift ends, your factory is closed and everybody goes home. Nobody uses this system. So that time you want to run all those periodic jobs. Okay. So that time you define a date, and then you define around 90 to 70 or whatever is it, 70% of your day log as background jobs as an operation mode. So night operation mode will be. So that is what you can define here. Suppose if you put in the night operation mode, so it will take only the night operation mode, what you have defined, and it will run in that time zone only. It won't run in any other time zone. Okay. So those are the many options which you have when you have defined SM36. So you can schedule immediate, after an event, after a job, or after operation mode, you can define when it has to run, and so on. So things you can do. So now the next most important thing which you may do, I mean SM36 you may not do regularly, but monitoring you have to do regularly. Okay. So this SM37 I will explain you now. So in the system itself. Okay. So SM37. Okay. So here star, when you put a star, which means you are checking all the jobs. So here if you put, so this is very careful sometimes in any SAP screen. So by default, it takes the user which you have logged in. So if you search with that, you may not find anything, or you think that none of the jobs are running nothing. So just to do that, so if you want to see all the jobs, try to, but sometimes in BW system, there will be thousands of jobs, but there you have to give a proper description. And then you have the options: scheduled, released, ready, active, finished, and cancelled. I will explain you in the next slide. What are those statuses? So, I mean, common sense, it explains. Finished means it's completed. Cancelled means it's completed. These two are fine. Active means it is running. These three are all fine. Self-explanatory. You don't have to go through anything. But what is the scheduled, released, and ready? It's little tricky. So that we have to understand. So let's execute what all jobs in this system. So based on the too many jobs, if there are too many jobs with this condition, see, so it will take a lot of time. Or I should have mentioned a starting time. Fine. So it is starting to list output at the bottom. You see 100% starting to list out. Yes. So now, so you see here there is a job name and it is scheduled. Fine. So there you see a job which is finished. Okay. First you understand these columns. Job name you will find, and then spool. If there is any print or any spool you have sent. So job created. Job doc is nothing but some log kind of thing. So job created. So by whom? So this also you will get it. Job created by DD. So again, guys, what I told you, when you, for this background system user, when I was explaining, right? When do you use the system user? When you are using the background mostly, because system user will not expire and it has no validity. It's very, very important, guys. You cannot, if you use a dialog user here, then again, it may get locked or it may ask for a prompt. This is all like communication, what do we call it? Without dialog prompting, these jobs has to finish. So system users we use mostly. So Didic is, they're not supposed to use it, but still they use it. That's all right. It's a sandbox system. So then you find the status, and you can also see the start date and start time, how long duration, how long it has run, 60 seconds or 61 seconds or whatever it is. And delay also you can find how long it delayed. Okay. So in a glimpse, so if, for example, if they ask you to that, hey, there is a job which was running a longer time than expected, what you do first thing? So you open this, get the job and filter that job and see the frequency. Okay, daily it is running, but daily it is taking only 1 hour, but it is taking 3 hours of time in the duration. Okay. Then you go, oh, there is some problem for, okay, there is something fishy on the system or in the job or in the network. What happened? So then you have to open the log. So for example, in this one, double click on the job. So you can, if you click on the job details, so you will get a when scheduled job, last changed, who has changed it, or somebody changed that thing you can do. And then you have general data. You always say it's a class C, status is finished. That's okay. Target, there is no target defined, and planned start date and all these things you can find. These are all self-explanatory. So job frequency, it's hourly, it runs. Okay. And then you click on the job log for the finished or the running ones. So error reading the job log. Okay, fine. This is not able to read the log, but generally, sandbox, why it is not reading? So generally the log, okay, error reading the job log. Yeah, this got temp-safe. I know. This is a sandbox system which has got the very less this pooling or this concept. So that's why it's not able to pull. Don't worry about it. So I mean, you can go to your systems and you can check this job log, or I'll show it in one of the live system. So once you click on the job log, it will tell you what exactly it has done. And then if you have any before this, there is a job to be run or successor job. After this, what is going to run? So this kind of things you can find in the SM37. It is very important, guys. So start condition, let's see if we have anything, nothing. So, I mean, after an event or after job, or those things will be defined over here. Okay. So that's about the SM drill down. I mean, whenever you get a chance, but that is the overview, but it's still just a monitoring thing. So I don't want to too much stress on this one. Now, so this theory is important. Why I'm telling it, in certification, they will confuse you like anything. Okay. So I will try to put it in a very clean and I will try to simplify this whole topic. So scheduled. So scheduled means what is the, you have seen in the screen also, what is scheduled? See, ready, active is fine. Active, finished, cancelled, those three statuses are perfect. So you understood self-explanatory. Active means it is running. So scheduled. So the steps that make the job already have been defined, but the start condition needs to be defining. Okay. So good. So scheduled means, so the job is just told that, okay, you run at that particular this thing, but the start condition still needs to be defined. I mean, when and what to be executed. I mean, when is the question here? When to be executed. Start condition has to be fulfilled over there. Okay. Released. The job has been completely defined, including the start condition. Okay. A job cannot be released without a start condition. Only an administrator or a user with the relevant authorizations for background processing can release the job. This ensures unauthorized cannot execute the jobs without approval. Good. So just that I scheduled a job. Okay. Hey, you run from evening 6 to 6:30. 6 o'clock you start. But just that. So which means it has not met the start conditions even though you have defined it. So there is an extra authorization level where you have release. So you have to release. An administrator only can do, whoever has the authorization can release the job. Okay. Once he releases, which means that job will run daily at that start condition. I mean, at that particular time. That is the difference. So scheduled means just you define it and leave it, but released is somebody approves it. Okay, you are ready to go. Okay, that's the simple difference. Even during the certification also ask the same call. When a job can execute, when you scheduled it or when you released it. It's very simple. It is released. The job has to be released. Active means it is running. There is no question over there. Okay. And then, so this is the simplest of simplest definition, guys, for this confusion. Scheduled, you defined it, you have not approved or you have not released the job. You always have to release the job for it to be get executed. And then you have ready. Okay. Okay. So ready is after the release. So this you won't get into. This is like just a definition purpose. You don't monitor also regularly. You don't see many of. As soon as you release the job at that particular time, 5 p.m. that job immediately goes to the ready status, and ready status to then it will start running. That's it. Ready means. So the start condition of a release job has been fulfilled. I mean, because you released it by approving it. A job scheduler has placed the job request in the queue for the background process. That's it. So it will place it in the background process, which means at that particular time, it will run without any problem. Okay. So number one, it has been scheduled, it has been released, and then start conditions has met, and it has been put in the background queue. As soon as the background process is available, it will pick up and it will start running. And once it starts running, then it goes to the active status. Log into the system. We will start with the lab activity. So do you have this document, day 4 lab activity, configuration of background process in your system?
Yes, we have.
Very good. So open it, and then so what we do is we will try to understand the configuration of the background process in this particular system. Now, all of you, please log into your system. I mean, EH8 system, what was provided. The activities. So what we are going to do basically here is check the way that background process is configured in this system. Okay. So the following steps will make you familiar with the SAP system, setting that are relevant for the background processing. Okay. So first question, find out how many background processes are currently configured in your system using the global work process overview, which is SM66. Okay. And then find out what determines the number of available background work processes. Okay. So how many are there? Use the opportunity to search overall the profile parameters in the documentation for individual known profile. So these steps are given at the bottom. So call the transaction SM65. So do the basic test for the background servers. This also you do. And then assume that all background processes in your system are currently processing, and there are therefore no free source for this being the case. Provide additional background process without restarting the system. So it is like, how do we increase the background processes without restarting the system? So you first do 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I will see if we have time, we will explain the fourth one. Fourth one is nothing but it is like operation modes, RZ04 or RZ03. Because anyway, we have a dedicated session after this. But first you try to do first 3. Start, please. So solution also given. So find out how many from SM66 you can make out. You don't have to do this thing because now the screens have changed a little bit. So count the number of things. So by default, the moment you log in, you will get to know how many are there. Okay. And then this second one also try. Okay. All of you, please confirm if you have started the activity. So if you have any questions, just ask me. Then I will go to the system and I will show you. Clear? So do this for, As soon as you are all done, then we will proceed with the next topic, start and stop of SAP system. Let me go to do you guys remember the transaction where I see the users?
SM04.
Yes, very good. Yeah, I see you guys now. Good. Follow the course. Good. Anyway, these look simple, guys, but base is always simple. I mean, it looks like nothing, but it is everything. Even though you look like it's a simple SM0 transaction, but it has very powerful information. So I see you guys in the system. Good. So now, see you TCS user 04 is executing SM66 and then 5. So user 7 is in SM50. That's good. SM60, somebody is doing SM65. Good. Then me, SM04, I'm in already. So you know these IPs, client host. This is also important. So which is your laptop IPs? I mean, from where the user is logging in. Someone is doing from RDP. So that's all right. I mean, it doesn't matter where you log in. But this helps sometimes which region it is coming from, where this request is coming in troubleshooting network issues. Okay. Good. So, okay, how many background work processes we have in the system? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay, or you can just set a filter. That is what I mean to say. They choose and it depends on the screenshot or filter, not filter. So you can find it out. Search for the term BTC. Okay, no, it's not this way. Once again. So you come here, type short assignment. Yeah. Now you have all BTCs together. So you can see now 6 processes. Okay. So good. So what was the second question? Find out and what determines the number of background update. This is also a very good question. A very good thing. So try to check this parameter. So have you opened this parameter? And second also you try. That both are important. Both are good. So RDISP work process number BTC. BTC stands for background processing. So this will define how many background process defined in the system. Okay. So this, you will check this one. Execute the transaction RZ11. First you do. So meanwhile, I will create the operation model. Okay. So let's see so did you guys check the RZ11 parameter? So let's do together.
Yes, she did.
Yes.
What about the 03 and 04?
So I will explain you.
I didn't.
I'll explain you now. So RZ04, I'm sorry, this parameter will explain you this one. Better to type /wp _ BTC. Okay. So it is defined in the instance profile. Okay. And then current value 6. Okay. So, I mean, in sometimes you may have to raise the customer support ticket, right, to SAP. So most of the times, the biggest confusion is which component I have to raise. Okay. So if it is related to the background related, you see here. So most of the times, but many of us overlook it. So this is a very, 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 very important information. So in any dump or in any error, it is important to know which component I have to raise. So SAP maximum tries to give that information, which component this particular thing belongs to, or else you will get lost in the entire version of SAP. That ticket will be floating between one team to another team. Okay. So this is the component in case of any issues with background processes. For example, system is crashing due to background processes. Background processes are not running properly. Okay. So, or they're taking a longer time, days and days they're running. Such kind of issues, you always reach to this component. Then they will be immediately your ticket will be addressed. Okay. So, and then how do you check all the reports? RSPF PR. So T code to execute any report is RSPF SC38. Okay. This guy execute installation error. So yeah, because it's an IDS sometimes. See, IDS systems are the most horrible systems. Okay. I mean, you never IDES in the sense it's a demo data it contains. So demo data, the term itself says that some of the ABAP programs or standard programs may not work. So don't worry about these errors. But yes, so some of the reports doesn't work, but it will RSPF PAR. If you execute somewhere, it will give you the report, or I will check it after some time. What can, this server guy, what kind of system he has installed and why this is not working. Okay, so that is fine. So, but you know how to run that report, SC38, and then you would execute the RSPF PAR report. So it will give you the entire, or you just go to the RZ11. Yeah, that also we can do. RZ11 we already did. Let's see, RZ11 we did, or we have this one RZ10. Okay. Anyway, we have clear, if you want to see the instance profile, so EH8 is the system. So this is the dialog instance. So just do a display. You see the entire all parameters. So same thing that RSPF for report also. So it will, so here you see, so dialog work process 10 are defined, background 6. And I wanted to show you other parameters also. Update 1. So update here 1, spool also 1. So if you want to increase, you always increase. Okay. So let's talk about the RZ04. So operation mode. I told you, right? See, for example, in this case, this guy has defined operation mode 00 to 2359 because it's a standard one system and he has nothing to do in the system. As I told, so you want to define a system during the daytime, you make it as a dialog thing. And in the night time, you do the most of the background things. Out of your shift. So that you can define. So here it is like operating. Okay. So here you can change the timelines. This timing. So many, or you first let's see how do you change this one. Okay. So here you see if you double click on this this thing. So you have 10 dialog processes and you have 5 background processes. This is what online changing means in the exercise. So if you want to increase the background process, okay, you can do plus here. See? So automatically dialog has reduced. Please focus, guys. Can you see my screen? So let's see if it increases. Number of work processes, yeah. So there is a limit for the maximum number of work processes configured in a system. Okay. So if you want to increase the background, you come to the background and then you click on this increase. See, it has become 6. So dialog will reduce automatically. So and then it will reduce. So this is how you increase the background process online. So now you just do the same. Okay. So it says number of exceeded the process. Fine. So background, let's do reduce. No, don't reduce it. So like this, you can exceed. No, first of all, I don't think this belongs to this system. CA3. Let's do one thing. Go back. So production instance data no. Okay. First, let's do from the beginning. Clear. Create an operation mode. Okay. So I am defining the night. Okay. This is how you do. So in the job, you remember there is an option to assign a night operation mode. So if you assign the operation mode, then it will run only in the day. So after the shift, so then save. Okay. See here day and night. So now for the night, you define the timings. Operation mode. So first, define instances. Let's see. So they restricted it, but at least let's see if we can assign the time. So timetable, so normal operation mode, exception operation mode. So now change. Okay. So here you can define the change timing. So let's put night timings are like 17 to this one. Okay. So this one. Assign. So now 17 to 23, we are defining it as a night. So it is asking which operation mode you want to assign. Day, night. So let's put the night. First you create and then save it. Okay. You see, guys, can you see? Am I audible, guys?
Yeah.
So,
See that.
which means, so from 00 to 17, it will work in this particular normal operating mode. And 17 to 23, it will work in, no, it is the other way around. Suppose, let me go to the, this is only single screen. Okay. So now just understand that 17 to 23, I have assigned as a night mode. Okay. So what I will do now, SM36. Okay. So here I am creating test underscore TCS job, any job. So I am defining the class C, that's all right. So let me take the target group. That's okay. This one, this is the same server. And then step condition. So start condition. So step anyway, what do you want to do? So okay, fine, let's do that. Step, there is nothing to do. Step, what do you do? Which program you want to, ABAP program, ABAP external commands, 3 options. I explained you right in the diagram. Name, variant, if there is any variant, external command and external program you define. So there, anyway, for now, dummy, start condition. Now you see immediate means it will run immediately. Date and time planning. After job, it's kind of after completion of particular job. So this one, I want you to focus, operation mode. Okay. So if I give you the operation now, the operation mode is day, night, this normal. Suppose if you give this night, so what happens? So this job runs only between that 13 to 17. That's it. In any other time, it will run. Did you understand now this concept? Clear? Everybody, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what
Yes.
that target 04. Yes. So now if you define some, because you don't want to run this thing during daytime, because you know that this is extensively uses so many processes and it is a big report and you want to run it by the time next day morning you log in. So even though there is some performance impact also, that is fine because it is like night time. I mean, nobody is working on the system. So that is what operation mode can help you to do. Okay, good. So that is what they are trying to, and that plus minus also I've explained, right? How to increase the process, but in this system, they have not configured properly, but it's okay. That is how you do it, simple. So plus you do online, you can increase the background process. Okay. Has anybody done start and stop of an SAP system in your landscape? Anyone?
Not yet.
No.
None of you. Okay, that's okay. None of you have done a restart of an SAP system, but
Yes, we have done. I have done.
Oh,
Yeah,
you have
I've
done. Very good, very good. So now for you, it will be like much more clear. I mean, what you exactly do, and then for others, you will get background. And next time when you do, you will understand more. So what you have used when you are restarting SAP Control or what any other tool? So with what commands you use?
Like because it's we are using Oracle DB and the OS is like Solaris. So we use commands like start SAP and stop SAP.
Okay, you just issued start SAP R3, stop SAP R3.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That is the easiest way of doing. But yeah, I'll come to that part.
We can do that through the SAP control also.
Yes, that is the most recommended one. And with the latest kernels, right? So with the latest kernels, SAP is clearly telling to use SAP control only. So there is no other. So all of you, don't get confused how you stop and start with others. Stop SAP R3. That is easiest. I like it. I don't know why SAP got rid of it. Yeah, they wanted to complicate it also. By mistake, somebody simply stop SAP, they do, right? So they want, so only the administrator who knows the full command of SAP control. To be honest, that is the intention, to making it complicated. Okay. By mistake, also somebody don't trigger that thing. Okay, now SAP control is the most, with the latest kernels executables, they are asking us, they're forcing. They have removed this SAP start SAP, stop SAP also from 770 kernel onwards. Okay. So if you find the latest kernels, so if you give stop SAP R3, start SAP R3, it won't work. Okay. So fine. Good. So now we are going to talk the most important aspect while we are starting an SAP system. So if you remember, we discussed what is the SAP, we know the 3-tier architecture. Okay. So presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. Okay. So now here we are not talking about the presentation, only we are talking about the application and the database layer. Okay. So we have also discussed the ABAP application servers architecture. Okay. Or instances. So you have a central instance, you have additional instances, primary application server and additional application servers. Okay. So what sequence you follow to stop? Do I have to stop my DB first, or do I have to stop my applications first? Or in the starting sequence also, what you have to start and what is the sequence you have to follow? If you just go randomly and if you parallelly stop all of the things, system won't stop. Okay. So system will go for a hung situation. Then you have to do a reboot and then clean restart of the system. So it is very, 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 very important for the basis consultant, because no one else restart the system effort from you guys. Okay. Only basis guys can restart the systems. Good. So we're going to discuss start process of the SAP system. And we are also simplified structure of the file system. Both ABAP and Java. So what happens when we issue a start system? how does it evaluate the profiles? Okay, that we will discuss. And then starting an SAP NetWeaver AS ABAP with ABAP Central Services. One architecture we will take. So if you, we are going to talk about an application server with CI in it. Okay, that should be fine. If you understand that logic, so you will understand for any other any other architecture with a little tweak. Okay. So yes, as I explained, so for now, you always remember that you get practice with SAP control. Okay, that is the best way. So get acquainted with that, and then forget about management console. So that will be wiped off 5 years back. Still, for the understanding purpose, there is a tool called SAP Management Console. From there also you can stop and start, but I don't recommend you and never ever use that. Okay, you are a basis guy, so you need to have the control on the system. That control, if you start using the tools like GUI tools and SAP GUI and all, you never get that control. So I would strongly recommend you get familiar with Linux, get into the server, and you execute the commands over there, because servers are there. It's very powerful. Do you know Linux? All of you? Little bit. Have you executed?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit.
That is more than sufficient. You don't need to be an expert in there. So I don't know Linux, but still from last 10 years, I'm managing SAP. So which means it's what you need, and basic understanding is important. So as a basis guy, you always be, for a DB, fine. If you don't know SQL also, that's fine, because a DB, no matter how powerful with SQL, there you have to write queries and all. But anyway, HANA Studio is there, and only few SQL things you use. But in OS, the more command you get, you will become the best basis guy. Okay. So how do you differentiate yourself from the other basis guys is from the level of understanding or the level of depth or concepts which you have in the operating system. Yeah. So that is where you will be like a champion. That is where you can rock many things. Okay. Until unless you get OS control or OSS command, operating systems command, you will be always in a dilemma. Where is my problem? What is the issue? What exactly is happening in my system? No. So and moreover, OS is the only place where no one can help you. If it is an application layer in SAP GUI, when I say application, so ST22 dumps or logs, SF21, those logs, anybody can see, and someone can give you, a developer, a functional guy can give you some guidance. Go there, check this, do that. But operating system level, stopping, starting, and moving the files from here to there, and then downloading files, and then doing an upgrade or an installation. So these all things happens from the operating system. So those are the core basis activities. So you always get control over there. As much as time you get it, you try to explore the operating system. Okay, whenever you are working in your projects, right? Always keep an eye on that particular aspects, operating system aspects. Good. So starting off, which one I have to stop, where I have to stop. Which system, that sequence we will discuss in details in the next slide. Okay. So now let's do this. Good. So this is an important slide. Too much of theory I have given. Don't worry, I will simplify it. Okay. So this figure describes the start sequence of an SAP system. So as you see here, first you understand this diagram, then the rest all will become much easier. So database. So as I said, it's the bottom of the 3-tier architecture. And then you have the application layer. So we are not talking about GUI guys, front end, remove it. Only 2 types we are talking. So the middle application layer and then the bottom database layer. So in the application layer, what all you have? So this one is right side, or you keep it aside. Don't get confused. So you just follow me the left side. So database, and then you have an instance with NQ without ABAP dispatcher. So we call it as an ASCF. So don't worry with the term or this explanation with NQ and without ABAP dispatcher. So just understand the term ASCS. So there is an instance with the ASCS, and then you have instance with ABAP dispatcher and NQ. So which is like a CA. And then you have additional application servers. So in any of your landscapes, so let me simplify it. In any of your SAP landscapes, majorly you will find these 3 things. Okay. If you just go to the server and if you see you have an ASCS, okay, ABAP Central Services instance, and then you have ASCS means that. And then you have CI. CI, what I told you, where there is an NQ and message server, which is a CI. That is a crucial one. And then you have additional application servers, AI01, AI02, application instance 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like that. Okay. Additional application servers you can have as many as you want. Okay. So now, so in the start sequence, first thing what you have to start. Okay. So let's say your entire system is stalled. So the general way I would suggest you is forget about anything. Okay, there are some other conditions which you can start the other one first and other one later. I'll come to that later point in time. So you always start with the database. Forget about rest of things. Theoretically, in a certification, they will ask you questions. I will tell you after this what questions may come. So can you start ASCS before database? Can you start CI before database? Or can you start additional application server before database? Such questions will come. So we will talk about them later. But for now, you always, as a basis guy, always think about it. A database has to be up. Simple. So ensure that your database is first, you start with the database. Okay. So once this database is up, okay, then you always start the ASCS server. Okay. So ASCS is nothing but the one with the NQ. Okay. Sometimes some people, okay, so you may get it difference between then CI and ASCS. Okay. So the only thing is some people, they will have ASCS and CI on the same node. Okay. So you don't need to have a ASCS separate node. Okay. So one node is fine. That is called central instance. But some people will isolate both of them. Okay. ASCS, they keep it separate because ASCS will have the NQ mechanism, which is critical for a high availability purpose. They will do a cluster for this particular ASCS because it has the NQ. Okay. For that purposes. Fine. Now, database is up. First thing what you start is ASCS because your NQ has to start first. Okay, locking mechanism thing, ASCS. And then you start the central instance. So central instance consists of, so a web dispatcher, which is like message server, and then NQ. CI you start it. And then you have the all other instances. I mean, AA01, AA02, any additional instances. Okay. So this is the ground rule. I mean, for you, whenever you are starting. So as I said, the middle two things, right? ASCS and CI. In some 50% of the landscape, you don't find these two separated. Only one node will be there. Where ASCS and CI installed on the same host, you just stop it and start it. That's it. So all your complication is gone. Okay. So I'm stressing it out more only for your deep understanding and certification purpose. Separated these four separately so that I can ask you some questions and then you are prepared for that. So always, so in a simple term, in any other landscape, what is the start sequence? Practically DB, CI, additional applications. That's it. This is your start sequence. Okay. So for starting this ASCS, okay, you have this landscape where there is a database, where there is ASCS, where there is a CI, and then additional application server. For starting ASCS, I said first DB has to be up. Okay. But only one tweaking here. So this ASCS, to start ASCS, database is not mandatory. Okay. That's the certification question. So can you start an ASCS system without the database running up and running? Yes. So only ASCS you can start. For starting NQ, you don't need the database to be up. But for any, this is the only special condition, but for rest all, like your CI, other additional instances, your database has to be up because whenever you give that SAP control start command or start SAP command, it will do a check to the database connection, which is R3 trans-D if you have run it. So that will check whether your database is up and running or not. Okay. That is the important thing. Okay. Only for ASCS, your database might not be up, but rest all, the database has to be up and running. Okay. That is your start sequence. So can you tell me what is the stop sequence? Can anybody stop? Suppose if I ask you to stop the system, what do you do? And from where you do? What is your stop sequence?
First, we have to stop applications, then NQ, then database.
NQ means what? CI. You mean, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, good. So simple, guys. So when you are stopping reverse sequence, first you have to stop additional application servers. So use the terms correctly, AAS. So additional application servers, AA02, 03, 04, 05, whatever. You stop all of them. Then you come to the server where there is an NQ and message server, which is CI. You stop the CI. Okay. And then you stop the database. Okay, that is the stop sequence. And one more thing, important thing. When somebody asks you to stop SAP system, are you going to stop the entire thing? I mean, stop SAP. So if I ask you to stop SAP system, what do? You do the entire thing. I mean, applications, CI, DB, whole thing. Anybody? So again, there you have to ask a question. Hey, are you talking about the SAP application or DB also included? So this you have to get it clarified. So in most of the cases, when you change a parameter or when you do some changes, it is always sufficient to stop SAP. You don't have to stop the database. Okay. So when in general, if somebody says stop application, which means you need to stop only SAP application, which means you have to stop additional application servers, and then you have to take CA, stop CA. Or if somebody asks you to take a restart of the SAP system, okay, or you ask him, do you also need this change? This change needs a DB restart? If he says no, then you just do SAP application restart only. So, I mean, stop additional application servers and then stop CA. Okay, good. So this is the sequence. Now, the next question comes to you. Suppose if I have 10 application servers, okay, one CI, one DB, okay, I have 10 application servers. I mean, additional application servers, one PaaS, primary application server or CI, one DB. So if I ask you to stop, okay, so I mean, if we go with the sequence, what I've told you, I mean, stop the application servers. I mean, if somebody asks you to restart such a system, okay, so as per the normal process, you go and stop additional application servers, 10 application servers, and then you come to the CI, you stop it. Let's keep the DB aside. I mean, DB, if they want it, you stop that also, but we are not touching DB here. So it takes 30 minutes to 40 minutes, right? I mean, 10 application servers, each server you have to log in and then you have to punch in a command that SAP, stop SAP, right? And you have to wait for it to wait for them to complete. But it's a very time consuming and it wastes time. So what is the other alternative? Anybody? How do you stop in an entire system in one shot? I mean, except database. Is there a provisioning or can you stop? Did you get my point? So, I mean, logging into each server and stopping takes a lot of time. So you have to take a quick restart. I mean, the best and easiest way. So there is a provisioning. So you go to the central instance, okay? Then there you give the SAP control command. I will tell you the commands. So then the instance number, CA instance number, and then stop system. So if you give the entire stop system, it will stop the CI. It will also stop the 10 application servers. So which means you don't have to log into the 11 servers, CI and all of them and stop, each and every one by one, you don't have to give. So in one shot, if you give and wait for 5 to 10 minutes, the entire SAP system goes down. I mean, application instance systems goes down. Okay. Then again, starting also easy because you just want to take a restart. So take a starting also, give SAP control -NR 02 system number and then start system. Then it will start the entire system. I mean, including CA and 10 application. One command. So do purpose for all these things. See how much time and effort it saved you. Okay. So in one command, that is why SAP control is the most powerful. And from 770 kernel onwards, SAP has stopped all the other ways of stopping and starting systems. So they have included this particular only SAP control way. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the directory structure at the operating system. Okay. The most important directory. So Java you keep aside. So this right hand two sections are related to the Java. You keep them aside. So USR SAP SID, I mean, which is the EH8 in our case. And then you have a sys. In that you have global, profile, exe, and then you have this DB. So here you see, I said central instance or the primary application server, how it is different from the other instances. The only thing is CI has the NQ and message server. Okay. So here you see the naming convention. Guys, please pay attention. So when you are logged into the system, when you see a directory on that particular server, DVE, D for dialog, V for update. Let me put you why this naming convention also. E for NQ. Okay, B for background, M for message server, G for gateway, S for spool. You got it right? So D, V, E, M, B. So E, when you see the word E, you think that it's a CI server. So this is the easiest way of knowing what server you have logged in. Okay. Suppose, as I said, I have seen customers who are using 10 applications. I have CI plus 10 application server. How do you know which one is the CI? So immediately, as soon as you logged in, if you see this DVE, then you think that it is a central instance. Okay. And if you just see D and then instance number D00, D00 directory, then it is an additional application server. Sorry. So or the application instances. Okay. So this is the simple directory structure of the ABAP. Okay. This Java also, you have SCS, which is a central service. There is the naming, there is no dialog update on all, right? So in Java, they call that's why SCS, and then ASCS, where you have this directory. Java, you keep just for information purpose, you have it. But conceptual purpose, if you understand ABAP, then it is very, very easy for you to understand this. Same like log, data work, everything is there. Just that naming convention of the directories varies for Java. But in ABAP, this is the very, very important question. Central instance, the instance directory is naming is DVEBMGS, this one. And for dialog other instances, additional application servers, you have this name, this one. So what all these things contains? What is this global directory? What is this profile directory? Okay. So what are these work directory? Suppose if your system crashes, where you can go and log into this one. First, you understand these directories. What I will do is I will go to the system. So 1 second. I will open the system. So this one, so that you can connect. So I am in the server. So EH8 system. So before we go and discuss about what all directory, I'm in an ABAP system. So just give PWD. PWD means anybody?
It will give path.
Present.
Yeah. Yes. PWD is nothing but present working directory. So I am in SAP EH8. So CD, which is like it will take you to the current directory. So I am in the USR SAP. So just give an ls minus LTR. LTR is the list. LS means list. So LTR is if you put L, it will show list, and T means time, and then R is like recursive kind of thing. I don't know the R, but anyway, I generally use this R. Time, T for time. It will tell you when was it modified, this one. So always give R, you can give. So you can see the command ls minus L. If you just do this, it will just give you the list. Is there any difference between these two? Nothing. In this case, both are giving the same. If you just give ls, you just get the file names. So this thing. So I always give the ls minus. So let me do clear. Okay. So ls minus L. Okay. So you see here CD EH8. So that day USR SAP is the global directory. In that you have SID and then trans directory also. Trans we discussed the other day. So EH8 SID. I mean, this varies from customer. So we are in the directory EH8. Now you give the ls minus. So you see here. So you have sys and you have this ASCS 01 and then D00. Okay. So here you see only the D00. Let me go to the diagram. Okay. D instance number is 00. You don't see this DVEMBGS because this guy has separated ASCS separately. You understand here. So ASCS, he has created a separate one, NQ, the one which contains. So basically, it's a single server system. So it doesn't have any other node, any other additional application servers. So he can do this kind of architecture. But in most of the cases on CI, you have DVE and others it is, but it's a different kind of architecture. Don't get confused. He just separated it. But you will find either DV or DE. So now you have an ASCS, you can consider it as an, so see, CI is simple to isolate. Wherever there is an NQ, it is a CI. So however, it is defined either through DVE directory or so the configuration is different. So here NQ is installed here separately. So that's why dialog instance is separated. But both are them on the same host, which means it is your CI, central instance. Okay. So now suppose this is the most important directory, D00. Okay. So let's go and see what all it contains. Sorry. Okay. So as I explained in the diagram, it contains work, data, security, log, exe, and then IGS. So go to the diagram. So we are talking about this middle one. So both are same guys. So this is DVE and this D. So if it is CI, the directory naming will be different, but rest all are same. So don't get confused. So these both are like structure is content is same. Content is like relevant content, instance content only. Log, so data, work, J2E, exe. So here you need to understand only a few directories very clearly. So work directory is the most important. Okay. So whenever your server crashes, I mean your system crashes due to various reasons, whatever the reasons, you always come here. So when we are doing a troubleshooting, I have prepared one nice document for you guys. I mean, let's say whenever your Java crashes, what to do. Whenever your Java crashes, I prepared a list of steps what you do. So this is the most important thing. So PWD work directory. So you will have for that instance related all the work information. So available log. So if you open this, when was the system last available and when was it down? You get all the timings. See, so the system was unavailable from 7:25 to 7:27, only 2 minutes here. Okay, so that's okay. I mean, it's just availability. Then 7:27 to 1:44, there is no issues until 9th. So there is only 2 minutes. I think they would have taken a quick restart of the system. Okay. So this availability logs, when was it? If somebody asks you the history of the availability, you can go to this directory and get it. And if it crashed, so you open this dev_ICM work process. So this is like work process logs. So if you open these, so you will get a clue. Suppose if there is a dispatcher problem, so you open the dev_dispatch. So you get the dispatcher log. So you get a clue of what exactly happened, and then you can raise it to the relevant team, the issue. Okay. So this is the most important directory, work directory. Okay. This you will use day in and day out whenever you are troubleshooting some issues. Okay. Suppose exe. What the second important directory is the cd exe. Okay. So what do you see here? Kernel. Kernel is nothing but it's an executables. Okay. What all executables you can execute in a system? Okay. That's the kernel directory. So, I mean, so you might have heard this is also one of the regular basis activity. They ask you to do a kernel upgrade. Okay. So that time, nothing. So it's very simple. Download the kernel from the SAP Service Marketplace with the S user of your project. So copy that to this location. That's it. So replace this content, cp-c copy and replace this. So take a backup of this kernel. So, but always remember the guys, whenever you are doing a kernel upgrade, you stop the system. That we will talk in the kernel session. Okay, but for now, you understand this directory contains the kernel details and executables. Okay, this is the important directory. If somebody messes it up, there will be a problem. And the permissions. So as I said, right, SID ADM. So this is the permissions. These files always have to have the SID's permissions. Okay, good. This directory is important. Now, what all you have? So global. What is this global? It contains the global data. So let me open that directory. Do we have it here? If we have, no, it doesn't have. So ignore it. So this will come into picture when you have multiple instances. And if there is any common files which needs to be configurations to be done on all the servers, those things will be tracked in the global directories. Okay. So the one more directory, guys, the most important. Profile directory, cd.dot is to go back. So in the user SAP, cd/SAP_MNT/profile, or the shortcut is cd pro. You just do this. So it will take you wherever the profile has been configured. So these guys have put it in the profile. The user SAP, yes, this is always the right path. So cd, so go to the global and SID directory. So this has been placed in this, it is the correct directory. So it is always in this sys. So I should have gone there directly. Some people will give a soft link to the SAP MNT so that it is easily accessible. Okay, so here global also they have configured in this system. Okay, so profile is the another powerful guys. So profile. Okay, so forget about the old ones. So move. Let me create mkdir. Okay, so I'm making this directory clean. So there are a lot of backup ones. So we don't want them. So I'm taking them all to the trash. Come on, respond. So this server is little slow, guys. Just bear with me. So I will clean this thing. Started responding. Yes. So they all have been moved to the trash. Okay. Now you see. So there are only 3 profiles you can see in this system. Okay. So the default profile is the most important. I mean, suppose in a case where I have mentioned CI and 10 application instances, so you can communicate from the CI. I mean, CI and all those 10 applications, if you define some parameter in default, which means this profile, these parameters will be applicable for the all instances. Okay, because going to the each instance and doing a change of the parameter is going to be a tedious job. Okay, so any global parameters which you want them to be applicable for all the 10 instances, you always update in the default profile, which means they are all available for all other instances. Okay, so this will be the common terminology for any profile. So you always find it, SID underscore DVE or MBGS, whatever I told, or D00, that naming. And then this naming will vary on the virtual name, what is defined for this one. Okay, that's a standard naming convention for the profile and default profile. So this one, same, SID underscore, so ASCS 01. So in ASCS, instance number always different from the instance number of the application server. Okay, then this is the virtual name. So this is the profile directory. So this directory, you come here and then you edit the profiles. So 3 are the most important ones. EXE for the kernel, and then you have the work directory for troubleshooting and all the dispatcher logs, availability logs, and then you have this work process related logs, RFC related logs, all those will be available over there. Okay, and then you have the profile directory, which is also a most important one. Since I've already given you some context of this profile, if you give the moment, take an example of you have a central instance and then you have 10 application servers. The moment you give the command start SAP or SAP control start, irrespective of the command, the moment you give the start command, what exactly happens? This is a very, very important interview question. And certification also, the sequence of actions, what happens when you give a start SAP? And as a basis guide, this is also very important for you to understand. Okay, when you give in, sometimes the systems may not start as expected. Okay, they may get failed due to various reasons. You want to understand what exactly, which phase it has stopped. Okay, which phase it has failed. So the first thing is CI and dialog instances. I said the moment you give the start SAP command in the system, so there is a process called SAP start SRV. Okay, you can remember this. So this process will be always up and running in the system. So this SAP start SRV thing, what it will do is, so it will first copy the kernel files from the global directory to the instance directories. Okay, so what do I mean by the global directory to the instance directory? I will show you. Okay, so now you are in the profile directory. Let's go. You see here, so let's give the PWD. What is this directory? USR SAP H8 and then sys. So it is a global directory. Okay, note down guys, please. So this one is the global directory. Permission denied, that's all right. So no. CD. So this is the global directory. So I am in the global directory, which means USR SAP SID and then sys is a global directory. What do I mean by the local directory? So local directory is the directory, exe directory within the instance. Okay, so what I will do is CD, so /us/SAP, okay, then EH8, okay, I am going into the instance D00, yes. So you go here and you do an ls-ltr, you find an exe directory here. You got it? So this is the local, means this directory is applicable for instance. Suppose if it is in another dialog instance, so it is the same. On each server, you have this local directory and you have this global directory. Global is this one. So your global directory always should have the right kernel. So SAP always, what do you do? The moment you give the start command, start SRV process, copy these kernel files from this location to this local directory. This is what I mean by the copy. So SAP CPE, so this command. So SAP CPE, you see in the diagram. So this one will copy the kernel from the global to the every time when you start it. But anyway, it's a very small thing. And anyway, so SAP CPE means every time you copy, it may take 5 minutes. Don't think the other way. So only it copies the delta amount. Okay. For example, if you change some in the global directory, 1 or 2 files, that files will be copied to this one. Okay. That is the important. So instance profiles. So first what it will read, I told you, default profile. Default profile is for the common for all, everybody. So first it will read, and then once it copies the kernel from global to the local directory, it starts reading the default profile, global parameters. Okay. And after that, it will pick the instance specific parameters. I mean, for that particular instance, whatever the profile has defined, those parameters will be read. Okay. This is a good interview question. So you have to tell them that, hey, first when I start issue a command, so my SAP start a survey process will start. What it will do is it will copy the executables from the global exe directory to the instant local exe directory, and then it reads my default profile because it has the global parameters, and then it will proceed with the reading the instance profile. So this is the most important explanation which you should give. Okay. So earlier we used to have the start profiles. So now no longer has the start profile. That's why I don't want to discuss about that topic also. So there are no start profiles for SAP NetWeaver 7.1 later releases, which is from last 7 to 8 years. So all the systems now which we have this default profile and instance profile, only these two varieties of profiles. Before I go and explain the start sequence again in deep. So I'm stressing it so deep because this one is very, very important for you guys. I mean, I can simply say that, hey, start DV and CA and go. No. So this topic has to be fundamentals, has to be get into your brain, whether you by heart it or you remember it, I don't care. But when I ask you what happens in a start system, this is what is happening, because there is no other easy way of explaining, because its topic is like this. Okay. So now what happens again, I'm explaining in a step-by-step sequence what it is going to do. So the tools you use to start the system, SAP Management Console, SAP Management, these two, forget about it. I mean, I won't recommend it and don't use them. And then you have the SAP Control. SAP Control is the most useful, and last 5 to 6 years, all the latest versions, SAP strongly recommends to use the SAP Control, and you learn only SAP Control. Rest all is very easy in case if you have to do. Okay? Because SAP Control can be used in the lower version systems also, but start SAP, these other commands cannot be used in the latest version. So that's why I always insist you always focus with it, and they are powerful. OS, see, this system OS is slow, but generally OS is very, very faster. Operating system Linux, and don't worry about this one because it's an IDES system, too much of data in the system, and it's a shared environment. That's why we may feel little slowness. Okay, because it's a training system. But in general, operating system is very, very faster. Okay, so good. Start system. So the moment you, as an admin, first step one, you focus on the sequence, guys. Follow my mouse, this cursor. The moment you issue a start command, so it goes to the SAP start SRV. It's a very critical process. It starts, and then second, it will start the central services instance. So I told you I'm simplifying it. CA. So where there is a message server and then NQ server. Okay. Once this is done, through let's say SAP Control, I'm starting the entire sequence. Then third one. So either you start it manually PAS. Okay. PAS, manually you start individual instance, or you give a start SAP with CA itself, all will start in the sequence. Then third one, primary application server, where there is an ABAP dispatcher. So, and then the work process, this will start as a sequence of 3. Okay. As I said, starting this ABAP services database is not mandatory. So that is why, but primary application and additional database is mandatory. That's why it's mentioned that. So you need to start the database over here. But fine. So you always keep in mind that your database has to be up. But it's for a specific inclusion purpose. Now, PAS, but whenever you start the PAS, it will check the database, whether the database is up and running or not. Okay. So if your database is not running up, it will give an error stating that your database is not up. Please do start your database. Same is the case with the additional application servers. Okay. So this is database has to be up for both the cases. So, and then fourth, you can start your additional application servers one by one, or in one command you can from given the central instance, and it will start the entire system. We proceed with the other stuff. Okay. So now there are 2 important commands I want to show you. I may not restart the system. So to SAP control. So this commands, let's execute it. So SAP control, okay, minus NR. So what is the instance number of this system? NR 00, okay, minus function, okay. So get process list. You see here, this is the another, you just want to see what all processes running on my system. So here you see disk plus work dispatcher, it is green running, and then IGS running, gateway running, ICMan running, or the moment you execute this command, if you see there is this one, which one, gateway ICM, no, message server is configured separately. So if you want to see the message server configuration, so message server, that ASCS, they have configured ASCS separately, right? So ASCS, so you have to give if you want to see the NQ or message server thing, so you have to specify the instance number for that. For that, the instance number is different. So, okay, now I go here. -NR means instance number 01. See, so, sorry, what happened, right? Okay, good. So you see, message server is running, NQ server is also running. This is how you monitor the process. Or if you have one CI and 10 systems, but it is very difficult for you to go and run this on each system. You want to get a glimpse of how is my system. So that time, what you do is go to the CI server, central instance server, where this message server is running. So in this case, it is the same host. Just go minus function. Okay. So you just do get system instance. You by heart these things with capital letter, with this thing, there's no other way. It's going to be your day to day. So you see, SAP control is the program. -NR is the instance, notation or the parameter which we give for the instance. Minus function is the function, and you get system instance list. So now, okay, if you see here on this host, what all things running here. So message server NQ, which is running. So clearly it is saying, and then your gateway ICMan IGS, so which is nothing but your dialog instance. So both are running on the same host. If there is another application instance on a different host, that also will be displayed when you run this command from this one. So if you want to do SAP control help, so let's do that. So what all functions possible? If you don't remember these things, let's do unknown web method or just do SAP control help. Yep. So here you see all the help relevant for any command if you need some help. So here examples, SAP control minus function get process list. So in the detailed description of it, those things you can see here. Or let me go. Yeah, these are many things are possible with this SAP control. So get system instance list, and then we go up. So create snapshot, delete snapshot, start system, stop system, all these see. Start service, stop service. Not these services are different. Stop system, start. All these things. Suppose if you want to stop the system, so minus function, stop system. Minus function, start system, like that. So you just have to change it. So it's very important. You just read these things when you log into your systems. Just SAP control and help, then you will understand this thing. So there will be implementation plans where the commands will be clearly documented. So don't worry. And I always tell you, before you are going with the restart of the system or stopping of the system, anything, any activity. So as a basis consultant, you have to prepare or practice or certain things. Okay. You have to be some best practices, I would say. Sorry. And that is the correct word, best practices. If you ask me even now, if I have to restart the system, I prepare for the activity. Okay. What do I mean by preparation of the activity? When somebody asks you to stop the system, okay, the first thing you ask yourself for this thing, do I have to stop the DB? Okay. You ask them, what change is it? Why do you need a restart? Okay. Have you changed the parameters? Okay. If it is just a parameter, then application restart is fine. I just changed the application, SAP system. Okay. Theory is fine, stopping the application. So, but you have to prepare. How many instances in this system I have? What is my CI? What is my DB? What is my how many servers are there? So 10 application servers, 1 CI. So what is the best way to stop them? All of them from CI. So then you prepare the commands yourself. SAP control, -NR, CI instance number, and then minus function, stop system. And you don't go to the activity or the approved window. See, and moreover, in production systems, they don't let you to do the changes anytime you want. Okay, that is not possible. So they will approve a 2-hour window. In this 2-hour or 1-hour window, you please do restart the system, they'll say. And there is a change board, change management. They'll approve you. So that time, don't go there and, start typing commands. SAP control, -NR, help and all. No, that you should not do it. Any activity, I'm telling you, in basis. Because during the activity, you just have to execute step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6. That's it. That is where it is the planning. So in a notepad or in an Excel, you prepare the sequence of activities. Okay. First, I will show you one implementation plan. So I think we have time. Quickly, I will show you one. So first you have to go to the file and open recent. Yeah. So first you have to go and prepare line by line. Okay, stop this, stop that, and then see like this. So this practice you need to do anytime when you are working. So here there is a Java patch upgrade. So CI, stop the CI, start the system. SAP control minus function stop system. You see this one. So these things you have to do. You have to prepare like this implementation plan. Even though it is such a silly activity, okay, but as a basis consultant, you have to prepare for it. Okay. So, or else during the activity, you may tend to get confused, or you may not be in a right mode, or sometimes your laptop crashes and somebody else has to execute behalf of you. So if that is the case, the other guy doesn't know what to do, or he can't prepare in such a short notice, right? If that is the case, immediately you can put the steps to him or give him before only. These are the steps I'm going to execute. That's it. Whoever is in the shift or if any abnormal things, so that the downtime window is the most important, or your activity fails, then there will be a penalty to the customer, to the vendor, whoever is providing service. So you have failed to execute the activity and my 2 hours of downtime has been wasted. 2 hours of downtime means your production system, the guys are not able to log into the system. So which is a business loss for you. So then they will penalty. So that is why be prepared, and that is the best practice. You always have to stick when you are working on basis any activity. Prepare the OS commands. Okay, even though it says log into SIDADM, log in with EHADM, SU like that. So passwords, note down everything, each and every step, line by line, write it down, and then you go to the activity. So so that you don't miss anything, and if possible, you get that approved with your architect or SME, subject matter expertise in your ARC. Then your architects also like you if you start doing this way. And your architect also knows what you are executing. And if there is a problem, he can simply log in and he knows that what sequence you have followed. You got it. You don't have to ask, this guy or girl followed this process. Let me troubleshoot it. So immediately it saves a lot of time. Within 2 hours, activity gets completed. So these are the best practices. Preparation. Preparation is the mantra in basis. In any activity. So planned activity especially, the more you prepare, the more you execute in dev and test systems, the more you become comfortable in the production. And don't ever just go and execute in production. So if there is a dev system, you only do in a dev system, you only do in test system, and you only do in the production system. It should not be a resource exchange unless in different circumstances where the resource is not possible, but try to avoid that. So single resource execute on all 3 systems so that Guys, understand that in basis, if the system is not up in a given time, then there is a penalty for sure. Okay, you might not be knowing, but business will be charging to the vendor that my system was down and so on, so penalty, and they both agree for 50% of loss, and they will do that. So that is why be careful. Unlike functional and ABAP, even though there is some problem, so system will be up and running and others are using. But in your case, whenever you are doing something, there are high chances of there is a business impact. System goes down. Okay. So preparation is the most important, and prepare for the command, get it verified, and then go with the activity. Then you will be confident. And if you stuck with issues, then somebody can quickly jump in and you can show them that these are the sequence I have followed and this is where I'm stuck, and they can help you, the seniors. Okay. Please habituate, because you are starting your careers. So that's why I'm giving you these important, those things. So I see many people don't prepare, just come to the activity and start executing SAP control. And they don't even remember in the tension or the pressure mode what they executed before also. So I go into a lot of issues. So I see this kind of this thing. So don't do such things. Okay. Be prepared, plan, go with the right mind, and then with the steps documented line by line. Okay. Good. So that's about stop, start activity, and then the OS activities of the preparations. Now we'll proceed with the SAP node implementation. Our last topic first thing. The exercise on the starting and stopping we can do. We will do it in the last, after 40 hours of session, we will take 1 hour. So that time, even if we mess with the system, it doesn't matter. So we stop, and if it doesn't come up also, that's okay. So that time we will practice that thing. So now we will discuss about the node implementation. Okay, good. So do you know what is this nodes? So what does it mean by SAP node? And you can execute one transaction called S node in the system. Okay. So SAP node means, see, when I introduce the ERP system, I'm just trying to collate with the initials, the architecture, so that you can remember. When I told you ERP first SAP 6.0 And then EHP 8 is the latest version in ERP. S4HANA, a lot of there. First, I'm just taking one example. ERP 6.0, EHP 1. And then every year or 2 years, SAP started releasing enhancement package 2. EHP means enhancement package 2. Okay. So what happens if there is a critical bug in between EHP 1 and EHP 2? Okay. So that those bugs, SAP will release as nodes. So they call SAP nodes. So SAP node implementation. Okay. So some are like information only, but those bugs mainly will be documented in the SAP node. This is a not very important. It's an important topic. Just you understand this. That is the SAP node. From each release to release, in between the releases, if there is any critical bug, SAP will release a node. Okay. So what does this node contains? Okay. As I said, contains a solution for an error in the source code of an web program. So don't go with the technical definition. As I said, bugs. From release in between, there is a critical bug or the source. Obviously, bug means its systems are developed in ABAP and ABAP program error. So it's a bug. So SAP node will describe how you fix that error or how you correct that error. And it also contains the symptoms of the error, the cause of the error, descriptions of how to correct that error, and the release and support valid for it or not. So I will show you one SAP node. Then you will understand. I will show you as a starting. So notes.sap.com. I will download one note for you, PDF format, and then I will show you one note. Okay, how a note looks and how you can relate it to. So it also contains the support component, who are responsible for that particular bug, and then whom you have to raise the product support ticket. So note is nothing but a bug. So SAP node implementation. So this is the service marketplace. So you can just click on this service.sap.com. And then log on to this and just service.sap.com nodes. Once you go home, you try this one. Okay. So then where you find a lot of nodes, just put Java issue or ABAP issue or something, you will find just an information purpose value. So you remember service.sap.com and then nodes you give. Then you will find the service marketplace. These details. I will show you one node. Okay. One node. Okay. Now next comes to the most important question. How do you implement these nodes? Okay. So service marketplace, you have this service marketplace. So in S node, let me log into this. I'm not sure if we have the access to this. Good. So we have the access to the node. Yeah, there are a lot of nodes. There are a lot of new nodes. These are the nodes actually. So inconsistent, leave about it. So here you see the buttons, implement SAP node, set processing status, check SAP node, and then logs. Fine. So download SAP nodes, download latest version of the SAP nodes. These are all things we are going to talk now. So this is what I mean to say, the diagram. So see, instead of diagram, if I explain here, it looks much implemented. So you just give the node number here, what you want to implement. Let's not do here because this system doesn't have connection to the service marketplace. Generally, each SAP system or the customer system will have an OSS connection defined in RFC, SM59. Let's see if we have something like that. Even though there is, it doesn't work because it's a test system. So here in connections, so this system, SAP OSS, no, it is not there. So just try to understand. So this each system, production systems connected to the service marketplace through this connection. Okay, that you understand. So when I give S node, okay, so when you say implement SAP node, you give the node number, the bug fix number. It will connect to the SAP service marketplace through the RFC connection and it will download to the system. Clear? It will download to the system and then it will implement directly with this. No. First you download SAP node. Sorry. My mistake. First you download the SAP node here. Then it will download and it will appear like this here. You see here. So now then you just select this node and then implement SAP node. Okay, let's not do this. But anyway, I just executed. So yeah, this SAP node does not contain a valid correction or instruction. Okay, that is how you have to do technically. I mean, as a basis guy, you don't have to understand anything more than this thing, what I've explained to you. So number one, the issue comes when your system doesn't connect to the SAP service marketplace. That is the issue you have to fix. That's why I explained you. So then you have to go to the RFC connection, find the RFC connection, OSS. Okay, SAP OSS. So then you see RFC connection works or not. If not, then correct it. Okay, ask for the credentials from your customer or from the whoever is your project head. whoever is the architect of that landscape, they will provide you the details. That's it. Hey, tell that if this RFC connection is not working, service marketplace, we are not established. First thing that you have to troubleshoot. So these node corrections and all are like ABAP related. As I said, it's a programming bug. So your task is to only implement. So just download and then implement. Simple. Okay. And then read the node. Don't just implement it. So from tomorrow I will show you one node, how to read it and where you can get that one. So then good. So correction instructions. So S note we have seen. So here we have this modification, adjustment, modification. This is we will talk about when we are talking about this packs, SP patches. Okay. In this case, we are nothing. So we just have to download and then we have the update and correction instructions. This contains this S note. So this SPAU and all will come during the part of the packages. Okay. So here it says service marketplace, download it and then implement it and then correction happen through that S note. Okay. So now what is the next slide? Example. So this is the definition of it. So it's a tool implementing SAP correction instruction. It is now possible to implement corrections. So just you try to understand it's a tool to implement these corrections. So once you implement in the correction in the development system, so you follow this transport path. Simple. So that node corrections can be tracked in a transport request, and that transport request can be passed to the test system and production system, because you don't want to execute this S node in the production. Generally, it is not recommended. So okay. So here is the important question: where do you generally execute development corrections or the S node node implementations? In which system? In a 3-system landscape. Dev and test and production system you have. It's a certification question again. Which system you implement the nodes? Okay. Is it a dev or test or prod or all systems? That's why you have to, what I said about S node. These nodes. SAP nodes are nothing but corrections to the fixes or bug fixes, ABAP, right? So where do you do the ABAP corrections? Development. In development system, right? So that is why I am explaining this. So you always do these node implementations in dev system only. Okay. Dev system, and those corrections or the changes I told you, right? So we always follow the path of transport request. Any customizations or changes, you remember when we are talking about transport. So any ABAP develop. So those node implementations also like corrections, right? ABAP corrections, bug fixes. So those are tracked in transport. That transport will be moved to the quality and then production. So you don't have to do the node implementation in quality and directly S node. So S node implementation we only do in dev, and then we carry those changes or the corrections to the dev, test and production via transports. Clear? That's why I have explained you this. So it's like distribution of corrections across the landscape. Okay. So since we don't implement it, I will give you the exact screens what it's going to appear when you implement a node. So I've showed you S node. First, you have to download the node and then select it and then implement it. So if it says tick mark like this, okay, which means it is implemented successfully. So all these statuses are new. So we don't have anything in the status completed status here, or these are inconsistent and means which are problematic nodes, which you should not implement. Okay, this is in processing. So this one just I click now. Okay, so good. Let's go to this. Sorry, good. So it says tick mark means it is implemented, and then new, in process, and those states you can see. So okay, so this is like finding SAP nodes, downloading SAP nodes, checking nodes. Either you go to the service.sap.com or you go to the S node. Here, if the connection is established, you can find if you know the node number. So as you can see, a lot of new nodes are available here. So you see whichever is relevant for this code or for this system. And if developer says that, hey, I am getting this syntax error, please, they will tell you what node to be implemented. Okay. So most of the cases, which node and stuff, which we don't have to, basis guys have to do, but our task is to execute. That's why I'm telling, don't worry too much about the node thing. You worry about the implementation part, but it's for your information. These are all. Okay. So then node assistants. So just you check this one, download. When you click the download, it says node number. So you give the node number here. You see the screen, follow the screen. So and so node number, it will download. And then, so this is the overview of the node. Then load it, check it, classify whether it is which kind of node it is, and then you implement and then check the logs. Whether this is the overview of load means download only. Okay, don't worry too much. Disturb. Load is just you are downloading it, and then you check the node, and then you classify it, which category it belongs to, and then you implement it, and then logs. So this classification also, which we don't do generally. So these guys do this classify part, our developers only do. Only when they are facing issues when they are downloading, then they will tell you, hey, I'm not able to download so and so node because I told you what to troubleshoot. Could be an RFC connection issue between your SAP system and then the service marketplace. Okay, so here you download it. There is one more option. So if it's basis important, if the connection is not working from the system to this, there's another option. So log into the service marketplace with the credentials, with your customer credentials, they will provide you, or they will give you directly note. Okay, so they don't want to share the credential to you. What they do is they will give you the please implement this note, and they download and they'll give you to your via mail. So that time you can upload the notes from your local laptop. So like this. So S note, then upload. So let's see if we have this button. So where is this one? Download, upload, note browser. There should be an option, SAP Note. Check SAP Note, display, edit, corrected objects, download latest version, check SAP Note browser. So let's see this one. So this is the browser. So one second, with this latest version, if they have removed or what this one. Where are you? Exit, go back. So we allow or wait. Okay, this is like executing background and stuff. Fine. So I will check it out. So it should be there, that option. Okay. So, or in these latest versions, if they could have removed it, but I don't know, it should not be removed. I'll show you. Let's not waste for the time because we are almost reaching this one. I will explain. So this is how you can download, because the theme has been changed. I mean, the UI is different, so I'm not able to find it. Don't worry. I will show you. So you can they can give you the direct not downloaded one. So via mail or this one. So you have to upload in the system. You have an option. So then you upload it. So then in processing, it's just implement SAP notes. So it will appear on the screen what I've shown you in S note. Implement, and then you see the logs like this. So once you implemented, this node has been implemented successfully. This tick mark here. So here it will give you the logs. So see, inconsistent. This I've shown you in the system. Okay, in the HX system, inconsistent nodes. So these ones don't touch it. So these are bad nodes basically. Bad nodes in the sense for this version, for your version of the system, for your version of the SAP system, those nodes are not applicable. In the sense, those nodes fixes could have been provided to you when you are upgrading the EHP. Your enhancement package or the support package. So that is why they show it as an inconsistent. So, transport, node corrections, you can put it in the transport and then you can take it to the dev, test and production. So let's see the EH8. Let me close. So here, inconsistent system. Let's do nothing. Set processing status, check corrected object, download SAP note. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. Let's do. See, this is the thing. So SAP OSS connection, I told you, right? So when you are trying to download, it tries to connect and establish a connection to the SAP OSS. If it doesn't work, then this OSS connection you have to check. Okay. So now the next question is, where is the option to download, upload environment, modification, edit browser, go to objects. Yes, very good. Here. Can you see guys here? Suppose if your OSS connection is not working, okay, so somebody provided you the directly note that because they don't share you the service marketplace credentials, because you can download licenses and stuff, right? So they don't give you. So if it is simple note, so you just click the upload, the application wants to upload a file. Yes. Yeah. So it has taken me to my desktop. Okay. So you just select the note and then upload. After you upload it, so it will come to the new or in processing status. So you select the node and then implement the node. It's just very simple and straightforward. Yes, you got that understanding. Now that is a planned activities. When you start, how do you check it? But in case of failures of the application server, application server got crashed or it is hung. So end user has complained you that, hey, I'm not able to. So the situations comes like this. So end user, none of the business users unable to log into the system from SAP GUI or the web browser, whatever is it. Okay. So they say that, oh, all of us we were working until 1 hour before, but the system seems to be not accessible anymore now. Or sometimes system gets hang. I mean, in the sense, it is taking more time to process than complete the request like before. So it is like, these are the situations, we call them as the priority ones. Okay. So I think in the entire SAP world, if it is a P1, priority, do you know the priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4 incidents? Okay. So we are going to talk about priority 1 incidents. Okay. Analyzing the problems, SAP ABAP start logs, or in case of failures, basically. So I'm slowly getting into the topic. But you need to understand what is priority 1 incident, what is priority 2, what is priority 3, and priority 4, priority 5. There are maximum 5 priorities will be there. So anybody can explain what are these incidents? Did you guys have an understanding of incident management in your project, or somebody gave you an overview of it? Guys, please speak. Let's try to make it more interactive. So from Monday onwards, I'm going to ask you, each of you, after each topic, come up with some question, one question at least. Okay, it's not a big ask. One question on the earlier day, what we have discussed, so that we'll have 10 people, 10 questions. Sorry, 12 people, 12 questions. We've spent 15 to 20 minutes or in every session to discuss those questions, so that you will connect and you also mentally some kind of confidence that you are following the course. Okay, that I also understand whether you are following or not, right? So if it is a face-to-face, it would have been easy, but yes, it's online. So, please try to interact. So can anybody explain me what is P1, P2 or P3 incident?
I'm not sure, but like the incident is categorized into various priorities. Like whenever we have to deal with some urgent task, then it is put with P1 priority or something. So accordingly, like we have to resolve the issue then and there. And like for very high priority task, it is always advised to not have a delay and get it resolved as soon as possible. And others, the delay is manageable in others, but not in like the higher priority task. That is the basic understanding that I have. That is it.
Okay, thank you. So yes, that's right. I also simplify this, so that you guys remember easily. So an incident, so you have service request and then problem management. Okay, problem ticket. So there are 3 kinds of total service request handling. One, incident, another one is change management, incident management, change management, and then the problem management. So these are the 3 most common used terms of which you may come across in your entire basis career, or wherever you go in any of the SAP projects. These are, they may use different tools. Some people use Remedy, some people use ServiceNow. So these are the tools to handle those things. Some ticketing tools, or TCS also you have ticketing tools. You raise it to HR director or something, right? So they can have any kind of ticketing tools, but majorly the things will be classified in these 3 areas. Okay, incident management, change management, and then the problem management. So in incident management, so why I'm stressing this point is, you should know basis guys are the only guys who works on the P1. Okay, so mostly P1 incident means there is a severe end user impact, which means what is a severe end user impact, which means the system is down completely. Okay, that's a P1. So you may come across, sometimes you see your HR site is not accessible, or your portal where you have upload your data, benefit section and so on. So things will not be accessible at all. The site, it may, so hey, the system is under unplanned downtime. So we are working on this issue. We will get back to you as soon as possible. That's what they say, right? So that kind of things are the P1s. So in an SAP, for example, you have an EH8 system which we are using. Let's assume that this is being used by some customer. Okay, Unilever or Johnson & Johnson, some customers. This is the ERP system. So system crashed due to various reasons. So whatever there is, let's keep the reasons aside. So I will talk about those things when we are talking about this, analyzing that issue, failed start, or when we are talking about crashes. So which means end users cannot able to access the system. It's a P1. So believe me, P1 is the most critical situation, and no other consultants who are working on SAP will face such a situation. Okay. So ABAP developers, no P1s. At max P2. If he has developed something and which has screwed the system, so then what they do is, at max, that program will be corrected through transport or the node implementation or whatever it is, but at least it cannot have an end user impact. So it can lead up to P2 maximum. It's very, very rare that it leads to a P1. because they don't develop such a dumb way, but they do develop and they test it in sandbox systems or some way. So that's why I say, so due to development reasons, it's very rare that system goes down, but systems goes down with n number of reasons. Okay, I mean, database reasons I will explain you, but you understand now the P1 is the system is not accessible. So entire business continuity has been stopped. I mean, business continuity has halted. So you may think that it's a simple, oh, this system is down, so people can use another system. But for that, we have another concept like high availability. Okay. High availability in the sense, if a system, one node is down, then we have another node. So that business continuity doesn't get impacted, but that's a different story. But at the end of the day, end users should not get impacted. That's the whole objective. If you come across a P1 means that entire system is down, so then you basis guys have to log into the system. I mean, because you have the access to the server. So SAP GUI gone for a toss. So which means you will not be able to log into the system at all. So that is when you have to log into the server level and then the database level. So then you have to see these logs, what I'm going to explain you. What exactly has caused this problem? Where this thing has happened? I mean, what my logs points to? Is it a network problem? Is it a database problem? Or do we see some abnormal behavior like, latency issues? For example, if you host it on the Azure or Google Cloud or AWS, sometimes in the data center has some problem, some flooding or something. So then some cable has broken. So the latency, in the sense, very, 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 very slow. So the network bandwidth will reduce. Okay, suppose if they say 500 GB is the network bandwidth, but it has reduced because some routers have, in simple terms, some routers in the data center has gone. Then the network bandwidth has reduced to 10 GB. That's why each request is taking some, instead of taking milliseconds, it is taking in seconds. So we may think, oh, milliseconds to seconds is fine, but it's a huge thing. Milliseconds to second means 1,000 times the performance has been degraded. So which is very bad. Okay, believe me. So millisecond, so the latency has to be in milliseconds, which means your request has to be solved in milli fraction of seconds. Very, very 1/10th fraction of a second, 1/1000th fraction of a second, it has to be addressed. Okay, or else second is a big thing and it's a too much performance degradation when you consider an end user perspective. Okay, so P1 is like that. So P2 generally we have it in BW system, performance issues. I mean, P2, so at any point in time, P1, P2s will be categorized considering the end user perspective. So end users say that, oh, okay, I'm able to access and generate the purchase orders and stuff. So there is no end user impact, but however, my system is slow. So my system is slow, but this has to be addressed, or else if we don't address it, maybe potentially in the next 2 hours or 3 hours, the system may crash. Okay, so that will be a P2. And P3 is, so end user can work and performance is also okay, but there seems to be an issue which needs to be addressed. Okay, some functionality is missing or some wrong transports imported. That's P3. So at the end of the day, the whole priority will be classified based on the end user impact. Okay, I will mainly focus on this troubleshooting and then the monitoring. See, this is the heart of and basis. I mean, core subject of the basis. So if you don't comfortable with these topics, so then it will haunt you for your entire career. So that's why please pay attention and wait to at least, forget about the logs or the error. At least you should know where I can find the error. Okay, what error it is giving. So 50% of your problem is solved as soon as you find the error. Okay, what exactly has caused this situation? If you catch it, 50 to 70%, I can say that your problem is solved. Okay, so once you identify, and again, you may say, hey, what is this, man? You can go to SM21, I can find the logs. No. So SAP logs are not so straightforward, and there will be thousands and lakhs of errors system might be throwing in a day in and day out. Okay, so but all of them could not be the reason for the system crash, believe me. Okay, so it can be a number of reasons. So for example, your your network has been, then it will throw an error that, okay, this so and so user has. You need to know how to interpret that error also. Okay, so is this error really has caused this problem? That is why it is important where to look for and then what to look for. And you also need to compare the previous day logs and then logs. Oh, also similar errors are coming, then this errors could not be a problem, but today's error, this could be a reason. So that kind of sense you have to develop, I mean, slowly while you are working on your system. So wherever project, whichever project you are working, always, log into the OS level, check for these logs always, whatever the logs I am talking, right? So just spend time daily, half an hour, 15 minutes, because you are starting your careers. So start reading these logs so that you know that how the system, what are the known errors, how the system is behaving in a day in and day out. So as soon as you have a crash, immediately you get to know that, oh, these errors were not a cause. So you can wipe out all those things, unnecessary things, and then you can focus on what exactly has caused it. Okay, that is important. So please, reading of the logs, and again, it's very, very extensive and tedious job for you to read those logs. Each file contains the history of 10-15 days, some 10,000 lines, 20,000 lines. There also you need to develop a skill how to read quickly. So using VI editor or in the server itself, it's not like you can copy it to the desktop and you will waste half an hour to 1 hour. By the time you copy, then it keeps updating with the new logs. No, everything you have to develop, do it on the server. So that skill you have to develop, because in a P1 incident, there will be a bridge call or anything open. So all the people will be there, and then they will ask you to share the screen. Okay. So basis guy has to share the screen, what he's doing, what he's checking. So that's why you have to be very, very comfortable. That time you cannot say I'm copying here and there and doing no. So you have to be very comfortable where to read the log, what do you see. So the moment you catch the error, then you can announce that, hey, this could be a reason. Then the architect or SME, whoever is part of that incident, okay, will suggest what to be done. Or with that error, you can raise it to the product support, SAP product support. Hey, every day the system is up and running fine. And all of a sudden we got this one. And you have to take backup of certain logs, because when you again restart the system, so the logs will be overwritten. So those things I will explain you, but you understand this is the P1 situation in a day-to-day life. Okay. So it is important you read the logs, you understand it, catch the error, and then ask for a suggestion or raise a product support ticket. Or if you know that error, then immediately fix it. Okay. Fixing is the next 30 or 40% of this thing. So sometimes you have to follow the emergency change process, because you cannot simply implement it, because you don't know what it can lead to if you implement something. So there are approvals, and that you will get to know slowly. So mainly this is the incident, how you handle an incident. And then you have the change management. So as I said, even though you caught an error, you are not supposed to implement immediately unless you have a clear approval from the change management board. Or if it is an incident, if the system is not coming up, you have to get the approval of whoever, they will be joining in the change management also. So they will approve, okay, please go ahead and implement it if you think that the system can come up. Okay. So that is the change problem management. Okay. So the first priority would be solving the incident. Bringing up the system, finding these logs. After that, what you have to do is a root cause analysis. How do you prevent it from happening again in the same system? Or if we have 100 systems, the customers have 10 to 100 ERP systems also, because each region one system or country-wise one system like that. So how do you prevent such a situation in the entire, because basis issues are common for everything. I told you, it doesn't matter it's an ERP or it's a BW or this thing. If there is a problem, something has crashed the system. So that can cause the same problem in any other landscape also, any other type of system, CRM, SRM, or any system. So that's why it is important RCA. So then the problem management comes into picture. So where you have to do the RCA. So while doing the root cause analysis also, you should know the logs, what to look for, where to check. How do you do the root cause? You need to know where exactly the problem has happened, at what timestamp and all. So given the context, okay, now you understand what is P1, P2, P3 incident, change management, and then problem management. So now what I'm going to talk, you will be able to connect or understand. Okay. So now we'll get into the technical details of what if a system crashes, where you have to go and check. Okay. Let's say ABAP application server failed start. Okay. So it can be a failed start. You just gave a start SAP R3, and then SAP control when start system, it could not able to start. Or in case of a crash also, you have to look for the same logs. Okay. So always any problem, whenever end user unable to log into the system, or you are not able to log into SAP GUI level, so you always have to go to this directory. This is the most important directory. There will be huge number of logs over there, and you also have too many lines in each log file if you open. But the thing is, you have to start or short with the date or timestamp. So you have to go with the most relevant log, in a sequence sometimes. So that also I will explain you when we are discussing about the troubleshooting or the OS troubleshooting. So I will give you a pictorial way also. I mean, what you can troubleshoot or how you can troubleshoot. For example, let me show you a quick run book which I am preparing, ABAP run book. So this I will put it in the content folder, or I will share it to you when we were discussing. So good. So you see this. So this kind of diagram I will give you at 14 or day 12. So team receives the system down alert. So incident for an SAP ABAP system. So what you do? So ABAP system is not reachable. No. Then do system basic checks. I mean, if it is not reachable, then yes. Then you go with this one. If system is reachable, then do the basic health checks and do a proper detailed updates to the incident. I mean, you check ST22, SM21. I'll talk about later things. It's a pictorial way of what you can do, and it is kind of Bible for you as a basis guide. So have this ready. So this is what I follow any incident, any P1, because at a P1 situation, just you have to be prepared for that also. Like you plan for any unplanned and any planned activities. Okay. So just open this and then keep going with, what you are checking. So at least you can validate 10 to 15 options. And then the logs also where to check, and also these all things I've documented already. So this we will talk when we are talking about more on the troubleshooting part. Okay, don't worry. So, but focus on, 1 second, where is the presenter mode? Okay, but focus on now where to check these logs. So what you will do, let's go to this directory. Good. So as I said, so USR SAP SID is the global directory. The main directory for any activity or anything or you want to see in a system. USR SAP SID has so many things, right? It has a global directory, it has a exe, it has a kernel, it has a profile directory, and the most important thing is the work directory. Okay. So I showed you work directory consists of std error1, SAP start SRV logs, and then dev underscore message server. So this is the message server logs, and then dev underscore dispatcher. So if your dispatcher is working fine or not, if you open this file, you will understand that if there is any error with the dispatcher. So dev underscore work process, dev underscore work. I will show you the directory, don't worry. So trace file of the work process. Okay. So these are but it is important for you. Okay. So so it's good that you analyze in this sequence. So as soon as your system is not starting or it has crashed and it is unable to recover, immediately go there and then start looking for this STD error. Okay. So the name itself says error. So which means there is problem. So standard error. So information about the start process of the database system, STD error 1. Okay. So STD error. So here also you can see error 1, error 2, error 3, error 4. Okay. There are multiple files, 1, 2, 3. So the first priority is, so you remember like this, system is not starting means, so the first thing we check is whether the database is up or not, right? So that's why you open the STD error 1. So which will give you information about the database related stuff. And then go with the STD error 2. So instead of information about the start process of the message server. So whether the message server start process has started or not. As I said, for SAP system to be up and running in general, forget about too much technical architecture, which I said yesterday, NQ, starting NQ, you don't need to be database up and all. Let's keep it aside. So for any SAP system to be up and running fine, your database has to be up. That's why error 1 will check whether the database system is up and running or not, and it contains the information about the database connectivity related logs. So error 2, the second thing is the message server. So what is the message server will do? So simple answer for message server, load balancing. So message server, whatever the end user traffic, whichever comes to the SAP GUI, right? So the message server will check which application server is free, which application server is not loaded, then it will pass the request to that particular application server. Message server is mainly do the load balancing. So again, if your message server is down, gone. So message server has an issue, then it is not able to find. The communication has been broken. It doesn't know the status of other application servers, and there itself the end user request will be stopped. So which is a problem, right? So that's why STD error 2 will give you information about the start process of the message server. And then error 3, information about the dispatcher. So now the third problem. So first In the first, you look for the database start process errors. Second, you look for the message server, because that is how end user traffic flows to the system. Then the third one is the dispatcher. Okay, you have established that error 1 and error 2, you didn't find any issues. Okay, your database is up and running. Your message server is up and running. So the third problem could be dispatcher. So what does dispatcher contains? Dialog, update, batch, work process. So it could be a problem from the work process level. So work process also has an inbuilt, there are parameters where we define the memory. Like I have shown you problem. Dialog work process, we define maximum runtime. So 10 minutes is if you don't do anything, so 10 minutes it will wait and it will close the session. It will free up the dialog work process for the other users. It could be a reason that somebody by mistake has updated 1 hour. So then all the dialog work processes has occupied and no dialog work process are available. So that information you can find it in a dispatcher log, or you have dev_work 0. So at the bottom you see here in the diagram dev_work 0. So work process 0, work process 2, work process 1, and each work process you can check if there is any problem. So if the work process has been loaded, or it is running longer time, or it is stuck, or it has exhausted its memory. So that kind of information you will find it, and it will also give you relevant. Sometimes the logs will also tell you where to look for. What SAP notes. Okay, the note number it will give you. So you can download that note and then see, okay, what could be the problem, and then you can take an appropriate action on that. So this is how you have to go. But for the first thing, whenever instance crashes or anything, so first thing is you need to know where to go. Okay, this is very important diagram. So you see the time like this. So you start from here and then from here to there. So the USR SAP ID is the most important directory. So this will be like generally in a bridge call or in an MIM, a major incident call. Okay. So the first thing the architect or whoever the SME will ask, or the end users also sometimes ask, hey, can you see something in your work directory? Okay. They don't tell you USR SAP global and all. They will just tell you that work directory. So this is a shortcut, or in a basis terminology, people use the term work directory, just work directory. So that also you have to remember that way. Only work directory is a standard structure for any system or any server. Suppose you have 10 application servers, okay, one CA. Application server 10 has been crashed. So then you don't need to check for the 9 applications or other 9 or CI. So you go to that particular application server. That's why here it says instance number and then the instance. So dialog D00. You have to log into that particular servers, application servers work directory. So each server has a different work directory, guys. So please understand. So or else it will be a mess, right? So all the logs will be captured in one work directory, then that has a problem. Each application server has its own work directory and it starts tracking that application server logs in that particular directory. Okay. So even though the naming on each server, the naming convention is same, but the file system, the structure is same, but it will be stored in that particular server only. It's not a shared mount. You're getting my point, what I'm trying to say. So the USR SAP SID work directory is not shared with anybody. Any of the other application server, because it's an instance specific work directory. So it is an instance specific capturing what is happening in that particular instance. That's why work directory is specific to particular whatever you server. Okay. So whenever you have issues, always you come here. So sometimes the logs which you are getting captured or the system is getting captured, by default, it will be, I think, 1. So we are going to come up with the trace levels. So there is a profile parameter or a disk trace. Okay. So if we set it to 0, which means it's no trace. Nothing it is tracing. And if you set it to 1, generally it will be 1. So error messages, it starts tracking the error messages. And 2 is the full trace. So, and the third is, you are again increasing. It's more or less a second trace. So, but data blocks also traced. Okay. So let me put it in a clear way. So in case of crashes, system crashes, if you find that the logs which you have looked into in the work directory, you feel it is not sufficient. Okay. I am not having a sufficient information, and the product support team or somebody says, hey, please increase the trace level. Okay. Trace level to 2 or 3 for a shorter time. I'll tell you why shorter time. So why can't we have this always? So they will ask you to increase the trace level. So you change the parameter R disk to trace, and then the trace will be increased. Okay, 2T. So when you increase to 2, it starts capturing more layers. I mean, it will start capturing what exactly what program it is executing and what are the syntax, so that kind of level it goes. If you increase it to 3, then it tracks inside, it will go in more detail. So it starts the work, what exactly is happening, and it will read the program, which program it is accessing, and it also reads in an extensive way data blocks. Okay, when I say data blocks means every data is written to some file system, right? How it is being written, okay, how many bytes, such an OS level of tracing also it will do. So that is not needed, but sometimes you have to do. So generally trace 2 will be more than sufficient. But at times, if you see your file system has got corrupted, okay, so then such cases definitely, like a hard disk corruption, right? What we use for laptops. So such kind of things we may have to do data block tracing also. So these are the 3 levels of traces. So, I mean, you may ask, so why can't we always enable the trace 3? I mean, how we can run it, right? I mean, with the trace 3, the system. So what will be the problem? Okay. Anybody? Can you answer this question? So why can't we run a system always with maximum trace?
It might take more time than if even there is a small problem, it will trace.
Yes. So, yes, that is one answer to it. So in general, anywhere in SAP, do not enable the trace unless these are some general guidelines or thumb rules. Okay. Do not enable any trace until you have an approval. Again, same. So change management approval. There is a major incident, a P1, I would say, incident, and you are troubleshooting it. Okay. Apart from these 2 cases, in general, unless there is a clear indication, do not enable the traces. Okay. So the number 1 reason, as you said, SAP system will have errors which are thousands or lakhs of errors. I can show you in SM21. After this session, we log into the system when we are doing a hands-on. So many dumps, so many errors it will have, but all of them cannot lead to the issue of the system. So the moment you enable the trace, trace 2 or trace 3, all those thousands or the lakhs of, sometimes end user problems also, right? If he's a network disconnection or is a laptop problem or something, those things also, because he's trying to connect to the SAP, then SAP will make a note that, okay, that guy has a problem. Like I showed you from which laptop you are coming in the SM04. I could see the laptops from where the requests are coming. So SAP starts tracing all of them, then gone. So the moment it starts tracing, number 1, your file system gets full. So the logs, see these many number of logs. If you go to this directory, so you see so many, let's go there. So yeah, let's go there. Let me show you this directory. It's connecting. Just give it a moment. Good. So now we are in the server. So let's close and start it because it won't respond properly. Sure, you want to close this session. So I will try to design. I've already did the same way. I designed this course mainly on troubleshooting and OS kind of thing, because this is very important for you guys. You may not get it outside. So pay attention even in the minute details of the small details, because I will give you more of a real-time example, because I work day in and day out in these incidents. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me increase the size. Oh, every day I have to do this. This size, appearance, window. So change. So 16, or let's put it to 18. Okay. So apply. Good. So you see my screen now clearly? Okay, good. So as I said, yes. What is the directory USR SAP? Okay. So always I'm just showing you, this is the global directory. So you can see EH8, the 3rd one. Okay, this is the SID related. Suppose if you have the multiple systems running on the same or some, okay, this is another concept. EH8 and some more system EH9 also running on the same server. So that time you will find a folder EH9. You got it? So that's why USR SAP SID we call in generic terminology. So SID is EH8. It's a generic structure for any system. This file system when you are installing. So in this, what is the instance directory here? So if your application server is down, you have to go to this D00. That is what the instance directory means. Okay. And then where you have to go, suppose if it crashes, CD work directory. Okay. So then what you have to see, so then you give the ls minus ltr. Let's give L. Okay. So here you see a lot of files. Okay, so let's give the date. What is the time? Let's see on the server, because server time is different than your time. Because server times are generally defined in the UTC. So let's see what time it is given. Okay, so this has a EDT time zone, but any time it's up to them, whatever the time zone they operate. So I don't know, EDT some we have to Google it, which time zone it is, but whatever. So 12:10 current time is Friday, 10 o'clock, and then September, this one, the current time is 12:10 EDT. It's some global time zone, don't worry. So 12:10 ED, but at September 6th, Friday, so and September 10th. September 6th, there was a problem. So as I said, STD error 0, 1, 2. So there was a problem. So I mean, this kind of old logs will help you to troubleshoot in the older cases. I mean RCA, root cause analysis, problem management. So that time the system got crashed. But you remember, so yeah, this is a basic thing, guys. Whenever you are restarting, right, after a crash, suppose your application server has been crashed and they said that, okay, please restart it. Because end user bringing it, the application is the most important thing. So whenever you are starting, always take a backup of this work directory. Okay, so just go back. Suppose if you are about to restart the system because it has crashed. So what you always do is cp-pr and work underscore before something, some naming, restart, before issue or during issue. So just put an issue. So what happens? So you take a work directory, because these logs are very, very important. This is also an important thing, guys. Always, it is not about resolving an incident in basis. So your problem is not solved, just you resolve the incident by capturing the error and restarting the system. So you can start the application immediately. But as I said, a basis issue can be like corona. Okay, it can go from one system to another system, and it can impact to other systems as well. So it is very, very nasty one. So which means it can be a network related issue, then all systems get impacted. It can be a file system corruption. So you need to understand why it happened, file system corruption, or database has crashed and the memory has been exhausted. You need to understand why it happened, because this can lead any other thing. So it could be some bug with some version of the program or some version of the kernel or exe files what you have copied, some version of something which you have implemented recently, which could have caused such an issue. So that is why you have to identify the root cause. That is most important. So you bring up the application, but you don't see the logs to do the root cause. That's it. You're gone. I mean, you will never be able to come up with the root cause. I'll tell you. So there were cases where people did not copy these logs. Unfortunately, there was no root cause unable to provide. So if you don't provide the root cause to the customer will definitely penalize you. Okay, penalize your company for sure, because the first thing he may consider it is an unplanned downtime. So each unplanned downtimes. Okay, this is a third important point. So major incident, and then you have change management and problem management, I said. So in the incident is nothing but an unplanned downtime. Okay, so each unplanned downtime, okay, has a severe financial, what we call penalties involved for all the parties. Okay, this background also I am giving because you need to have the severity of the case. Okay, so your system is down. Okay, you brought it up. So there will be a very strict SLAs, okay, based on the company. So some Nestle, BP, majority of the customers, so no matter what you do, within 30 minutes, your system has to be available to the end user. Okay. So, I mean, nobody will give you a time like 3 hours, 4 hours, 1 hour, 1 day. No, for P1 instance, guys, this understand. So as a basis guy, whenever your system has crashed, so you will be the topmost pressured person or the stressed, or you always have to be comfortable with your hands reading. And that's why I'm always telling you. So the moment you get the control over the operating system, right? This one, I mean, you don't have to go too much into the how OS is installed and all. No, but at least you should know the basic things of, capturing the where is the exact log. Go there and drive to it, get the error. So that's why you have to be very, 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 very quick in terms of those things. So that's why you cannot copy it by the time you copy to your local desktop to read it in a Word document or something. So gone case, 30 minutes gone, 1 hour gone. So that is why you have to be very, very comfortable on these topics. So financial impact, if you cross the SLA, 30 minutes cross SLA, if you don't bring up the system to the end user, so then there will be penalties involved with the companies. So the reason is, so if this ERP system is not available, let's give you an example. I've seen one example when I was working on a British Petroleum project, okay, BP project. I was in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. So what happened? Australia system, ERP system, which serves the service to the APJ region, Australia, New Zealand, and then whatever our countries, APJ, we call it as Asia Pacific time zone. So that particular ERP system has crashed. Okay. And all the end users are not able to log in. Who are the end users for a British Petroleum? Petrol pumps, right? Like we have the petrol pumps, what we have in HP or Indian Oil on the highways, right? So every 40 kilometers, we have a petrol pump. So in India, yes. So people can take cash, or people can, if your cards are not working, you pay cash and then they will give you a return bill, or sometimes we don't care also for bill also. Okay. We don't get the bill at all. But I'm not sure if you have traveled to Australia or London or any European country, majority of these developed countries, if you go there, so there is no human presence. Okay. There is no person to give you the bill, or nobody. So this whole thing is done by the system, or the petrol bunk system. You just go there, get down and fill the petrol, and the system will generate you an invoice or the purchase order, basically, whatever the receipt kind of thing. That will be generated by the ERP system only. So as soon as you purchased it, it will generate. That is the end user. That petrol pump is the end user. So what happened on a highway? BP has so many petrol pumps every 40 kilometers on Monday morning. Okay, Monday morning, it's around 6 a.m. for our time. So everybody in a rush to go to their offices or deliver those things, trucks, and then these people also started traveling. So what happened? At 6 a.m., the system has got crashed. So then, for 30 minutes, we were not able to bring up the system. There was a problem. It was not coming up. No matter how many times we issue start SAP command, and we have seen all the logs. So we were clueless. We increased the trace, still clueless. So it was going on. So 30 minutes has crossed, our SLA has gone. We have crossed the SLA. Above the SLA, so it took us around 45 minutes to bring up the system. Okay, 30 plus 45 minutes. Now, imagine the situation. You may think that, oh, just 45 minutes. But I just opened my window. Okay. So, and then the guy, my manager, showing the situation in Australia on a big screen. Okay, outside. The business impact. So we basis guys were taken to a meeting room in Kuala Lumpur. We were working. So while we are working, management is assessing the financial impact. What is exactly happening in the Australia, where these pumps are not working, where the ERP system has crashed. So we have seen at least 10 kilometers on the screen. We were seeing the situation. So the reporter was reporting 10 kilometers, the traffic has been blocked because of British Petroleum pumps are not working, or the ERP system has been crashed. So now BP has so many impacts. What are the impacts for BP? Number one, reputational impact. In national media, in Australia media, it has got a thing that, okay, because of the British Petroleum systems got crashed, so the 10 kilometers of traffic inconvenience to the public, then the government will sue BP on the reputation front, or they will lose their stock market or good impression, right? That's very bad. Number two, so these 45 minutes on a day, so it seems in 1 hour, BP will make a revenue. Their regular trends, if they look at it, every 1 hour, they make at least $40 million. $40 million, whether through ships. So there is a traffic condition, but the entire ecosystem has been spoiled, supply chain. So in the sense, those petrol bunks are not working. On top of it, the suppliers, on top of it, it has gone to the upstream, which is where it is being manufactured, that oil. So the whole orders has been stopped because it is all automated. I told you, right? The more you sell, then immediately it will place an order for the refilling of the stock. Then it goes to the manufacturing. It goes to the oil wells, like that. So that entire upstream to downstream, the whole thing is, please understand this business case, guys. The entire flow has been stopped because your ERP system has been crashed. So it means in 1 hour, so that guys in oil wells do not have any orders. They don't know how much oil they have to excavate, or they have to filter it, or they have to supply. So there also it has been stopped. So which means 1 hour delay led to a $40 million loss for the company. Okay, which they could have made it if the system was up. So that was the impact. So now who has to pay that $40 million? Okay, Who? So the vendors who are supporting. Okay, is it SAP? Whoever vendor like TCS, you guys might be supporting some customer, right? Either you have to pay or SAP has to pay if it is a product bug, or who is this HP servers. So whoever is managing the servers, sometimes servers you take from Fujitsu, IBM or HP. So if you come out, this guy has a problem, then that guy has to pay. So now you understand the importance of root cause analysis. So now why I've shared this entire story is to make you serious about taking a backup of logs. Okay, so that entire money distribution or the penalty distribution will depend on the logs, a simple command which I just executed, right? CP minus PR, and then take a backup of that work directory. So if you don't have this directory, even though you bring up the system, so you don't know whom you have to penalize. Okay, that will come only when you do a root cause analysis and establish that, oh, this is an SAP's problem. SAP's executable or the kernel did not behave as expected. Or if you establish that it's a server problem, see, operating system is not behaved as expected and there is a bug, and OS has introduced certain things and that has caused this one. Or you establish it's a database problem. For example, somebody mentioned you are working on Oracle, right? So Oracle also could have introduced the latest version. You might have seen a lot of problems with Oracle also. So Oracle problem. So then you can point it to the Oracle issue. So that is very, very important root cause analysis. So root cause analysis will go. So how long it takes? I mean, I don't know if you can guess it. How long a root cause analysis will go? I mean, in general, could you please guess? Any guesses? 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, root cause analysis. Fine, you have brought up the system. How long a root cause analysis can go? Any?
1 month.
So good. It's a good guess. So root causes analysis can go up to days to months. Okay. So the maximum one issue root cause analysis I've done was the 6 months. Imagine me working on one issue, one dedicated, one not me. There are 3 to 4 guys. 3 to 4 guys working on the root cause analysis for 6 months. Just imagine one crash and we entire 6 months, daily 8 hours, we are working on that only. Daily we go, because you have to establish whose problem is it, right? I mean, where was the problem? Is it from the server, Oracle or SAP, or it's a vendor, some manual mistake? I mean, some basis guy could have gone and executed something on the server level, right? So R minus RF or some remove a file or something, you could have done it. So unless your customer won't leave you, believe me. Okay. So you have to establish and you have to share the revenue. I mean, the penalties, who is the culprit, and then they will establish the root cause. And after that, then once you find the bug, you also have to implement in all the other landscapes. If it is due to the SAP or whatever, you have to roll out so that the other system won't get crashed. Okay. So that is this is a reactive method. Okay. So reactive method means once the system goes down, what to do. But there is a proactive method also. I mean, before its system crashes, you have to identify and fix it. That will be like our troubleshooting, and troubleshooting is the reactive, and monitoring, which we talk in the Monday session, will be like a proactive. Okay, before the system goes down, how you can do. Okay, now, so you keep this example of BP, I mean, British Petroleum, for the next 2-3 classes at least. Remember it, the impact and the severity. Then you will appreciate the basis work and what is the importance of taking these logs back up, and what is the importance of increasing the trace level and identifying where the problem is. So that is very, very important. Even though we think that, oh, system is up, why the customer is making a lot of noise? Because he wants to know whom I have to penalize, or from whom I can get this money loss. Okay. So most of the cases, if it is a straightforward, if it is an SAP bug, so SAP will straight away share that, I'll pay you 20% or 30%, take it. Okay. So, or if it is not an SAP bug and it is Oracle, so Oracle people may tell you this, give some percent, and like that, if it is a combination of all these things, then they will have a business call and agree. 10% you take, 10% I take, and this kind of this thing. So this is the business impact. But let's focus now on our troubleshooting. So now we are still in the troubleshooting, but before recovering the system, you are doing anything, you always take the logs backup. Those are very, very important, because the first thing when you raise it to the product support, right? I mean, SAP product support or Oracle's product support, if it is a database or a SUSE or a server support or HP, whoever is supporting that particular server. So the first thing they will ask you is, please provide me the logs. Okay. If you just restart or do something and all those logs will be overwritten and it will be, there is no way that you will capture that error. Okay. That's it. That chapter is over. So you have to wait for the repetition of the issue. I mean, again, one more time. So if it happens next time, so then the customer will penalize your company for the first time because you have not captured the logs. Okay. So that's the important. So always, this is the best practice. Take the backup of the work directory before you do anything, whenever there is an issue or whenever you're working on a recovery mode, I mean, restarting or something. You see here. So since the system is up and running fine, so, okay, let's go to there was our slide. So you see, so let's go and see dev_dispatcher. We will see the dev_work process. We will see the start SRV log, these kind of logs. If we can see at the operating system level or not, we will see. So you see, this is what I mean. So this is the dev_work process. So work process 1, work process 2, work process 2, and there are RFC related also. So RFC6, this is all work process logs. So, and then you have let's check it out if we have some logs. So ls minus LTR, so std, so std logs we'll see. Okay, see 0 and std1. 0 is for the database and then std error 1 and then to the message server related. So you just have to see, yes, you have such files. Let's see on September 6th what happened, just understanding a little bit more. So you can give more. If it is a lengthy file, then you can give the select it, right click. So yes. So this contains nothing useful information. It just says that it is just creating a snapshot on that particular day. So what happened is there was a database snapshot. So as I said, 0 is mainly database snapshot. So that time database was down. That's why this has captured this error. So now let's see error 1. So you see most of the things happened at the same time. So 728 and then 727. So let's see what exactly it contains, the std error. Okay, yeah, more from here you see. So new child process. So it tried to start the PF, it tried to start the instance. So could not open the ACL file. So at this particular location. Okay. So what you can make out. So if you see this error, so it is not able to open this particular file. This is there. Suppose if your system has crashed and it is showing this error, which means, oh, there is some problem with this file. So let's see if that file exists or not. So what you just have to do is either you just showing how you troubleshoot it, guys. So it's very important. Just focus, but the errors are different, but the approach is very important. See, it says it cannot access. So EH80ADM cannot access this file. So now you have to go and see if there is really that file exists or not. Okay. So let me see. So this issue, let's see what is this problem. So CD, so there's just go to and then drill down to these directories. So obviously this instance directory is Pakka, it is there. So we know that. See, we have gone there. Now, what is this? CD IGS. So there is some problem in the IGS directory. Let's check it out. And then, okay, IGS. Then it says conf. So CD conf. So you see this one. So this IGS conf, this whole path. Conf IGS ACL, it is not able to read. So that's why I'm going to that directory. So present working directory. So let me do a clear. Let me do a clear. So then, okay, so that file doesn't exist in the location at all. So we have clear. Okay. So this is the problem. So see IGS ACL, this file is not there. So then you have to understand, okay, what is this file? So it is a more of an ICS security file, which doesn't exist in this system. So this is a part of the kernel, this file. So then what you have to do, you check in the other system if you have a same landscape. So sometimes some guy could have deleted that file. You copy that from that location to this one, provided both are the same. But your 50% problem is solved here. Okay, you can simply tell that, oh, this file is missing. That's it. Now you know what to do. So then change management will tell you, or some approval management will tell you, oh, okay, please go and get it. So that time, don't waste on time. Some people will try to ask you questions in those incident calls. Why? Hey, what could have led? Who has deleted? Can you check it? So you politely decline the request, stating that don't waste your time, because the more delays you cause, that will lead to delay in bringing up the system. You got it? So you politely decline and say, hey, that will come as a part of the RCA, root cause analysis. I have taken the logs, backup. So we will try the root cause analysis after the call, or after the system is back to normal, after the incident is resolved. Okay, guys. So these are the fundamental basics or the rules you should always stick to. So your priority is when a system crashes, it is important that you resolve the issue as quickly as possible instead. So the people will, the business people will keep asking, they're sitting in the call and they don't have any other work. They keep why, what happened? Why did this has been? No. Then you politely say that, hey, first let me bring up the system. Then we have taken the logs. Then we will do it after this call. So that your approach will be always like that. So you have to prioritize the task at hand. Okay. So the more you start investigating here now, then you will be you will be delaying the incident. Simple. So then again, let's go to the work directory. So, okay, what we are discussing, we were discussing about in case of a server crash or system is not coming up, what all has to be analyzed. So we were going through these file logs. Okay. So we are CD work directory and yeah, fine. That is all right. So CD D. Yes, let's see what it will do. Yep. So it's a shortcut. Like I said, CD Pro it will directly take you to the profile directory. You see the screen, and then or CD Glow shortcuts. So it will take you to the global directory. So I mean, these are some of the shortcuts you can remember. You don't have to. So how do they work? While setting up the system, they set it up as an environment variable. So with SID ADM, if you run these shortcuts, so it will take you. Okay. So just remember, Pro for profile, Glow for global. If they work, that is well and good. So CD, so which means directly to the dialog instance directory. So CD DI. So it based on some people will put just a CDD. Okay. Some people will put CD work directory. So there's no work directory defined over here. Some based on the convenience, they can define it. But it's always CD. In this case, they have defined it as CD dialog. Okay, so it directly goes to the instance directory. So this is the other term they call is an instance directory. Okay, instance D00 is the instance. Okay, it's an instance directory. So in basis terminology or day to day, if you basis guys are talking to each other, so because you can't tell that US or SAP D10, so instance number can be varied. D10, D12, it's based on the SAP system. So if another guy comes, just go to the instance directory and see the logs, they will say. So instance directory is nothing but this one, CD day. So then CD global means CD global, just show you global directory. CD exe directory. Yeah, it worked. So CD exe is the kernel directory. So you don't have to type this entire structure. So you can do the CD exe. So these are the easiest ways of doing this. Just try to understand this also. So we are covering some OS concepts also in this case. So in future, whenever we have these OS things, we will talk more on how the SUSE Linux and stuff. Okay, we will go to a little bit technical in the operating system stuff. But for basic guys, this is sufficient. But I will cover here itself wherever time permits. Okay. So CD work. Now let's see a few more directories. Sorry, I'm already in work directory. CD exe I'm in. So CD die. So CD. So now let's again always make a habit of initially when you are working, doing this ls minus LTR so that you know the directory what it has. So CD work, because it is always good to see with your eyes. Okay. We believe mostly in eyes, what we see. So work directory. So go there. Yeah. So let's try to see the dev underscore dispatch. So the second one is dev underscore ms, message server. So let's see if there is any file with dev underscore ms. Sorry, my mistake. So you can search one file. So if you don't want to see dev underscore message server, let's see if we have no such file. So it means there's no error with that. Okay, fine. That's all right. So let's see the dev underscore dispatcher. So if you want to see let me clear it. Okay, so that screen is ready. So if you want to see one file, just give the file name dev underscore disp star. So you have one file, dev underscore disp world and dev underscore disp. So again, more dev underscore disp. Let's check it out. So it has got from data from the September 6th onwards. So you see, this file is very lengthy. So if you keep pressing the tab, it increases. But anyway, this file is not so lengthy, so it is going faster only. So see many warnings. So warnings are fine. Sometimes they may not lead to any system down situation. So now we are at the 90% and still the data shows this September 6th only. Okay. So September 9th, cancel request for anything, but nothing apart from that after September 9th. So which means system is fine. In between it had got some kind of error. So I mean, you may think that these many errors, whether the system is running fine or not, obviously it is running right. Yesterday also we used it. I mean, so that's why I always say there will be lakhs and lakhs of errors in the system. So if you enable the trace, so then it start capturing every issue in a very clean and detailed way that will be not needed. Okay. So these could be like intermittent errors or some program unable to read, or that could have been corrected at later point in time because thousands of people working on the system. So there will be a number of reasons, but it is important that timestamp. So your first troubleshooting thing is the timestamp. Let's say the end user complained at 9:20, so at 10 o'clock. So you start looking at the logs after the 9:20. Okay. So that way, so what is this one is not responding. 1 second. Okay. So start looking if somebody has reported something problem at so and so time, August 20. These are all very old. Let's see if we have anything. September 10th, which is okay. So currently, let's see the date. So the current date is the 12:52. Okay. But whereas it shows the September 10th, 0052, which means because nobody is working on the system. Okay. So, I mean, I think none of us are logged in, or maybe hardly one or two, but no work is happening on the system. It's idle. So that is why these logs are not getting updated. Suppose if the users are logged in, so this is work process 7. So this is work process 8. So each work process has its own logs. So dev_ICM. So let's see the dispatcher status. So this is the dispatcher status. So do the more and then dispatcher status. You see this plus work running green, everything is running. So this should be fine. Or how do you check the another thing? This plus work. Let's see if it runs. Yes. So this plus work will give you what kernel you have, what executables you have in the system. Okay, that is another way of checking. But dispatcher status can be checked using that dispatcher or work list file. This plus work status. And then I told you availability log. So from when to when the system is available and when it was down. So this you can verify over here. If the customer says from 9:30 the system is available from 6th of September 2021, 7:28 to 00:53. It is available, it is available because there is no other log, which means from 609 September 6th, there is no issue with the system. So as I said, September 6th, there was a problem because I've shown you there was some snapshot was triggered on the database side. So which was an offline snapshot. That's why that issue has occurred. Okay. So now after that, if you want to see how many times, so here only 2 minutes unavailable. So could be a temporary glitch. And then again here, it's a 2 minutes unavailable. So it's in a way, it's a sandbox system, but if you look at the regular customer system, you won't find these unavailabilities. Okay. So this is also an important log, dev_. So now let's see the one work process log, how it looks. Okay, dev_work 0, more dev_w0. Sometimes this is again a very bigger thing. So this also important. You have to check the timestamp base. So whenever the issue has happened, right? So you see log track September 6, 2220. Okay, disconnected from the database. So the database connection has been disconnected. I said September 6th, somebody has triggered an offline snapshot backup. That could have led to September 6th is I think our training time, right? Yes. So our training time. So now I recollect why this issue had happened at the time. So what I told is to the server management team. So you take a backup before I start the session, because if we are doing some exercises or something, even if we do something problem, then they can revert it to this backup. Okay. Now see how we have established, how I am able to identify what could have led to. So same thing. So when a system crashes, when you come up with these kind of things, okay, when there is an incident call, right? So there, your landscape owner, whoever owns that particular system, architect and SME, and you all will be there. So all of you knows what is happening in the system. I mean, changes. So the moment you see the log and say that, hey, September 6th, so and so time, I could see somebody has triggered a snapshot. So because in the other log, right, we have seen STD error log. You remember, guys, I showed you. So let me show you again. So let me show you the STD error again. So how we figured it out, this issue. So LSD star minus LPR SD star. Okay, so initially when I was explaining std error out 1, so this is one thing. Std error 1 is like the ACL file. This we have seen. That let's keep it
0.
Yes, database one. So
yeah, database.
So on so things. So somebody, where is this one? So more std001 kernel 23. So in one log ICM operational, we have seen it. So it was triggering the snapshot. Where was which one was? I was looking at it. So IGS command start local process new child. No, that's not the one. So here this one open server operational status. So anything in the message server log which we have seen. So but somehow we have, wait, let me capture it. Anyway, we'll check it out. So now what we have established, so snapshot was triggered at that particular time. Now I could able to recollect it. So the moment you say this thing, hey, something has happened at so and so date and so and so time. So then the first thing is the people will tell is there anything happened at that particular time? Okay. So immediately they will tell that we will get to know that, oh, say there is some activity. So that activity could have led to such a thing. And then you investigate in that aspect. Okay. So this is how you establish or troubleshoot the things. Now, at least for the time being purpose, 1 second, where are we now? What else we need to check here? I think we have checked all the things. Okay. So STD error 0 to 1, we have checked dev_ms, but message server crashes were not there. That's why this is not there. So I think we need to see the SAP start srv.log or SAP start.log. Let's see that also so that we can. So let's see ls minus l. See, there is one SAP start. So to start with your analysis, always start with the timestamp of the issue. Okay. So that will, so that you don't have to go through so many start srv start. So we have two files. Exactly. So as I said, September 6th, 728, there was a problem. Let's see what has happened over there. So now let me open this file. Initializing SAP control, SAP support disabled. So this is August 27th. This is irrelevant. So, I mean, what we are looking at September 6th, what could have happened, right? So I said timestamp is the most important. August 28th, least bothered about it. So, and then September 6th. Yes, exactly. From where this September 6th has started. Okay. Trusted Unix domain socket user is stopping the SAP system, which means somebody who is known SID. So somebody has stopped the SAP system at so and so date. So this 724. See, this is the thing. So which means the guy, whoever was working on this backup thing, so could have stopped the SAP application system at 724. Trusted Unix means which is known guy. So which is nothing but an SID. So somebody used the SID user. So then logged into it. So see, it has stopped. So server shut down. So then IGS stopped, gateway stopped, everything has stopped. So by 726, you see guys, so this has been stopped. So if somebody has not stopped, it would have given you an error that some kind of hint, okay, kind of network broken, if it is a network glitch or system he's been trying to establish I'm giving you some examples, what kind of errors you may look at this place. So system may say, hey, from last 1,000 seconds or 2,000 seconds, I'm trying to, understand the status of these processes, but somehow I am not able to get it. Kind of, that is like a hung situation, system hung situation. Okay. Now you see, now you know what exactly, when was it stopped? So you can tell that, hey, this time 724, somebody has initiated a shutdown. And then September 6, 26 in 2 minutes, the system has been stopped. That's all right. So again, see, this guy has started the system at 726 after 2 minutes. So what he did, he just took a quick restart. Okay, that is what we see in the availability logs also. Remember, when I opened the availability log, 2 minutes. So yeah, let's see that also. So 724 to 726. Okay, so he started the system. So you see, first it goes to hello, starting the procedure running. And then by 728, okay, 724 to 728, system was down and everything was running by 728. Let's see the availability, if it has been reported or not. Okay, let me check it. See, now you understand 724, from the SAP start SRV log, what we did see at 724, somebody, I mean, the trusted guy, which means SID ADM, has triggered shutdown. Okay. So at 7:28, system was up as per the SAP start SRV logs. Everything was green by 7:28. So basically, the system was down in between 7:25. It is short because it's not that exactly the moment you initiate the command, it won't stop, right? So it took 1 minute time. So from 7:25 to 7:27, the system was unavailable. Can you see this one? This log. Okay. So now you know what exactly happened at that particular time. So this is how you have to troubleshoot. Now even though I don't know about this system, you see, I don't know when he was initiated this thing. I mean, when the server management has to restart, but just by going through the logs for half an hour, right, I'm able to establish that without knowing anything about the system. Okay, I just started my training on the September 6th. So, but I was able to tell you before I started this training what could have happened. Okay, so this is how, because all systems you don't work day in and day out, but with the logs and then the common sense, and with the data, you can inference something what has happened. So believe me, in basis, no matter how much you tell you, how much you explain, how much you give your inferences and all, nobody is going to nobody is going to believe you, or nobody is going to take a decision based on that. Okay. So because any basis change, as I said, it has very severe implications implementing it. So the first thing anybody will ask you is the data, unless you go with the proof that this kind of thing, you take availability log and tell that, hey, the system 7:25 to 7:27 was down. This was due to SAP start SRV log. I can see this guy has initiated a restart of the system. 3 minutes, the system went down and it came back. So once you give that proof, okay, then only somebody believes, and somebody will try to, suppose if that guy without approval, let's say what he thought is he figured out some issue. Some people do it. Immediately they will change the parameter to fix some incident, and they'll take, okay, 1 minute downtime only, right? 1 minute downtime only, he just restarts it. But by the time he 2 minutes only, end users could have created a ticket. Okay, so what happens? Restart. You may think that just 2 minutes restart. I'll tell you what is going to happen now. So it's just in 2 minutes restart. It's not only the end user impact, guys. I mean, the end user dialog user login. So the dialog user can log in, and then after 2 minutes he will wait, and then immediate login he works, and he can think, oh, it's my local network problem. So we have our router problems and others. He may think that it's a local network problem, but there is one more thing you have to consider. Even it is just a 2 minutes restart. Okay, what about the background jobs? They are running in the system. The moment you take a restart, all will fail. Gone for a toss, the entire system. You got it? The implication. So it's such a silly thing. It looks so simple. So all background jobs. So there might be some 20, 30 jobs running in the system. I mean, you don't know what are they. They could be critical. They could be class A. But who will trigger those 20 jobs again? Then again, you have to wait for the next, right? Or the next schedule. They could have scheduled at 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily or something, but you have screwed the whole thing. I mean, whatever is running in the system, just by taking a quick restart. So I don't think some of the jobs will resume. Some will resume, some will not resume for sure. Some will start every 10 minutes frequency. So that's it. So that is the serious implication. You're not only troubling your system, I'll tell you. So these are the live examples, guys. Please understand. So you are not only troubling your system, the ERP system or EHP system. What I said, business suite. Business suite is not one system, not an ERP system. It also contains SCM, supply chain management. It contains a BW system. It contains a project lifecycle management system. Many systems are interconnected. So the moment you stop this ERP, all of them starts complaining. Even though it's 2 minutes, the remote function call C connections, right? Upstream to downstream, as I said, in BP connection, right? All of them are connected through SAP systems only. If one of them goes down for 2 minutes also, rest all will complain. The communication has been broken. So rest all will start complaining in their respective systems, so that, oh, something is not working, it starts throwing. Then there is an alert mechanism that we'll talk in the Monday. So it triggers an alert as soon as you restart. It triggers an alert that instance is down. And not only in your system, 10 systems, it will trigger an alert. So the communication to so-and-so ERP system has been broken. So now you are alerting the entire world. You understand? So you are wasting the time for the whole world. So just you thought 2 minutes work. So it triggered alerts in your system. It triggered alerts in other systems. Then it initiated a process of chain reaction. So everybody starts getting alert and all basis consultant will log in. Entire business will be alert. Your manager, on call duty, everybody comes into picture. Then the bridge will be open. You understand? So you see how many minutes of how many people you wasted, or anybody, any basis guy, whoever has done such a reckless activity, just a 2 minutes restart, thinking that why to go with this change management and all, I'll just do it. But it has this much implication, you have it. So understand it. Okay. So it is, it is again, if it is a small system, it's a development system. And if somebody says, okay, do it. So that's fine. That time you can do it. But in production systems, it's always, you be careful what you do. Never ever do anything without understanding the business impact. So even though it looks to you just a 2 minutes activity, you can close it. But so yeah, the other approach, you think that, okay, these parameters will fix my so-and-so problem. It needs a restart. What is the best approach? I always tell you, change management. You propose them. Hey, if we set this parameter, then it will fix this issue. And for that, I need a restart. So what you have to do? There is a process to follow. There will be an implementation plan. They will approve it. They will provide you the downtime, 1 hour. How long you may expect you to take the downtime? Generally, you say 30 minutes would be sufficient. So 30 minutes you take it. Then you set the system in maintenance mode. And the change management will also communicate to all the respective parties, SCM system, BW system, everybody, that, hey, so-and-so ERP system is going on a maintenance mode and so-and-so date and time. You will announce it before, so that they also maintain in the maintenance mode in those respective systems, or in a solution manager system, that so-and-so system is going down at that particular time. So everybody, that system at least stops sending the alerts at that particular time, because you have set it in a maintenance mode. You understand? So that is how you work on the planned activities, or if you're fixing something, never ever do without taking approval or without following the process. So doing a technical thing as important as the following process and basis. Okay. Other people forget about it. So even a simple user creation also, I told you, SAP all, just assigning one role for 1 minute also, even though you don't do, but it has a serious implication. Okay. And then the other day, STMS also I've explained you. Transport. If you import it without approval just because of the pressure from developer, you cannot revert the transport. You have to restore the system. Again, a serious implication. So everything what you do as a basis guy in a system it's like a patient in the hands of doctor. So doctor, if any bad thing he will do during the surgery, it has a serious implication. If he touch wrong nerve or wrong thing, that's it. So it is like patient's life is in your hand and you be careful with that. Okay, that is what I'm trying to explain you with these logs. Okay, good. So now, any questions, guys, before I proceed with the next slide? Any questions? Please speak up. Did you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like a simple slide, but we have gone to the system. We have seen the logs, and we also identified one problem. When was the system down and who has done it? So that's good, interesting. So next we will see. Yeah, we will have one more nice exercise where what we do is we stop the system, okay, and we'll observe how the system is behaving and how the logs are capturing, and we will start the system also. Okay, that we will do once we cover the entire theory. That is also a very good, important exercise, nice exercise and interesting for you and for me as well. Okay. So good. So problem analysis. I think most of these things I already covered, but still I will. Let's do a kind of a recap. Okay. Operating system. So error log files at the operating system. So what we have seen, mainly they will be present in the work directory. So we have seen that. So work directory will has this SAP start SRB, std error 0, std error 1, and then dev underscore. So dispatcher, disp. So you see this one. So dev underscore disp, dev underscore ms, dev underscore work process. At least you know what are those files and what do they contain. Now, fine. Operating system and SAP application level, fine. What about the database level? Okay. So the first thing, okay, when your application goes down, what you have to do is, let me see if it works in the system. R3 trans minus D. Okay. Very, very important thing, guys. So can anybody explain what it has done? Can you please, do you know or not? Just say yes or no. Do you know what exactly I have checked?
No,
No, Nisha.
Good. I'll explain you. So first thing, when somebody complains that, I'm not able to log into the system. So here you are removing the option of there is a problem with something. Okay. So R3 trans minus D, what it will do is it will check the connection to the database. Okay. So this is a R3 trans version. Forget about this. Unicode enabled version. It's an Unicode. Obviously, 99% of the systems are Unicode, and there would be very, 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 very less non-Unicode systems. Again, non-Unicode to Unicode conversions during migrations you may have to do, but in my last 11 years of career, I never came across any non-Unicode system. Okay, but still SAP has non-Unicode system they support, but very, very old R1 or R2 architectures. Okay, just have it as an information. So most of our systems, what we have are the Unicode versions. So there's no point in spending time on the non-Unicode versions. That's why during explanation of the architecture also, I have not included non-Unicode because there's no point in spending our valuable time on something which we may not work at all. Okay. So just know that this is the Unicode enabled version, obviously. So the R3 trans finished with 00000, which means the connection has established successfully. So which means your database is up and running fine. So you have eliminated the database from the equation of troubleshooting. Got it? So which means database is up and running fine, no issues with the database. My application, three-tier architecture, application connects to the database, right? So my application successfully able to communicate to the database. So then there is a problem with the application only. Then you go to the work directory and start troubleshooting. Okay. Now, the moment you see here 0012 or error, okay. So detailed log also I'll show you. So this command, wherever you execute, right, this R3 trans -d, okay, it will create a trans.log. See, I just executed it. It created a trans.log. Or let me do one thing. I will go to another directory. Okay, this is the PWD. So I'm in a home directory, EHADM. For example, if I do R3 trans -d, it will create the file in that particular location only. See, I have a trans.log now. Okay, if you want to see the detailed logs. Suppose in case if you get anything apart from 00, okay, now 4 zeros. If you get anything, if you see anything apart from 4 zeros, you come to this log and you see, look for the error. Okay, which means there could be some problem with the database. Then you have to investigate first database. You understand? So if your application is not connecting to the database, which means your investigation should start from database. No matter what you do. On the application, it will never come up as long as you have the database problem. You understand? So that is important. That's why I'm telling this is the first thing which you have to check. R3 trans -d, check database connection. If the database is not connecting, first you fix that issue. Because when you try to start, I was explaining you, right? When you try to start the CI or the application server, first thing it will check is the database connection. Okay. First thing it look for is is my data, same thing, R3 trans -d it will do internally. So whether my database is I'm able to reach my database or not. Okay. So you have to figure out, fix the database issue, and then you come and troubleshoot on the application layer. Okay. So this is how you address whenever somebody complains or whenever system down situation. First come, check the database connection. Oh, database is not up or database having a problem, then check it. So then execute it and read this trans.log. So end of the transport. So it says 000, which means it is running. Okay. Let's go to this slide again. So yeah. So operating system, you don't analyze immediately. You do the R3 trans -d. If it is a database problem, error database logs. So don't worry. If I'm not explaining the database now, we have a detailed 4-hour session on HANA and around 2 hours of session on the Sybase database. So when we have the database sessions, I will show you the database traces, database logs, where you can see if there are any issues with the database. Don't worry at the moment. But now you try to understand if the database connection is working fine, then you have to look for the operating logs. Okay, good. So any questions, guys, before I move into the another topic? So another topic in the sense, try to get the flow. What I did, so I've explained you the P1, P2, P3 situations. Okay, priority 1 is your entire system was down. Okay, so which means end users not able to log in and there is a severe business impact. The second use case I said is P2, which means where you end users are not able to log in, but system performance is slow. Something is going on wrong in the system. Or some programs are not behaving as expected, or not generating output as expected, or the background jobs are not running properly, or failing. Okay, so could be any number of reasons. So for that, so now I am talking about the P2 situation, priority 2. Okay, so system. So, but definitely it needs it needs to be addressed because some functionality or the business continuity has been affected. So that is the SAP ABAP dump analysis, ST22. So this is also very not important. I mean, as a basis guy, this is still the scariest part for me. Even I'm spending 10 years in SAP, I mean SAP domain basis. Still, this is the one of the most scariest part for me. Because there is nothing we have to do, but we need to understand. I mean, it looks like very simple, but we will not be able to fix it by ourselves. That is the problem. Even though you know how to fix it, but you can't do it because it's more of ABAP program. So this dump analysis will always tell you what is the problem with the ABAP coding. If there are any problems with the coding or bugs came into the system. So for this, what you have to do, you always have to reach out to the SAP product support. Who develops the SAP? ABAP, SAP. So SAP product support, or in your organization, if it is a custom code. Okay. So let me give you who all will develop. Before we go to this ST22, you need to understand ABAP development little bit. So who all develop the ABAP development? Is it only SAP, or the customer also can develop some things in the system? Yes or no? Can somebody please unmute and speak? So you get the question, right? ABAP development always done by the who's this, SAP, or customers also can develop themselves?
Customers can also develop it.
Yes. So good. So that is what I want you to understand. So that's why we have some ABAP developers in the customer location also. I mean customers. For example, TCS also has ABAP people, and IBM also has ABAP people when they're supporting. So the thing is, ABAP development customers also can do because they have to do some customizations in the system. I mean, according to their business processes. So they always start with Z underscore something. That's the terminology I've explained the other day. Okay, they start. So customers also develop. Again, here, ST22 as a basis guy, you identify the problem, but you will not be able to do anything because it's all code terminology. I will show you in the system also. So it's a very problematic code, but you should know this. So here we don't fix anything, but we have to understand what is going. I will show you one or two these things. ST22 ABAP dump analysis. Okay, now let's complete. So developers, ABAP, SAP also can develop, or custom code also, customers, developers also can develop. So you need to identify from the log what kind of program has been impacted. Is it a SAP standard program or a customer program? That you can clearly make out from this ST22. That is important. So you cannot raise everything to SAP because SAP will blast stating that, hey, this is not the code which I have developed. Okay, good. So can you, all of you, see this one? SAP, this is my screen. Confirm me, please.
Yes.
Okay. So any time when you log into the ST22, right? So it gives a beautiful representation of, or a clear short text. What is the issue about? Table doesn't exist. Okay. Now here, so as a basis guy, you may not need to understand. You don't understand also. I mean, even if you read at the bottom thing, but this red colored one, right? This is the most important thing for you. Why? See, it's a category of installation error, this one. And what is the runtime error? DB SQL table unknown. It's a DB related issue. At least you can clearly tell that it's a DB issue. I mean, there is some problem with the DB. Okay. Here there is one more row, fourth row. Which component you have to raise this one. Okay. If it is an SAP standard code, it will clearly tell that this is the component you have to raise ticket to. That is what you have to know in this ST22. Rest all, forget about it. Many of the basis guys, I see freshers or 2-3 years experience also, they always ask when they look into the ST22, what component I have to raise the ticket. I'll tell them, go ST22, you will find the component there itself. So they will report it. I told you, many of the logs in SAP, either SAP note or SAP component is reported. As a basis guy, it's important for you to catch it where it is. So you keep some kind of what we call a sixth sense or somewhere. Whenever you are looking at the log, you always try to think about which component or which development area this particular issue belongs to or this particular thing belongs to, because it is very, 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 very important. So as I said, you are in a critical call and you see this kind of dumps, then immediately you can tell that, hey, this is like it. So you can tell that it's a DBSQL runtime error, that's fine. But the component you get to know, immediately you can inform customer, hey, this belongs to so-and-so component within SAP. Then customer's business point or the contact who will be with SAP, immediately he can pull that guy from that component. Directly he will tell that, hey, this component, that component has an call. And immediately that guy can come and immediately within 15 to 20 minutes, your issue will be solved. Or else it will go to the version of SAP. So many people with teams, service desk will assign from one team to one team. So service desk doesn't understand what's the problem. But as a troubleshooting guy, you have to be very, very careful. Let's see if we have such an error where we have this component details. Table unknown for all of you. That's all right. Let's go back. It's good. Some dumps are there. Okay, first you try to. So in ST22 also you have an option. 0 runtime errors. We have 5 runtime errors. So you want to see, our training has started on September 6th, Monday, and I wanted to see, okay, so 10th, so 002, whatever, 00, no, let's give some time. So 0300, fine. Let's start. Anyway, there is nothing. I mean, we see today 0 dumps. So what happened? It has shown only EST user one. Why? I told you the other day when I was doing STMS. So it was picked my user. By default, it will take your user. So always, don't keep always star, but based on the user, if you want to search or if you have some search criteria, so if you know the runtime program or error, so you can filter them, you can put in the selection criteria and then you can, you see, all of them are like our errors. So with which users, so you see, admin, EST user, which is me, 5, TCS user, you guys, 3, 1, 2, 3, we executed something. Program, what program it has cancelled? SAP PL SDH3. So we execute, all of us executed some transaction code. It has given this one. So client. So you can see which client also it has executed. So okay. Now let's see this field. Runtime error. So you get to know the program also. So the programs, whichever has this SAP, right? Most of them are SAP standard programs. Okay. So then those things needs to be addressed with SAP. So please try to understand here. So you need to know which application server it is running. So sometimes it could be a reason that the particular application server is not available. So it says, let's say 10 application servers you have in the system. So it could be a reason that application server 10 or 11 or something is not, 10 is not accessible. So all the jobs or all the programs which are running on the 10 will be failing. Okay. That is why it is important to know this error has occurred on which application server. So, okay, on this application server. So you can see, oh, this application is up or running. So you can check it quickly. You can log into the system through application server and see whether it is up or. So and then the client in which it is happening. But here we have only one client, but in some cases, some customers will have some 10 to 15 clients in a system for each purpose, different purposes. So what is client and why they need so many clients in a system? We will talk when we have this client concept, but know this. So that's why, because you cannot go to each client and troubleshoot, right? So you need to know on 800 client, on this particular application server, this runtime has been occurred. So it's a standard program. So which means you may have to check with the SAP. Since it is an IDES system, so some of the tables, they will restrict it. That's why we could have got this error. Don't worry about it. See, note which actions and entries to the, so here. So this will contain the actions, what you are supposed to take whenever there is an issue. What happened? Short text. Table is unknown, doesn't exist. What happened? So error in the web application program. Okay. So which program? SAP SLD3. This one, which means, so it found a statement, it could not be executed. So this is a problem. So we have to raise it to the SAP support. Okay. With downloading of this node. So you can take this download. So let's say load, go to our system list, save. You see this? So let's save it. Yes. So local file. So attached to the ticket, this entire file, they will ask you this entire file. Okay, unconverted. So directory where you want to download it. So file temp.txt. So let's see, generate. Okay, this file has been downloaded. See, this has been opened. You got it? So this is very important for the I mean, you cannot simply in the ticket mention that this problem has occurred, but for the developers, they need this entire data. See, it's a big file. So as soon as they see this file, they will immediately fix you. You immediately tell you what you are supposed to do. You got it? So this contains what can I do? What you can do? It's a consult your SAP administrator because it's a database issue. Okay? But I'm talking about the programs, these issues, database issue. Using the database. So this is like where exactly it has, 1 second, I'll scroll down. So source code extract. So as I said, this we will not understand it all. Okay. So what we can do is we can take this export and we can give it to the SAP product support, but this will have a lot of information where it has failed and all, but it's not in our scope of this thing to understand. We will not understand also because we are not developers. Clear? So as a basis guide, you have to take it and you have to raise it to download it and provide it to the product support. Or if it is a JET star, if it starts with the JET, it is a local, the customer supported. All the JET programs, SAP doesn't support. They directly decline it, stating that it's not a piece standard code. Something has been developed by your developers. You please have to look into it. Okay. So yeah. So left side in the panel, you can drill down from here also. So SAP system environment. So you see, so when you download it, all this information, SAP system, because for the developers to check, they need to understand the system also. So what is this application server name? ECC. Network address is this through which we log in. Operating system is Linux. So release. This is the hardware type. So it is this character 16 bits, pointer length 64 bits, work process number 7 work processes that we have seen. Short term setting full. So database server, again SAP ECC. Database type. See, a lot of information. It is important for us. What kind of system we are using? Sybase. Database name, EHA. So database user ID, SAP SR3. So it is trying to connect to the database with this one. So it will contain all the information, system environment. Let's see information. And then let's click on the user and transaction. Okay. See, who is this client? 800 client. Which is this guy executed? EST user one, which is me. Language key. Which language I have used? English. So what transaction I executed? SC38. See, so this is the beauty of this ST22. It has a lot of information. You may not be able to fix it, but as a developer, if you change your domain in ABAP or something, you will have this information. That's why you cannot simply provide a screenshot to the developers. You take the entire list like I did and you provide them so that they will get a complete picture of what exactly has happened. So the program what he has executed in ST38, this one. So screen SAP screen line 0. So then server side connection information. So which is, or else if you don't provide them these details, they will ask you manually, what is this? What is the kernel version? What is this one? These are all, do you think it takes almost 6 to 7 hours for you to log in, do this plus work, identify these versions. See, by default, you have an option in ST22. Whenever there is an issue, that dump will collect everything from your system. That is very, very, so as I said, SAP has this logging mechanism, nice logging mechanism. See, server side information. So it is an HTTP connection and universal server, this one, and this is a program. And color port is 800. So they get from network to the user interaction, every information they will find it. Okay. So user view. User means what happened. So this anyway, just what happened, what can you do? Nothing. So you and me as a basis consultant may understand these things, but end user, if he sees it, he don't know what to do. That's why these two, user view. What can he do? He will directly contact the SAP administrator. So it doesn't mean that you solve the problem. So what can I do? Let's assume that it's a factory guy who has logged in and he has this dump and he will say information that contact SAP administrator, which is you or the basis consultant. They will reach you. What you do? You come here and you check it. Oh, this is a project dump and it's an SAP dump, SAP program. Let's raise it to the SAP product support. If it is a G customer, it raise it to your developers. See, that is why information for the end user, this one. And then what can I do? This we discussed. And this is thing, we don't understand it. Don't try to read also. This is a SAP developer view. Okay. So short text or error analysis. So how to correct the error. So even though you know how to correct the error, but you don't do it. Okay. As I said, so very tricky. And they have to correct this code via SAP note or something and provide us those details so that we can implement. and then we can take it to the dev and the production systems through transport. Okay. And then information on where the termination. Okay. So they will understand. It's kind of a debug. So at F4 and at get result thing, it has happened. So source code extract. So it will also give them the source code. I mean, what code we have in the system, because or else we have to open an OSS connection. Somebody has asked, right? So SAP has asked to open the connection. So why do you want to give the connection? This file you give them. So it will give them the clear thing, what is the source code and which line it has broken and those details. So just to save those admin work. So contents of the thing. So basis developer view. So this may be interesting for you. So this whole developer view might not be applicable for you. Let's see the basis developer view. Okay. So here it will tell you the internal nodes. I mean, if there is in this case, it is not available. In general, if there is a node, SAP node, for fixing such an issue, it will tell the node. So you just have to open that node and see and fix it. That's it. So it is kind of resolution also they will try to give you. So active calls in the SAP kernel. Let's see. So what it has tried to, again, this is also a kernel developers it goes, but first one is the important one, internal nodes. If there is any node defined for such an issue, you can have a review and get approval and implement it. So let's see the database interface information related. Again, this is kind of data to the select data or what commands exactly it has executed. But as I said, these things it is good for you to know, but it is important that you always, the red colored one is the most important thing. So any questions, guys, ST22? Did I explain you cleanly, properly? You got it? What you do in this one? Any questions on ST22 before I move to the next slide?
One more question, Nishant.
Very good. So the same things, whatever I've explained in detail over there. So same things what I've explained in diagrams I just put. So this left-hand side, what is the runtime error and these things, which we already see. So nothing to worry you, these things as a bit of analysis. Now, another important transaction code, SM21. Okay. So this is also but this is not so helpful. I mean, in identifying the issue, but it is important for you to know. Okay. I mean, I always rely on basis wise, I mostly rely on this particular, what we call our OS logs. Okay. Most of the basis issues, you can track it from the OS logs, but in some customers, I don't like this SM21 if you ask me. You also don't like it after some time, but it's good to know because it takes time for you to establish what was the problem in SM21. So it is always good that you get a command on the operating system. Like I said, work directory, right? Do an R3 trans. Okay, it's not a database issue. Troubleshoot in the application. See, within 5 to 10 minutes, since I was explaining you, I went with each log and it took 30 minutes for me. So if I am the only one, in 5 minutes, I could have established that, okay, somebody has restarted the system at so and so date. Simple. So that is a command you have to get on the server level. Where to look. Again, SM21 will report all the problems. It's like, once a doctor, if he sees some 10 patients in a day, he's a general physician, he will get to know 100 or 200 symptoms. So if you are a specialist, so general physician will evaluate you and then he will send you to you, right? So if you are a specialist, immediately by looking at 3 to 4 symptoms, you will get it. So this is like a general physician, this SM21. So it will show you or it will see you all the symptoms. I mean, all the problems, all the regular things and all. So that is why I am like most of the people, not only me. So most of the people may not like this one. So here you see SM21 is again a system logs. So you go there, again here date, time, and priority. So if it is red means it is a very high priority. And you also have these, let's see if we can filter it. Warnings also, see here warnings, trainer. So he has some warning, but always you put it to the green. Green means no error also it reports. So that's why if you want to troubleshoot, so it is always good to put some filter on this one. So you want to know, or let's say on 6th of November from date, 6th of September, let's see on that particular day, if we can see some failure, that guy has restarted the system, right? So let's see 725 to 727, he has restarted. Let's see if we can find something at the time frame. So as I said, so it is always important for you to 00 time frame. So your troubleshooting always revolves around the time frame end user reports the issue. Now we know 724 to 728, something has happened in this system. Let's see to date, let's filter out if we have such logs available in the SM21. So I am filtering out the not 00. So let's see, let's filter out more, or else it will show so many logs. 7 o'clock, 00. Okay, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Okay, somebody has reported there were glitches. 741 is fine in this case, because we know from the OS. Let's see. So extended instance, high severity messages only. So yeah, anyway, we just gave in 1 hour. Okay. So you want to see everything, whatever. So you can mention the client if you want to see for a particular client or with a particular user. Because see guys, this is also again depends on the problem to narrow down your number of logs you see, this filtering. So if a user says that I am getting the issue, so what you can ask first thing, is your other colleagues also getting the same issue? No, then fine. You put the user ID here. Hey, which client you are executing? So are you also facing the same issue? So these are the questions, like doctor will ask you these symptoms, right? Are you facing cold, cough, or this thing? So you have to ask these questions. So which client? That will narrow down your troubleshooting, or else it's a version. As I said, thousands and thousands of errors. Where do you go and check it? It's not going to happen. So you have to narrow down anytime. You should start asking questions to the customer or in a ticket. Provide me these details. So client. Or you also ask them what message you are getting. Sometimes they get a message or ask them for a screenshot. So from there you take the message ID and you put it so that you can exactly narrow down to pinpoint the problem. So in this case, what you know only is so and so time bit in that 1 hour of time. So the system has crashed and customer has complained. Okay. So high severity, I want to see everything. So I don't want to go with let's see if we have some problem. Exactly. You see here, can you see my screen, guys? Okay. 701. Yep. Good. So 701, this operating system called. So this is the message ID. So we will check it, what it is. So this is happening also. And then we will check it. We will establish. 1 second. Okay. 720. So yes, from SM21 also you can do this. If you don't have an operating, say some customers do not provide operating system access to all of you. So then you have to do the troubleshooting from the system only. Okay. So all the files, so the files dev_work, dev_ms, those OS files, right? Note it down. How do you check the operating system files from SAP system without logging into the OS? Please note it down. Transaction so I want you to check it by Monday in the system. If you find it, you can Google it or you can do whatever you want. How do you find operating system files, okay, in a SAP system without logging into the operating system? Yeah, because you should. It is not, some people are not comfortable with the OS and all, LS, IFN, LTR, but I would strongly suggest you or recommend you to be comfortable with OS. But yeah, sometimes for troubleshooting, you don't need to go there. Okay, note it down that question and Monday we will discuss it. So here, let's see. So 725, okay. So there is something happened. Snapshot 1 created. You see here. So this is the exact time frame where the crash has happened. So which means somebody has stopped it. So here 725 stop work process. Somebody stopped it. So 1 second. Stop. So this is what has happened at 725. Somebody has stopped it. And then 726 SAP gateway has started. Again, startup thing is going. Okay. So here see start work process. So 725 stop work process, so and so process ID. Okay. So 726 message server 725, sorry, this row. Message server disconnected. And 725 stop SAP system dispatcher disconnected. So 726 EH8 exactly. So this is here you see EH8 ADM. So this gone. So then at 726 start SAP system. So he has initiated start SAP system. Then slowly everything has started. So dialog work process, this thing. So there is a manual restart at this particular time. Okay. Then here it says SAP gateway also started by 726. So then it will slowly started. So by 728, let's see what happened at 728. Yeah. So once this system is up, then, there will be thousands of errors, I told. So some connections doesn't work and some programs will fail, but not all of those programs will be accessed by this system, but it is good to fix those issues, all these errors. But in an ideal world, you never find a system with no error message. You never find any SAP system without having these error messages. Through experience, you will understand. But at least from this, you have established that there was a problem and somebody has done a manual restart of the system. Okay, this is how you check the logs from the SM21. Okay, let's go to our slide. So this is this one. No. Okay, so there is nothing to discuss, guys, here. SM21. So it's pretty clear, right? I think I have explained you in a very detailed way, that time to time with an example. Any questions, guys, before we jump to the business functions topic? So one. Okay. So the next important topic, once we discuss this SAP business functions, so we will do the assessment of the 2 assessments. Okay. I know you might have done the question and answers, but I still would like to spend time because so that it can be a recap. I want you to connect and Monday so that we all on track, because Monday also we'll have very good troubleshooting sessions. Okay. So either we go through the same logs, whatever is it, please consider it as a repetitive, but we will look into a different thing. So we will monitor a stop SAP system and then start SAP system, how the system behaves, or where it is capturing the logs, and what will be the behavior. Okay, that we will do. That is a nice exercise. Okay, good. So business functions. Anybody heard of this term in your current project or anybody? Yes or no? Again, this is a very rare topic. Okay, very rarely any one of us will do. In our entire careers. So first, try to understand what is the business function. So we are all comfortable with a few things. SAP ERP 6.0. Okay, and then it has support packs or the enhancement packs. I said every year or up to EHP 8. So the most recent version of the ERP is the EHP 8. EHP 1, EHP 2, EHP 3, EHP 4, like that, EHP 8. So, as I said, you remember the term I used when I was explaining the architecture, industry solutions. Okay. So, in what are the industry solutions? Oil and gas, banking, media, what else you can think of? Manufacturing or automobile or steel manufacturing. So, these are the different industries, right? And each industry has its own departments. Okay. You cannot say that I have given you an ERP system for all of you. Okay, you do it. You work on it. No. So IT has different departments, right? Automobile factory, if you go to the Honda or TVS manufacturing factory, they have something different logic. Lines where the scooters will be assembled and then it will be delivered, tested and go. That is the whole testing process. We IT, it's entirely different. We are like a human based mainly. So we do work with softwares. Here testing means different. HR is different. We need more people here. It's a people oriented. So their machines and everything. So each industry has different departments or different business functions, if I have to keep it in this. Okay. Oh, okay. The term comes to business functions. Okay, exactly. That is what it is. SAP business functions is nothing but industry-specific solutions and their departments. Okay, so please try to connect it. So if SAP gives them ERP to all of them one ERP, then it's a problem. They cannot use the same system for all their things because each and everyone has their own requirements. So automobile has a different requirement. IT has TCS has a different requirement. IT. So now how? And for SAP also, you think of it. For each industry, they cannot develop one ERP. Okay, ERP for automobile, ERP for TCS, ERP for IT, ERP for media, ERP for banking. You imagine, then it's going to be a very huge product line, and SAP will go, losing its complete thing, and development becomes very, very complicated, right? So it's like you are releasing so many industries in the world. Okay, different industries. So all these industries, you cannot cater different ERP products. It's a very big challenge. So as a development organization. Okay. So now how I can solve this problem? So why SAP succeeded so well these days? Because of these kind of concepts like SAP business functions and automating the business processes. So that's why they were able to succeed, and rest all unable to compete. The Microsoft or anybody, Why they were not able to compete is SAP has found a nice solution. I mean, one product for all and a way for everyone can use ERP. Okay. That is, I mean, these are, it's one of the example. I mean, but there were many things where nobody else can compete in terms of the ERP. Okay. So now you may think that next 10 years, SAP may go down. Next 15 years, SAP may, I mean, there will be some competitor will come. So in every product or everywhere, SAP, I mean, competition can come and you can kill the old company. But SAP will at least survive another 100 to 200 years. I'll tell you why. Okay. Number one, they found a solution, one solution for all. Okay. I'll tell you how also this one. So in media, anybody, irrespective of anything, they will develop only one ERP, but anybody can use, everybody can use it. Okay. All of them can use it. They found a nice way. Okay. That is one aspect. The second one is whoever has implemented SAP, they don't even dare to go out of SAP. Okay. For example, banking. If HDFC Bank or ICICI Bank would have implemented SAP, which means all their data stores in the database. First of all, banking, they don't want to touch anything on the database. First of all, they are so scared. So their legality, their everything is there. And even they don't want to migrate also. They want to upgrade also, first of all. Forget about migration. Upgrade also. Oh, no. If it deletes my data, I will be screwed. No, please, don't touch it. So that is how SAP has hooked them, everybody in the ecosystem. So nobody dares. I mean, even small startups and all can move here and there, but a big company never ever dare to move out of SAP. So that is the biggest, that is how SAP has hooked. Imagine a company like British Petroleum or Nestle or Unilever, Johnson & Johnson's, these are all SAP customers. TCS, imagine a TCS. Can you think of TCS moving out of SAP in the sense de-implementing it, and which solution they go? I mean, Microsoft is there, and then you have Oracle's PeopleSoft is there, but 95% of the market is SAP in the ERP domain. So now your steel factories, imagine one day your steel, Tata Steel doesn't run too much. Imagine one day all hotels of Tata has to be shut down. Okay, ITC, these hotels has to be shut down, Tata hotels. It's a very big problem. So, and moreover, after one day, you don't know whether the new software works or whether it will be able to handle or not. So why do you want to take such a huge risk? Okay, it's a huge risk. I mean, tremendous risk, I would say. So, I mean, your crores of money or your stock market will crumble if you take such a nasty decision. Okay, moving out of SAP. So that's why no company will dare to take out of these thing. And the third thing, okay, SAP. I mean, these are the marketing terms. I mean, before we understand these business terms, you need to appreciate the beauty of how SAP has succeeded also. So third thing, SAP is not as selfish as Microsoft or Apple or any other company. Okay, SAP is not a selfish company. That's why you see from last 3 years, you can see Google it, great place to work in India. In India, every company tries to exploit the certain things, but SAP is a great place to work for them, whoever is working in SAP. And even though you guys are customers or supporting SAP projects, if you are working for SAP projects for SAP will treat you better compared to any other customer or any other. So the reason is SAP's ideology or the culture is do not win-win-win strategy. I explained you in the architecture, win-win-win strategy. So SAP will say, I will stick to my product development or the coding part. Okay, I don't want to trouble anybody with the support projects. Okay, so support projects, who will take? TCS, IBM, Accenture, everybody, all basis guys in the world work. I mean, not all of them work in SAP. So they work in different companies. Thousands of people supporting these projects, Nestle, BP, and everybody. Okay, so it has given the support projects to the many companies, big companies. Okay, so for them, they're also earning from the client, right, by supporting those projects. So SAP is earning by its product. Support companies are earning by supporting. Imagine if SAP goes down, then all these support companies or TCS, IBM, they will have a huge revenue impact. Okay, because support projects goes. So that is why these companies will try to ensure that even SAP is going down in terms of the financial crisis or whatever it is, they will give money to SAP and they will tell that you survive. Okay, it is important that you survive and you run your company so that my entire ecosystem of businesses runs on you. I mean, we have Not entire. TCS has so many businesses, but IBM also has so many other businesses. But major chunk, 20 to 30% of their revenues depends on SAP's survival and SAP's product. Okay, because their customers or the projects where they work, they are run on SAP. As I said, 95% of the SAP financial transactions in the world goes through an SAP ERP system in the world. So that's how SAP survived in the market, and they have formed an ecosystem thinking that everyone in my ecosystem has to win. That is when nobody tries to pull down SAP, because it's not so selfish like Microsoft. Microsoft's idea is everything you take it. You see, Microsoft earlier, there was a lot of cases and all. Let's not get into too much. Now, why I am telling you this is to understand the business functions. So these are the three reasons why SAP has survived so long and it is doing good. And next 100, 200 years, you don't have to worry about SAP. Okay, it will be there for sure because nobody wants it to be done. Good. So business functions. What is this they did? They found a way. Okay. So this is a lot of theory. Don't worry. You read it when you have time. So they found a way how I can solve to the multiple industries. Okay. Oil and gas, special requirement. Banking, special requirement. Media, special requirement. I don't care what are the requirement. What I will do is I will develop an ERP product, supporting, helpful for everybody. Okay. So I don't care about whichever is the industry sector. I will develop, but I will provide an option for the end user. Okay. Or I will provide an option for the customer to switch whatever is needed. Okay. I will give you a TCS example. Nice one. So, okay. Now let me go to the system. So where is this system? Okay. SFWF. So, but this is the T code. Okay. /n I have to give switch framework. So SFW5. So you will understand the switch framework. Okay. It did not happen. Okay. SFW5. Yes. You see this one. What SAP did is it found a good solution. It has created a switch framework. Okay. For these SAP business functions. What it means. So it will give you one DVD only for everybody, for banking, everyone. You take my enterprise business functions. Let's click on this. Okay. So now here you see the description and software component, release, application component. If you want SAP support on this one. So here you see a lot of this one. So archiving for pendulum list, functional improvement for material management. Material management comes into picture of industries like Tata Steel and all. So, and then you have FICO, financial and logistics are related, and then commercial project management. And then you have, one second, it will let it go down. So you have a product lifecycle management, SRM, supply relationship management. So these are all things. So what SAP did is, SAP will always work on the ERP system. They will give everything to everybody. Okay. So you have an option to everything. So, and they've nicely did is switch framework. For example, Tata could have been started with the steel. Okay. Then he expanded to the hotel management. I don't know the sequence, how he did it. Let's keep it aside. Okay. I'm talking about his businesses. So he could have started with a steel industry. Then he has moved to the hotel management. Then he has come to the consultant services, IT. Let's take these three examples. So when Tata has implemented ERP, for steel is a factory, Tata Steel. So material management, procurement, and then some part of a little bit of HR. Because you don't need to manage too many people over there. It's all industry. So those modules he needs. So what he would have done here, material management, procurement, he would have enabled it in ERP system. Okay. So then it's good. So it is working. Then he thought of moving to the hotel management. Hey, no, I want to move to the hotel management. I will expand my business. In the same system, he can come and he can identify the hotel management related business functions. He can activate it, which means, so the hotel management related tables or those functionalities, itinerary in hotel management, what is important? Booking rooms, that kind of information, such kind of tables will be generated. So see how easy it is for him. He don't have to implement another ERP. Same ERP system, he just has to switch the business function. And then now he can administer both his Tata Steel and then hotel management from one ERP system. See the beauty of SAP ERP system. So now, so that's what small to big to enterprise level growing. So one system is solving so many problems. What he can do? So yes, if the number of users has increased, he can expand, scale out. He can put one more application server. Another application server. That's it. You purchase one more server and put it. But you don't have to do another system at all. You don't have to go for another complete different software. Same software, activate the business function. Now he has moved to the consulting. In consulting, your important thing is HR and people management. So those things, he can activate it over here. So automobile has a different thing. Spare parts and then the material procurement. Again, there also material management, those things will come. And the stock and the service center delivery, those modules, you can activate it here. Tata, I think is in, Tata cars, automobile also there. So they can activate it. So same ERP system solves purpose for many people. Many industry, many kind of things. See how easy it is. So for them. So this is the business functions. Okay. Number one, how frequently do you activate these business functions? Suppose you want to activate FSBC business function. So you just select it and activate business function, activate changes, but you never ever do that. Okay. So business functions will be done in a lifetime once. Okay. Lifetime in the sense, I just clicked on active. That's okay. It's a sandbox system. So business functions you do in once he has make a decision that I want to move to the hotel management and my ERP has to support that. So functional guys validate, okay, or the end user business perspective, what all business functions or what all modules I have to activate, they will provide you the list. So here you see the name, right? So this you don't understand what of them because they are all functional. They're not web also, they're functional. So what is the business requirement and all, but they will provide you the list of them. See, fashion related, here you see. So fashion industry. So fashion related, based on the end user requirement or the business expansion, they will give you the list. So you just have to select, suppose if you want to move into a fashion industry. So if this thing, select it. So some are reversible, some are irreversible. But again, basis, this is also a tricky thing. Never ever do without approval or without thing. That's why the moment we logged into this switch framework, right, it told, please go unless you are very clear that you want to activate something. Okay. So in general, in a day-to-day life, the access for this will be revoked to everybody. So whichever project, even though you are an SAP admin, you will have access only to view these business functions. Okay. View. So you will not be able to activate since it's a sandbox and we have SAP all, and SAP all nobody gives you in any project you work. Okay. SAP all you will not be provided unless there is a critical activity and change management approves it. So, but always the authorizations are restricted. You will view access only. This you'll do on a lifetime once whenever your company thinks that they're moving to a different industry and I want these functions to be activated. Okay. So activation, just you click on the activate. Let's click it. It's a sandbox system. What happens? Let it happen. So you activate it. And only, see. So prerequisite. So there are a lot of prerequisites before you are activating. Retail is a prerequisite, retail system, because without retail, how do you, where you want to retail? So then you have to select them also, dependencies, then you have to activate them. So these dependencies and all, like they give you the transport requests, right, in sequence. So all these things, functional people will validate the sequence and they will provide you the list of business functions whenever they're expected. This mainly happens during the implementation, guys. So implementation of the SAP systems for the customers. So that time only once in a lifetime you do. In general, support time, you don't do anything. So they will give you the sequence of things. You just activate them. So sometimes you have to run in the background. Okay, after activating running, right? So dialog mode or background mode, I said, if they run for 30-40 minutes, you always schedule them in the background. So it triggers a job and wait for the job to complete. And after that, you come here and you check whether it is activated or. So here you see, what is this meaning? Display. So one second. This mouse pointer, display full file dependency. So it will talk about the dependencies. So at the right side, you can see when it was activated. Okay, the last column. So it's a 14/06/2017 when it was activated. And by default, when you implement an ERP system, some business functions by default will be activated. Okay, like standard ones, SAP APPL related things, but other industrial related things, the customer has to make a choice to implement it. And that's how they will expand their businesses on one system. So any questions on these business functions? Okay, I'll ask one question. if somebody asks you to activate business function, okay, what process you follow as a basis game? What all things before you proceed with the activity? Process related. So this I've explained during the STMS also. I mean, like I told, when you are taking a restart of the system or when you are during a crash, when you are about to start, before that you have to take the backup of the log directories, right? So that they'll help you for RCA. So before you proceed with such an activity, what is the basis guide? Because nobody will tell you. You as a proactive mechanism always have to think, what if once you activate this business function, if there are serious consequences, what you are supposed to do? How do you revert the change? Like transport, not all business functions are reversible. Some are reversible. See, here you see. 1 second, I'll show you. So wherever there is a thing like reversible, after implementation, you can select it and deactivate it. See, like you have an activate button here. So you can say that deactivate it. That's fine. Reversible ones are fine. But non-reversible ones, how do you deal with them? See, wherever there is no reversible mentioned, those are all non. So, I mean, you activated some 10 business functions. After that, system goes inconsistencies, too many ST22 dumps, too many SM21s, and then people will ask you to revert it. What do you do? Anybody? It's a simple solution, simple answer. It's a solution for many problems, actually.
You take a backup and roll back to the previous.
Exactly. So backup restore. That is why I tell you guys, whenever you perform a change in the system, just make it as a general term. Either business functions, either parameter change, you can take the profile directory backup. I mean, just profile directory should be fine. Or you are doing an import of the changes, import of the transports, customizations. Anytime it is important to check whether you have the latest backup or not. Okay, please, this is thumb rule as a basis guy, because any change the basis guys do will mess up the system. Simple. I mean, there is no way of reverting back. Very little activities have such an option. Okay, so even though there is an option to do that, but it is always manually very tedious job or cumbersome job. Okay, that can lead to further inconsistencies, by tweaking certain things. So the best thing you can do is, whenever you are proceeding with an activity, ensure that there is a latest backup available. Before doing an SP patch, before doing a note implementation also I told you, right? Some can be de-implemented, some cannot be. So every activity has this risk. So it is always recommended as a basis guy, before you make any change or implement anything, ensure that you have both data backup and log backup. I will explain you when we are talking about the database topics, importance of this data backup and log backup. So what I'm trying to say is, you always ensure that the system you can do a point in time recovery. So if let's suppose 725 you started the activity, you can recover the system, or you can bring back the system to your time 724. So that way you ensure that everything is available. Okay, that is very, very important. So business functions also, it's a very critical thing. That's why I'm emphasizing this. This definitely needs a restore, backup restore. Okay, some you may find a way with correction transports or things, but business functions, the moment you activate, it will create a chain reaction, and it creates a lot of tables on the database side, because you run in a background. Always run always run business functions in the background mode. Okay, because most of them will run for 1 hour, 2 hours, not most of them. So dependencies on all 10 to 15 minutes. So why do you want to wait on the dialogue? Because if that dialogue 10 minutes, if it crashes, then you don't know. In the middle, it stops. So it is not good. So always you run in the background so that the job will run as long, because you don't know the time. See, any task which you don't know by when it can complete, always do in the background. Okay, so that it can run on the server for whatever the time it wants, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Suppose the risk is, if you run in a dialogue mode, like I showed you the other day, timing. So after 10 minutes, your dialogue will get cancelled. Okay, so that is not good. So in the middle of activating a business function, your process gets killed or timed out. That is very, very bad thing to happen. Okay, remember. So it is like, half-baked thing. Half you did, but yeah, you may restart it and then all these things. Why do you want to get into that when you have nice way of scheduling in the background? So when you activate it, there is an option, it will ask schedule it in the background. It's the last prompt. fine. Happily you schedule it in the background and go have coffee and come. So, and then check in the system that job. Simple. So that's why whenever you are not sure of certain activity, how long it may take, I would strongly recommend you to do in the background mode. Or the moment you trigger, it will take time, 1 minute or thing, just cancel it and then run it in the background. Okay. So instead of intermittently stopping, just the moment you realize that, okay, hourglass keep on running, right? Like this, okay, it's running when you execute it. So stop it and run it in the background. Okay. So now we are what we call business functions. Any questions on business functions before I move to the next topic? Any questions, guys?
No.
So good. So the technical terminology, whatever I have explained, switch framework, that is for your theory purpose. I think most of the same thing which I've explained over there. So see, this is anyway, let me put some light. The main purpose of switch framework is simply to web-based landscape by one or more industry solutions when you are expanding the business. I try to simplify it in a more easy terms. So this is the more often business functions. Okay. So any Q&A. So then I will introduce you to the concept of spool. So I won't go in detail about this spool because we do have a 1 hour session on day 7 or day 7. Yes. Day 7 about the printing. Okay. So that there I will discuss about the printing in more details, but I will introduce you to the concept of day 5 spool management. Okay. So any questions, guys, please, clarifications or understanding. It can be technical, it can be business related, or it can be anything. Okay. So you at least try to understand the domain you are working, what SAP, how ARP succeeded, and then technical topics while you are working on the systems. I definitely will understand. Definitely you will get more comfortable, no doubt about it, because you have to learn and you have to work on that. Okay. And the basis is, it doesn't come by reading. Okay. Please note that. So it is like any other activities, basis is more of practice. So sometimes you don't know how to fix you don't know the theory at all, but you will be able to fix the issue. In most of the times it happens. Even now, I just think that I know only 5% of SAP theory, but 95% I think that with the intuition, common sense, and with the experience and the practice, I'm able to solve the 95% of the problems, at least in basis domain. Okay. So 95% is like practice and observing your system. When you are working, right, how frequently you execute transaction codes, how frequently you look into the system, ST22, SM21, OS level logs, how frequently you look into it. So it's just like 5% I'm explaining you, but 95% is how you do it in daily day. It's your practice. Okay, or else you will forget. As soon as I explain and close this 40 hours of session, you forget. But you have to develop that habit of curiosity. Check this, check that. Okay, that way you can master it. And moreover, it's like mechanic. So most of the mechanics do not know how the engine has been manufactured, but he will solve you the problem. If you go to the local repair guy, so he couldn't have done anything. At 10th also he wouldn't have passed it. But he will remove the entire bike or car engine and then he will assemble it and he will give it to you. Kind of thing, practice. So same thing with the basis also. Practice is the most important, that you have to be very curious attitude when you are approaching these systems. Okay, checking things. Let's do the spool. Okay, again, so because these business functions also, without knowing what is a business function, because it's a functional topic, many people will activate the business function. Simple. As a basis guy, you just have to know how to activate it, and you should know, okay, business function guidelines. Have a backup, activate it. If it fails, revert it. Simple. It's like mechanical. So, but it is good. That is what I'm covering. Theories I'm covering, but practically depends on the list and then how you do it. And without knowing this theory also, you can do it. Okay. Someone can tell you these steps to be executed and you could have done it. But knowing is important, good thing. But practice is the most key in basis. Remember. Okay, good. So now I will introduce you to the concept of spool management or the printing. Okay, can anybody explain me, when you give a print in your laptop, how does it work to a printer? Can somebody explain me what is the concept? Anybody knows? So if you have done computer science background, so definitely you might have got it. or even though if you're hardware or something also electrical also, but still you should be knowing it. And daily you do it, printing, right? So what is the concept of printing? Can you tell me? When I just do Control P or Command P, what it will do? Anybody? No one knows. Nobody has ever printed. Okay.
So when we give print, so it will give spool to the printer, and then the process starts.
Okay, good, very good. And that's all right. That's a technical thing. Let's say from my laptop. I mean, you would have noticed when you do Control P, right, to your printer, and you executed it. So have you noticed that it will ask you what is the size of the paper? Okay, from A4 size or A5 size or A6 size, whatever it is. Okay, number one. Number two, from which page to which page it has to print. Okay, so let me open this. So this is the document. Let me give you Command P. Okay, you see this? So by default, I have defined one particular printer, and then I'm giving. So it's important, guys. Whenever you are learning something, you learn in a clean and neat way, so that you will never forget in your lifetime. So spool, you can execute it in the system. Like I said, somebody gives you the steps, you will just execute it, but you understand it in a clean way. So printer. So it presents presets. It's the default settings, whatever the default settings which were set. I mean, pages all, these are the default settings. Copies 1, and from page 1 to page 2. So these default settings you can edit. By default, this is what has been set over here. You can set it. By default, you take 2 and page like A4 or A5 or something, you can define, and this is what you do, or you can save as a PDF. Okay, save as a PDF in the sense it's like just saves a copy in the system. Okay, in my laptop, wherever you have done. So this is and then the moment you give it to the print, okay, so it will go to, it will open a tray here. Can you see the tray at the bottom? See, it is doing. So Microsoft Word, how to access system, it is trying to print. So what is happening now? So the default settings, the structure, page, everything has been given. Now you are sending a request to the hardware. So printing machine. Okay. So this, if the printer is available and if it is an on condition, then you can take this one. I mean, you can take the printout. You go to the machine and then either you swipe your ID card or just open it and you'll get the printout. Right. But if the printer is not available, it will keep on try to release, and after some time, timeout happens and it will be there in the spool. This is the spool basically. So it will stay here. So next time, once your printer is up, you can retry it. So, or you can pause it here. See, I paused it. So, or I paused it here. So you can pause it, and if you want to retry, just retry it. And in Windows machine, it looks different, but the concept is same. I mean, it's a Mac machine, Mac laptop I am using. See, I stopped it. So once I fix the printer issue, and then I will go and give the refresh it, then it will take. So that request will be there. Okay, let's close this now. So this is the basic printing concept, what we have. And the same is applicable for SAP also. Okay, so let me talk about it. Okay, so let me put you the big screen. Okay, this one. Later we will go through the definitions and stuff. Okay, so hello world. So you want to print, follow my cursor. Okay, so you want to print something like hello world. This is the printer and this is a page which has contained this word. How do you print it? So document, sorry, it's an SAP system, ERP system. Let's take our EH8 system. So it goes to the hello world document first. So spool request the printing can be done using a dialog work process or a background job. Spool I have shown you when I opened the background. So that guy factory 1 lakh employee, 1 lakh reports every day, they take the report, right? So in a background job runs and then it prints that particular report, spool can do. So two things here. One is the standard input data will be stored in this spool request. I mean the default settings. Okay. So, and then in the spool request and the spool data, I mean, what has to be printed? This hello world or the document data will be stored in the temse. This is the important table or the buffer temse. So why the data has to be separated? Okay. See, we are thinking about one laptop and one printer. Here, suppose the document which I printed. So from my laptop, it is going to the one hardware machine. Imagine I have 1 lakh employees, 1 lakh factories across the globe. All these guys print the same data. Okay. Then how do it is going to be an individual hectic. So each one of them has to print it or a background job has to print it, and everyone will create one data file. Okay, that's very tedious. Like in the tray I have shown you, right? My tray, printing tray. One request. Sorry. Employee 1 has triggered one job. Employee 2 has triggered one printing. Employee 3 has triggered one printing. 4 has triggered one printing. So there will be 4 or 5 jobs will be running for the printer. Okay, and for the same data. Why do you want to do that? So it is an useless thing, and it's a memory waste, right? On the tray. So let's say we are 12 people and we initiated 12 prints for the same data. I mean, think in the hardware perspective. 12 people we have executed the same transaction or the same printing, but different printers. Forget about it. But from the same ERP system, okay, EH8 system, we 12 people logged into the EH8 system. Okay, we 12 people are trying to print the same report on a different printer. Locations are different. One from India, one from, forget about it. That is on hardware. Printer is a physical copy of the printer is on hardware. It can go to anything. But if we 12 are doing the same thing and we are accessing the data 12 times, I mean, we are preparing the report 12 times, which is an unnecessary, tedious or a hectic work, which we should avoid. So that is why SAP has introduced a concept called, they separated 2 tasks. One is the spool request, where it contains the structure. I mean, what are the default settings, what page and what logo and the stuff. And the data will be in the template, which means one copy will be there, one data entry will be there. All these 12 people will pick it from that. Okay, it's like one copy only. So maybe we are 112, we think that 1 minute job, we all will tell together. Imagine there are 1 lakh people triggering the report. It's unnecessary headache for the system, unnecessary resource consumption. Okay, so you just put one copy in the temp, say 10 GB or some print file, how much? 10 KB only. So if 1 lakh people do the 10 KB, it will become 1 GB. It is unnecessary headache. So you put a 1 KB file here. All of them will take it from here. Temp say all of them will use the same data and then print it and pass it to the output request. So then output request is nothing but where you are connecting to the hardware. You are not yet connected to the hardware, but just understand difference between spool request and output request is, so spool request just contains the default settings like I showed you, the structure and stuff, and the data always goes to the spool data, which will store in the temp say. So these two combine together and forms an output request, and this will be passed to the SAP spool system, which is the operating system level. Okay, so at the end of the day, hardware and the hardware has to communicate. For example, if you just install your new laptop and try to print it, it won't work. You have to install the drivers, print drivers. I'm not sure if you guys have done it. Okay, so as anybody has noticed this, you always have to install the drivers. So printer, if it is an HP printer, HP drivers, or if it is some Fujitsu drivers. So if you have to install Xerox drivers you have to install for a hardware connection. Have you guys noticed this? So it will ask you first time which you connect, hey, you are missing these so-and-so drivers, please install it. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So that is what. So at the end of the day, hardware and the hardware has to communicate, because it's a physical communication between your laptop and then to the printer. Maybe through network, the file get transferred, but these hardwares, both of them, how they converge? Obviously the drivers. So that is why SAP operating system level, these drivers gets installed, ERP system and server. Okay, but the output request goes from the application layer. So combining these default settings and then this template data combines as output request, it will go to the operating system. Then operating system, through the drivers, it will communicate to the end user print, whatever the target you have defined. So that is the simple and easiest way of understanding this thing. So very, very important questions, 2 questions in interview will ask, not interview. Now we will go to the technical definitions. Okay. So a few important questions in an SAP certification, people will ask, what does TempSay contain? Yeah. Anybody? TempSay.
Please, can you repeat question?
What does TempSay contain? TEMSE. I've sent TEMSE, right? There is a stored in the TEMSE, the data. Okay. So this is the temp, as I said. Did you guys follow me this part?
Yeah.
So see, any document, hello world, if you want to print, okay, SAP, the default settings like structure and other things will be stored in the spool request. Okay. So the data part or the actual content of the file stored in the TEMSE, TEMSE, so that multiple people can access the same data irrespective of same people executing 12, 13 people executing the same thing, because it's a duplication of copies in the system. You understand that example you followed, right? What I tried. So all the people whomever wants to use this hello world print can use the data from the template. That is the purpose of SAP introducing another template, a buffer kind of storage here. Okay, template, spool data, to avoid multiple people doing the same data copy or the same printing. Same copies of the data for the printing. So data part they separated and it goes to the template. Whenever if you want to print something, this hello world as an end user one, TCS user one wants to print this hello world. What it will happen? It will take the spool request data from the spool request, and then it takes the data from the template, because the first request it will pass to the template, and then it will form an output request. It will take you to the operating system and connects to the printer and print. Simple, done. So if TCS user 2 wants to prepare this, if TCS user 2 wants to print the same content, hello world. So again, same spool request will form. If this template is not there, what happens? Again, it has to create a data file. Data for the printing, and then it has to send. That's an unnecessary hectic thing. So to avoid that, this will be stored, data is stored in the template. So now TCS user 2, user 3, anybody can print this content, hello world, and then it can form as an output and it will give it to the target world. You got it? So basically, template will contain the actual document content of these two spool requests. Okay, this is the definition, template. Okay, so where does it stored and all? I will explain it later when I logs into this server. So you can store this data in TST03, or you can also have an option to store it in the global level. USR SAP temp global. So, okay. So this pull requests are stored. Where does this pull requests are stored? In TST03 backups as part of the database. Let's see if this T code works. So TST03 it doesn't exist. I think spool has not been configured in the system. That's all right. The spool request data can be stored in the database. So the advantage of the database is anyway you run the daily backups, right? System database backup. So as part of this database backup, so they will also be stored in case if you want to see what were all printed in there or some data to be retrieved, you always have an option to restore it. So there is another option, storing at the operating system level. So operating system level, the advantage is the performance. Why? Suppose if you store all this pool data or the print requests in the database, so which means you are writing too much data in the database. Too much in the sense, it depends on the number of prints. So if too many people or too many jobs writing this spool, right? Printing as a report or sending via email. Background job, there is an option, right? So it will the spool will prepare the report and it can spend it to the email. So these all data, if you put it to the database, so these all jobs will try to write it to the database. So which is like performance degradation. So too much writing on the database always leads to performance degradation. Remember, too much writing. When I say writing, insertion of the rows or the insertion of the data to the database, it can lead to database performance or the performance bottlenecks. Okay. But if you put this data in the DB, the advantage is it will go as a daily database backup and you always have a copy. For example, BW systems. BW systems are already struggling with the performance. Okay. They always have this too much of data there. So you know that you also have a file system backup option. So you can take the backup of the file system and you don't want to trouble the database because you have to generate too many in-memory reports or too many quick reports over there. So that time you can use the global directory, the directory which I've shown you, CD global directory. The advantage is you are not writing it to the database so that you can gain the performance benefit. Okay. So yes. So now we can wind up this spool concept with the understanding that we have SAP has printing two mechanisms. No, only one mechanism. But the thing is, it has separated the data part into the template so that multiple users can access the same data part. And whenever there is an output request is getting created, so it will pick the spool request default settings and then the spool data and then it will print. Okay, that you just have to understand. This is a little different from the what we do day in and day out. So in day in and day out, what we do, the normal printing, there is no spool data part. So the data part and then the default setting will go as it together and then it will print on the hardware. But in this case, They just separated this layer so that multiple people can print the same thing if they want to do. Okay.
Quick question before we continue. Are you actually subscribed to our channel? Many people watch our videos regularly, but forget to click that button. Some viewers have also told us they were no longer subscribed, even though they had subscribed earlier. So, please take 2 seconds and check right now. If you enjoy our SAP, Workday, and AI content, hit subscribe. It is free for you, but incredibly valuable to us. It helps our team create more practical demonstrations, invite better instructors, and publish more career-changing content. You subscribe. We promise to keep delivering valuable learning every week. Fair deal? Thank you for supporting ZaranTech. Now, let's get started.
Let's start with need of monitoring. Why? Why do we need a monitoring to this system? So, as I said, it's to ensure an error-free functioning of the system. Okay. And then to ensure quality performance of the systems. So to avoid, as a preventive, to avoid any problem or error that may occur in the system. Okay. To ensure a stable and secure system. Good. So the need of monitoring is mainly to avoid any abnormal things happens. I'll give you one example. Let's say your database. Okay, file system, USR SAP or USR SAP directory is the global directory, which we are daily also for logs and all we have used, right? Or we have a database log directory, database back directory. When we talk about this backup and recovery, there I will explain you in detail about the if a file system gets full, what is going to happen and how the database behaves. Okay, let's take this as an example. For example, if your USR SAP directory or your global directory, you keep it SAP's global directory got full, okay? Or your database log directory got full. Mainly log directory gets full. Any of these directories are 100% utilized, okay? So it could be due to too much of logging, okay? Or somebody has copying this download. I mean, you are copying, patching or something. You download files, right? Fine. Those files will be like 1 GB, 2 GB, but still sometimes some people will copy an entire backup. So let's say before the activity, you have taken a local backup or a snapshot. So if you copy that local backup to the directory, it will be like 100 GB or something. That's it. Your file system was full. So what happens if your file system gets full? Even in your laptops also, same issue. If your 500 GB of hard disk is utilized, then it will not find any space for to add another file. So what happens? The rounding clock, hourglass, or in an SAP system, it keeps on rotating, rounding. So what happens with that? So system is in a hung status. Okay. So how we can, if you could have a monitoring system in place, so if you could have configured an alerting system stating that if my file system size goes beyond 80%, please generate me an yellow alert. Okay, it's not a red alert, so that we will see the priorities. There also you can prioritize P1, P2, P3 kind of thing, right? We don't call P1, P2 over there. Yellow, red, green, mostly yellow, red only. Yeah, because there is no green status alert. You don't need it, green status. Yellow alert. So you receive 80% utilization, yellow alert, and you can configure stating that you send an email to so-and-so people or so-and-so, your basis group, basically, or your management to alert it. So and then you can also configure if it crosses more than 90%, generate a red alert, which means the system is about to get hanged. Okay. So what you can do, immediately you can log in and it will tell you the clear details, which directory alert. You always have an option in alerting what to be monitored and which directory to be monitored. That is fine. So you know that. So it just say that alert, hey, my database directory utilization has gone 80% and specific. I mean, it should not be saying any directory in database is getting. You can configure an alert in such a way exact directory is getting full. So that's it. You simply log in within 1 minute and you see the directory and you take a preventive action. So you see what is being copied and you see which is growing. So if you have some old backups or old files, so immediately you move to a different server or you delete them. Keep in mind in basis, always try to avoid removing, deleting, RM minus RF or those things. So if first you look for an option where you can copy, in the same directory, what is the size 50 GB? Do I have this space in any other mount or any place? And then you copy to there. But removing, if you're absolutely sure that, I don't need this file and I don't have any other option, then delete it, the old files. Whatever you don't read, but always look for an option. Safeguarding the logs or whatever. As I said, taking backup or things. So that is your first priority. I mean, because you're playing safe. I mean, if you need those logs once you delete, as I said, Linux is the most powerful. The moment you do, that's it, it is gone. Yes, even if you delete it, if you want it, I mean, you can get it from a file system backup of or whatever is it. But why do you want to get into such a situation? When you have another mount has a space and then you just move them there. Done. So, I mean, if you need it again, bring it back. So that way you play safe, never delete, remove it directly. So that is the need of monitoring, and that's the use case. One example I've told you. Now let's see how. So how you can monitor the system. Okay. So with central and cross system. Okay. So, I mean, like if you go to a shopping mall where they have installed all these CC cameras, right? I mean, you see each floor and each shop has a CC camera. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed. And if you go to the basement or if you go to the Prestige Shantiniketan Forum Value Mall in Bangalore, I've seen it there. They have a nice security room. Many malls have it, but some are not visible. Nice security room. And there will be some 20 to 30 monitors installed over there. Okay. So they will be monitoring everything. Okay. Centrally. So all the data from different, let's say, different systems comes to one place or feed it to the one central monitoring place where 3-4 people sits and keep monitoring it. So the similar concept applies for the SAP as well. Okay. So let's say in this case, cameras are nothing but SAP systems at different shops or different. I mean, same project. I mean, you cannot feed the other companies, other projects data within particular landscape. Let's say you have an TCS organization, you have implemented ERP. So you have 10 to 15 systems, SRM, BW, all the systems. So you can feed all of them to one particular central system, the data, and you can monitor from that system. Okay. I will tell you what are the advantages of doing that. Okay. With which tool? Okay, it's CCMS tool. Okay, so with using this CCMS, you can do the monitoring, and which is nothing but it's a Solman kind of tool. Okay, Solman tool basically. Let's go this way. Good. So now we are going to talk about okay. Now you understand why do you need this? What is the need of this monitoring system? Okay. Number 2, how you do it. So central monitoring system or in the local system also you could do. And then we are slowly going to the architecture of this monitoring system in this SAP system. Okay. And then what we do is we will log into the system and I will show you how this monitoring structure are already in place in this system. By default, SAP provides some of these tools. Okay. Those things we will see. So let's do some definition reading. Okay. And then I will explain you in easy terms. Okay. Because these terms also, as I always say, important when you go for certification or interviews. So number 1, so monitoring should be organized as efficiently as possible. Okay. You cannot be like every system, like I said. So if you take this shopping mall example, you can keep each monitor in each shop, but you need 100 people for 100 shops, right? If each floor. So efficiently means you can keep all these monitor at one place, but you can manage with 3 to 4 people in some security room. Okay. That is the thing. So monitoring should be organized as efficiently as possible. See, even though you have configured an excellent alerting system, okay, as an SME, or an architect, as a basis architect, you have designed a superb thing that as soon as the system has a problem, immediately, good. So even though you have an excellent monitoring system, if you do not have a efficient monitor, if the guy do not inform you that, hey, I have a problem, and if you don't log in and if he just ignored it, so then this is a problem. So it doesn't matter what kind of monitoring system you have, nobody has acted and nobody has reacted on that alert, and then it could be. So from designing to the acting upon the alert, it has to be efficient as possible. Okay. So there is not enough time for an administrator to log into each host component to check its status. Okay. So an efficient monitoring structure should be able to display the entire system landscape centrally at a glance. If an error occurs, the person responsible is automatically notified. Tools should be provided for the analysis of errors that provide the cross-system info enable the problem. Okay. So what here they are talking is, even though you generate an alert that my file system is just going more than 80%, that alert is not sufficient. Okay. So as an administrator, you need specific rights. I mean, how do you know which server you have to log in? I mean, which server you have to go? Again, you have to, if you are working on one system, that's fine. But as a basis administrator, you will be working on 10 to 15 systems. Okay. Or sometimes you will be working on 100 plus SAP systems, because all of them do not have issues at the same time. So so the alert should contain, I mean, every detail, okay, in a key detail. Hey, this is my host. This is what is having the problem. This is the file system. And also you have to give the information how you have to solve it. Okay. So that is the most efficient and way of working. So the moment he looks into the alert, he should get what happened, where it has happened, and how you can fix also. So immediately it has to tell that, hey, go to this directory and check for the old files and delete it. So which is called alert reaction procedures. I don't know if you have heard the term. So people may call it as different terminologies. That is one term in a few projects where I have worked, ARP. They call ARP, alert reaction procedures. So that also, what to be done in case of that also has to be in the alert itself. Okay. Then as soon as alert comes, quickly you can log into the host and then you troubleshoot it. I mean, you do the procedure. I mean, whatever has explained, that's it. So then within 5 to 10 minutes, you can solve it. Or else you have to Google, or you have to go to the wikis or documents where it is unnecessary time waste. So that is how you have to configure an alert in a quick, efficient, with all the host details, everything that alert should contain. So that is what they are talking. Monitoring should be organized as efficiently as possible. Okay. So CCMS monitor infrastructure gives you the option to central and efficient monitoring for the SAP systems. Okay. So this is already there in the system. So this infrastructure exists on every component that is centrally to be monitored. Okay. This is automatically SAP system, software SAP component basis. So what I'm trying to say is this CCMS infrastructure is part of the core SAP product. Okay. So if you go to the system SAP basis component, so do you know how to check the EH8? Let me log into the system. I'll show you. So it is a part of the SAP basis component. Okay. So let's see EST user 1, log on. So then system. So we just have to see the find next page, previous page now. System status. So let's check this one. It's loading. So I mean, I'm just going to show you the components. Okay, this is how you check the system status. Okay, so it's the client 800 and I'm the user who logged into this, and its time zone is the CET, and this is the system time. Remember, all the logs, I mean, when you are giving the logs also, always refer, I mean, when you are providing these logs and data to whoever is it, so SAP product support or anybody, always mention the system time. Okay, this is in the server level, or you can see the date and thing. Always provide them this system time. Okay, and you should habituate this also. I mean, because you're working in a India time zone, and somebody might be working in a Romania time zone or Europe time zone, Germany, or somebody in MS time zone. So what is the constant time? So it is always the reference has to be the system time, because the logs, everything gets generated on the system system time, so and so time. Some people use UTC, doesn't matter. So you always mention that system time 0015, and time zone, it's up to you. Even system time means people will look into the system. I mean, they don't have to look in which time zone it is. They will try to look for the logs at this particular time in the system. So remember, that's the time you have to always keep in mind in the system crashes. So host details, you can see server name, platform ID, etc., and database details also Sybase. So it is a Sybase version, this one. And then you have a host. Our owner is SAP SR3. That's all right. So now let's see the SAP system data product. Okay. So these are all the components you find in an ERP system. Okay. But it's an ERP HP 8 IDS, right? So you find, but if you take a different S4 HANA and all, so you will have some more components or lesser components. Okay. Don't worry. So, but there are few components which are basis components. So SAP _ basis. Okay, 750. So release patch level, this one. So this is our basis component. So, I mean, you don't have to do it. Comes with the software installation. So this is the most important component on anything on the NetWeaver platform. Okay. So SAP basis, and then SAP ABA. So SAP GWF, SAP UI for the Fiori related user interface technology, and then STP solutions and tools and plugins related. But Basis is the main component. So what happens with this component? It will bring in all the necessary monitoring infra and also this the DB13, DB2. So this kind of frameworks, whatever is needed. Okay. So this Basis is the component which is the main, which contains all the important monitoring structure, what is needed for the system. Okay. So this way, you know how to check the component. So what they are talking, so we are on the 750 level. So which means we have already latest one. Okay. So take this screen. Okay. Keep an eye on the PPT left side. So you have SAP CRM 702, SAP ECC 606. So here it is nothing but ERP. Okay, ECC is full form. Anybody knows what is the full form of ECC? So what is the difference between ERP and ECC? Anyone knows? Okay. So, you hear different terminologies, but both are same. So ECC is nothing but, so this, what did they mention here? So ERP is enterprise reloading, it's a kind of package name, it's simple name, but it's the actual component name. So SAP ECC means ERP central component or ERP central core component. Okay. 606 means it's a ERP 6 version and EHP 6. I told you, right? ERP 6.0, EHP 1, EHP 2, and then latest one is the EHP 8, enhancement package 8. So this is an EHP 8 version. So this one also ERP CRM means it has the component version 7, CRM version 7.02 is the patch level, SP02. Okay, same way. So you have two systems here, 702 and CRM and ERP. And then you have the SAP NetWeaver ASAP app. So here, okay, on the middle, black ones are the systems. So which is whatever is another application server. So then SAP components without SAP basis and non-SAP systems. So you have varieties of flavors. So there could be something with non-SAP system or SAP component without SAP basis, like only Fury, okay, where you don't have a basis component, or you have a Java system, okay, where Java systems you don't have, they do have, but there are some Java systems where there is no SAP basis component, okay. So let's say you have a landscape. This is your landscape in your project. You have varieties of systems. So as I said, so here try to catch the terms, okay. So you see here monitoring segment, okay. So each system has a monitoring segment. You see here non-SAP, this one also monitoring segment, non-SAP system also has a monitoring segment. So each one has a monitoring segment, okay. So each component, what would be the definition of it? Each component collects its own monitoring data using the infrastructure. What infrastructure? CCMS infrastructure, which is part of your system, and stores it locally in the main memory. This part of the main memory is called monitoring segment. Okay. So here the question, they will tweak the question. When it comes to the certification. So where does this monitoring segment stores the data? Okay. So as soon as you hear the monitoring segment, maybe now you have it clear. So you think that, okay, monitoring segment will be in a central system and then it will be stored over there. No, monitoring segment stores the data in the local main memory of the respective system. So far we are talking about each system. We have not moved to the central monitoring. Okay. That is important. So as I said, in the 4 systems you see, each one of them has a monitoring segment. Each one will store the data in its main memory. So I will show you later. For now, try to understand the concepts. Okay. So monitoring segment will be there. So each system has its monitoring data in its own system. Okay. So you can pull the data and you can do it whatever you want, but later we come to that. First, try to understand that each system has the framework and collects the data and keep it to itself. That is called the monitoring segment. Okay. So one SAP system, now we slowly move to the central monitoring. One SAP system is selected as the central monitoring system. So out of these 4, okay, non-SAP system or component without the SAP basis or ECC or CRM or any system, you can select it as a central monitoring system. Okay. So this system should have a high release level as possible. And also this central monitoring system has to be highly available. Okay. In large system landscape, we recommend that you to include in a separate system. Okay. That is only used for the monitoring. Okay. Central user administration or the transport domain controller, or from a performance point of view, the workload of the central monitoring system increase only insignificantly. Okay. So as collection of the monitoring data is usually decentralized. Okay, let me explain you this part. So in this diagram, you see 4 varieties of system. Okay, so you can make any one of those systems as a central monitoring system. Okay, ERP or CRM or this one, SAP Basis or Web NetWeaver applications or whatever is it. You can make one system as a central monitoring system. Okay, so but it is important that why I do not want to have the others, I mean all of them as a monitoring systems, because it's useless and inefficient, right? So as I said in the shopping mall, so if you have all the monitoring at one place, it is easy to see, I mean, entire what is happening in my entire shopping mall. I mean, it's not efficient if you go with each system with one monitoring system. So that's why we are having one central monitoring system where we collect all the information from all the systems and we display over there. It is easy. So now the important feature or the request for that central monitoring system is it has to be highly available. Okay. So if your central monitoring system itself crashes, that's it. You do not know the status of all the systems connected to it. So high availability is the one of the key recommendation for the whatever the system you select, it has to be in a highly available. Okay. I mean, if your node A goes down, node B should be there. That is the high availability concept. We talk it in advanced sessions. How high availability can be configured or how disaster recovery can be configured. Disaster recovery is nothing but the entire data center gone for a toss due to floods or earthquake or whatever, terrorist attack. So due to various reasons, the data center is collapsed, bombing. So then even though you should have an option that the system should be up and running, that is a disaster recovery. But high availability is if a server crashes and where you can bring it up on a different node, that is the thing. Okay. So it is very important. So the central monitoring system where you monitor the entire landscape, it has to be the high available. So that is what this one is telling. Be high available. And moreover, it has to have a performance also better. I mean, it doesn't matter because there is no end user impact on this central monitoring system. I mean, I will tell you which system can be configured that way. So what happens is if you select ERP as a central monitoring system, it can have a performance impact, right? Because your end users also logs in, your jobs running, your everything is running out there. So it is not recommended to use ERP as a central monitoring system. Okay, for that, SAP has found a solution. So SAP recommends that you set up a central monitoring as the SAP Solution Manager. So now I have introduced you to a system, SAP Solution Manager. If you, I think many of you have heard of it, right? Did you hear about this system, SAP Solution Manager, guys? Please, yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, we heard about it. Yeah.
Exactly. So what I am trying to say is in your entire project, if you have 10 systems or 20 systems, any system you can select as wherever there is an SAP basis component, any system you can select as a central monitoring system. But the problem is ERP has its own functionalities. CRM has its own functionalities. I mean, customer relationship management, SRM has its own functionalities. So why do you want to trouble the system which already have some functionality to support? So that is why SAP has introduced a system called SAP Solution Manager. That is a central monitoring system, the middle part of it. Okay, that central monitoring system, it has come up with all these SAP bases, all the framework over there. So it is very easy. This central monitoring system connects to the satellite systems, they call. Like if you have a home theater, they call it as a satellite speakers, right? The back speakers and the front speakers. Okay, satellite speakers like that. Here we have all the satellite systems, they call. So I mean, instead of separating for a solution manager perspective, it doesn't know. I mean, ERP system or SRM or anything. It is least bothered about it. I mean, what kind of system monitoring is its least important. Okay, so its job is, that's why the term comes satellite systems. So when you look into the solution manager, when you're working, you hear this term a lot, but try to understand satellite systems is nothing but the systems which are connected to that particular Solman system. Okay, and the systems which are the particular Solman is monitoring. Okay, those are the satellite systems. So in this case, what are the satellite systems we have? CRM 702 and SAP ERP 606, ECC, we call whatever is it. And then you have an SAP without SAP with some third party and non-SAP system at all, something, whatever. So non-SAP systems also you can monitor. So these are the satellite systems which this particular Solman is monitoring. Okay, so now you understood the concept of this, right? Solman introduction. I mean, what we did now. Clear, guys? Excellent. So, I mean, how frequently? Okay, one more thing. So each system, I said, this central monitoring system has nothing to do with the data storage or anything. You can clearly see in this diagram, and I have introduced you also. That's what we think, that the central monitoring system or the solution manager takes all the data and stores in it. No, that is wrong. Okay. So central monitoring system, it can have certain amount of data, but it's going to be crazy. I mean, if you do pull the data, then again, it is an unnecessary IO on your CRM. Okay, let me explain you. So it doesn't store any data, the central monitoring system. So what it will do is, as I said, monitoring segment, each system has its own monitoring system. Monitoring segment, I mean, it stores in your local memory. Okay, for example, your OS related details or DB related details or the statistics or whatever it is, each system has its own database. Okay, or on its own local server. So you don't want to pull this to the central monitoring system, I mean, regularly. Why? What is the problem if you pull it regularly? Anybody? So let's say your solution manager is keep on fetching the data. The correct word is fetch and push. Okay, these are the two words in SAP's terminology. Fetch. So it is keep on fetching means your IO increases, right? I mean, on IO means transfer CP minus PR or this one. So you can try. So on your local laptop itself, if you try to copy the multiple folders in one shot, each of them will become slow. Okay, so they take longer time. You complete one by one. So IO increases, writing on the block level. So you want to avoid it. So that is why, as I said, the objective of the central monitoring system is to have as efficiently as possible. Let's say in this architecture, each system has its own monitoring segment, or the data is in that particular system. Okay, but only at certain trigger levels. Okay, only at certain things get processed. Then it passes to the soulman. Then that soulman will generate an alert. Okay, or your system generates an alert. So that is the most efficient way. So only when it is needed, or when you are generating some report, or report in the sense monitoring report. It's not the normal regular SAP reports. So monitoring report or a dashboard you are preparing. So last 1 week, how is my system performing? What is my RAM usage? What is my RAM CPU usage? So that time you can call this one. So this solution manager system, how it connects to the satellite systems. Anybody? So in home theater, satellite speakers are connected through wire, right? I mean, you have a wire, front left speaker, right left speaker, and then back speakers. There are wires to connect. So how this Soulman system communicates to all the satellite systems? Anybody? I've explained you the other day. Connections.
Through RFCs.
Excellent. Yes. So all these systems connect to RFC. So remote function call SM51. Let me show you so that you will connect. SM56, sorry, my mistake. Let me see. SM51, I think. This one is
SM15.
SM59, sorry, yes. This is the transaction code. SM59. Good. So you see here, it's an important thing, understand it. Majorly, I'm giving you the practical examples, but these connections, how you do is very simple. Anywhere you get it, how to edit, and it's self-explanatory also. See, edit, create, and then whatever the fields it has asked, then you input them, that's it. So it's a simple. So the important thing is you need to understand. For example, in this diagram, I have CRM, ECC, non-SAP here, and then non-SAP component, whatever it is. You see here, you have a provisioning for everything. So ABAP connection. So majority of them are ABAP connections. So ABAP connections means what? I mean, the target system is an ABAP system. Simple. So in my diagram, CRM and SRM are the ECC. Both systems can be connected to Soulman. I mean, through this connection, type 3 connection. And HTTP connections to the external server. So which is a type G connection. So okay, it's the name. This is also important, guys. Just remember this. So if you want to connect to an external server, what kind of RFC connection you use? Type G. And then HTTP connection to ABAP system. HTTP is nothing but web-based communication. Please keep that in mind. Web-based communication, HTTP or HTTPS. You see everywhere in your these things. So you can see HTTP, every browser link. So So via an HTTP connection, if you want to connect to an ABAP system, H. So in our case, it's a non-ABAP system, external server. Use this one, type G, simple. So and then internal connections, so which are like within the system. So within itself, it wants some connections to communicate to itself. Okay, these are these connections, internal. So internal, we generally do not create. So by default, system will create by itself, like when you are doing these workflows or whatever it is. And then these logical connections also mostly happens within the system. So nothing. And then you have another type of system, TCP/IP. So TCP/IP, when you are communicating with, again, is an external system, but if you want to register some program in a secure way, this connections uses. Okay. So these are the connections based on the requirement you define. So that's how your Soulman gets the data. See, your solution manager is in the between, and then your CRM, there will be an RFC connection, which is of ABAP type. And then your Soulman communicates to ERP or ECC with an RFC type of what we call ABAP type, and then component without. So here you can use HTTP with external server. Here you can use TCP/IP or HTTP with an external server kind of thing. So that is how you define your RFC connections. Okay. So good. So any questions, guys, on this concept of solution manager? So let me recap it. So yeah, definition of active passive. So, I mean, since we are talking about this collection of the data, so an active data collector automatically collects data without an actional trigger. For example, the dispatcher. So, yeah. So active collection means, you remember in USR SAP directory, right? Global directory. I have shown you some logs, dev_work process, dev_message server, dev_dispatcher kind. So you don't have to specifically ask them to collect the logs. So day in and day out, it keeps collecting logs. If you go to the system now, it is been getting updated. That is the active collection. So, I mean, it keep on collecting the data or the logs. And what is the passive connection? Passive means, so it is like whenever you need it, report. As I said, central monitoring doesn't fetch the data unnecessarily, because that increases an IO and it unnecessarily uses the network bandwidth also. Okay. So it made things very simple for you. I mean, easy for you that, okay, what is going to happen if my system keep on fetching the data? So yes, IO, it may look to you a very simple thing, but it can lead to very severe complications if you unnecessarily utilize your network bandwidth or IO. And another IO is one thing, I mean, writing it to the block. Another one is the network. Okay. So for example, in your house, right, you have a Wi-Fi router or whatever it is, mobile network or whatever it is. If we just do a speed test.net, you will get the speed of it. Okay. 40 Mbps or 150 Mbps or 300 Mbps. Okay. That's the network speed. I mean, I'm just trying to make it as simpler as possible for you to understand. Okay. So you have that network speed. Now what happens if you have connected multiple devices and you have started watching movie? Okay, you have started watching a movie. So I mean, your friend and your parents watching some serial in a Hotstar or somewhere. Your brother is watching in Netflix or Prime Video, and then you are working. So what is happening? So everybody started fetching the data. I mean, you started utilizing not data. It started utilizing the network bandwidth. Okay. So these all systems, right? They might be in one data center or they could be some network bandwidth defined. So maybe in SAP systems, 10 GB per second, that will be the speed. So based on your network also, pricing will be based on your network speed also. Like same, 1,000 rupees, you have 300 Mbps, 1,500, you have 400 Mbps. Same like the kind of infrastructure you have a network bandwidth, 10 GB per second or 20 GB per second. So if it is a BW, 100 GB per second also there. So now what happens, you may recollect or not, if it starts fetching the data, so which means everybody starts streaming, like in your thing, your network bandwidth will become busy. Okay, which means if you are working, if you're working, you feel like slowness. So the same thing, it will reflect to the entire data center. So you might be thinking that, only from two of my SAP systems I am picking, but you are hitting the entire data center. Okay, whatever, because the data center whole has a network bandwidth, but you two are using the entire thing. I mean, to fetch the data on this one. That is why passive data collection is also important. Okay, so which means only when you need it, the solution manager will get the data and give the report. So that is why the monitoring segments also defined in the respective systems. I mean, you just store it locally. I mean, copying to one server is very tedious, and network consumption and IO extensive works. So avoid all those things. So that is why the first term, your monitoring should be organized as efficiently as possible. And this is the most efficient way of organizing. Put the data in the own system, let it collect actively, and keep it with itself. But my solution manager will call them as and when needed to submit monitoring reports or anything. So that time it picks from that prospective servers and then publish the data or generate alerts or trigger something, whatever is it. So that is the passive way of collecting the data. Okay. So this is the basic architecture or the fundamental understanding of the solution manager. So if you have this basic understanding, so I mean, it's the most simplest way of understanding it. So I could have given you 10, 15 slides explaining what could have been done and this one, but this is the simplest way, basics. So this way you will be able to figure out anything. So see now, if somebody complains about my solution manager is very slow, so just check the satellite system connections if they're active. So just check RSPF, RF check connection is there. So what are these connections and how many of them are active? It will give you details also, timestamp shown, so timestamp to shown, so timestamp it is active. So which means you can tell that, boss, why are you pulling so much of data? It's unnecessary. Reduce it, cut it down. I mean, unnecessary. So some guy could have done it. Okay, every time my solution manager will, that comes in the solution manager configuration. But with this basic understanding, you can reduce those performance issues or you can figure out them. Okay. Now we move to the little bit more into the technical aspects of this. So data collection, I mean, this CCMS monitoring infrastructure. So CCMS monitor infrastructure consists of three functional areas, okay, mainly. So one, as I said, data collection. I mean, it collects the data, and then data storage. Where do you store the data? And then you have the data analysis. Okay, so at the data collection level, I mean, at the bottom of the screen, sub areas of an SAP system are monitored by these special programs called the data collectors. Okay, data collectors can be ABAP, C, or Java programs. There are several hundred data collectors in ABAP alone. Okay, each data collector checks its subcomponents at regular intervals and stores the collected monitoring data in the local monitoring system. Okay, I'll explain you this one. Good. Now let's read the definition of the second line as well. The area of the shared memory, so these are the exact terminology, shared memory, that contains the collected data by the data collectors is called the monitoring segment. Okay. So data storage takes place within the monitoring segment. As the monitoring segment is periodically overwritten, parts of its content can be transferred to a database tables. You can then analyze the data later. So the data collection and storage element must be present on every component that is to be centrally monitored. Good. Now let's discuss about this one. So data collection. So I mean, we logged into the server. I mean, we have an EH8 system where first thing is on the server or the application, the data has to be collected. Okay. So who will collect the data? So let's say dispatcher. So I showed you dev underscore logs, dispatcher logs, dev underscore message server, dev underscore so and so thing. I've shown you all those logs, right? So it is collected. Something is collecting the data. Okay. So what are they? Nothing. So in any software terminology, anything what we talk is simple. So program, it could be C, I mean, in our this thing, or ABAP or Java, mainly. As I said, we have two types of runtime, ABAP and Java. And then C is the most common language where we use. So it could be any of these three types. Or it could be an external also, but for now, for our discussion purpose, just have them. These are the three types of data collectors or the programs which are always running on the server. Okay. So, I mean, which are generally part of the kernel. So kernel is what? exe directory, which is nothing but an executables. Okay. Some of them are part of this SAP basis component, or some of them will, so ABAP related. Okay. Let me explain here also. So ABAP related programs or the monitoring data collectors or these programs which collect the data comes as part of SAP basis component, which I have shown you. And then C comes as a part of which one? Server, OS, a kernel, means kernel level or a shell Shell scripting also will be there in Linux. Shell will be there, but most of them are again written in the C. So then Java programs. Java programs are in Java systems. Okay. So, I mean, they have their Java programming written data collectors. Okay. So, okay, absolutely fine. On each host, on database or operating system or in a dispatcher or non-SAP anyway. So these data collectors keep on collecting the data. And then where do they store the data? They will send to the monitoring segment. Okay. So monitoring segment, as I said, each instance or each SAP, see, SAP system is different, instance is different. Okay, I will explain. I will come to that. So each instance has a monitoring object or data storage monitoring segment. Okay. So what I'm going to explain now is note that every instance of an SAP system with the software component SAP Basis has its own monitoring system. Every instance. Okay, segment in the shared memory. This means if an SAP system has 8 instances, like I said, CA you have one, and then you have the primary application server, and then the secondary application server 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it has 8 application instances. So this monitoring segment is local for each server. You keep that way. Each server, I mean, irrespective of your monitoring instances and all, each server has a different monitoring segment. Because again, from server to server, if you copy centrally at one place, again, it's a problem. I mean, again, you are increasing the IO in between those two servers. So that's what you're making. Even though I have an 8 application servers, each server has its own monitoring segment. Each server will store the data on its particular server. So only when and then needed, that data will be collected for the data analysis purpose. Now the second part. Third part comes data analysis. Okay, this part is clear. So data collection can happen anywhere. It can be collected by a web program or C or Java programs, just executables. And the storage of the data will be put it in a monitoring segment on each instance or each server. Okay. So for the data analysis purpose, you can active or passive, I explained. So whenever you need it, you just fetch the data or using some report or some background job. You call that to the solution manager or any third-party tool through RFC connection. You fetch the data from that respective server. Then you do the graphs or reports or whatever you want. Okay. So you may think that, so these monitoring data analysis tools, is it only SAP or we have third-party tools also? So SAP has analytics tools, analytic cloud, and business intelligence, Microsoft's Power BI. Have you heard of this Power BI or Tableau? Excellent. Yes. Those are the analytical tools, okay, which will generate graphs and stuff. So, I mean, if you want to push that data to such tools also, it is possible. So like I explained you, RFC connection again, same. So you define the RFC connection to that Tableau through external program way, I mean type G or type TCP/IP connection. So then it connects to that particular thing, and the Tableau, there are how to do that also. There is a SAP.com documentation, but anyway, for the scope. So only basic scope there is to develop, to make it an integration. In the sense, you just define the RFC connection and give the Tableau's user ID or password details maintained in SM59. So that will connect to it. So how they design or how they want what to fetch and all, that is the Tableau's or whoever the developers who are working on it. You got it? Again, they cannot give star and pull from everything from this system. Then that's a very inefficient way of designing. Okay, because that will increase again performance, lead to performance problems. But they do take whatever needed or the important data. Okay, so that is the data analysis. So data analysis can be done with third party. So this location will have all the third parties who can fetch the data or who has developed these integrations. You can find those details. So this part, is it clear, guys? Very, very important. Okay, before I move to the next thing. So data collection can happen now, and data storage happen on the each server. It's not the entire system. Each server will have its own monitoring system and the data is stored over there, and analysis part is very clear, straightforward. Okay. So same thing, data collector, whatever I have explained. Okay. Let me quick recap. ABAP or C programs, and then it is monitor level interval. Yeah, that's fine. So it will collect the data, these programs, and will keep on the same instance, what I've explained. Okay. On the same server. So now data storage, I explained you, this happens every instance. This term you need to understand this. Every instance of a SAP system has its own monitoring segment. in the shared memory, which means if you get confused with the instance, just think in a perspective that each server, forget about all the things. So you have CI and then AA01, AA02, 10 servers are there. Each server has its own. That is the crude way of remembering this. Okay, then again, if you say instance, I have a same term. In SAP, they call it as an instance, but you crude way of remembering it is each server has its own monitoring. Shared memory, it will be shared over there. Okay. So analysis can be done through expert tools. As I said, we have SAP internal tools, and Solution Manager also has some graphs, and Analytics Cloud is there. So we have a lot of tools, any tool. Okay. But the most important is how you collect the data and where you store it. So, but on top of it, to do the analysis and these things, a lot of tools are there in market. So I think it's the buzzword now, machine learning. Okay. Data science. Okay, these are the most buzzwords in the market. I mean, if you see the courses, many institutes offering the courses on these particular things. So this machine learning and this data science were not new. They've been there from last 40 to 50 years. I mean, from last hundreds of years, statistics. So they used to call as the statistics earlier. Okay, so statistics. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the data. So earlier, people were recording manually, right? From last 40, 50 years only, the revolution of internet has happened. So now we have a version of data, too much of data. So how you do get what do you want to generate out of the data is the data science. Okay. How you manage such a vast and GBs of data. And then at part of it, data mining, just that mining the data and making some inferences and stuff. And then this machine learning is nothing but at the end of the day, data science is the heart for the machine learning. Without data, you can't do any machine learning. So machine learning algorithms has to be fed by the data at the end of the day. Okay. So same way, SAP system collects the data collectors and they will place on the server level. That's it. You give it to anybody, anything, whatever you want to do. Data is the core. I mean, as long as you have the data, you develop any algorithm, any graphs in a beautiful way, whatever you want, automations, anything you do with the data. So that is the important. Those two are the most important aspects SAP will do that you have to understand. Okay. So now we will go to the SAP monitoring system. Okay. So monitoring structure. So the most important thing here is, few terminologies you need to understand. Okay. But is this structure, I don't know whether you will be able to understand it or not. These definitions. And I won't recommend you to remember these words also. It's useless, utter useless. Theory. But just for the training purpose or the information purpose, it's my responsibility to give you the details. But RJ20 is the most important thing. We will do a demo. We will log in and we will see after this slide, next 3 slides, we will do everything. But for now, you understand it, then you can relate it. So in RJ20 provides monitor definitions that you can use to display monitoring data. Okay, the tree structures and all we will see there. So monitoring tree element, any node of the monitoring tree is called the monitoring tree element. Okay, good. So let's take this one, the middle of, let me put here, big slide. Okay, so we have a middle monitoring tree element. Okay, so, and then at the bottom, you have the monitoring attributes. See, total 3 terms you can see here: monitoring tree elements, monitoring objects, and then monitoring attributes. Okay, simple. I will show you in this system. So monitoring tree elements are like, see the dotted lines, follow this one, then you will be easy to connect. So host details, the server, as I said, you have 8 application servers. Each server has its own shared memory or the monitoring data. Okay. So which means if you have 10 application servers, this kind of host detail will see in the system. Host details and then the instance number. Like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this tree, it starts with this tree. So in this tree, for any server, okay, what are the important? So I'm talking about this one, guys, the first one. So monitoring tree element host. Okay. So I'm talking about monitoring tree element host. So which means you are monitoring a host server. So what are the important aspects you monitor in that? Operating system, obviously. In operating system also, what do you measure? Disk usage. The space. I gave you an example, 80% utilized, 90% utilized disk. And the another important thing you monitor is the CPU. Okay, how is my CPU? I mean, if you run too many parallel processing, like copying the data or like solution manager is fetching the lot of data. So whatever it is, generating too many reports, long running background jobs. So your CPU will go high. What happens if your CPU utilization become high? Again, it leads to a system hang situation. So on a server, definitely you have to monitor your CPU also. And then buffers. How are my log buffers? I mean, so there is a little bit of extension for every memory, like dial process have a buffers. So those buffers, how are they being utilized? Okay. So as I said, CPU, you talk about CPU utilization, buffers, swap ratio, hit ratio. So these things we'll see. So these are the hit rate. Sorry, can anybody explain me what is the hit ratio? Do you know? Suppose if my hit ratio is 99%, what does it mean? I mean, to a server. So if a server statistics or the buffer statistics will show that 99% of the hit ratio, is it a good or bad one? Or how? What will be the hit ratio? I will tell you in a simple term. Anyone heard of this term, hit ratio? Good. So let me explain. Hit ratio is nothing but, suppose, simple, don't go with the technical terms, technical details, because it's important for you to understand what it is. I mean, the value is good or not. So if you hit it 99 times, or if you send a request to the server 100 times, 99% means 99% of the 99 requests got successful. Okay. So 99 requests got executed or ping happened 99 times successfully without issues. Okay. So the hit ratio is generally 99.9%. Okay. Which is very good. Okay. So 100% is very rare because there will be some minor glitches in milliseconds and those lead to that 0.0901% of this one. So hit ratio means if you ping or if you try to reach to that particular host on 100 times, how much of them are successful? 99%, 0.9 means 99.9% of the requests got successfully hit. Okay, to that one. That is the easier to understand. Good, whatever it is. So in a monitoring tree element, host, and again, so this is all operating system. So you have one monitoring tree operating system and then disk. So disks and CPU buffers are the monitoring objects. I mean, these are the objects or the monitoring things which you will monitor. And these are the monitoring attributes, what you monitor or how you monitor. I mean, what are the thresholds, etc. And then in the SID, you have this SRM, TREX, BW, so many things, database, but forget about all of them. For now, you just focus on this particular thing. If you understand, that's it. So in a monitoring tree element of the server, you have the monitoring objects, disk, CPU, and buffer. And then you have the monitoring attribute, CPU utilized, swap utilized, and hit ratio. Okay. So let's do this one. So the same thing which was given in the theory over here. Okay. Now, if we go to the system, then you will understand in a nice way. Let's do this. Let me put this screen. Okay. So let me go to the Z20. Okay. So what is the slide? You see the slide, transaction Z20. So SAP CCMS monitor templates. So this is a monitor side. So here you have the monitor definitions. So monitor definitions are different views basically. And then we also see the operating system as a monitoring object. So here you see, and then monitoring object, monitoring segment. Good. Let's see this. So SAP CCMS monitoring templates. So where are they? SAP, I mean, you have a lot of these things, but we'll see one of the, so technical monitor templates, this one. Let's go with this one. So we are, okay. And in this one, so what do we want to see now? CCMS monitoring systems or the entire system or operating system. So let's do the entire system or, so these are basically entire system or do we have anything like operating system? That's all right. Let's do the entire system. Let me double click on it. So as I said, entire system, you have an SID. Here we have only one system. So EH8, it has got how many application servers? If you come here, only one. Suppose if you have 8 application servers or 10 application servers, you will find all of them here. A01, each server will be available over here. Okay. So in this one, so basically it's a monitoring tree. And then we have these monitoring objects, operating system and all. And then you have these monitoring attributes, CPU, memory, paging, swap, whatever I expect. So as I said, definitions, forget about it. Whatever is the monitoring tree, it's a tree is just explanation, monitoring tree. And then monitoring object, application server is your monitoring object. And operating, this all three things are like monitor objects only. And then operating system is the monitoring, it's a drill down basically. Operating system is your monitoring object. Just that it's an entity you are monitoring here, object means nothing. So it's the operating system you are monitoring. And then if you say database client, your database you are monitoring, it's a database object. So R3 services, it's an object, monitoring object, that's it, the term. And then you go and then you drill down to the monitoring attributes. So forget about the definitions now. So now, if I ask you to see how is your system performance, just go to the entire system and open the system server and then you see it. That's it. So you don't need to recollect or do anything. I mean, you don't need to remember any of these definitions. Okay. So now let's see the three services. So we'll see here it's an object and forget about it. Then you have a dialog response time. Okay. So you see now majority of it's a beautiful one is. So the current dialog response time, I mean, the dialog request, what is, I mean, the time each request is taking is 186 milliseconds. Okay, if it is in seconds, I told you in the initial days, seconds is the biggest problem. You always have the milliseconds. Is the fraction of seconds the request should be processed. Now you see response time or the response time of a dialog, response time of FC, all these things looks good apart from the log on load quality at this moment. Okay, so which is all green. So this is a green color. But if you want to see in last 24 hours, okay, how my system was behaving, okay, how whether there were any peak in response times in the night time or any problem at the times, that we have to see different way. But for that, before we go there, I want to show you little bit of theory, okay, before I execute and show you. Okay. So the next slide is fine. So this is what I'm going to explain now. Same one. Good. So let's come here. Where is my system? Okay. So here, just follow me. It is nothing. But now you understood the how to drill down to the. So here we have two buttons. So open alerts. Can you see here? So open alerts. For example, you select the dialog response time and then open alerts. Okay. So you see now. There were 20 alerts generated. Okay, the first one response time, you see this one. So this is a view, open alerts view. That is one way of view. And the one of the back, suppose if I give this, okay. So entire system, EH8, so application server, this one. And then what I'm talking, R3. R3 is nothing but a system and then data. So what you see here, 169 milliseconds, 41 milliseconds is current data. Okay, which means at this particular moment, how is your system performing? For example, if you just click on this open alerts, so then it will tell you how many times till now, how many alerts it has gone generated in the past also, and how many times, what was the maximum. So here you see 20 alerts were there, and the thresholds 11.3 milliseconds. So 3 milliseconds is the threshold. Okay, as I said, you can configure an alert. This is an alert architecture, but for now, you don't need to understand. It's very simple also. But for now, as a basis guy, you understand. And this 3 milliseconds is your threshold, which means if my dialog response time is more than 3 milliseconds, then you trigger an red alert. Okay, this generated 20 alerts for that. So it goes to so this is see 3 means 4 times it has increased than the normal dialog response time, which is a wrong thing. So something was running at that particular time. So that you have to troubleshoot what was happening and what could have led to this one. Okay. So now let's double click what it will show. Oh, sorry. Okay, this has gone back. Let me go back. Okay, good. So now you see these alerts. You can do this once this session is over. You will try to do these things. Okay, whatever I am doing now, go and open alert view. You see at what are the timestamps? On 1209, 1034, the dialog response time has increased. I mean, it is more than this. And again, 21 on 11th. So these are the 3.008 is fine. It's just a fraction of this thing, but this one is crucial to understand, right? So 4 times it has increased. So why and what have led to that is you need to understand. Suppose you come here on 27th of August, see this row. Let me highlight it. 87.7 milliseconds, which means system was definitely not doing good. So it had a very big problem. Since it is a sandbox system, so it could have a less performance issues. But in general, if you go to a production system, you don't find these many alerts, believe me. Okay, this whole section looks green because if it is doing so much of red thing means, I mean, it is not defined properly or the system has very less number of RAM, CPU or hardware problems. Okay. I mean, that system definitely needs a tuning. I mean, in the sense, performance tuning. So what do you do if you are getting too many of these dialogue response times? So what you have to do is you have to do an analysis. Okay, in the system, you need to see what is my user load. I mean, dialogue. Here we are talking about dialogue response time. How many users are there in my system? Okay, so 1,000 users. Then what is my RAM and CPU utilization? It's high. So how frequently they are logging into the system? Oh, these are some everyday login. So the option is to increase an application server. Okay, suppose if you have one application server, put another application server so that the dialogue load will be taken care. So like that. So you have to do an analysis like that for this dialogue response time. Okay. So this is just on how to view things. Acting on these alerts is fine. I mean, it depends very system to system, but at least that comes with an expertise. And as I said, like through investigation, users, capabilities, and also. But for you, it is important to understand. As I said, 60 to 70% of the problem is solved as soon as you realize what was the problem. I mean, now you got to know at what times it is happening and who are all logging into that time, or what are they doing. Or it could be a reason that at the time, some tasks like which could have been done in the background, somebody is executing report which is running for 5 to 10 minutes. Fine, that guy has executed and he is doing daily like that only because he don't know how to schedule it in background. So such kind of things you have to identify and tell them that, hey, tune it. So, or ask those users to run it in the background, or or if it is a repetitive, schedule a background job kind of thing. So that is the most important. This is how you check in this alerting system. Go back. So there are two views. So the entire system, if you see, so current node display back. So node display refresh and open alerts. Who has turned off this node display off? Let's see this one. Let's see /RZ20. Sorry. Let me log in again. RZ20. So you practice these things, CMS monitor templates, entire system, EH8. So now application server, let's see. What do you have? So let's see if we have something operating system. We have seen the dialogue response time. Operating system for now, it looks everything good. So open the alerts. So this one, click on this. This is important. So, I mean, which means there were some alerts for CPU. Let's see. 5 minutes load average, 10 alerts. Okay. So CPU load is a little bit more compared to the others. So you just double click. See, you see the CPU load how. So it is just little overshooting the threshold. Okay. So then, which means it's fine. I mean, you can live with this problem. Or if it is overshooting more and consistently, then you have to increase the CPU. Okay, increasing the CPU means upscale your hardware. I mean, go with a better hardware where you have more CPU and more RAM kind of thing. So this is how, yeah. Any question?
Can we give the date range for this one, for CPU utilization? If any functionality asks for this CPU utilization.
Yes. So you can do that. So you come here and you...
Okay, got it. But it's giving till 11.
11th means this system didn't have any alerts before that, or the system started from September only, right? September 6th, this was built. Okay. So here you have short in ascending order. You have this one, right, sir? Can you see? So let's see this. So which means ascending means it is in increasing order. So short in descending order. So time interval you can select. You see here. This.
Yeah.
Okay. These options will be there, and in anything that flexibility will be there. We just have to explore what we are looking at. Okay. So, and for you, the most important thing is the thing. So now you see an alert that CPU utilization has increased a little bit. Okay. So what it will happen is this thing alert configured. So we can configure that particular alert, stating that whenever there is a CPU utilization more than this threshold, send an alert and so on so group. Okay, what do? Then immediately you log into the system and you will check in the system what are the jobs running and what is happening, and you try to fix the issue. Or if there is a high utilization by one particular work process, you kill that work process, because if it is hanging the system, right? You understand it. Suppose if it is hanging, sometimes killing also doesn't help because CPU utilization is a critical situation. No, majorly it won't go. So in general, can somebody tell me how much is the CPU utilization recommended for a system? How do you define? For example, is it like in our laptop, sometimes it goes 70% above, 80% above. Okay. But for an SAP server, what will be the day-to-day utilization of the CPU utilization for a red alert? Okay. I'll tell you. So if you just, always keep 30% only. Okay. That is how SAP systems design. You can, if it is going beyond 30%, then it will trigger an alert. So you always have a 70% idle CPU. Okay. So CPU utilization is a very critical thing. So that is why they will be little bit of lenient, or they provide more CPU for any system. Okay. You still have 70% idle, which is a good thing. But sometimes with the database extensive work on BW systems, it may go up to 60% or 70%. But if it is going beyond 70%, means immediately they will stop the loads. Okay. They will stop the loads, or they do in chunks, or we have to find an alternative workarounds. Okay. But hitting beyond 70% is, it is like you are going at a speed of 200% and hitting in the system to something, some tree or getting accidented. So it is not good. Never let a system crash because of the CPU utilization. Very, very, very serious impacts. Okay. If a system crashes due to CPU, so it can lead to what your system CPU crashed. So CPU crash means your data can get corrupted. You don't know the status of what is happening on the server at that particular time. So let's say if a BP guy is generating some, they purchase in crores, right? From petrol bank to petrol bank transactions. So the business to business transactions, which are crores of rupees. So those purchase order in between. So for him, it says that it is paid, and for them, it says it's not paid, right? So such kind of, the purchase order will get stuck in middle. So very, 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 very crucial. Okay. Then again, reputational impact, legal. BP says I paid and you say you have not paid. So it is in between. Okay. So that is a very, very tricky situation. So CPU crashes are very bad thing to happen. Okay, your file system structure may go crazy, and then your data get corrupted. So many things. So never ever. That's why they will be very lenient about the CPU. So if it is 30% utilization on a day-to-day basis is the most recommended, and 70% ideal they have it. So anything in the memory and others also, if you go to the file system, maybe in this system it could be different. So but in other system, if you go to the production system, you have lots and lots of memory utilization, disk space also, because disk space is not costly. Okay, CPU is costly. So definitely CPU is costly, but risk of losing a system with CPU is very dangerous. You got it, right? So risk of losing a CPU, hardware failure due to a CPU is very high. Your entire system go for a toss, and it has a more revenue impact. So then it is good for them to increase it. RAM, yes, with the RAM, like we have mobile phones, right? 2 GB RAM, 3 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM. So as and when the RAM increases, your price increases. Same. But storage, disk space, that is very, very cheap, right? Now you get 100 GB of free space just for 100 rupees per month in Apple. Google Drive 32 GB free for you, right? Like that, space is very cheaper, this hard disk spaces. So never ever measure that, I have an 1 TB. See, these mobiles also they're selling, right? Apple and the Samsung and all are selling. Like, hey, I have a mobile 64 GB, 128 GB, and then 256 GB of free. That is not RAM. That is a disk space. And it is just that they're fooling the people. It is very, very cheap. And you see, 32 GB mobile phone has a price of some 30,000. And then 64 GB will have a 40,000 one. So how much physical memory has increased over there? Just 32 GB. So for that, they're charging 10. It's a marketing gimmick, or the fooling the people who doesn't understand these concepts or easy thing. So yes, you may have a 32 GB, a 64 GB extra space on your phone, but it is very cheap. It is a negligible amount. For him, hardly it is like manufacturing 32 GB and 64 GB costs him the same. At least some 1,000 rupees, 1,200 bucks. That's it. Not more different. But that is what I'm saying. So I would suggest to go with the least space only, 32 GB if you are getting a good phone. But you check the RAM and CPU. So RAM and CPU, you assess the phone or any server. This is also important, guys, for basis guys. Understand it in these basic terms. When you're designing, you may have to design what is my RAM of the server, what is the CPU. So always go with the better RAM and better CPU. That's fine. You pay for it based on the customer's budget and stuff. But for the disk space, never spend money. Okay. For example, you have a 32 GB of, you purchased a 32 GB of, try to collect, sync it between that and this terminology. 32 GB of an iPhone you purchased. And then you need more than 32 GB. Simple, install a Google Drive. So you have another 32 GB. It's just 2 minutes job for you. Install a Google Drive. You will get free 32 GB. After that, you have to pay some 100 bucks or something. Forget about it. So 32 GB. and then move all your old files which you are not using. It's just 1 minute. If connect to a Wi-Fi network is free or office network, just move them all 32 GB, you got an extra space. So which means your phone is operating as an 64 GB with free of cost without spending that extra $10,000. So same is applicable when you are designing the server also. So these guys will come and tell you that, hey, I will give you a free disk space as much as you want. So 10 TB, 20 TB free space, take it. Why do I need it? That space is free. I mean, you don't spend money on it. So that you have to suggest to the customer, dear customer, or as an architect, you have to say that, hey, disk space, I'm least bothered for now. I am bothered about my RAM and CPU. How much CPU you are offering? I don't care about the disk space. I'll tell you, disk space, you can increase whenever you want. I mean, you have NFS, I mean, network file systems. So, and the live itself, you can increase from 30 to 200 GB to 500 GB. 500, it's just clicking one button in these hyperscalers. Okay. So that disk space you can increase anytime. Okay. But you cannot increase or, I mean, decrease these RAM and the CPUs. You can increase, I mean, you can scale out. I mean, put another application, but it's risky. I mean, it's another tedious job. Okay. But that is how you have to assess when you're designing. So now you understand, right? CPU thing, how you design. CPU, you always be generous about the CPU. And then RAM also try to be generous. But RAM will cost a bomb for the customer. So RAM, you assess it based on the number of users, load, and there is a quick sizing tool in help.sap.com where they will give some recommendations what to use. But never ever spend money on the disk space. Okay, it's a useless. I mean, it's just a marketing gimmick where people sell it too much. For example, like petrols, right? If you go to the Shell petrol bunk, they'll say, I am giving you a V power petrol and that power. It's again, that's a marketing gimmick. You can Google it and see. Every petrol or every diesel comes from the oil upstream. So wherever they have done the tuning. Okay. Yes, these guys will add some chemicals and purify it and all. But the thing is, your engine or your car engine or bike engine has manufactured in such a way that some standards of diesel or petrol, and that works. But if this petrol and diesel, if you put this new petrol and it will cause more harm to your engine than using the normal one, because those plant guys would have tested your engines, everything is the old one. So that way, so never ever, these are all marketing gimmicks. Some of them do. I mean, in the industry, just to sell at a little bit a higher price for a thing. Okay, same is with the disk space also in servers. So don't go with the 20 TB, 30 TB of disk space. It's useless. So that is the NFS and all these file systems are available and they are very, very cheap. Okay, these are shared directories and all. Okay, so CPU and RAM is the most important thing. So I think this is about, you see, this ST22, this monitoring structure I've explained you. I mean, alert browser, how to check your alerts and stuff. I've shown you in the system. Just explore in RG20. Forget about these definitions are just for the naming purpose. But you drill down, practical is most important. How to check the alert and what were my threshold, how many times it has happened. So it helps you to do a preventive analysis. So last 1 month, how many alerts were there, why they are happening, and catch those timestamps. So at the timestamps, do you have any background jobs running or how many number of users logging in? That thing, so you'll try to catch them. So 22, the other day I explained you the dump analysis. And then, so these whole things I've explained already. So SM21 also I have explained. So that's it for this module. So after the break, we will talk in one more important topic on tracing. I mean, fine, you have, for example, like we discussed, if the server crashes or a system crashes, you have the logs to look at it. And this monitoring is like a more preventive and to even analyze how my system is behaving. And there is one more thing, live troubleshooting. Okay. If a guy is logging into the system and if he says, I am having a problem, how do you trace them? How do you increase the trace for those particular things? How do you get the relevant logs for that? That we will see. Okay, please try to connect these three scenarios.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP BASIS? Our course is here to guide you through it step by step. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BASIS. It's like a tool shed for managing stuff, from making sure we have enough resources to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips and tricks. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly helpful. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become SAP Basis Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.